My name is Molly Walker. I've been married for 3 years, and all I ever wanted was to celebrate our wedding anniversary just once with my husband, Michael Gallagher. But today, while I waited for him for hours, all I could do was watch headlines about him with another woman, Isabel Richardson, his first love. The whole world seemed to root for him to win her back, not knowing he already had a wife. My phone calls to him always led to a cold, automated message. He wouldn't answer. Instead of hearing from him, I got a call from the hospital caregiver. My grandmother, the woman who raised me from a garbage pile and my only family, was in critical condition. Panic set in as I rushed to the hospital, breaking traffic laws along the way. But it was too late. The doctor said she had suffered acute cerebral congestion, probably from a shock. I couldn't even cry. I just sat there, numb, clutching her cold hand. Then Michael appeared, telling me my grandmother wouldn't want me to be like this. It felt empty. At the funeral, Isabel Richardson arrived, looking perfect and innocent, even offering condolences. But I couldn't forget what the caregiver had said. Isabel visited my grandmother the day she collapsed. Confronting her, I demanded to know what she told my grandmother. Isabel claimed she only tried to help, but it all felt too suspicious. Michael defended her, taking her side and saying he'd arranged everything. My heart felt shattered, seeing him protect her so fiercely. Isabel even dared me to call the police if I thought she was guilty. But I already knew surveillance had failed, and evidence was conveniently missing. The power of the Richardson family made my fight feel hopeless. But I wouldn't give up. Someday, I'd find the truth and make Isabel pay. Even when Michael coldly warned me to watch my words, I stayed resolute. No matter how alone I felt, I would find justice for my grandmother. Michael's warning felt like needles piercing my heart, but I forced a laugh. Think I'm making a fuss? I'll find the evidence, I said before staggering away, refusing to stay any longer. Michael reassured Isabel after I left, and she pretended to be hurt, painting me as someone hostile. She even hinted at my divorce plans, trying to inch closer to him, but he just clenched his fists, silent and tense. I had asked for a divorce a few days ago, after waking up to the confusing aftermath of our sudden intimacy. It was the first time I had stood up for myself, even admitting I had someone I liked, someone who didn't exist. Michael, thinking I'd fallen for someone else, seemed resigned. After my grandmother's funeral, I began the divorce process, but Michael was gone, unreachable, off on a business trip with Isabel. Photos of them, happy and close, flooded the media. I tried to remind myself I shouldn't care anymore, but seeing him with the woman I believed caused my grandmother's death made me restless. When he finally returned, I grabbed the divorce papers and headed to confront him. I found Michael in a private room at May's Bar, a wild place full of rich airs and indulgence. The air reeked of alcohol and perfume, making me feel sick. Isabel was right by his side, acting like she owned him, while Joshua Thompson, a man known for his fierce attitude, made sly remarks, hinting at Isabel's arrogance. Summoning my courage, I walked in, clutching the divorce agreement. Ignoring the crowd's stares, I smiled sweetly at Michael and said, "Husband, so this is where you are." The whole room went silent. Everyone realized that Michael was married, and Isabel was the third party. Isabel's face turned pale, and she clung to Michael, desperate. Michael stared at me, his expression unreadable. The tension was thick, and people began to leave the room, sensing the drama. Only Joshua Thompson stayed, his eyes glued to me, watching the scene unfold with a strange excitement. Joshua Thompson caught my attention, and his intense gaze made me feel uneasy. His perfect features, with that rebellious smirk, only added to my discomfort. Yet, I had no time to worry about him. I needed to face Michael and hand over the divorce agreement. I told Michael I wanted nothing from him, just for him to sign the papers. After all, seeing him with Isabel Richardson everywhere made me realize it was time to move on. He sneered, assuming I was desperate for some imaginary man, but I stayed silent. It didn't matter if he misunderstood. We were ending this anyway. Michael signed the papers, but the emptiness in my heart didn't fade. Isabel, always eager to insert herself, suggested we go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize the divorce. Her innocence was a mask, but I knew the truth. My grandmother's sudden death still haunted me, and I couldn't shake the feeling that Isabel was involved. Michael, as usual, defended Isabel, insisting she had nothing to do with it. His loyalty to her hurt deeply, knowing how much my grandmother meant to me. She had saved me, given me a home, and now she was gone, and I had failed to protect her. I declared I would find the evidence and left, but as I reached the door, dizziness took over. A strong hand caught me. Joshua Thompson. He seemed strangely interested in me, his grip tightening. I thanked him and left, feeling his curious stare follow me. Isabel mocked my background, belittling me in front of Joshua. She even mentioned how my family history wouldn't meet the Thompson family's high standards. But Joshua's reaction surprised me. He defended me, hinting that if I could marry into the Gallagher family, I could enter the Thompson family too. He looked determined, like he had questions of his own. Michael noticed Joshua's fixation on me, and suspicion clouded his expression. He wondered if there was something between us, maybe even the reason I wanted the divorce. It seemed everyone had their own theories about my life, but none of them knew the truth I held in my heart. Joshua Thompson had been watching me intently, but I couldn't focus on him for long. My mind was on Michael, and I handed him the divorce papers, asking him to sign. He accused me of doing this for another man, but I didn't bother to correct him. What did it matter? Our marriage was ending, and he had never truly cared for me. When I left the bar, I felt empty, and the memories of my grandmother weighed heavily on me. I returned to her house, remembering her last wish for me to find my real family. Despite searching all night, I found nothing. Early the next morning, Michael called, sounding cold and demanding to know about my supposed connection to Joshua Thompson. I told him not to meddle, but when he mentioned finding the missing caregiver, I rushed to the Gallagher house. There, I saw Isabel Richardson acting like the lady of the house, sitting in my usual spot and being served breakfast. Her arrogance was unbearable, but I made sure to remind her she was only a guest. Isabel bragged that she'd soon take my place, but I realized I could use this situation to my advantage. If I didn't finalize the divorce, she'd remain the third party forever. Her face changed when I said I might not let go. An argument broke out. Isabel's mocking words hurt, but I didn't show it. When she tried to attack me, she ended up stumbling and shattering a nearby fish tank, severely cutting her hand. Her screams filled the room as blood poured from the wound. Furious, she grabbed a shard of glass and charged at me, but Michael stepped in to protect me. His hand was injured, mirroring Isabel's wound. I was shocked. Isabel was in disbelief, demanding to know why he'd defend me. Michael didn't answer her, but instead, he called for the family doctor. Isabel blamed me for everything, shoving me away, but I stood firm, meeting Michael's gaze. I didn't do it on purpose, I said, my voice trembling. Everything was a mess, but deep inside, I wondered if there was still any part of him that cared. Michael sided with Isabel, telling me to apologize for something I didn't even cause. When I dodged Isabel's attack, she injured herself, and somehow, I was the one at fault. His cold demand to apologize cut deep, but I had no power to refuse. The Gallagher and Richardson families were too strong, and I was just an orphan with nothing. I apologized, swallowing my pride, while inside, the pain was unbearable. My grandmother, the only family I ever had, was gone, and I still didn't have justice for her. When Michael mentioned confronting the caregiver, my heart jumped with a small hope, but that hope was crushed. The caregiver, once on my side, now denied everything. She bowed and pleaded, claiming she couldn't accuse Isabel, and it was clear someone had gotten to her. They had set a trap for me, and I fell right into it. Michael and Isabel stood there, and I realized just how isolated and powerless I was. But I wasn't going to stay defeated forever. Even if I had nothing, I wouldn't let them win easily. Outside, in the blinding winter sun, Joshua Thompson appeared. He was confident, charming, and even wore a diamond earring. He approached me, offering an alliance against Isabel. He hated her too and seemed eager to help, warning me that she was planning to sue me. Without evidence, I was vulnerable, and Isabel's wealth and influence could ruin me. Joshua suggested we work together, and though I didn't trust him completely, I couldn't ignore his offer. I had no money, no connections, and no way to fight Isabel on my own. Looking at him, I asked, what does the third son of the Thompson family want in return? If Isabel were just an ordinary person, she would just need to collect evidence properly. But Isabel is the only daughter of the Richardson family. Richardson Tower has industries across the country, with strength comparable to the Gallagher family, a far-reaching reputation, and an extensive network of connections. She used to think that Isabel was really as pure and kind as the legends, but she didn't expect her methods to be so cruel, playing with people's lives in such a time of peace. Thinking about how her grandmother died without a clear cause, a chill ran from her toes to her head, and her eyes turned red. Seeing her so distressed, Joshua Thompson couldn't help but feel upset as well. If Molly Walker was really his sister, she had suffered too much over the years. With that thought, his voice softened. You can tell me what you want first. Molly clenched her teeth, suppressing her hatred. I want her to be punished by the law, to pay with her life for the murder. Joshua Thompson nodded, unsurprised. To bring Isabel down, we have to bring down the Richardson family's tree first. The Richardson family is wealthy and powerful, and even if Isabel were sent to prison, they would be able to find a way to reduce her sentence. Recently, our family has a cooperation with the Richardson family. If this cooperation is successful, Richardson Tower won't have to worry about their revenue for the next 3 years. How about I help you ruin this cooperation? He crossed his arms around his chest, leaning against a nearby tree, looking nonchalantly at her. What can I do to help Mr. Thompson? Since Joshua Thompson put out such a big temptation, she would definitely have to pay a corresponding price. I want to ask you for something. His bright eyes stared at the back of her head. Your hair tie. What kind of request was this? In the moment Molly hesitated, Joshua had already gotten up and taken action. His movement was very fast. Molly only felt a sting in her scalp, and the hair tie was taken down by him. He held the hair tie against the light and looked at it. His beautiful peach blossom eyes slightly curled up, and his delicate features were stunning, more impressive than a celebrity's. However, this beauty was mixed with a hint of wildness, extremely tempting. He was indeed too good-looking. No wonder he possessed such fickle capital. Molly felt something was amiss. Just a hair tie? She couldn't believe it. This was actually Joshua Thompson's request. Joshua Thompson looked at the hair tie again, nodded after confirming something, and said with a sly smile, not entirely for your sake. Just for the nasty words Isabel said in the bar last time. He planned to teach Isabel a lesson. As for this hair tie mixed with hair strands, he intended to get a DNA test. If the suspicion in his heart grew deeper, then it would be better to clear his doubts. Watching his strange behavior, Molly felt uneasy, and she confirmed once again that Joshua Thompson didn't take this matter to heart. What about bringing down the huge tree of the Richardson family? This might just be a joke from the third son of the Thompson family to make her laugh. From the beginning, she shouldn't have believed in Joshua Thompson's words. Why would the Thompson family help her for no reason? Molly politely said goodbye to him. She didn't ask when he could ruin the cooperation, because she didn't believe that Joshua Thompson would actually help her. Watching Molly leave, Joshua Thompson wanted to follow her, but stopped when he thought of the hair tie in his pocket. The most important thing now was to get a DNA test done using her hair. It wouldn't be long to find out if Molly was his sister. She actually gave her hair tie to Joshua Thompson. Could it be that she and Joshua Thompson? At the entrance of the villa, Isabel looked at Michael Gallagher with slight surprise. Michael furrowed his brow. His black pupils were like a black hole vortex, making it impossible to discern his emotions. I'll take you home. He strode forward, and Isabel hurriedly followed. Molly actually had an affair during her marriage. She was worried about how to deal with her, but she didn't expect Molly to hand over the handle voluntarily. Isabel composed a text message on her cell phone and sent this explosive news to the biggest news media in the city. The next day, Molly came to the hospital where her grandmother lived before her death. She wanted to find more evidence, but she didn't expect to meet an old acquaintance at the entrance. It was Isabel Richardson. Watching her sneak into a doctor's room, Molly Walker thought of something and involuntarily followed her in. Is everything from last time taken care of? In the room, Isabel's voice was anxious and nervous. Don't worry, I'll keep this a secret for you." The man's voice was gentle, calm, and delicate. Molly's heart skipped a beat as she squinted her eyes and slowly approached, only for a sharp gaze to meet her own at that moment. She raised her head lightly and met someone's deep gaze. Michael Gallagher was dressed casually, with his hands leisurely in his pockets. She didn't know when he had come or how much he had seen. "Mr. Gallagher." She smiled seductively. Michael Gallagher didn't speak. Unlike her usual well-behaved appearance, today she was dressed quite attractively. A strappy dress just above the knee paired with a small cardigan gathered around her waist, perfectly outlining a seductive curve, dazzlingly beautiful. He couldn't help but look at her hair tie, not the one Joshua Thompson had taken away. He came forward, lowering his voice. "Molly, let's talk." Talk? In their 3 years of marriage, he hadn't given her a proper look. Why did he want to talk now? Molly laughed, not knowing if she was laughing at her own 3 years of devotion or her own foolishness. A coffee shop not far from the hospital. Michael Gallagher originally wanted to ask her about her relationship with Joshua Thompson, but remembering his bold proclamation when he let her go, he swallowed his words. It finally turned into, "You can't afford to offend Isabel Richardson. Are you warning me?" These words sounded like a threat. Molly uttered a bitter smile with reddened eyes. She couldn't afford to offend Isabel Richardson's connections, because behind Isabel, apart from the Richardson family, there was Michael Gallagher. Thinking about yesterday's events, Michael Gallagher frowned slowly. "The Richardson family is collecting evidence of you slandering Isabel." "Slander?" Molly's eyes reddened, staring at him intently. "My grandmother was killed by her. You have no evidence." "I will." She smirked, the smile not reaching her eyes. "Before the Richardson family kills me, I'll kill her first. We'll see if you have the ability." Michael Gallagher's voice was icy cold, like a steel knife, viciously stabbing into her heart. For a moment, Molly felt stuffed in her nose, biting her lip hard before tears could well up in her eyes. "Michael Gallagher, my grandmother was good to you." Her heart trembled violently. "Can you promise me not to interfere in my matters with Isabel Richardson?" Molly was hopeful. Taking on the whole Richardson family alone was difficult enough, but adding Michael Gallagher to the mix would truly be impossible. If Michael Gallagher could stand idly by, it would be the greatest help to her. Under her expectant gaze, Michael Gallagher slowly averted his eyes. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." He was determined to protect Isabel Richardson regardless of the consequences. As expected, 3 years of affection had gone to waste. Her husband, whom she once yearned for, had become the backbone of her enemy. "It doesn't matter." Molly smiled, pinching her thigh hard, forcing back the tears in her eyes. "Isabel's life is really good. Despite doing such terrible things, she still had so many people protecting her, including her own husband." Michael Gallagher thought she would give up, but this only stimulated her further. He didn't want to see Molly like this, lonely and paranoid, completely different from the well-behaved girl he remembered. "Michael Gallagher, from today on, you are my enemy too." Enemy. The word was harsh. Michael Gallagher's narrow, deep eyes squinted, and a trace of irritation inexplicably rose at the bottom of his heart. "If I'm your enemy, what about Joshua Thompson?" "Joshua Thompson is my friend." "Friend?" He looked at her sideways, raising his brows with a cold expression. "I didn't expect you to be friends with someone like Joshua Thompson." Joshua Thompson's reputation as a womanizer precedes him. If it weren't for his status as the Thompson family's third son, probably no one would be his friend. What's wrong with someone like him? Molly Walker's eyes flickered, her tone mocking. How much better is Mr. Gallagher than him? Joshua Thompson was her ally. Even if he was unreliable, at least he was on her side. As for Michael Gallagher, he kept trying to persuade her to give up, time and time again. The more she compared them, the more she was inclined to defend Joshua Thompson, her words unconsciously biased. "Please, Mr. Gallagher, stop talking about my friend like that." Michael Gallagher's eyes deepened, anger flaring in his profound gaze. "Do you even know what you're saying?" Thinking of Joshua Thompson's remark that women are like clothes, his face suddenly turned cold. "Thompson is used to playing around. You can't control him." "What does that have to do with me?" As long as he offers me an olive branch, should I refuse? Molly laughed as if it were only natural. Her husband wasn't on her side, so when someone showed their support, how could she push them away? Upon hearing her words, Michael Gallagher's face grew even colder, as if an ice wall had been erected around him, and the temperature dropped accordingly. Do you like Joshua Thompson that much? He knew he shouldn't be angry. It would be fine if she found a normal, ordinary person, but who was Joshua Thompson? He'd played with so many women he couldn't count them all on two hands. With her personality, once she entered the Thompson family, she probably wouldn't last a year. Do you think the Thompson family is the same as the Gallagher family? Can Joshua Thompson really protect you? Molly, you're still young. Don't casually throw away your future. Molly's heart trembled, and she looked up with a light laugh. How else could I throw it away? Hasn't my marriage already been thrown into your hands? Michael Gallagher stared at her face, his lips pressed together without a word. After a while, he spoke again, his voice softer. After the divorce, I'll leave the villa to you. Molly was slightly taken aback. You've lived there for several years, and even after the divorce, we'll still be friends. No need. Molly clenched the coffee spoon, stirring it randomly in her cup. Let's not keep in touch after the divorce. I don't need the house. Michael Gallagher's Adam's apple moved, his pupils extraordinarily profound. She was the one who drafted the agreement that day and seemed genuinely unwilling to have any relationship with him. In the agreement, she had almost nothing left. Michael. At some point, Isabel Richardson had arrived, her voice neither too loud nor too quiet, just enough to interrupt both of their thoughts. It's only fair she doesn't want the house. Someone who cheats during their marriage should leave with nothing. Isabel's tone is condescending, her words sharp and direct. Thinking of Michael secretly leaving the villa to Molly, she was so angry her heart ached. Why should a cheating woman get anything from the Gallagher family's property? Isabel's arrival made Molly's eyelids twitch, especially when she mentioned infidelity during marriage, making her face go numb. When did she commit infidelity during her marriage? She recalled Michael asking if she had someone she liked when she proposed the divorce, and she had answered yes. Unexpectedly, Michael Gallagher shared even such a detailed matter with Isabel Richardson. She had truly captured his heart. If we're really talking about infidelity during marriage, who can compare to Mr. Gallagher? Molly watched as Isabel's face flushed red and then turned pale with great interest. Her infidelity lacked evidence, but Michael Gallagher's cheating was well known throughout the city. I'm curious, Miss Richardson, what have you gained from being his number 3 for all these years? At these words, Isabel's face twisted in anger. Molly laughed heartily, unable to do anything to Isabel for the moment, but she could still say things that would upset her. The crowd of onlookers grew larger, some of them holding cameras, clearly reporters. She had seen them early on. They had come with Isabel Richardson. Isabel raised her chin slightly, confidently and arrogantly. Miss Walker, actually, when Michael married you, he and I were already together. You were the one who interfered with our relationship, and you're the real number 3. Under Isabel Richardson's prompting glance, the long-awaiting reporters finally swarmed up. Miss Walker, Miss Richardson says you are number 3. Is it true? Are you already divorced from Mr. Gallagher? The chaotic microphones crowded her mouth, and the surging crowd almost pushed Molly Walker off balance. At this moment, a hand blocked all the microphones. It was Michael Gallagher who had stepped in. Mr. Gallagher. The reporters were somewhat embarrassed. Michael Gallagher's slender figure and handsome face, looking like a finely carved sculpture, appeared even colder under the sunlight. Such a dazzling man had no reason to be ignored, but they had listened to Isabel Richardson and deliberately directed all their questions at Molly Walker. His appearance now was like fireworks on a cold winter's day, igniting among the crowd. Mr. Gallagher, is it true that Miss Walker is no 3? Someone asked, and the scene suddenly quieted down. Everyone was waiting for Michael Gallagher's answer. Molly was waiting, too. If Michael Gallagher admitted she was number 3, she would bear the stigma forever. If he denied it, the one being scolded would change to Isabel Richardson. Even knowing what the answer would be, she still wanted to know if he would stand up for her in public. Michael Gallagher stood there like a pine. His deep eyes gazed at her with emotions she couldn't decipher. His indifferent appearance made her heart suddenly drop. Dear reporters, do you still need to ask this question? How long have I known Michael? Don't you all know? Isabel Richardson's smile was sweet, and her innocence instantly made people feel fond of her. Their playful and intimate tone immediately closed the distance between her and the reporters. The reporters suddenly realized, yes, who knew Molly Walker before the hidden marriage scandal broke. But Mr. Gallagher and Miss Richardson have known each other for many years, and they are the national CP in many people's hearts. How could Isabel Richardson be number 3? In terms of time, it was Molly Walker who had suddenly appeared and seemed like no. 3. The reporters' gazes towards Molly Walker changed. Miss Walker, why would a good person like you become no? 3. I heard her family is poor, and she married Mr. Gallagher by any means necessary. What else could it be for? Money, of course. Accusations flew like knives, and Molly Walker lowered her head and laughed, mocking her own wishful thinking and expectations of someone. I was the one who proposed. Michael Gallagher finally spoke, his voice pleasant and cold, like a torrent that washed away her embarrassment. Molly's nose became sour. She did care about her reputation, and she wanted to hear him say personally that she was not no. 3. Molly's lips slightly lifted. This man finally spoke up for her in public. Michael Gallagher added, we are in a contractual marriage. A contractual marriage had no feelings, nor did it distinguish the order of emotions. With these words, Michael Gallagher took all responsibility upon himself. The reporters could only shift the topic to Molly Walker. Then, Miss Walker, will you bless Mr. Gallagher and Miss Richardson? Blessing. Molly laughed bitterly. Did these people really think she should make way for them? Everyone was waiting for Molly to speak. Molly looked at Isabel Richardson, who was hiding behind Michael Gallagher with wide eyes, the corners of her lips curling up slightly. Why should I bless a woman who interfered in my marriage? Her voice was slow and powerful. The noisy scene quieted down suddenly, and everyone looked at her in surprise. They didn't expect that the seemingly gentle and soft-spoken woman would make such a blunt, unyielding statement. Was she trying to expose Isabel on the spot? Dear reporters, don't forget that Michael Gallagher and I are legally married. At the mention of legally married, Isabel's face couldn't hold up any longer. Arguing with time and emotions was useless. The law recognizes Molly Walker as Michael's wife. At this moment, the reporters' gossip fire was ignited. Some reporters were secretly applauding Molly in their hearts. This is how you expose an affair. This is so satisfying. Michael Gallagher looked at Molly's lip-curling, smug expression, and the color of his eyes deepened. He didn't want to embarrass Molly, but he didn't expect Isabel to lose face either. He glared warningly at Molly, who was completely oblivious, her smile blooming brilliantly, alluring and provocative. Michael, we are legally married, recognized by the law, right? The question was intriguing, both verifying the fact and taunting. Since it's a legally recognized marriage, what exactly is the relationship between Michael and Isabel? This is evidence of infidelity in marriage. Mr. Gallagher, is what Miss Walker saying true? Did you and Miss Richardson have an affair during your marriage? A bespectacled reporter excitedly raised his microphone and cannot stop speaking. If you have no feelings for Miss Walker, why did you marry her in the first place? Can you give a reason? Michael's face completely darkened. Before he could speak, Isabel blurted out, Michael is not the one who had an affair during our marriage. Miss Walker, you were the one who proposed the divorce, right? Isabel slowly approached her, a vague look in her eyes. You said you found someone else outside and asked Michael to let you go. In fact, it's not him who had an affair, but you. With a twist, Isabel's words made the reporter's eyes widen. It is said that wealthy couples like to do their own things. Could it be true? If both of them had affairs during their marriage, that would be very interesting. Molly faced Isabel expressionlessly. She didn't expect Isabel to know the conversation she had in anger and twist it. Michael was there, so she couldn't deny her previous words in front of him. Everyone was waiting for her response, including Michael. Molly lowered her eyes, her lips slightly curled up. Not far away, a dazzling luxury car stopped. Joshua Thompson was hanging a cigarette on the corner of his mouth, boredly opening the window. Suddenly, a few reporters ran by. Quick, it's a showdown. I heard that both of them had affairs during their marriage. It's not surprising for Mr. Gallagher, but I didn't expect even his wife, who has a poor family background, to have an affair too. These words all reached Joshua's ears. When he heard the words Mr. Gallagher, Joshua paused momentarily, the ash from his cigarette falling. He raised his eyelids and immediately saw Molly in the crowd, being squeezed into a corner by reporters. You are still cheating even after being married to Mr. Gallagher. Is there any hidden story? Miss Walker, do you have anything to say? Facing the reporters' inquiries, Molly stood upright, a smile on her lips, apparently unfazed. Even the top celebrities wouldn't be as calm as she was in this situation. She was already beautiful, and the faint smile on her lips added a touch of charm to her appearance. She looked delicate, but her resilience was heartbreaking. Seeing the now silent Michael Gallagher by her side, Isabel clenched her teeth in anger. If it hadn't been for Michael stopping her, she would have blurted out the affair between Molly Walker and Joshua Thompson long ago. Michael, why did you stop me? It was her who cheated first. Michael Gallagher glanced at her lightly. There's no proof. No proof? She clearly saw it. Why? Why was Michael protecting this despicable woman? Tears filled Isabel Richardson's eyes. At this moment, the commotion grew louder, and someone rushed in to protect Molly Walker. It's Joshua Thompson. Excitedly, Isabel stared at Joshua, watching him shield Molly. Her sadness faded, replaced by excitement. Michael, look, Joshua Thompson is here. She smirked, ready for drama. Michael Gallagher's eyes darkened, cold and sharp. Joshua stood in front of Molly Walker, a casual smile on his face as he held a cigarette, radiating devilish charm. Why so much nonsense from you all? Seeing Joshua's appearance, everyone present was stunned for a few seconds. Impatient, Joshua Thompson pulled Molly Walker to him and whispered, "The car is nearby. How about following me?" Molly shook her head. With so many people here, if she went with him, who knows how tomorrow's news would be written? She pried his hand off and smiled. Thank you for your kindness. Seeing her nonchalant look, Joshua couldn't help but feel annoyed. How could such a delicate girl be persecuted by these people? For the sake of this test's accuracy, he had already collected his brother's and father's hair samples. It wouldn't take long after sending it for testing before the results would come out. His brother and father had been disappointed too many times over the years, so this time, he secretly had it tested without telling anyone. Since she wouldn't go with him, he would help her. If she really was his sister, he would regret not doing something. Don't forget, we are allies. Joshua grinned wickedly and yelled at the reporters, Aren't you curious why Michael Gallagher is marrying her? I can tell you the truth. Unexpectedly, the third son of the Thompson family also got involved. The reporters were excited, wishing they could turn into parasites and crawl into Joshua's stomach to know everything. As soon as he shouted, Molly Walker had a bad feeling. Indeed, when Joshua spoke again, he said something that left everyone speechless. Actually, all of this is to cover up my relationship with Michael Gallagher. At this, the scene fell silent. Molly's mouth hung open slightly. Isabel's eyes widened even further. As for the other main character, Michael Gallagher, his face could be described in 2 words, pitch black. What kind of relationship with him was hinted at? The meaning was clear and everyone there could imagine it. Looking at Michael Gallagher and then at Joshua Thompson. What a dazzling pair. People say that wealthy family relationships are messy, but they didn't expect it to be this messy. Molly never expected Joshua would say something so shocking. This statement suddenly shifted the focus of the reporters to Michael Gallagher and Joshua Thompson. Not wanting to waste Joshua's favor, she finally broke free and ran away without looking back. Michael Gallagher's eyes were cold as ice. Originally, he planned to suppress the news tonight. But thanks to Joshua, this news could never be suppressed now. The next morning, Molly saw yesterday's news on her cell phone. Compared to the exposure of Michael Gallagher and Joshua Thompson's relationship, surprisingly, no one blamed her. Instead, the number of sympathetic comments increased. Joshua's move completely reversed public opinion. Just then, her cell phone suddenly rang. It was her mother-in-law, Lana Lewis. Molly Walker answered the phone. Hello, Mom. On the phone, Lana Lewis sounded a bit impatient. Come back to the villa. I have something to ask you. Molly was silent for a few seconds and eventually let out an mm. Her mother-in-law was the best person in the Gallagher family to her, including willingly paying for her grandmother's hospital and medical expenses. On the day she brought up divorce, Michael Gallagher told her not to let her mother-in-law know about it. There were no secrets in this world, and her mother-in-law would eventually find out. It was a drizzling rain, with millions of tiny droplets falling on the umbrella. Molly closed the umbrella and stopped at the door of the villa. This was a standalone villa, almost as big as a small estate. When she first moved in, she felt a little out of place, but her mother-in-law was patient and taught her everything about the place. Times have changed. She knocked on the door, and Aunt Lewis opened it. Aunt Lewis smiled warmly. "Young lady, ma'am has been waiting for you." Molly walked in and saw her mother-in-law sitting on the sofa, frowning at her cell phone, as if she had seen something unpleasant. "You're here." Lana Lewis glanced up and saw her, patting the seat next to her. "Come here. Michael will be here in a while. Whatever it is, you two can discuss it face to face." These words made Molly uneasy. "Mom, I know what you want to say." Lana Lewis clenched her hand, gritting her teeth on her usually gentle face. "After yesterday's news, those old guys in the company called me and said they wanted Michael to step down." Stepping down. If it sounds nice, it's stepping down. If it doesn't, it's asking Michael Gallagher to leave the Gallagher family business. You should know that Michael's cousin also has many supporters in the company. They're just waiting for Michael to make a mistake. Now that the news of Michael and the Thompson family's baby has come out, my face. At this, her eyes filled with tears and she sighed. "I really don't know why Michael would do this. Molly, please help him. If the news of his divorce comes out, Michael's situation in the company will be very difficult." Molly sighed. "Mom, even if I don't bring up the divorce, Michael Gallagher will." Molly hesitated whether to tell Lana Lewis about her wedding night and what Michael Gallagher had said to her. On their wedding night, Michael Gallagher reminded her that he could give her money and status, but not love. His words were clear. He already had someone else in his heart. She had been wholeheartedly supporting him for years, waiting for the day he would turn around and look at her, but now it was all in vain. As long as Michael protects Isabel Richardson, she and Michael will never reconcile. "I know you're concerned about Isabel Richardson, but rest assured, as long as I'm here, she won't be able to set foot in our house." Lana Lewis narrowed her eyes, and a fierce glint flashed in them. "Even if her family is rich, it's useless. She's not the daughter-in-law I approve of." Molly looked up, her mouth slightly open, a little surprised. Her mother-in-law made no attempt to hide her disgust for Isabel Richardson. Just as she was about to say it wasn't just because of Isabel, someone walked in from outside and interrupted her. It was Michael Gallagher. Dramatically, Isabel Richardson was right beside him. Seeing Isabel Richardson, Lana Lewis abruptly stood up. "Why did you come here?" Isabel Richardson hid behind Michael Gallagher, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "Aunt, get out." Lana Lewis pointed to the door and issued an eviction order without hesitation. "I asked her to come." Michael Gallagher's words made Lana Lewis tremble with anger. "Do you know what you're doing? You bring her here. How is your wife supposed to feel?" Michael Gallagher looked at Molly, thinking of how Joshua Thompson was willing to ruin his reputation for her, and his expression became colder. At first, he just suspected Molly and Joshua Thompson's relationship, but now it seemed likely to be true. After all, Joshua Thompson was even willing to spread scandalous news for her. Michael Gallagher pursed his lips and looked away. "We're divorced." As soon as he said this, Lana Lewis's face turned deathly pale. "What did you say?" "We've already signed the agreement and got the divorce certificate." He looked deeply at Molly. Molly gave a bitter smile. They just signed an agreement, but Michael Gallagher said they got a marriage certificate. He wanted to kill his mother's thoughts of them getting back together. Although she had made up her mind not to look back, her heart still hurt when Michael said these words. Isabel Richardson stood aside, her lips curling up. This subtle movement did not escape the eyes of Lana Lewis. "Even if you're divorced, I won't let Isabel enter our house." "Aunt, do you hate me that much?" Isabel couldn't stand this anger and asked directly. She was the eldest daughter of the Richardson family, and everyone only catered to her. Even Michael's mother used to like her. She couldn't accept the cold sarcasm from the person who used to like her. Lana Lewis didn't expect her to ask directly. Wasn't it evident enough? Did she still want her to say it out loud? Lana, being straightforward, replied directly since Isabel asked, "Yes, I don't like you. You've hurt one of my sons already, and now you're planning to hurt my second child. How can I like you? What should I like about you? You're caused my eldest son to die, or causing my youngest son's family to fall apart. Isabel, you shouldn't even be asking me such a humiliating question." Tears rolled down Isabel's eyes. Molly Walker was shocked to hear this. She had always known that Lana had 2 children, but wasn't the eldest heir of the Gallagher family, Noah Jenkins, dead due to an accident? How was it related to Isabel? Isabel clenched her fists in her sleeves, like a shaky falling leaf. "Aunt, why don't you give me another chance to be your daughter-in-law?" "Shut up. You still have the nerve to say that." Lana stood up. "If it wasn't for you, Xavier wouldn't have died. It's all because of you. You disaster." Mentioning Xavier, a burst of hatred bursts from Isabel's eyes. "Aunt, I have said it before. His death has nothing to do with me." Molly stood aside with a heavy expression. Wasn't Noah Jenkins burned to death? The mother-in-law's attitude was somewhat subtle. Was there any other hidden information about the death of the eldest young master of the Gallagher family? Isabel laughed innocently. "Aunt, if you really miss Xavier, you should let Michael marry me. After all, Xavier was so kind. He must have wanted me to be happy." Lana could no longer bear it and raised her hand and slapped Isabel's face hard. With a slap, Isabel's face immediately turned red. Michael quickly pulled Isabel behind him. "Mom, get out." Lana pointed to the door, her face as cold as frost. After saying this, her legs weakened, and she fell backward. "Mom, Aunt." The emergency room of the hospital. Looking at the familiar corridor, Molly shuddered. Last time, she received news of her grandmother's death here. "It's all because of me," Isabel cried with a sad face. "If it wasn't for me, Aunt wouldn't have fainted." Molly looked at the familiar emergency room, as if she had returned to the scene of her grandmother's death. Isabel still cried, and Molly got up annoyed. "Can you shut up?" Isabel's crying stopped abruptly. Molly coldly looked at Isabel, hatred spreading once again. "Michael." Isabel hid behind Michael Gallagher, who looked expressionless at Molly. Molly clenched her lips and looked back coldly. "I suggest you send her away before Mom wakes up." "No." Isabel panicked. "I want to stay here to take care of Aunt." "Michael, please let me stay here. I want to take good care of Aunt to make up for my sins." "Redemption?" Molly laughed. Her grandmother died, and Isabel acted as if nothing happened. Now her mother-in-law was hurt, and she wants to redeem herself again? "Isabel, if you really want to make amends, leave here and let Mom have some peace. She doesn't want to see you." "Michael." Isabel grabbed Michael Gallagher's hand. "I won't leave. I want to stay and take care of Aunt. You know, she used to like me a lot. It must be because some people slandered me in front of her." "Leave, Isabel." Isabel was stunned, seemingly unable to believe her own ears. "I'm tired." Isabel looked at the exhausted man in front of her, feeling like cold water was poured over her. She didn't expect Michael Gallagher to really drive her away. Isabel's face turned pale, almost unable to stand. After a while, she slowly said, "Then I'll wait for you outside." She glared at Molly Walker and quickly ran out of the room. Only she and Michael Gallagher were left in the long corridor. Molly looked at the door of the emergency room, feeling suffocated. She looked at Michael Gallagher. "Let's expedite the divorce proceedings. Since everything is laid out for her mother-in-law, it's time to proceed with the final divorce process." Michael Gallagher wanted to ask her about her relationship with Joshua Thompson, but in the end, he only said one word, "Okay." Molly looked at the man she had loved for many years, feeling bitterness spread through her heart. So they had finally come to this point. In order to find the truth about her grandmother's death, she must first let go of Michael Gallagher. The emergency room door opened, the doctor walked out, took off his mask, revealing a solemn face. The patient mainly suffered a head injury with a mild concussion. Molly breathed a sigh of relief. It was just a mild concussion, which was good. After marrying Michael Gallagher for 3 years, her mother-in-law helped her through the toughest times. Although she was an elder, Molly considered her more like a mentor, filling the void in her family's affection. A disease that could affect internal organs wouldn't be a minor illness. Unspeakable grief emerged in Molly's heart. Seeing the doctor's forced smile, Michael Gallagher also had a bad feeling. Let her have a full checkup. What else can we do? Stay with the patient. Talk to her more in the near future as there may be post-concussion symptoms. After the doctor left, Molly looked at Michael Gallagher and noticed the trace of a desolate expression on his handsome face. After her brother and father had died, and now her mother falling seriously ill, she realized that Mr. Gallagher, glamorous as he appeared, had a thin relationship with his own family, just like her. Seeing his distress soften Molly's voice. The results are not yet out. Perhaps they won't be as bad as we think. Comforting him was also comforting herself. Michael Gallagher looked at her, paused, his thin lips tightening, and nodded. A nurse brought the sleeping Lana Lewis into the hospital room. As Michael Gallagher and Molly were about to approach, Isabel, who seemed to have been waiting for them, hurriedly ran over. I saw Aunt entering the general hospital room. How is she now? Is she fine? Isabel's eyes showed a hint of joy. I knew Aunt would be fine since she has good fortune. Her joyful and relaxed tone was strikingly out of place in the quiet atmosphere. Seeing no smiles on Molly and Michael Gallagher's faces, the words in Isabel's mouth choked. What? What happened? You should go home first. Michael Gallagher finally recovered his voice. We can talk about it next time. Isabel was still being driven away. The flames of her anger were instantly extinguished. Finally, she stiffened her neck and nodded her head. Okay. If it had been before, she would have asked why directly, but now with Molly here, she worried about unintentionally pushing Michael into someone else's arms. She could only obediently nod and pretend not to know anything with a magnanimous air. I'm leaving now, Michael. Don't be too tired. Take good care of yourself. Isabel smiled through her tears as she turned and left. Seeing Isabel leave, Molly said, I want to stay in the hospital to take care of Mom. Seeing her firm resolve, Michael Gallagher suppressed the refusal on the tip of his tongue. Okay. His low, hoarse, magnetic voice said, Thank you. No need to thank me. I did it of my own will. After all, Mom has always been kind to me. As she spoke, she suddenly remembered something and quickly reassured, Don't worry, I won't tell Mom anything about our divorce. Remember to be on time at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 10 the day after tomorrow. Molly's tone was natural and her smile sweet. Watching her casually discussing their divorce, Michael Gallagher's eyes darkened. She was so eager to divorce him. Each time she calmly mentioned divorce, even his best mood would be ruined. Molly didn't notice his expression and headed straight into the hospital room. Some things had to be brought up after all. Maybe it was more decent for her to do so. He had once given her warmth and rescued her from the abyss, but for the sake of her grandmother, Molly had to cut off these ties. Lana Lewis slept for a day and a night, and she stayed by her side for the same amount of time. The sunlight filtered in, shining on Molly's eyelids. As she woke up, she found herself looking at a gentle, smiling face. If you're tired, just keep sleeping. Molly blushed. Mom, what did you call me? Lana Lewis's face sank. Molly's heart trembled as she asked softly, Mom? Nonsense. Who are you to call me Mom? I don't remember having a daughter like this. Lana Lewis's face was extremely displeased. Where's my son? She stretched her neck and looked outside. Seeing her reaction, Molly's heart sank. Mother-in-law's condition was not right. There was someone outside the door. Seeing her stretch her neck and quietly walked in. It was Isabel who had been waiting outside for an unknown amount of time. Aunt. Isabel walked up timidly. Although Lana Lewis disliked her, she still decided to come and apologize. Even if Lana continued to dislike her, she had to show her kind side to Michael Gallagher. Lana Lewis stared at her without moving. Isabel felt panicked, afraid that Lana would drive her away again. However, to her surprise, Lana actually waved her over. It's you. Come here. Let Aunt have a good look at you. Isabel was stunned. Although she thought Lana's attitude was a bit strange, she still nervously walked over. Molly frowned. Seeing her still standing there, Lana turned coldly to her. I don't need you to take care of me anymore. Get out. The stark contrast in her icy attitude made Isabel's eyes widen. Isabel glanced at Molly and smirked. Can't you understand what Aunt is saying? She's telling you to leave. Although Isabel didn't know why Lana Lewis suddenly changed her attitude, she was happy to see someone get humiliated at that moment. Molly Walker could see there was no goodwill in Lana's gaze. Her heart tightened. This mother-in-law was no longer the woman she knew before. Lana stopped looking at her, gently patted Isabel's hand, and said with a smile, You and Xavier are getting engaged soon. If you need anything, just tell Auntie. Don't be shy. Xavier? Isabel lifted her head in disbelief. She wanted to say that Xavier was already dead, but Lana's tender expression and warm touch filled her with longing. She hesitated whether to tell Lana the truth. Only then did Molly realize that Lana's memory was faulty. She turned around to call for a doctor, only to bump into someone's chest. The familiar scent filled her nostrils, and as she was stunned, the man in front of her pushed her away. Michael Gallagher's cold face showed no emotion, but his eyes seemed a bit bewildered when they met hers. Just then, Lana's surprised voice came. Xavier, you're here? Michael furrowed his eyebrows. Molly whispered, Mom's memory is faulty. After saying that, Molly walked out of the door with long strides, taking one last look as she left. Her mother-in-law was laughing heartily, something she had never seen before. So, her mother-in-law's emotional knot had always been the eldest heir of the Gallagher family, Xavier Gallagher. After finishing the checkup, the doctor called them aside. The patient is having memory issues, which are rare and might be due to interference from other illnesses. How long can her memory recover? Michael asked. Before the doctor could answer, Isabel interrupted. Why does it need to recover? Michael, don't you think Auntie is happy now? Do you really want her to regain her memory and face pain again? The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Michael frowned and looked at the doctor. The doctor nodded. The young lady is right. Mood is important. If the memory loss isn't severe, it can gradually recover with time. There's no need to force her to remember. Under Isabel's hopeful gaze, Michael's throat moved and said expressionlessly, So be it. Isabel smiled, warmly holding Michael's hand. By the way, Annie said she wants a new caregiver. She then added with emphasis, Michael, you don't know yet. Annie has forgotten Miss Walker. Isabel couldn't help but smile at the corners of her lips. After hearing it, Michael looked at her. Molly's lips curled in a smile, revealing no emotion. Isabel said again, Michael, I want to take care of Annie personally. I don't trust the caregivers. Thinking of her own grandmother, Molly blurted out without thinking, No way. She knew how painful it was to care for someone like her. A pampered heiress like Isabel could never take good care of her mother-in-law, and she had a prior record. What if she harmed her mother-in-law again? She couldn't give Isabel any chance. She looked at Michael. I advise you to think clearly. Isabel can't take care of her. What do you mean, Molly? You don't want to get close to Auntie again, do you? The last person she wants to see now is you. If you rush back, aren't you deliberately making Auntie uncomfortable? Isabel spoke sincerely, but she was afraid that if Molly took care of her mother-in-law, Lana's memory would recover. Molly still wanted to say something when Michael interrupted her. You go rest first. I'll take care of the rest. He knew she hadn't slept all night and wanted her to rest. Molly's breathing stopped, and she swallowed the words on the tip of her tongue. When she looked down at the ground and came back to her senses, they had already left. Molly stood in the hospital corridor for a long time until someone patted her shoulder. Miss Walker. A pleasant male voice reached her ears. Molly turned her head, saw Joshua Thompson, and her face broke into a smile. What are you doing here? On my way for work. Joshua hid the items in his bag behind him, handing her an invitation. There's a banquet in a few days. My father's birthday party. Do you want to go? His peach blossom eyes narrowed, and he laughed playfully. Since you've already divorced, don't cling to the past. Maybe you'll find someone you like at the banquet. Molly took the invitation. It was thick and obviously made of special material. She had long heard about the entrance requirements for the Thompson family's banquets. Many people couldn't get in, and the Thompson family limited the number of guests, even offering live streaming and scalper tickets. The Thompsons were the richest family, so their banquets were always extraordinary. I've heard there's a threshold for your banquets. Won't my presence break the rules? She played with the invitation in her hand, smiling playfully. Joshua reluctantly smiled. There is a threshold, but you're my friend and you're qualified. Thinking of how he ruined his own image just to get her out of trouble, Molly felt warm inside. He could indeed be called a friend now. Then I'll accept the invitation. Since it's Uncle's birthday party, I'll definitely be there on time. Seeing her agree to attend, Joshua breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know why, but he really wanted to introduce her to his family. Joshua had just sent the stuff into the hospital today, and it would take at least a week for the results to come. Although it could be expedited, he chose the normal process in order not to attract attention. Many people were watching the Thompsons' every move. How his sister had gone missing was still not settled, and he didn't want any more accidents. He didn't tell anyone else about it. If she were indeed his sister, his parents would undoubtedly react when they saw her. By the way, I heard you were adopted? His words caught Molly off guard, but she nodded. My grandmother found me in a garbage dump. How old were you when she found you? What were you wearing, and were there any other personal items? Joshua's questions were abrupt, one after another. Seeing Molly's confused face, Joshua quickly added, I'm sorry. I got too excited. It's just that my sister went missing too, so I might be overly concerned about others in the same situation. So that's why. Molly smiled softly. She always wondered why Joshua was so warm-hearted towards her. It turned out that it was because she reminded him of his sister. How enviable that girl was to have such a good brother. From what my grandmother told me, I was found wearing only a piece of cloth. If she hadn't found me by chance, I would have either starved or frozen to death. It's different from your sister's case. I was abandoned by my biological parents. She mentioned the word abandoned lightly, but filled with sadness. Joshua's heart ached upon hearing it. He only wanted to ask about the details, not realizing he had touched a wound. Joshua forced a smile and said hesitantly, Actually, you can try searching for your family. Maybe they had their reasons. Molly gave a bitter smile. Maybe. If it weren't for her grandmother's dying wish, she wouldn't have even thought about looking for her birth family. After all, being abandoned next to a trash bin meant that whoever left her there didn't expect her to survive. If you need my help, just say so. We've also been looking for my sister for years, so we are more familiar with the process and connections than an ordinary family. Joshua Thompson's eyes held a hint of laughter, his tone seemingly relaxed. But there was an underlying melancholy. What a difference there is between different families that have lost a child. Molly even wished that she was the one who got lost from the Thompson family, but the chance of that was practically zero. Miss Thompson, the fourth young lady of the Thompson family, couldn't possibly be found beside a trash bin. If I need help, I'll definitely ask you for it. Molly didn't refuse Joshua's offer. After all, once she makes up her mind to find her family, she might need help in the future. In Lana Lewis's hospital room, Isabel Richardson, the accompanying caregiver, had a worried look on her face. She had been taking care of Lana with all her heart, but soon realized that it wasn't that simple. Being a caregiver was exhausting. Not only did she have to serve tea and water, but she also had to clean up all of Lana's toiletries. She had the urge to ask Michael Gallagher to hire a professional caregiver instead. She picked up her cell phone, intending to send a message to Michael, but received a text instead. Miss Richardson, the results of your investigation are ready. Isabel's irritation instantly vanished. The results she had been waiting for so long had finally arrived. She had seen Joshua Thompson with a briefcase several times at the hospital recently. Driven by curiosity, she had hired a top detective to investigate. Although it had cost her a six-figure deposit, the results were finally in. Let me guess, did Molly get pregnant? She couldn't think of any other reason why Joshua would visit the hospital so frequently. The only possibility was that Molly was pregnant. Pregnant? The person on the other end of the phone sounded confused and quickly denied it. No, she's not pregnant. Not pregnant? Isabel's eyes widened. She had been almost certain, but it turned out she was wrong. If it's not a pregnancy, then what is it? With frequent visits to the hospital carrying a briefcase, she couldn't think of any other reasons. It's a DNA test results. Joshua Thompson requested it from this hospital. It's the DNA test results. What did you say? Isabel's mind went blank. Her grip on her phone loosened, nearly dropping it. Miss Richardson, my investigation found out that Joshua Thompson took a DNA test. After the confirmation, Isabel fell silent. Who did Joshua Thompson take the DNA test with? We can't find that out. Joshua purposely kept it a secret, and the hospital is very good at keeping confidential information. My informant only told me it was a DNA test result. We couldn't find out anything else. A DNA test. Has the missing Thompson family's daughter been found? If so, it wouldn't have anything to do with Molly. The truth was, this investigation result had disappointed her. If Molly was carrying Joshua's baby, then Michael wouldn't care so much about her. After all, no one would want to be an instant father. Keep investigating and inform me as soon as you have results. It would be best to find out who else was involved in the test. If the fourth young lady had really been found, she would need to make a phone call to Jillian Thompson. This would certainly be big news. Of course, she would sell this information to Jillian of the Thompson family. She found Jillian's number and immediately dialed it. Hey, Jillian, your third brother has found someone and is doing a DNA test now. Do you think it's possible that your fourth miss was found? How many times have I told you not to call me Jillian? An impatient voice came from the other end. They've done so many tests every year and been disappointed every time. There's no need to report this kind of thing to me. I'm having dinner with my mentor, so don't make this kind of call anymore. Gee, little Jillian, but this time, Joshua seems very confident. I think it might be for real this time. So what if it is? Even if that person really comes back, my father and brothers still love me the most. Instead of gossiping about me, you should solve your own problems. I heard about your scandals abroad. Didn't you say you could handle Michael Gallagher? How come my third brother ended up handling it in the end? Isabel's face flushed, turning red with anger. That's all Joshua's nonsense. Anyway, I don't care about any of this. In the future, there's no need to report baseless gossip to me. Jillian hung up the phone, making no effort to be polite. Isabel was so angry, she nearly smashed her phone on the ground. What's so great about an adopted daughter? Jillian's name carried the Thompson family's expectations for the fourth miss, which was why she didn't like her name. But Isabel looked down on her and refused to change the way she addressed her. What angered her the most was that even though Jillian was adopted, she was deeply loved by the Thompson family. Isabel had to suppress her anger. Moreover, the Richardson and Thompson families were about to enter into a major collaboration. Once this cooperation was successful, the Richardson family's strength would increase, and by then, if she married Michael, no one could say anything. Thinking about this, she suppressed her rising anger. The next day, Molly stood outside the Gallagher family's villa with her household registration and other documents, waiting for Michael Gallagher. Today was the day of their divorce. Inside the villa, Michael Gallagher hung up the phone and turned to see Molly walking over. She was holding a document bag and walked briskly. Thinking of her relationship with Joshua, Michael felt agitated and unconsciously opened his work phone. His assistant had sent a message. Mr. Gallagher, the people opposing you in the company are the same group that supported Elijah Gallagher. Elijah Gallagher was his cousin who had always had his eyes on the Gallagher family's business. Those people were always waiting for an opportunity to take advantage of his mistakes. The rumors Joshua had spread had obviously had an effect. Michael closed his phone. He knew that Molly was waiting for him outside. If they got their divorce certificate, Molly would be completely free and likely to fall into Joshua's arms next. Just thinking of her being intimate with someone like that made a surge of anger rise in his heart. He was annoyed at being manipulated, and even more annoyed that she had proposed a divorce. He closed his phone, mischievously lying down on the bed, closing his eyes, intending to sleep it off like that. However, after a while, an alarm sounded throughout the room. Immediately after, thick smoke billowed into the room from outside. Molly was standing outside the villa, unable to get through to Michael Gallagher on the phone. Not until an alarm and cries for help came from inside the house. There was a fire. Molly shuddered and quickly looked at the people inside the villa. She rushed into the house and grabbed an aunt who was running out. Is Michael Gallagher upstairs? She remembered that Michael was terrified of fire and wouldn't even enter the kitchen. If there was a fire in the house, he wouldn't be able to get out. The woman, desperate to escape, thought for a moment and quickly nodded. Mr. Gallagher is upstairs. Let's get out of here. The fire is too big. Thick smoke billowed, obscuring the ground. Everyone was running out. If Michael Gallagher was not afraid of fire, he would definitely be able to run out. But Michael Gallagher had a natural fear of fire. Once a fire broke out, it was difficult for him to escape. Molly Walker grabbed a nearby tablecloth, dipped it in the fish tank, draped it over her body, and rushed upstairs. Smelling the familiar smoke, Michael Gallagher stood at the door without moving. His feet seemed to be nailed to the floor as he saw a tall figure rushing in through a daze. The man anxiously grabbed his head. Michael, Michael. The man dragged him out. Michael Gallagher closed his eyes. His throat was hoarse as he softly called a name. Molly Walker's body stiffened. As she had guessed, Michael Gallagher couldn't move when he saw the fire. This was his hidden weakness, no matter what he was doing at the time. If he saw fire and felt the thick smoke, he would quickly lose consciousness, as if entering another world. She discovered his hidden weakness during an accident. It was his first time driving her to the Gallagher family's villa. On the way, a car caught fire, and Michael Gallagher driving immediately froze, even forgetting to hit the brakes. If it hadn't been for her grabbing the steering wheel and crashing into the bushes on the side, both of them might have died. From that day on, she found that Michael Gallagher never entered the kitchen and deliberately avoided anything related to fire. Although she was curious, she never asked, for fear of being despised by Michael Gallagher. But she always remembered that Michael Gallagher was afraid of fire. At this moment, Michael Gallagher's eyes were closed, but his body was convulsing. With the thick smoke billowing, her eyes were stinging with tears. Molly Walker gritted her teeth and dragged his body out. One step, another step. From the room to the staircase, she used all her strength. Michael Gallagher, hang in there. Cough, cough. By Michael Gallagher's ear, she shouted, Michael Gallagher, if something happens to you, all your property will be mine. These words made Michael Gallagher's eyelids flutter. Seeing that it worked, Molly continued to provoke him. When that happens, I'll take your money. Enjoy gourmet meals and drinks, support handsome young men, and reach the pinnacle of life. She quickly said all of that in one breath, and then continued to cover her mouth with a towel. Finally, Michael Gallagher's tightly closed eyes opened, and he coughed. You dare. Her rosy lips lifted. It turned out he cared about these things. Thus, being unable to move when seeing fire was a psychological issue. As long as he was stimulated, he could overcome it. Her eyes flickered. She patted his leg. Can you stand? His leg burned inexplicably from her touch. Michael Gallagher frowned, lifted his leg slightly, but still couldn't move. He pushed her away and said softly, You go quickly, don't worry about me. Molly looked outside. The entire first floor was shrouded in smoke. She couldn't even see the door, let alone escape. Furniture lay in disarray on the ground, blocking the way. There's no way out, Molly said with a desperate smile. Michael Gallagher, I'm not going to die with you, am I? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have saved you. Michael Gallagher's eyes opened wide at her sarcastic and cold mockery. The man's eyes appeared faintly red, and his gaze was ice-cold, filled with foggy light. She spoke cruel words, but the mockery on her face didn't show any fear. She was beautiful, but her subtlety on ordinary days had concealed her beauty. Perhaps he had never truly seen her, just as he thought she would be timid, but he never expected her to save him. He remembered that she was always outside the room and didn't have to come in. Ever since that incident, he had been afraid of fire. In the fire, he couldn't feel the heat, but he felt cold all over. The doctor said it was a psychological problem. Perhaps one day it would get better, or perhaps it would never improve. But Molly Walker's appearance ignited a small spark in his heart, bringing warmth to his body. The sound of a fire alarm horn resounded outside the house, and the rescue team finally arrived. Summoning strength from an unknown source, he forced himself to stand up with her help. I won't let you die. Fighting the fear inside, he lifted his stiff legs and walked forward. Just when Molly Walker breathed a sigh of relief, they heard a crash and the crystal chandelier on the ceiling began to fall one by one. In the high heat, the crystal chandelier had become scorching hot, and each falling piece hit them, causing both burns and pain. Michael Gallagher pulled her into his arms, letting out a muffled groan as he shielded her from the debris. The man's embrace was warm, steady, but akin to a tree struggling to support itself. "Michael Gallagher, can you stand up? Can you walk?" No one responded. Suddenly, the weight on her increased. "Michael Gallagher." Molly held on to him, only to see his unconscious, tightly shut eyes. Molly pulled him forward, sweat and thick smoke blurring her vision, but she had only one goal: to take Michael farther, as far as she could. After what felt like an eternity, a hint of brightness finally entered the dark room. Someone rushed in. "There are people. There are still people. Save them." Molly smiled. They were finally saved. From the ambulance to the hospital, Molly remained conscious, clearly hearing others call her foolish. "I heard she went in after the fact, just to save someone." "How foolish. Mr. Gallagher doesn't even love her." "Yeah, how foolish," Molly Walker. Unable to express her feelings, she closed her eyes in self-mockery. Finally, darkness took her. She dreamed of her college days when she was just one of Michael's sponsored students. After graduating, her jewelry designs had won awards abroad, and she declined offers from well-known foreign companies to work as a small designer for the Gallagher Company as gratitude for their 4-year sponsorship. Back then, the Gallagher family's designs were average, and she faced discrimination from others in the company. It was Michael who casually helped her, and she used her abilities to elevate the company's design department to new heights. From then on, he became her light. When she woke up from her dream, it was morning and no one was around. Only a nurse was checking on her. Molly sat up, telling the nurse, "I want to be discharged." The doctor strongly advised her to stay in the hospital, but no matter how much she thought about it, she didn't want to remain there. The hospital atmosphere was suffocating, constantly reminding her of her grandmother's passing. The cause of the fire at the Gallagher family's villa was still under investigation. Michael Gallagher was out of danger, but still unconscious. Isabel Richardson stayed by his side without moving, and even the news reported that Isabel was Michael's savior. Not wanting to see the obviously fabricated news, Molly turned off her cell phone, hailed a taxi, and arrived at the Thompson family's estate. The Thompson family's estate was vast, and it took half an hour to walk from the entrance to the residence. The Gallagher family had a similarly large estate, but it was farther from downtown and not as big. The Thompson family really was wealthy and powerful. Molly picked up her phone to call Joshua Thompson. "You're here?" Having seen the news, Joshua's tone became solemn. "Didn't I tell you not to come? I'm fine now, and since I promised you I'd come, I'll keep my word." She hoped he would do the same. Joshua sighed. "Don't worry, I'll take care of the Richardson family's issues, just like I promised. Now, since you're here, just stay still and I'll come get you." "Okay." After hanging up, Molly stood still on the spot. A group of people passed by her, dressed as servants, hurriedly running. They seemed to be the Thompson family servants, anxiously looking for something as they ran. "The lady has run off. We have to find her. Where should we look in such a big place? If Mr. Thompson finds out, we're done for." These people were anxiously rushing around, and a few even started crying. Seeing Molly standing there, they hurriedly approached and asked, "Miss, have you seen a woman in a red dress, around 50 years old?" The one asking was a young woman, her eyes reddened, and there was a slight tremble in her shoulders. It was unclear if it was out of worry or fear. Molly shook her head. The young woman cried and continued her search elsewhere. She remembered reading gossip news that Mrs. Thompson had some mental issues since her daughter went missing and needed many people to take care and guard her. She never thought that such dramatic gossip news could be true. Mrs. Thompson was quite pitiful. There's no greater sorrow in the world than losing a child. It was said that Mrs. Thompson loved her daughter dearly and insisted on having a daughter, having given birth to 3 boys first before finally having her. However, before she could enjoy her family life, her child was gone. Thinking of this, Molly's heart felt heavy. Hopefully, nothing would happen to Mrs. Thompson, who was so attached to her daughter. In the hospital, Michael Gallagher slowly woke up. Isabel Richardson, who had been by his side, choked up upon seeing him wake. "Michael, you're awake." Michael immediately asked, "How is she?" "Who?" Isabel hadn't caught on. "Molly." Isabel pretended to suddenly realize and quickly said, She's fine. She insisted on being discharged from the hospital. It seems she's going to the Thompson family to meet the parents. Upon hearing meet the parents, Michael's lips tightened. Isabel observed his expression carefully. Her close friend had told her that Molly was attending the Thompson family banquet. She added fuel to the fire. Michael, if she insists on being with Joshua Thompson, we should bless her. Bless. Michael sneered, his strong jawline revealing anger. He could bless her, but not with her and Joshua Thompson being together. Seeing him angry, Isabel quickly held his hand affectionately and said she wanted to see us married soon. The dates at the beginning of next month are fine. Michael, will you marry me? Isabel felt both apprehensive and expectant. Michael had promised to take good care of her, and now he's divorced. Lana also agreed. Everything was perfect for marriage. However, under her expectant gaze, Michael silently pulled his hand away. Michael looked at her steadily, his deep eyes seemingly able to see through her heart. Michael, Isabel gripped her clothes nervously. Don't you want Aunt to be happy? She really wants to see us get married. Does she want you to marry Michael Gallagher or Xavier Gallagher? Isabel froze, her face turned from pale to red, then darkened. At our wedding, will everyone call me Michael or Xavier? You're not afraid of anything going wrong at the wedding? A deep voice came from the man's throat, playful in tone, but with a hint of sarcasm. Isabel had already thought about this. She smiled sweetly. We don't need a big wedding, just a few close friends. If everything is well arranged, Aunt won't notice these things. Michael's eyes darkened, the deep voice filled with mockery. Mom treats me as my brother. Do you want me to be him too? No, Michael, Isabel quickly stood up. I've been in love with you all these years. How could I take you for Xavier? Let's put this matter aside for now. Michael's eyes drooped, glancing at the time displayed on the cell phone, subconsciously getting off the bed. Michael, don't get up. The doctor said you still need to rest. Isabel hastily tried to stop him, her large, teary eyes filled with pity. Michael Gallagher pursed his lips, his gaze falling on his leg, and couldn't help but think of the scene when Molly Walker had rushed into the flames to rescue him. Her words back then must have been said just to provoke him. Touching the spot where she had made contact, a warm current welled up in his heart. Seeing him struggle to get up, Isabel's tears finally fell, large pearls that slid down her cheeks. She cried as she hugged Michael. Are you going to find her now? Michael, she's not even considering her own health to go see Joshua Thompson. Can't you just stand idly by? Stand idly by. His back tensed up, and his fingers clenched into fists. He could let her go, even wish her well, but he couldn't just watch her walk into a fire. From the moment Molly had rushed into the blaze to save him, he had already been unable to stand idly by. Molly followed Joshua Thompson as he led her into the estate villa. This time, she was not Miss Gallagher, just Molly Walker. I will introduce you to my family later. Family. That word sounded a bit strange. She didn't think much of it and simply handed him the bag in her hand. This is the birthday gift for your uncle. Joshua picked up the bag and peered inside, but it was wrapped tightly, and he couldn't see what it was. With a teasing smile, he said, I'll go call them so you can give it to him later. After saying that, he ran off, his footsteps light and seemingly eager. It was she who became nervous while waiting. The Thompson family was the richest in the city with assets that ranked nationally. She hadn't expected Joshua to be so enthusiastic about introducing her to his family. Who was she? She was just a small-time designer. How could she presume to meet his elders? The more she thought about it, the more inappropriate it seemed. So Molly got up to chase Joshua down, only to bump into someone. Ouch! Wine splashed, and the girl in the purple dress appraised Molly for a few moments. She was someone she'd never seen before. She was a frequent attendee at various banquets, and she had seen all kinds of ladies and misses before. There were very few she didn't know. Seeing that Molly was beautiful but unfamiliar, she immediately judged that her background couldn't be significant and might even be a small-time internet celebrity who had sneaked in. Miss, you ruined my dress. She pointed at her waist without any hesitance, her voice shrill. Remember to pay me after the banquet. It's only a high-end model, about $300,000. Molly glanced at the dress, finding it familiar. She had one exactly the same, But it wasn't a high-end model. It was just a regular model from a certain brand that cost $20,000 when it was new. $300,000 was a sky-high asking price. Moreover, it was clearly the girl who had bumped into her. Molly smiled beautifully, a sight to behold. "Miss, if I remember correctly, you were the one who bumped into me, right?" "I bumped into you? Are you blind?" The girl in the purple dress suddenly flew into a rage, splashing the remaining wine in her glass onto Molly's clothes. "If you can't afford it, then enjoy this glass of red wine with me." Molly's waist was tightly wrapped in a red dress. The curves were seductive. Red wine splashed on her, like a dark flower blooming at her waist. The commotion here did not escape the attention of others, and onlookers gathered around. "Oh, Lucy Thompson, your dress is ruined." A sharp voice chimed in, the person holding a fan, seemingly ignoring Molly Walker and only staring at the girl in the purple dress. Lucy Thompson saw Molly's dress stained with red wine too, and with a smirk, she nonchalantly put the wine glass aside. "If she can't afford to compensate for my dress, then I can only repay her in kind." Only then did the fan-holding girl look Molly in the eye and, upon seeing her dress, narrowed her eyes. Her dress? What's wrong with her dress? Could it be even more expensive than mine? Lucy Thompson scoffed. As a Thompson cousin, she would always receive respect from others outside. Whatever price she claimed for her dress, people generally paid her because of her connection with the Thompson family. She was just an internet celebrity, after all. What harm would it do if she bullied her? The fangirl kept silent, not voicing her thoughts that the dress was indeed more expensive than her own outdated one. Lucy Thompson played with her painted nails and saw Molly turning to walk away. Thinking she was fleeing, she intended to ridicule her when she saw Molly return. This time, she was holding a glass of red wine. Under everyone's watchful gazes, Molly unceremoniously splashed the wine onto Lucy Thompson's dress. Small stains turned into large ones. Molly's sharp eyes swept over and, with a cold and clear voice, she said, "Miss Thompson, you're right. If I can't afford to pay, I should repay in kind. My dress is far more expensive than yours." Lucy Thompson was left standing there, soaked in wine. Not to mention her, all the others present were shocked as well. "Miss, do you know who she is?" The fangirl opened her mouth slightly. "Her last name is Thompson." Here, anyone with the last name Thompson was related to Daniel Thompson. The mere mention of the surname was enough to make people cower. And in front of them, what had the pretty girl in the red dress done? She had dared to splash wine on someone else. This was the Thompson family's territory. "Oh, is the last name Thompson so remarkable?" Molly didn't back down. "There must be a lot of people with the last name Thompson in the world, right? So, can they just splash wine on others and cheat people out of their money?" Lucy Thompson jumped up as if someone had burnt her tail. "When did I cheat you out of money?" Molly's beautiful lips curled into a sarcastic smile. "You said the dress you're wearing is a high-end model, worth $15,000. She looked around mockingly, her eyes catching the onlookers, diverting their attention to Lucy Thompson. She gently brushed her hair from her forehead, smiling with charm and indifference. $15,000? The fangirl couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lucy Thompson's face turned green. Those who came here today were not ordinary people. They had sharp eyes and could easily spot the price of the dress on her body. Indeed, her outfit was not a high-end model, and $15,000 was an exaggerated figure, but she never expected Molly to point it out directly. "I think this young lady's dress looks like a certain brand's high-end model. It must be quite expensive," the fangirl said, grinning as she looked at Molly. Lucy Thompson also looked over. Previously, she thought Molly's dress looked familiar, but she automatically ignored her identity and assumed she was wearing a knockoff. Now, with others pointing it out, Lucy Thompson's face immediately turned ugly. Molly didn't respond. She wasn't in a good position right now and didn't want to draw attention. However, in a crowded place, there were always sharp-eyed people. "I remember now. She's Michael Gallagher's ex-wife." The words Michael Gallagher's ex-wife lit up like a flame in the crowd. Who is Michael Gallagher? There were probably very few girls in the city who didn't want to marry him. Rich, talented, and a rising star. Not only was he handsome, but he was also extremely charismatic. This charisma was not about how powerful he was now, but rather because of how formidable he once was. After the eldest son of the Gallagher family passed away, Michael suddenly changed, taking over the family business and solidifying the Gallagher family's position among the 5 prominent families, his charm undiminished. Even though there were rumors of Michael's subtle relationship with Joshua Thompson a while ago, it still didn't stop some women from fantasizing about him. It wasn't surprising for such an amazing man to have men in his life, but having a woman was surprising. They all wanted to see what kind of woman could get Michael Gallagher to marry. Molly Walker immediately felt the burning gazes upon her. "I'm sorry. It turns out you're Mr. Gallagher's ex-wife." Lucy Thompson seemed to have changed her attitude, but her words were still impolite. "No wonder you're so confident, but it's a pity. It seems Mr. Gallagher doesn't like you." Everyone knew that Michael Gallagher didn't like her, which became her dark spot. Molly's rosy lips curled into a mocking smile. "Why is everyone here?" Joshua Thompson walked over with a gloomy mood. His mom had disappeared, his brother and father had no interest in meeting Molly, so he could only find another opportunity. He glanced at Molly with an anxious gaze, quickly noticing the large wine stain on her dress, and his face turned cold. "Who did this?" The scene instantly quieted down. "Cousin." Lucy Thompson's arrogance diminished, and she whispered softly. Joshua Thompson looked over with a raised eyebrow. "Who are you?" Lucy Thompson's face turned pale. Although her last name was Thompson, she and Joshua were distant relatives. Joshua was arrogant and had high self-esteem, so it was normal for him not to remember her. But his retort in front of so many people was quite embarrassing. Joshua Thompson glanced at the stain, which happened to be at her waist, and was annoyed by the curious glances from the surrounding men. He knew men's thoughts and what they were thinking about. He walked up to Molly, took off the suit he was wearing, and handed it to her. "Put it on." Seeing that she wasn't moving, Joshua Thompson put it on her without further ado. The crowd almost screamed at the show. Wasn't Joshua Thompson rumored to be in that kind of relationship with Michael Gallagher? Why is he suddenly caring so much about his wife now? Lucy Thompson was even more confused. Before she could figure it out, Joshua Thompson looked at her and questioned, "Was it you?" He saw the wine stain on Lucy's body too. Lucy Thompson hesitated. "She spilled it on me first." Joshua Thompson didn't bother listening to her explanation and asked Molly instead, "How do you want to get even?" Lucy Thompson was scared into shedding tears. "Cousin, she bullied me first." "Stop calling me cousin." "Who's your cousin?" Joshua Thompson's eyes were filled with resentment. His guests had been wronged in front of him, which infuriated him. "Apologize to her." Lucy Thompson's face turned red with anger. "If you can't say it, then kneel down and kowtow." These words scared Lucy Thompson into trembling. The surrounding people saw Joshua Thompson getting serious and unconsciously stepped back, afraid of provoking this infamous devil. Just as the situation was becoming tense, a gentle voice cut in, "Joshua, this is Uncle Jared's cousin." His voice was like a spring, soothing and calming the restless minds. The man wore gold-rimmed glasses, had delicate features, and a gentle smile. The most distinctive feature was his hair, long and curly, casually tied behind his head, elegant and handsome. This was the eldest son of the Thompson family, Damian Thompson. Seeing Damian Thompson, Lucy Thompson finally broke into a smile. She quickly walked to Damian's side. "Cousin Damian." Damian nodded and walked gracefully to Molly Walker's side. "Miss Gallagher, in order to prevent catching a cold, it's better to change your clothes first. Please rest assured, we will definitely give you an explanation." He motioned to the waiter who had been standing by, and the waiter respectfully and politely approached Molly. With Damian's gentle attitude, Molly glanced at her clothes and followed the waiter away. After Molly left, Joshua Thompson was unwilling to let the matter go. He hung his arm around his brother's shoulder, looking at him. "How do you plan to explain this to her?" "Joshua, we can't make a big fuss about this for Uncle Jared's sake." He planned to deal with it lightly. This was well within Joshua's expectations. Their father had a strong sense of family and protected the Thompson family. As their father said, since they carried the Thompson name, they had to take care of their own. That included the relatives with less than capable minds. "I don't care how you handle it, but Molly can't be wronged," Joshua declared. Damian looked slightly surprised. "It's the first time I've seen you so protective of a girl." "Brother, Joshua said mysteriously as he leaned in closer. Haven't you noticed that she's different from other girls? Different? Damien furrowed his brows and involuntarily thought about the gossip he and Michael Gallagher had stirred up recently. He knew his younger brother was nothing like what the news portrayed. He originally intended to suppress the news, but Joshua stopped him. This was intentional, to protect the girl called Molly. In Joshua's expectant gaze, Damien said teasingly, aside from being prettier, there's nothing special about her. Joshua let out a disappointed TSK. It seemed that only he and his aunt, who had lived together for a while, remembered what his aunt looked like. Everyone else had long forgotten her face. Joshua, you can play around however you want, but stay away from Michael Gallagher's woman, Damien warned. Joshua's expression was indifferent as he nonchalantly explained, I see Molly as a sister, nothing more. Damien laughed softly, the words of a womanizer. Think what you want. Joshua rolled his eyes at him. I'm going to check on her. Molly was led by the servant to a room not far away. It was a dressing room, filled with numerous clothes. This is the dressing room of our fifth young lady, Miss Jillian Thompson. There are many unworn clothes here, and Mr. Thompson said you may choose any you like. The servant led her in. As expected, all the clothes were brand new. The fifth young lady she mentioned was, indeed, the adopted daughter of the Thompson family, Jillian Thompson. Even a simple dressing room had so many clothes, which showed how much the Thompson family spoiled their adopted daughter. Molly felt a bit envious. Miss Walker, since Mr. Thompson has spoken, please feel free to choose. I'll wait for you outside. The servant saw her hesitating and thought she was too shy to proceed. After the servant left, Molly glanced at the hanging clothes and immediately noticed a very familiar dress. It was exactly the same as the dress she was wearing. She picked it up to look at it, and even the size was the same. What a coincidence. She pulled back the curtain nearby, intending to change her clothes, but suddenly saw someone. It was a woman, her body hunched over, and her head buried in her arms. While Molly hesitated, the woman suddenly lifted her head. For a moment, as their eyes met, Molly was stunned. The woman's black eyes were dark and clear, her delicate skin showed no wrinkles, her features were exquisite and beautiful. Without closer inspection, she could be mistaken for a celebrity. The beautiful woman rushed towards her. Molly Walker was just about to step back when she saw the woman smile at her, calling, Ivy. Ivy, come to Mommy. The woman's eyes were incredibly bright, and her smile was warm and sincere, effortlessly stopping Molly in her tracks. Then, a hand wrapped around her neck, and the woman's voice was tender. Ivy, how did you know Mommy was here? This time playing hide and seek, you win. The woman reached out her other hand and patted Molly's head. A warm current flowed through her heart. She had already guessed the identity of this middle-aged woman. It was Daniel Thompson's wife and Joshua Thompson's mother, Amanda Leaford. The Ivy she was referring to was naturally the missing fourth daughter of the Thompson family, Ivy Thompson. Perhaps due to her mental health issues, Amanda seemed carefree and well taken care of, her age seemingly frozen at 40. It was said that Amanda Leaford's maternal relatives were very wealthy. In her youth, she was stunning, even famous as a supporting actress in a popular TV series. If it weren't for her family's objections and subsequent departure from the entertainment industry, she might have become a classic celebrity. Looking at this gentle and beautiful woman holding her, Molly felt warmth fill her desolate heart. Having never experienced maternal love, her heart thumped wildly, and she even fantasized about what it would be like to be her daughter. Such a beautiful woman, with an outstanding husband and son, contracted this illness before enjoying her later years. If Molly were indeed Amanda's daughter, she might have been able to heal some of her pain. Unfortunately, she was just an abandoned child, not blessed as Ivy Thompson. She forced herself back to reality. Aunt, I'm not your Ivy. I'm Molly. Amanda immediately shook her head. How could that be? You're my Ivy. Seeing her persistence, Molly didn't argue further. She found the servant and handed Amanda over to her. The servant looked overjoyed when she saw Amanda. Ma'am, so you're here. She gratefully said to Molly, Miss Walker, thank you. You're welcome. Molly felt some goodwill toward this polite servant. As the servant was leaving with Amanda, Amanda looked back at Molly reluctantly, Then we'll see you tomorrow. Molly smiled and nodded. Okay. The servant's eyes widened in surprise. When did ma'am become so close to Miss Walker? After changing her clothes, Molly saw Joshua Thompson standing at the door. Why don't you change into something else? Joshua looked her up and down. This outfit is nice and comfortable. Joshua nodded, his beautiful peach blossom eyes squinting. The identification result would take a week, and he was getting impatient. He wanted his mom to meet Molly and see her reaction. Unexpectedly, his mom had disappeared. He once saw news about a mother with mental disorders who miraculously recovered after meeting her lost daughter. He didn't believe in miracles, but the absence of an answer made him desperate to try. A servant ran over and said to Joshua, third successor, Mr. Thompson asks you to come over. They found ma'am. Found her? Joshua's eyes lit up, and he quickly grabbed Molly's hand. Come on, I'll take you somewhere. Before Molly could pull her hand away, Joshua led her straight into someone. The man was dressed in a black shirt, dress pants, almost blending into the darkness. Yet, his tall and straight figure, beautifully delicate features, and the cold aura surrounding him made him as dazzling as a rose in the night. Joshua Thompson, where are you planning to take my wife? The man's deep eyes were bloodshot, his lips pursed tightly, suppressing his rage. Michael Gallagher's presence caught Molly Walker off guard for a moment. She thought that no matter what, he should be staying in the hospital for a few days. But how did he end up here so quickly? Seeing Michael's gaze fall on the hand she held with Joshua Thompson, Molly instinctively let go of Joshua's hand. Joshua could clearly see the anger on Michael's face. He slowly curled up the corner of his mouth and said, Mr. Gallagher, weren't you injured? Why wouldn't you stay in the hospital a little longer? Michael didn't look at him. He quickly walked over to Molly and asked, The doctor said you left before finishing your examination? Yes, I'm fine. Physical injuries were easy to heal, but heartbreak was difficult to remedy. It surprised her that Michael came here. Could it be just to remind her to get a checkup? Her underplaying the situation did not put Michael at ease. I will take you to the hospital to get a full-body checkup. His voice was low, his tone decisive, leaving no room for discussion. After a moment of silence, Molly said to Joshua, I'll be going first. I will come again next time to take a look at the stuff you showed me. She remembered something and added, I left Uncle's gift in the dressing room. Please make sure to give it to him. Michael pressed his lips together, his gaze becoming heavier. No wonder Isabel Richardson said that Molly and Joshua were meeting parents. It really looked like such a scenario. However, he arrived just in time. Obviously, this meeting was still not successful. The thought of Molly marrying Joshua made his brow ache. Joshua found amusement in the obvious pressure Michael was under and looked at him carelessly. Is the girl fond of him because she listens to what he says? What's there to like about a man who forgets his loyalties? He laughed unabashedly and loudly, said sarcastically, Our family's doctor is no worse than those in the big hospitals. I'll call him, and he can run a full-body examination on you later. No need for the trouble. Michael walked over, instinctively putting his arm around Molly's shoulder. It's getting dark. She needs to rest. We didn't forget Uncle's birthday gift. We've already sent it over. We'll welcome him some other time. Let's go. The area on Molly's shoulder where he placed his hand was burning hot. Wait. Joshua stopped them. There is still something I need to tell you. Molly knew he was talking about Lucy Thompson. Seeing the curious crowd around them, Molly quickly responded, It's a small matter. No need to explain it, especially on my behalf. It was just a personal grudge between her and Lucy. It wasn't for anyone in the Thompson family to explain. However, it seemed like Joshua was adamant on keeping her around today and wanted to explain to her. Molly looked at Michael, silent, then at the delicate beads of sweat on his forehead. She realized he probably couldn't hold out for much longer. He would have sustained significant injuries on his back from shielding her from the falling crystal chandelier. Listen, Joshua, I have things to do. I'll be heading out. She left as if fleeing. Seeing her like this, Joshua didn't try to keep her. When the test results come out, everything will be clear. He didn't have any right to hold her back now. Once the results came in, if she really turned out to be his sister, the first thing he would do is to beat up Michael. She left hurriedly. Michael followed her. When they finally stepped outside, discarding the lavish banquet behind, It was just the two of them under the evening breeze. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Before Michael could say something, Molly said in a low voice, "Let's go back to the hospital." This time, Michael obediently followed her. Seeing the black Maybach parked on the side, Molly walked over and opened the door. There was someone in the back seat. "Michael." Molly's face stiffened. "Why are you here?" Michael didn't expect Isabel to be there as well. "I was worried about your injury." Isabel spoke with a gentle and soft voice. Molly gave a light laugh, dismissively closing the door. "You guys go ahead. Miss Walker, you can come too." Isabel Richardson courteously invited her. "And you won't be embarrassed to share a space with me?" Didn't expect her to be so straightforward. Isabel Richardson's face instantly showed a hint of embarrassment. She turned and left. Perhaps he was afraid that if Molly Walker and Isabel stayed together, they might fight. Michael didn't forcefully make Molly get into the car. Molly Walker stepped aside, watching the Maybach leave, a mocking smile playing at the corners of her mouth. As expected, his first love is the most important. Just as her sarcastic laughter sounded, Michael's voice came from beside her again. "You're laughing so happily. What are you thinking about?" Molly Walker looked back in surprise. "You didn't leave? Since I came to pick you up, how could I leave you alone here?" He looked in the direction of the departing car, squinting his eyes. The driver took his words and drove Isabel away. "We have a car, but instead we stand here enjoying the breeze." Molly Walker couldn't define her feelings. She mumbled while scanning her surroundings, but noticed that the banquet hadn't ended and there weren't many people left. Only security was patrolling around. The distance from here to the exit of the mansion was far. It was not practical to walk. Perhaps he heard her thoughts. She saw a shared electric vehicle under a tree. These electric vehicles could be seen everywhere in this city. "Can you ride this?" Molly Walker pointed at the vehicle. Michael squinted his eyes. He did not know how, but he thought that this vehicle should be easy to operate, so he nodded. "Then we'll have to make do with this." Molly Walker walked over, scanned the code, and gestured him to get on. After a moment of hesitation, Michael got onto it. Molly Walker was glad that it was a two-person electric vehicle. She sat behind. Holding the corner of his clothes, she cheerfully said, "Okay, let's go." 1 second, 2 seconds. Half a minute passed, and the vehicle was still still. "What's wrong?" Molly Walker's eyes widened. "Michael Gallagher, don't tell me you don't even know how to operate an electric vehicle." Michael Gallagher stiffened. Indeed, he didn't know how. The vehicle looked small, but he didn't know why there were so many buttons. "Forget it. Let me do it." She made him get off the vehicle and she got on. Michael's tall figure had to be confined to the back seat. "Hold tight." After she finished these words, she twisted the throttle, and the vehicle rushed forward. The wind blew her long hair, brushing it against his face. Her hair carried a light fragrance, lingering at the tip of his nose, deepening his gaze. "Michael Gallagher." Her voice came from the wind. The faint voice, even mixed with the wind, seemed gentle. "Can we get a divorce tomorrow?" Molly Walker thought he hadn't heard her, so she repeated it. Michael didn't respond. His eyes filled with coldness. He took Molly, who met his parents, away, but she still wanted to be with Joshua Thompson. "Hey, Michael Gallagher, don't tell me you don't want a divorce now?" Not hearing his voice, Molly teased. "What if I say I don't?" Michael asked. Molly's hand that was on the throttle swerved, and they almost fell off. Molly quickly steadied her throttle, her heart pounding wildly. "What a disgraceful heart. He didn't even like you. Why are you pounding so fast? Even if you don't want to, it won't make a difference." She gritted her teeth, reminding him, and also herself, "Do you forget what you told me on our wedding night?" On their wedding night, he told her that he couldn't give her any feelings. Apart from money and status, he couldn't give her anything else. She had hoped and begged for it, and it was 3 years in a blink of an eye. Isabel sat in the car, watching the trees and traffic receding, tears streaming down her eyes. Michael. She was left behind. For some reason, since Joshua appeared, she felt things had taken a strange turn. Molly's grandmother's death had indeed pushed Molly to take the initiative to quit, but Michael had changed and started to care for Molly. No, she couldn't let this continue. She dialed a number. "Lucy, didn't I tell you to come up with a way to embarrass her?" Why did she come out so confidently? After a pause, an angry reply came. You tell me, why didn't you mention her relationship with my cousin Damien? Do you know that today, it was almost me who was humiliated? What happened? Lucy recounted everything that happened today. Joshua Thompson again? Isabel was furious. Originally, she had planned to use Lucy to embarrass Molly, so that even if Molly ended up with Michael, she would have lost face. But unexpectedly, this instead benefited Molly greatly. Lucy, are you okay? I never thought Molly would resort to such despicable means. She even bewitched Joshua. To be honest, I didn't know about her relationship with him. The new high-end model from the Spencer family just arrived this season. I'll send it to you tomorrow. This time it was indeed my mistake. Isabel hastily pretended to be weak and begged for mercy. Lucy didn't doubt her. We've been friends for so many years, I believe you. Just rest assured, Damien still sides with me. He said he would take care of it. Damien Thompson? Isabel smirked. I didn't expect Damien to be so protective of you. I'm his cousin. Who is Molly? Just an outsider with no background. Damien knows who matters more. Hearing this, Isabel finally felt relieved. She had been worried that, after divorcing Michael, Molly would really marry Joshua. But considering Damien's attitude, he probably wouldn't let Molly enter the Thompson family's door. Isabel, don't worry. If we fail this time, there's always a next time. I won't let her slip through my fingers. Lucy gritted her teeth in hatred. When it came to mischief, Isabel admitted she wasn't even 1/5 as skillful as Lucy. It seemed that this time wasn't completely fruitless. At least she gained an ally. Let's head to the hospital. Isabel thought of Lana. Some things she couldn't do herself. Molly drove Michael to the entrance of the mansion and asked him to get out of the car. Just as she prepared to leave him behind, he seemed to know what she was about to do and quickly grabbed the car door handle. You want to leave me behind? Michael's face was as dark as charcoal. Caught red-handed, Molly's face turned red. Ever since Michael mentioned not wanting a divorce, she drove to the mansion as fast as possible. She initially planned to go to the hospital with him, but now she wanted to part ways with him as soon as she left the mansion. Michael's behavior today was somewhat strange. Seeing his gloomy face, she immediately thought of a possibility. Michael, you're not planning to offer yourself, are you? She only saved him out of human kindness. He wouldn't be so morally depraved as to. Seeing her horrified look further confirmed the suspicion in Michael's heart. At first, it was just a test. She almost abandoned the car, and her unwilling face expressed the problem. She was determined to divorce. If he forcibly refuses to divorce, she might end up seeking revenge. His deep eyes stared at her closely, his furrowed brows relaxing at the last moment. He spoke in a hoarse, emotionless voice. Don't worry, we'll divorce. That's good. Molly patted her chest, as if she had let out a great sigh of relief. Michael pursed his lips, a sudden heavy feeling pressing down on his chest. He wanted to protect her. If possible, she could live under his wings for a lifetime. The Gallagher family could afford to take care of her. But if she wanted to be with the person she loved, he could only let go. She was right. He had given up on her on their wedding night. His throat was painfully dry, his clothing at the back soaked, as if something had dampened it. The wound was getting more painful. He gritted his teeth and squeezed a few words through them. See you at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow. Okay. In Molly's smile, there was a kind of ease she had never experienced before. Perhaps by saving him once, letting go was more relaxed. Should I go now? Molly pointed to the small electric car. As expected, the man in front of her willingly took a few steps back. Just as she was about to start the car, she heard a bang behind her. Michael had fainted. Molly quickly stopped the car and helped him up, preparing to perform first aid. But when her hand touched his back, it was wet and sticky with a fishy smell. Blood. She immediately remembered that the injury on his back was from protecting her from the falling crystal chandelier. Michael was taken back to the previous hospital. This time, the doctor gave a firm order that he could not leave. How did the family take care of him? His burn hasn't healed, and now his wound has worsened. It's easy for an infection to threaten his life. Molly clenched her lip, accepting the doctor's accusation. She didn't know why Michael had insisted on coming out with the wound. Was it for her? Was he afraid she might be bullied in Thompson family's home? How could that be? He couldn't be that kind. They were about to divorce. Doctor, please save him at all costs. Seeing the doctor frowning, Molly had a bad feeling. The doctor waved his hand helplessly. I've seen disobedient patients before, but this is the first time I've met someone who doesn't care about their own life. I can only do my best in this situation, but everything else is up to fate. The doctor's words left Molly rooted to the spot. She had seen Michael acting like nothing was wrong and assumed that his injury wasn't serious, but it had already reached this level of severity. Doctor, please do whatever you can. With a loud slap, a hand fiercely hit her face, interrupting her words. Molly, you witch. If it weren't for you, Michael would have been sent to the hospital already. Isabel cried, tears streaming down her face. Please let him go. Others may want money in a divorce, but you're asking for his life. The pain on her face brought Molly back to her senses. She looked at Isabel, her head pounding. As Isabel prepared to slap her a second time, Molly caught her hand. I will take responsibility for what I have done, but it's not your place to teach me a lesson. Isabel didn't care, reaching out with her other hand to slap her, only to get slapped back by Molly. Isabel was stunned. The entire corridor filled with onlookers fell silent. Not far away, Joshua and Damien, carrying a fruit basket, were walking in their direction. Seeing this scene, they involuntarily stopped in their tracks. Joshua Thompson was about to step forward, but was stopped by Damien Thompson. On what grounds are you qualified to help? Damien's tone was calm, yet extremely cold. Joshua Thompson stopped in his tracks, his gaze fixed tightly on Isabel Richardson, as if as long as Isabel touched the woman in front of her, he would be able to devour Isabel whole. Seeing his younger brother hold in his emotions, Damien pulled back his hand and looked at the upright woman not far away. She was still wearing that red dress, enchantingly dazzling, facing Isabel without the slightest fear, and it was unknown where her courage had come from. Isabel had never been slapped before, let alone in front of so many people. She wanted to slap back, but the woman in front of her seemed to know exactly what she was about to do and quickly turned and left. Molly Walker, stay right there. Isabel was furious, and with strength summoned from somewhere within, she caught up and grabbed the strap of Molly Walker's long dress. With a single pull, the dress would fall off. Isabel smirked wickedly and fiercely tugged back, only to have a hand suddenly press down on her. Enraged, Isabel looked up and locked eyes with Joshua's face. He disdainfully pried her hand away, his eyes filled with danger. Miss Richardson, you're educated after all. How could you even think of doing such a thing? Isabel shrugged off his hand. So, you're worried about her, are you? A dangerous curve formed on Joshua's lips as they lifted. Is a second-hand item worth the attention of the third son of the Thompson family? Second-hand? Joshua smiled and grabbed her chin. You're talking about yourself, aren't you? Miss Richardson is so charming. I don't mind making you a third-hand item. He then cast a wicked glance at her vital parts. Isabel's face flushed red. Joshua's posture with her was flirtatious, attracting the gaze of passers-by. His actions seemed gentle, but he was forceful, and soon, the taste of blood filled her mouth. The man in front of her was a demon. Fear suddenly flashed in Isabel's eyes. Molly Walker hadn't gone far. Seeing Joshua come out to help again, she simply stood aside and watched. He was willing to help her, and she would accept it. She could repay this favor. A voice called out to her. Miss Walker. Molly Walker saw the fruit basket and other gifts in his hand. I heard that Miss Lewis is sick, and my family asked me to come and visit. Can Miss Walker take me to see her? Damien Thompson was very polite, but his words left no room for refusal. Since he had come to this floor, it was impossible for him not to know Michael Gallagher's mother's hospital room number. Molly Walker took a glance at the emergency room, which would probably not open for a while. She nodded her head and walked forward, with Damien Thompson following closely behind. Miss Walker, what exactly is your relationship with my brother? Molly Walker stopped in her tracks. As she met Damien's brown eyes under his gold-rimmed glasses, Molly knew he had misunderstood. We are just friends. Not wanting her relationship with Joshua to be misunderstood, she explained, pure friends? You can ask him if you don't believe me. If Joshua had any feelings for her, even a little, she wouldn't be so close to him. That was also the reason why she dared to get close to Joshua. Miss Walker, do you know that he almost messed up the cooperation with the Richardson family because of you? Molly Walker pursed her lips and said nothing. Joshua had indeed taken action, but this was just the beginning. Seeing her unchanged expression, Damien quickly guessed that she had known about this. Although Joshua had always disliked Isabel, the resentment hadn't reached the point of messing up the cooperation. Even if he was rebellious and willful in major matters, he would never be ambiguous. If it wasn't for a necessary reason, he wouldn't do such a thing. Today, seeing Molly Walker confront Isabel, he quickly guessed the reason. Joshua was doing all this for Molly's sake. Joshua has always been loyal, but he has never gone this far for any friend. Having a scandal with Michael Gallagher, causing trouble at the cooperation meeting, all this absurdity was for her. Even Damien, who had a good temper, began to doubt at this moment. To treat someone like this, if not for love, then what could it be? Family? Miss Walker, as far as I know, you haven't completed the divorce proceedings with Michael Gallagher. Damien's tone softened. Once you complete the divorce, it's not too late to be friends with Joshua. With things said to this point, everything was clear. She regarded Joshua as a good friend and didn't want his family to misunderstand their relationship. Please rest assured, from now on, I will keep my distance from him. Joshua had done what he said, and their transaction had also ended. Seeing her show understanding, Damien also told her some good news. Our cooperation with the Richardson family cannot continue, and we will work with other families for that piece of land. Molly Walker smiled. As long as Isabel's family did not join forces with the Thompson family, she had nothing to fear. However, there's one thing I'd like to remind you of. Damien Thompson didn't want to meddle, but seeing her smile, he couldn't help but say more. The Richardson family isn't easy to deal with. Their grandfather's generation came to power through crime. Although now there is a nationwide crackdown, families like the Richardsons, which had considerable strength in the early days, would surely have other backup plans. The Thompson family wasn't afraid, but once Molly Walker divorced Michael Gallagher, she would likely become a target for the Richardson family to manipulate. It was said that every successor of the Richardson family had blood on their hands. Not to mention that kind of upbringing. Damien Thompson thought of something, frowned, and seemed to feel a little uncomfortable. Thank you for the reminder. Molly Walker smiled and didn't take it to heart. Since Isabel had caused the death of her grandmother, she and the Richardson family were already enemies. The Richardson family members weren't nice people, otherwise, they wouldn't have raised someone like Isabel. Taking Damien Thompson to her mother-in-law's hospital room, Molly Walker returned to the emergency room just in time to see the door open. Michael Gallagher was pushed out. Isabel rushed forward and hurriedly asked, "How is he?" Molly Walker stood aside and watched as the young doctor took off his mask. With a slender figure, he was clearly young and not the one from before. There is no immediate danger to his life. The specifics will depend on the treatment in the coming days. As long as there is no infection in the wound, there shouldn't be any major problems. This voice. Molly Walker suddenly looked up at him. Noticing her gaze, the young doctor smiled slightly. "Is there anything else you would like to ask?" Molly Walker tightened her fingers and slowly lowered her eyes. This man was the doctor who had talked with Isabel last time. She wouldn't be mistaken. At the time, Michael Gallagher was present, and she hadn't heard the entire conversation, but even just hearing part of it, the seed of suspicion was planted. This man knew Isabel and said he would help her hide something. What could require a doctor's secrecy? The answer seemed evident. Molly Walker clenched her teeth, suppressing the raging beast at the bottom of her heart. Just then, the doctor suddenly looked at her. "That's right. I remember you are the family member of Lana Lewis, room 666 patient. Her results have come out too." He quickly entered the office next door and took out the diagnosis book and handed it to Molly Walker. When Molly saw the words malignant tumor, her eyebrows tightened, and her heart sank heavily. She was holding the results and walked towards Michael Gallagher's hospital room. Michael had already woken up, but his face looked pale. Molly clenched the diagnosis book, and Michael looked at her and said, "Give it to me. I can handle it." Although he was already aware of the results, after reading the diagnosis book, he still went silent for a long time. Molly wanted to say something comforting, but she didn't know where to start. Without experiencing others' suffering, don't try to persuade them to be better, especially when she had experienced it herself. For this kind of result, no outsider's persuasion would be useful, especially when facing other people with a forced smile. I'll leave for a while. Call for me if you need anything. Now, Michael needed more peace and quiet. However, the other person, Isabel Richardson, apparently didn't have this realization and was sitting next to Michael without any intention of leaving. From a distance, Molly could still hear Isabel's coy persuasion. Aunt can't be stimulated anymore. After leaving, she went straight to the doctor's office. There were some things she needed to ask for clarification. The doctor was writing something on a piece of paper. Hearing her knock, he gently raised his head and looked up into a pair of clear, beautiful eyes. Molly saw the name on his badge, Jake Smith. I'm sorry to bother you, but I have some questions for Dr. Leaford. Her voice was languid and pleasant, but her gaze was clear and sharp. Jake Smith pondered for a moment and said softly, "Come in and ask. My grandmother has been in this hospital for half a year, and I know all the doctors here. Why haven't I seen Dr. Smith before? I went abroad for further studies and just returned recently." "Oh." Molly clenched her fingers, her nails digging deep into her flesh. "Do you know Isabel Richardson?" Jake Smith glanced at her deeply, his eyes ambiguous. Molly smiled faintly, her eyes slightly raised at the corners, showing a sharp edge and aggressiveness. She had heard what was said at that time clearly. What was he trying to help Isabel hide? Time slowly passed, and Jake Smith finally spoke. His voice was soft and steady. "I know her, but we're not close. What do you think, Dr. Smith, about the possibility of a cancer patient suddenly dying in a hospital, not because of their illness, but because their heart was stimulated, and coincidentally the surveillance has broken? Is this incident likely to be man-made?" Jake Smith seemed to be caught off guard by her question, and his expression was somewhat astonished. Soon he calmed down. "The risk of human intervention is significant. No one dares to do such a thing in a hospital. Miss Walker, did you perhaps misunderstand something?" He spoke unhurriedly, and no flaw could be seen on his slender face. From the moment he said he was not close with Isabel, Molly knew that she couldn't get any information from him. "You're right. It's indeed a significant risk for one person to do such a thing. But what if it were multiple people? What if there was an accomplice?" Molly's expression was indifferent. Even if Jake Leaford did not admit it, she was already half convinced. At least she found a breakthrough in her grandmother's case. In Michael Gallagher's hospital room, Michael was holding the phone, listening to his assistant's report. "Mr. Gallagher, why did you stop me from investigating the relationship between Mrs. Gallagher and the third son of the Thompson family? The investigation was halfway through, and there was going to be a breakthrough soon. No need to investigate any further." Thinking about Molly's resistance, Michael's voice was indifferent. Since it was all voluntary for her, he should try to let her go. "So you're really thinking of getting a divorce?" The assistant sighed. "Actually, your wife is quite nice. One look at the wife, and it's clear she's a virtuous woman who would make a much better partner than Miss Richardson. If the lady really ends up with the third son of the Thompson family, it would be like a beautiful flower being inserted in. Keep an eye on the Richardson family's movements and send some people to protect her. As for the rest, you don't need to interfere." "Understood." Michael Gallagher hung up the phone, thinking about the Richardson family's methods, and had a bad feeling. Samuel Richardson was now in control of the Richardson family, and his tactics were notoriously brutal. He wanted to protect Isabel, but didn't want to see Molly Walker get hurt either. Meanwhile, in the underground parking lot, Joshua Thompson was reluctantly pushed into the car by Damian Thompson. "You can go back yourself. Why do you have to take me with you?" Joshua Thompson was furious, kicking the car door hard, leaving an instant footprint on it. People passing by saw his decisive kick and couldn't help but feel sympathetic. This car was a limited edition worldwide. "Taking you with me is to prevent you from causing trouble. There are so many reporters outside waiting for you. Do you want to be on tomorrow's front page?" Damian Thompson's cunning smile was like that of a sly fox. Joshua Thompson sat in the car, crossed his arms, and sneered. "I haven't been scared of any headlines before. What makes you think I'd be scared of this?" "Damian Thompson, what did you say to her when you called her aside?" Joshua Thompson narrowed his eyes. Damian Thompson told the truth. I told her to stay away from you. Joshua Thompson. Brother. Joshua Thompson called him so seriously for the first time. She looks like Aunt. What did you say? Damian Thompson's smile gradually disappeared. Joshua Thompson repeated, do you remember? When Ivy was born, she looked very much like our aunt when she was a child. Everyone thought she would grow up to be as beautiful as Aunt. His words pulled Damian Thompson's memory back to 20 years ago. Indeed, many people said that when their sister was just born. Although Joshua Thompson was only slightly over a year old at that time, he surprisingly remembered the incident very clearly. Even if she looks like Aunt, it doesn't prove anything. With so many people in the world, it's not hard to find two people who look alike. Don't forget, we searched all of Sunnydale and Ivy couldn't possibly still be in Sunnydale. Among all of us, only I spent the most time with Aunt. Molly Walker looks exactly like Aunt when she was young. You think that's a coincidence? Joshua Thompson scoffed. I knew you wouldn't believe it. I just hope you don't get slapped in the face later on. Over the years, countless people have come forward claiming to be their lost sister, but none of them gave him the feeling that Molly Walker did. Blood relations are hard to be sure of, but from the first time he saw Molly Walker, he felt a sense of familiarity. He was certain that Molly Walker must be Ivy. Fortunately, Joshua only had brotherly affection towards Molly, without any messy romantic feelings. Seeing him so confident, Damian Thompson hesitated about whether to tell the other truth. Joshua, Molly Walker cannot be Ivy. Damian Thompson took out a file from the side of the car and handed it to him, but our sister is indeed coming back. Joshua Thompson frowned as he took the file, flipping through it and saw photos of a short-haired girl, smiling brightly and confidently. Below the photos was this girl's profile. Damian Thompson gently introduced, she's Gabriel's classmate from abroad. Gabriel found out she looked like our father and investigated her identity. This girl, whether it's her birth date or other aspects, matches Ivy. After carefully observing the girl's features, Joshua agrees that her nose and eyes resemble their father's. He handed the file back to Damian Thompson. What are the chances? Damian Thompson smiled easily. 80%. That confident? Joshua Thompson pursed his lips, feeling a mix of disappointment and joy in his heart. Is everything just a misunderstanding? Aren't you disappointed about Molly? Having his thoughts unveiled, Joshua Thompson just laughed casually. What's there to be disappointed about? Can't I still treat her as my sister even if she isn't? It had become a routine to look out for Molly lately. He had already made up his mind that if Molly was not Ivy, he would still treat her as his sister. Damian Thompson was well aware of his thoughts. Dad won't allow it, and Jillian will get upset too. Upon hearing Jillian Thompson, Joshua smirked mischievously. If I take Molly as my sister and not you guys, then if she gets mad at this, won't she be even madder when Ivy comes back? He had no idea that this remark would indeed turn out to be prophetic. In the middle of their conversation, they entered the mansion along with their vehicle. Upon walking into the hall, they immediately noticed the sight of Daniel Thompson, who was seated in the center with his back to them. Dressed in a traditional tunic suit, Daniel Thompson, seated on a revolving chair, turned around. His black and white hair fashioned into a pompadour, still revealing the handsome features from his youth even though he was already past his prime. Dad. Daniel Thompson glanced at Joshua with a somber expression. Joshua, what exactly is your relationship with that Molly? He was aware of yesterday's events at the banquet, as well as the fact that Joshua had ruined the collaboration between both families. A simple inquiry had uncovered the root of the matter. Again with this. Knowing that it was hard to deal with his father's concerns, Joshua Thompson decided not to offer much explanation, but instead confronted him matter-of-factly. I want to treat her as my sister. Daniel Thompson tensed up. Just because of this? Joshua shrugged. Well, what do you expect? Do you really want me to marry her? As long as you don't mind the Gallagher family pointing at you and screaming, I guess it isn't a problem for me. You brat, what kind of nonsense are you talking about? Daniel Thompson cursed and angrily tossed the cup beside him at Joshua. You already have a sister. What do you need another one for? Jillian was adopted by you, not me. Since I lost my real sister, is it wrong for me to want another one? After hearing this, Daniel Thompson didn't utter a word for a while. The loss of their youngest daughter has always been a sore point for the Thompson family. He leaned back on his chair, momentarily appearing as if he had been drained of all his energy. You want to take her as your sister because she resembles your aunt. Isn't that? Joshua kept silent. Daniel merely snorted in disdain. I know your feelings for your aunt are deep since she did raise you for a few years, but that girl can't be Ivy. He had investigated Molly. Except for the slightly improved livelihood after marrying Michael Gallagher, her past life was one filled with trials and tribulations. Because she was orphaned, she was basically bullied by classmates from primary school to university. He had thoroughly dug into everything about Sunnydale City. If Molly was Ivy, what exactly had they been doing all these years? He did not want to admit it, nor did he want it to be true. Speaking of which, Daniel Thompson seemed to recall something and gave an order. Yesterday, your mother kept saying that she had seen Ivy and seemed to be mentally well. Investigate who the guests were yesterday and find out who came into contact with your mother. When he mentioned Amanda Leaford, Daniel Thompson's voice softened significantly. Ever since their daughter disappeared, Amanda's mental state had been erratic. Perhaps, once they find Ivy, Amanda's condition might improve. Yesterday's banquet had a fair number of attendees. He had no idea what happened to his wife. Their only course of action was to investigate the guests. Okay, Damian Thompson responded with a gentle nod. He was aware of this matter too. After finding his mother yesterday, her mood had noticeably improved. Joshua was mindlessly scrolling through his cell phone. Seeing that their conversation was over, he hastily got up to leave. Daniel Thompson stopped him. If you want her to be your sister, she should meet us. Invite her over for dinner tomorrow. Daniel Thompson's words surprised Joshua Thompson, who asked excitedly, Are you serious? So he agreed. Seeing Joshua's excitement, Daniel scoffed. I suppose the friend you wanted me to meet was her. You've set your heart on this one woman all these years. I'd like to see what makes her so special. Regardless of Daniel's intentions, Joshua couldn't help his lips from curling into a smile at the thought of his father meeting Molly Walker. Daniel interpreted this smile in his own way. If his youngest son truly had feelings for that girl, it could be trouble. Rather than wait until the situation became difficult, it would be better to nip it in the bud. In the hospital, beside Michael Gallagher's bed, Lana Lewis held the hands of Michael and Isabel Richardson, tears streaming down her face. My dear son, Molly, please, get married for good luck. Look at your injuries. Lana faltered, her eyes red and watery. Michael sighed wearily. It was an electrical short circuit that caused the fire. It was a simple accident. That's more reason to get married for good luck. Lana contracted her pupils at the mention of fire. She quickly hugged him close. You are my cherished son. Of my two sons, I love you the most. Listen to me. Consider marrying Isabel. Isabel Richardson looked anxiously at Michael Gallagher upon hearing these words. Michael's long lashes cast a shadow over his pale, tightly drawn lips. Lana continued, Your younger brother is less understanding than you. I wouldn't care if it were him. However, you're the heir to the Gallagher family. Only by marrying Isabel can you secure your position. Hearing Lana's favoritism, Isabel felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. Seeing the grim expression on Michael's face, she wished she could immediately silence Lana. She had only mentioned the concept of marrying for good luck to Lana. She hadn't expected Lana to reveal her partiality so blatantly. Xavier Gallagher was the most respected member of the Gallagher family and Lana's pride when he was alive. Isabel had to admit that someone like Xavier Gallagher indeed deserved to be the pride of his parents. A brilliant student who was polite and handsome, with a fair sense of justice, he was simply everyone's darling. Like Damian Thompson, the eldest son of the Thompson family, he was the talk of Sunnydale City. As for Michael of those times, apart from creating trouble and being good-looking, he barely had any merits. With Xavier's death, Michael turned overnight into a cold, ruthless heir of the Gallagher family. Still, in Lana's eyes, he remained the good-for-nothing Michael of days gone by. The memory-stricken Lana had room only for Xavier in her heart. Having known this brutal fact, Michael became more indifferent. In the past, he would have been hurt, but now he had become indifferent. As thoughts of his mother's diagnosis came to mind, Michael looked at Lana's expectant eyes. He swallowed the words he was about to say. No matter how scandalous the rumors about him and Isabel were, he never really considered marrying her. But his mother's time was running out, and his divorce with Molly was inevitable. If he couldn't marry the woman he loved, then it wouldn't matter who he married. A heavy weight seemed to settle in his heart, making the red veins in his eyes more prominent. His voice hoarse and suppressed, he said, "Give me some time to think." Hearing this, Isabel was so overjoyed that her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Michael brooded on the words. Perhaps. He had agreed. He was finally persuaded. Isabel Richardson's tinge of heartache for him at the bottom of her heart evaporated into joy. But to Lana Lewis, that statement was not pleasant to hear. "Xavier, you already proposed to Isabel, and the marriage is confirmed. What do you mean by saying you're still considering?" Isabel Richardson dared not to speak up. She had forgotten that Lana had mistaken Michael Gallagher for Xavier Gallagher. Fearing that Michael Gallagher would get angry and change his mind, Isabel intimately pulled Lana aside and said, "Aunt, Xavier has just narrowly escaped death. Let's give him some time to rest. The wedding can wait." When she uttered the words "Brother Xavier," Isabel noticeably paused. Her whole demeanor was unnatural. She didn't dare to meet Michael Gallagher's eyes. "Aunt, why don't I take you back to your hospital room first? I have something to talk to Brother Xavier privately." Now that her goal had been achieved, she was worried that Lana Lewis might say something else, so she took the initiative to suggest taking her away. Lana, worried about her older son, hesitated for a while. "I'm not comfortable leaving Xavier here alone. I will call Michael so he can come take care of his elder brother. It's much better than causing trouble at school all day." Saying this, she pulled out her cell phone to make a call. Isabel's heart rapidly pounded. She hurriedly looked at Michael Gallagher, who was frowning. His cell phone was right there. He had been using the same private number all these years. If the call went through, their cover would be blown. Isabel realized this as well. She was afraid that if Lana were to regain her memory, it would be a good thing. But if the cover was blown, all of their efforts would have been in vain. She resolved to stop Lana Lewis. Lana tried to unlock the cell phone but found it unrecognizable. "What kind of cell phone is this? Hers didn't look like this. Who put a cell phone in my pocket?" Lana angrily threw the cell phone aside. Isabel looked at the cell phone on the ground and slightly opened her mouth. With the rapid development of technology, it was normal for Lana Lewis, who had lost her memory, not to recognize a new model phone. Isabel approached and said, "Aunt, you don't need to call Michael. He has an exam coming up, and I'll take care of Xavier. You don't need to worry." Lana was silent for a moment, and hearing Isabel's words, she gave up on insisting anymore. "Then you take good care of Xavier. I'll go now." Only after she had left, Isabel dared to formally look at Michael Gallagher. Thinking of how she had just referred to him, Isabel apologized awkwardly. "Michael, I'm sorry for all the trouble. Thanks for playing along with this lie." After that, she secretly glanced at Michael Gallagher. Seeing that he didn't show any particular reaction, she let out a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to discuss the specific timing for their wedding with Michael Gallagher, her cell phone rang. She picked up her cell phone intending to hang up, but then she saw her father, Samuel Richardson's, name on the screen. Her father seldom called her. Upon answering, she was met by Samuel Richardson's icy voice. "Isabel, how did you offend the Thompson family? Didn't I tell you that we're currently in business negotiations with the Thompson family? I told you to build a good relationship with them." The accusations crashed over her like a wave, and with Michael Gallagher right next to her, she felt her face burning in humiliation and discomfort. "Dad, I remember. I've always got along well with the Thompson family. I've been thinking about what you told me. Last time when Jillian Thompson insulted me, I didn't retaliate. I've been giving way to anything related to the Thompson family. Dad, what's going on? Did something happen at home? Are you sure you haven't offended anyone from the Thompson family?" "I'm certain." "What about Joshua Thompson?" She found the source of the problem. Samuel Richardson snorted coldly. "You go to the Thompsons tomorrow to apologize to Joshua Thompson with a gift. Don't stop until he forgives you." "Why?" Isabel bit her lip as tears welled in her eyes. She could get along with anyone in the Thompson family, but Joshua Thompson had been at odds with her since childhood. It was hard for her to swallow her pride and apologize to him. "Dad, you know that Joshua and I have been mortal enemies since childhood. Even if I apologize to him, He won't only not give me a friendly face, but also ridicule me, she expressed. She could already imagine how Joshua Thompson would taunt her. Samuel Richardson thought about how Joshua had blatantly caused trouble at the meeting. This made him anxious and his tone sharp. During our discussions with the Thompson family, Joshua intentionally ruined the cooperation. What? Isabel's eyes widened, suddenly feeling a chill run down her spine. She and Joshua had despised each other since childhood, but Joshua had always been able to separate personal feelings from business and had never visited his anger on either family. This was why she dared to contend with him. Unexpectedly, this time, Joshua intentionally sabotaged the negotiation. This collaboration was vital. One could say that the success of the Richardson family's expansion after going public fully depended on the cooperation with the Thompson family. If she was indeed the one to mess it up, it wasn't just about whether her father would be scolded by the board of directors or not, but the entire operation of the company might face issues. For this cooperation with the Thompson family, their family had almost given up on all other collaborations. If the deal with the Thompsons fell through, the more Isabel thought about it, the more terrified she became. Isabel, don't let your dad down. After saying this, Samuel hung up. Isabel slumped into a chair, her face pale. What's wrong? Michael's words pulled Isabel back from her thoughts. She steadied her nerves and was about to share the incident with Michael, but she held back. She was the eldest daughter of the Richardson family, and she absolutely couldn't reveal her family's flaws in front of Michael. She didn't want Michael to think she wasn't good enough for him. It's nothing. My father was discussing some work issues with me, but they will be resolved soon. Is it just about apologizing to Joshua? As long as it ensures the continuation of the collaboration, then she would apologize. As long as she admits her mistake, surely Joshua wouldn't hold it against her anymore, right? Isabel thought. On the other end, after Samuel hung up, his assistant handed him new information from their investigation. This time, Joshua definitely did it on purpose, aiming to get revenge for his rumored girlfriend. Rumored girlfriend? Samuel took the document. When he saw Molly's name and her information, his face darkened. This woman named Molly is quite skillful. Not only was she Michael's wife, but she also had unclear ties with Joshua. Unfortunately, his naive daughter had managed to offend her. Joshua's actions were most likely done to get revenge for this woman. He was curious to meet this Molly now. Samuel lit a cigar and took a harsh puff. Get me this Molly, and remember, don't use violence. After a whole day of searching at her grandmother's house, Molly finally found a small box. When she opened the box, inside was a thin muslin handkerchief, along with 2 strands of hair wrapped in paper. Her grandmother was meticulous, thinking that perhaps her family would come looking for her one day. She had saved all her belongings, including the hair that was on her when she found her. She held them up to the light and noticed it was long hair, slightly yellowish. It probably belonged to a woman. The muslin was thin and small. It seemed like it had been casually picked up. In the frigid winter, the only thing accompanying her was this handkerchief. If her grandmother hadn't saved her, she would have lost her life in the underworld. Molly's eyes turned dry from looking. Her heart weighed down like it was chained. The person who abandoned her truly wished for her death. There was also a letter in the box, describing the details of when her grandmother picked her up. Although her grandmother was not well educated, she did not ask someone else to write it for her in order to protect her privacy. Instead, she looked up each word in the dictionary and described the details of when she found her clearly. Perhaps she had long expected to leave, so her grandmother had spared no effort to preserve all the information at that time. This was all her grandmother's hard work. Molly Walker shakily placed the handkerchief back in the box, steadied her mind for a moment, and walked out with the box. The noon sun was glaring, and the early autumn days were still swelteringly hot. Molly was about to search for directions on her cell phone when she saw a message from Joshua Thompson. Are you free? My father wants to meet you. Joshua Thompson seemed very happy, even sending a string of emojis after the message. Daniel Thompson wanted to meet her? Molly raised her eyebrows, not knowing what Joshua Thompson had said to Daniel Thompson, making him want to meet her. But she had promised Damian Thompson to stay away from Joshua Thompson. She needed to think of a reason to refuse. Molly held her cell phone, pondering, and when she looked up, she saw several men in black suits. The men in black suits saw her coming out and quickly approached her. "Are you Miss Walker?" The speaker was wearing sunglasses, his arms bare and displaying his strong physique. "Our general manager would like to invite you for tea." General manager? Molly examined them, and these men were burly and tall, looking like bodyguards. Hearing him mention the general manager, Molly immediately thought of Daniel Thompson. Just as Molly was about to refuse, these bodyguards immediately gestured for her to go with them, their expressions serious and their eyes fierce. "Miss Walker, there's no need to be afraid. Our general manager simply wants to invite you for tea, nothing more," the sunglasses-wearing bodyguard patiently repeated himself. After all, Daniel Thompson was the head of the Thompson family and probably wouldn't make things difficult for her. Molly thought about it for a few seconds and then nodded her head. "All right, you guys lead the way." The bodyguards escorted her into a black car, exchanged a glance with one another, and quickly closed the door. The car sped away from the alley, leaving a trail of exhaust. At this moment, a yellow Lamborghini drove in. Joshua Thompson chewed on gum and smoothly turned the steering wheel, brushing past the black car. In the hospital, Michael Gallagher was discussing his mother's medical treatment plan with the doctor when his phone suddenly rang. "Mr. Gallagher, it seems that the lady has been taken away by someone's car." Michael frowned. "Did you check the license plate number?" "We can't. It seems to be a new car. Also, it seems they knew we were following and deliberately shook us off." Michael's expression turned icy, and his face appeared to be covered with a layer of frost, especially cold. If they could find the license plate number, there probably wouldn't be a problem. But if it was a new car, this meant they were trying to deliberately avoid investigation. The assistant couldn't have made it any clearer. The other party was a powerful and resourceful person. He thought of the conversation between Isabel and Samuel Richardson today and had a guess in his heart. At this moment, Isabel came in with a cup of water. Michael asked, "Did your father mention Molly at all? What's going on?" Isabel put the cup to the side and asked nervously, "Why are you suddenly asking about my father?" "Molly has been taken away by a stranger's car." Isabel quickly said, "My father asked me about some business cooperation issues. I never mentioned Molly to him." "Michael, you were there when I was on the phone. Didn't you hear me talking? I didn't even mention Miss Walker. Since you told me not to tell my father about Molly last time, I haven't mentioned it to him. He doesn't even know you're married." But now, whether he knew or not was uncertain. Hearing that Molly was taken away, Isabel felt a surge of delight in her heart. No matter who took her away, it most likely wouldn't end well. If her father was angry, Molly Walker would definitely be in great danger. Her father's methods. When Isabel thought of the lessons Samuel Richardson used, she couldn't help but shiver all over. If he could be so ruthless to his own daughter, let alone others. Isabel lowered her eyes, and her peripheral vision fell on Michael Gallagher. Seeing that he wanted to leave again, she hurriedly called the doctor. The doctor and nurse came in and immediately held Michael down. "Mr. Gallagher, your wounds haven't healed yet. You can't leave." Last time Michael secretly left, which caused them to rescue him in the middle of the night, almost resulting in a loss of life. This time, they couldn't let the patient leave at any cost. "Michael, you stay in the hospital to recuperate. I'll go ask my father." "Don't worry. If my father took her away, I'll make sure she's okay." Seeing Isabel's determined look, Michael stopped what he was doing, his deep eyes darkening. Seeing that he was no longer struggling, Isabel stood up. She picked up her bag and walked out while making a call. "Hello, Dad. Is Miss Walker with you?" "No?" "Oh, I see." She hung up the phone and said to Michael, "My father said no, but I know you're worried. I'll go home and check now. If Miss Walker is there, I'll definitely bring her out." As she turned to leave, Michael called out to her, "Isabel." Isabel stood still, turned back and smiled. "Michael, is there anything else?" Michael nodded, his brows revealing a solemn tone. "If you bring her back to the hospital, I'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with her to get a divorce." Although he had signed the divorce agreement with Molly, they were not officially divorced. Isabel knew that his words were meant to reassure her. As long as she brought Molly back safely, he would then go through with the divorce. The next step, of course, would be to marry her. Isabel's heart raced. Initially, she just wanted to watch the drama unfold and pretend to help Michael. But now, She genuinely wanted to bring Molly out. Isabel hurried away, and Michael's gaze fell. On his cell phone was a chat window between him and his assistant. Molly, who was in the car, thought they would take her to the mansion, but they drove to an even more remote location. Was it necessary for Daniel Thompson to invite her for tea in such a faraway place? The more she thought about it, the more it felt wrong. Calmly holding the door handle, Molly softly asked, "Is Mr. Thompson in the suburbs?" The bodyguards did not answer her. Molly's heart sank. There was a bodyguard on either side of her, and their attitudes were not very respectful, making them seem more like they were monitoring her. Compared to their attitudes when they first asked her to get in the car, there was a subtle change. She felt the danger. No, she couldn't stay in the car any longer. "I'm getting a little carsick and want to get out for some fresh air." She forcefully pulled the door handle, her voice cold. Seeing that the bodyguard was unmoved, she desperately tried to turn the handle. With bang, bang sounds, she began to knock on the window. The dissatisfied bodyguards on both sides grabbed her hands. "Miss Walker, please be patient. We'll be there shortly." The voice was somewhat sly, and as they got closer, Molly could see even more clearly that the man's face was full of acne. Seeing that Molly was staring at him, the only man wearing sunglasses took off his glasses as well. "Miss Walker, are you so curious about my face?" When he took off his glasses, Molly finally saw his full appearance. On the man's acne-riddled face, there was a terrifying scar that stretched from the corner of his eye to the root of his nose. It wasn't obvious when he wore sunglasses, but as soon as he took them off, it was clear to see. When he laughed, the scar became even more pronounced, making him appear sinister and cunning. What made Miss Walker think that it was Daniel Thompson who invited her? Daniel Thompson. Who was he, and why would he invite her for tea? The man sneered as he reminded her. "It's our Mr. Richardson who's looking for you." Mr. Richardson? Samuel Richardson? Hearing this name, Molly furrowed her brows, and a bad premonition rose in her heart. Though the Richardson family was wealthy, there were many rumors about Samuel Richardson. It was said that Samuel Richardson had built his wealth from scratch, and he had been in and out of prison several times past his prime. Although it had been refuted, Samuel Richardson was notoriously brutal in his methods. The most famous incident was when, as a child, Isabel was chased by a male classmate who wanted to confess his love to her. That boy's hands were later cut off, and Samuel Richardson easily resolved the issue with money. From that moment on, nobody dared to bully Isabel again. Such examples and techniques were commonplace in the Richardson family. Although they would eventually confront the Richardson family, now was not the right time. "I'm sorry, I have things to do. I won't be having tea with you and Mr. Richardson today." Molly smiled and declined, but no one in the car listened to her. The destination was reached quickly. It was a villa far from the downtown area. Surrounded by mountains on all sides, it looked peaceful and idyllic, but nobody knew what happened within its walls. As the car slowly entered the villa, Molly took out her cell phone, only to find there was no signal after entering. There were messages from Joshua Thompson and Michael Gallagher on her phone. She had a look, and they were both asking her where she was, but she couldn't send a message now and couldn't reply. After getting out of the car, the two bodyguards stayed closely at her side, forcing her to walk forward. Entering the villa, a huge sofa was placed in the hall, and Samuel Richardson was seated on it, holding a cup of tea in his hand. Samuel Richardson was bald and wore a black vest with a shirt. On his arms was a coiled snake tattoo with its mouth wide open, as if swallowing everything outside. "Here she is." Samuel's face had a smile, but inexplicably sent chills down her spine. "Miss Walker, have a seat. Do you have a good relationship with Joshua Thompson?" Samuel's smile didn't change. Molly shook her head. "No. If your relationship isn't good, why did he ruin the cooperation between the two families for you?" "Miss Walker, I don't like people lying to me." Upon hearing his insinuating words, Molly's heart sank. Samuel Richardson was indeed not an ordinary man, as he had found out the reason for the ruined cooperation so quickly. But she was currently on his territory, and if she admitted it now, Samuel was capable of doing anything. It's not that she was unwilling to admit it, but she could not. "Mr. Richardson, I don't know what you're talking about." She steadied herself and pursed her lips. "I've only met Joshua Thompson a few times, And the cooperation you mentioned has nothing to do with me. Michael Gallagher's wife, Joshua Thompson's rumored girlfriend, Miss Walker, I never thought Isabel would offend someone as important as you. He lit a cigarette, took a puff, and slowly blew it out. There was a strange taste to the smoke, and Molly disdainfully leaned back. Samuel Richardson noticed her subtle movement and smiled meaningfully. He called in his bodyguard. Light one up for Miss Walker so she can have a taste. Molly's eyebrows knitted tightly. No need. I don't smoke. How can a young person not smoke? If you don't know how, then learn right now. The last few words seemed to be spat out through his teeth. Molly watched the mysterious cigarette, while her heart pounded. It wasn't that she was afraid of smoking, but she couldn't guess the composition of this cigarette of unknown origin. Since Samuel Richardson had found out the reason for the failed cooperation, today he would definitely force her to do something. Miss Walker, since Joshua ruined the cooperation for you, you must be able to help us get this cooperation back on track, right? This cooperation is significant for our entire Richardson family's future. We can't afford your revenge. I am willing to overlook the past, but you must make the Thompson family relent and continue working with us. Samuel Richardson's words allowed no dissent. The bodyguard lit a cigarette next to him. Smelling the cigarette, Molly Walker felt a little dizzy. Not good. There must be something wrong with this cigarette. Her mind racing 1,000 times a second, Molly clenched her lower lip, trying to stimulate herself to stay awake. She looked at Samuel Richardson and gritted her teeth. Mr. Richardson, you've misunderstood. The collapse of your negotiations with the Thompson family has nothing to do with me. I don't have that kind of power to help you secure a deal. Damian Thompson had said that it was already impossible for the Thompson family to cooperate with the Richardson family, which meant that the Thompson family had its own considerations. Miss Walker, are you saying you don't want to help? Samuel Richardson stood up, his face changing from clear to dark. He had already found out the reason for Joshua Thompson's sabotage of the cooperation and thought that the young girl would be scared enough to say anything. But unexpectedly, she was determined to be against the Richardson family. Miss Walker, you have no relatives, and Michael Gallagher is about to divorce you. The Gallagher family can't protect you, and it's unwise to oppose the Richardson family, he stated, trying to persuade her one last time. Molly sat on the sofa, her back straight, without saying a word. Her long hair was held up by a hairpin, and a few broken strands falling on her shoulders made her face even more delicate. Her features were outstanding, so it was no wonder that even Joshua Thompson had protected her. This girl had the capital. Pity that such capital would soon be destroyed. If the cooperation couldn't be achieved, he even had the heart to crush her to death. He, Samuel Richardson, had been proud all his life, and now was crushed by a little girl. Joshua Thompson sabotaged our cooperation for you. But if I cut off one of your hands, even Michael Gallagher won't be able to say anything, Samuel Richardson thought. In his opinion, Molly's biggest reliance at this time was Michael Gallagher. Joshua Thompson's attitude mattered little since she was destined not to enter the Thompson family's door, becoming at most a mistress of that Thompson's boy. Only by seeing the coffin would she shed tears. Samuel Richardson stood up and said to the bodyguard beside him, "Call them all in and have a good time with Miss Walker." The bodyguard nodded, turned, and walked out. The door opened, and 5 bodyguards, led by the scar-faced man, walked in grinning. As they walked, they threw off their upper body clothes and onto the ground. They hadn't had this kind of fun in a long time. Usually at this time, it meant not only good benefits but also a generous bonus. Samuel Richardson indeed knew how to destroy a person. When a girl loses her dignity and pride, she can only be at the mercy of others. Watching these people approaching her, Molly clenched her fists, pressed her tongue against her upper jaw, and stepped back slowly. About a kilometer away from the villa, a car was rushing towards the place. Isabel Richardson was sitting in the car, gripping the steering wheel with her fingers and stepping on the accelerator to the max with her foot. The trees outside the window moved at high speed, and the wheels spun quickly. Her mind was spinning rapidly as well. She knew her father's methods well. They might be dirty, but they were effective. Not only would the ruined girls never speak of it, but they would also beg their tormentors to keep it a secret. But recalling Michael Gallagher's promise, Isabel only wanted to save Molly quickly. Only then would Michael marry her in peace. If something happened to Molly, Michael might never divorce her. Isabel understood herself, and she understood Michael even better. Molly had a place in Michael's heart. What she had to do was nip this problem in the bud before Michael found out. Molly, I hope nothing happens to you, she thought. Unable to find Molly Walker and unable to reach her by phone, Joshua Thompson returned to his car. On the way back, he received a certain phone call. Looking at the caller ID, it turned out to be Michael Gallagher. Joshua raised his eyebrows, not hesitating to pick up the call. It's a rare occasion, Mr. Gallagher. I didn't think you would call me. In all these years, Michael had rarely initiated contact with him. But Michael wasn't in the mood to banter. He said coldly, Molly is in trouble. What did you say? Joshua slammed on the brakes and quickly pulled the car over. What happened? What's wrong with her? His anxious tone made Michael purse his lips, but this was not the time to dwell on it. The assistant had found Molly's whereabouts, and as expected, she'd been taken by Samuel Richardson. Michael wouldn't be afraid if someone else took her, but Samuel was a cruel, ruthless man who would do anything. Even though Isabel had gone to stop him, Michael still wasn't reassured. At that moment, Joshua came to mind. He hadn't expected that in the end, he'd have to ask for help from his ex-wife's lover. With a mocking smile, Michael's voice sounded like it had been run through an icehouse. Samuel took her away. I'm in the hospital now, and the doctor won't let me leave. I don't trust anyone else, so I have to leave this matter to you. Please protect her for me. These solemn words stirred a surge of anger in Joshua. Leave it to him? To protect Molly? Who was her husband after all? Are you out of your mind, Michael Gallagher? Who gave you the right to entrust her to me? Who am I to her, and who are you to her? Who is her husband? Fuming with anger, Joshua ordered someone to locate Samuel while cursing at Michael. So now you're so ill that you can't move? Michael Gallagher, even if your legs are broken, you should crawl your way to save her. Not waiting for Michael's response, Joshua hung up the phone angrily. Michael Gallagher was indeed unreliable. His own wife was in trouble, and he had to rely on another man to save her. Next time, Joshua would have to persuade Molly to divorce this kind of man as soon as possible. In the hospital, Michael silently watched the doctor who had just completed the examination leave the room. Ever since he'd asked the doctor if he could leave, the doctor seemed to have known his intentions and checked on him every 5 minutes. To escape, he'd have to seize those 5 minutes. Thankfully, the room was only on the second floor, with a tree nearby and a staircase below. When the doctor entered the room again, he found it empty. Dark-faced, the doctor asked the nurse standing guard outside, "Where is the patient from room 66? Not in there? I didn't see anyone come out." The doctor quickly looked out the window, and sure enough, it was open. The patient had run away again. Meanwhile, at the Richardson family's villa, Molly, bound and held captive, eyed the men approaching her, her mind racing to come up with a way to escape. The scar-faced man sneered, "I know what you're thinking. Don't waste your energy. In all these years, not a single woman has escaped. But you are the most beautiful woman I've ever seen." Molly felt panic rising within her, but her mind was incredibly clear. She had to think of a way out. "I know what you guys want to do." "Oh?" The scar-faced man laughed. "How do you want to play?" He approached her with the knife in hand. The cold blade barely brushed her skin, finally coming to a halt at her shoulder, where he lightly flicked it. A strap of her lingerie snapped. With deft movements, he sliced away at her clothes. He was toying with her clothing and with her. "I know I can't escape if I'm in your hands. To be honest, I've been wanting to try other men for a while now." Her words made the scar-faced man laugh. "I never thought Mr. Gallagher's woman would say something like this." "What? He didn't satisfy you after being married to him?" Let me be honest with you." Molly shook her head, full of regret. "Michael may look good, but he's not good in bed." The other bodyguards exchanged glances, thinking about the rumors between Michael and Joshua, and understanding dawned on their faces. With this news, the scar-faced man's expression turned strange as well. Originally, he wouldn't touch Michael Gallagher's woman, but she was just his ex-wife now. Moreover, the rumors between Michael and Joshua had led him to conclude that Michael didn't like her anymore. Not to mention, everyone in Sunnydale City probably thought the same. Their marriage was just for the sake of Joshua. Thinking like this, Molly seemed like quite a pitiful person. Seeing the men's sympathetic looks, Molly knew they believed her words. So she blinked, coaxing out a few tears of grievance. 3 years of marriage, her grievances were indeed real. The tears, too, were real. Molly choked back a sob. All these lonely days in an empty room after marriage have been so hard. You guys can relax. Let me go, and I won't struggle. I'll cooperate with you, but don't tell Michael afterward, okay? Molly's words left the men dumbfounded. If anyone else said this, they wouldn't believe them, but they believed her. After all, the recent news of Michael and Joshua's affairs had been all the rage. Plus, her words of lament didn't seem fake. Bro Sean, what do we do now? The other men looked toward the scar-faced man. If Molly struggled, they would, as usual, take turns punishing her. But now, this woman was willingly throwing herself at them. They weren't lacking women. They were just doing a job for Mr. Richardson. Samuel wanted to make her afraid. But now she not only wasn't scared, but she was inviting them fervently. Don't worry, I'm not a first-timer. Although Michael can't satisfy me, I still find dozens of different men every month. As long as you don't force yourselves on me, I can't fully cooperate. Molly's words left the men feeling fearful. Dozens of different men. This woman was too terrifying. Didn't she fear getting sick? She might not be scared, but they were. Scar-faced man Sean saw the looks of fear on his comrades and remained silent. He was considering whether or not to tell Samuel that their usual methods would be ineffective on this woman. He had been closely watching Molly's expressions, and her eagerness to try didn't seem fake. As he hesitated, the door suddenly banged loudly. Sean Johnson, I know you're inside. Open the door for me right now. This sharp, fierce voice made Sean turn around abruptly. Bro Sean, it's the heiress. It's Isabel. Molly narrowed her eyes, not expecting Isabel to come here. Sean, you can't touch her. Open the door for me now. Isabel's words made Molly smirk playfully. What sort of drama was this? Could Isabel really be here to save her? Sean was also not expecting Isabel to come here to demand he let Molly go. He signaled to a brother standing by the door, and the man opened it without another word. Search, noon 0L. On Google, Isabel rushed in, gasping for breath. Seeing that Molly was unharmed, she felt a mix of disappointment and relief. Miss, why have you come? Sean's voice was gentle. Even the fierce scar in his eyes didn't seem so intimidating now. Isabel stared at Molly with conflicted eyes. If this were before, she would definitely enjoy watching Molly being tormented. But Michael had offered her a deal. As long as Molly returned home safely, Michael would agree to divorce. This time, she had to ensure Molly went back safely. Let her go. I'll talk to my father myself. Isabel's words made Sean hesitate. He remembered that Isabel really didn't like Molly. Mississippi, are you not listening to what I'm saying? Isabel impatiently interrupted him. She snatched the knife from Sean's hand, walked towards Molly, and cut the ropes one by one. When she cut the last one, she hesitated for a moment, then clenched her teeth and cut it anyway. Let's go. Isabel pushed Molly a bit. Molly pursed her lips and squinted at her. Elle thought you would help them do evil, but, although Isabel had helped her, she was actually helping her father. Your father is committing a crime. Unmoved, Isabel just laughed sweetly. Yeah, he's committing a crime. You can report it to the police then. Her breezy words reminded Molly of her grandmother's funeral that day. That day, Isabel also laughed just as sweetly, flippantly saying you can report it to the police, which infuriated Molly to the point of almost passing out. Molly believed that even if she reported it, the Richardson family would find a way to deal with it. Isabel, do you think you can stay above the law forever? Where there's light, there's darkness, but darkness can never swallow light. One day, the light will illuminate all the darkness. Just then, an alarm sounded in the room. Sean immediately got up, alert, someone's coming. There's an electric fence outside, and if someone intruded, an alarm would sound. Isabel's face sank, and she turned on the surveillance system. On the monitor, a man dressed in black walked with a straight posture, like a strong pine. He looked up, his deep eyes cold and sharp. Michael, Isabel exclaimed in shock, her face pale, and hurriedly turned off the monitor. Molly frowned. Why was Michael here? Just as she was about to walk out, she saw Isabel grab a cigarette from the side, light it, and start smoking. Miss. Sean was shocked. Isabel leaned on the table, trying her best to keep her composure, and said to Sean, "You guys get out of here." Outside the villa, the wind rustled the grass, and the quiet atmosphere was tense. Michael looked up at the electric fence and dialed a number. Samuel's languid voice came through. "Oh, it's Michael. What do you need from Uncle?" The casual words sounded like ordinary chit-chat. "Samuel, I believe my wife is with you." Samuel Richardson fell silent and then started chuckling. "Your wife? What wife? When did you get married?" "Michael, your uncle doesn't like to hear that. If you're married, what about Isabel? You know, she's liked you since she was a little girl." "I'm outside your villa." Michael Gallagher's voice was extremely cold, showing restrained emotions. "I don't want to damage the relationship between our two families, Uncle, but you can't touch Molly Walker." "Ha ha ha." Samuel laughed. "You brat. You still talk so arrogantly." "Don't worry, I didn't do anything to her. One just invited her for some tea and then had Sean send her back." "What? She hasn't returned yet." Michael impatiently hung up the phone, and Joshua Thompson on the side sneered. "Elle told you that this old fox wouldn't admit it. You might as well break in directly." Michael asked, "Can you break the electric fence?" "No." Joshua helplessly rolled his eyes. "Don't you know how to do it?" Michael squinted at the fence, walked over to a joint, picked up a wooden stick from the ground, and poked it. 2 minutes later, Joshua exclaimed, "Michael Gallagher, you're amazing. You actually got it open." Just then, a scream came from inside the villa. Joshua's face changed dramatically, and he quickly rushed inside. The door opened, and Molly Walker walked out. Joshua quickly grabbed her and checked her from head to toe. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Molly frowned, looking towards the interior of the door. But Isabel might be in trouble. Seeing that Molly was all right, a weight was lifted from Michael's heart. However, Isabel's voice kept coming from inside the house. Michael's face grew colder. "Is Isabel in there?" Before Molly could speak, Michael turned around and rushed inside. In the room, only Isabel was left rolling on the floor. Michael's gaze deepened, and he quickly helped her up. "Isabel." Isabel forced her eyes open and saw Michael. She was frightened and hid in his arms. "Michael? Is Miss Walker okay?" Thinking of Molly leaving the door, Michael lowered his gaze. "She's fine. I'll take you to the hospital." "No, Michael. He is my father after all." Michael knew she was talking about Samuel Richardson. Samuel was notoriously ruthless, not only to himself, but also to his child. From a young age, Isabel had been subjected to physical discipline. When he first met her, the whip marks on her body were shocking to the eye. That was also the first time his brother had met Isabel. Since then, Isabel often stuck to them. Isabel hooked her arm around Michael's neck, and after thinking for a moment, Michael picked her up. Molly and Joshua were still outside. Seeing Isabel lying in Michael's arms, Molly sneered and hooked her lips. She had seen clearly Isabel's poor performance just now. She knew that Isabel coming to rescue her was not a good thing. Her subtle movement did not escape Michael's eyes. Seeing Molly, Isabel spoke first. "Miss Walker, I'm glad you're all right. Now my efforts were worth it." "Effort?" Molly found it amusing. "Michael, she's fine. She smoked that cigarette herself." Not knowing what Isabel wanted to do, she planned to expose the truth first. But as soon as she spoke, tears flooded from Isabel's eyes. Michael ignored her and carried Isabel forward. Somehow, perhaps due to the tension of the whole day or the dislike of Isabel and Samuel's style, Molly warned again. "Michael, you wouldn't be so naive as to really think something happened to her, would you?" Michael stopped, looked coldly at her, and said, "So what?" "Molly, you should know that Isabel saved you. If it weren't for her, do you think you could have easily walked out of this place?" Molly was stunned, then muttered, "Even without her, I could have found a way on my own." However, Michael didn't listen to her at all, not even giving her a final glance. Molly's heart gradually grew cold. She never hoped Michael Gallagher would believe her, but she didn't expect him to trust Isabel Richardson's clumsy scheme either. Watching Michael Gallagher and Isabel Richardson leave, Joshua Thompson folded his arms and sneered. His eyes are only on Isabel now. What's the point of having such a man around for the new year? Molly Walker didn't speak. She raised the corner of her lips, her eyes dark and unfathomable. Divorce was inevitable, just delayed by accidents. Why did you come too? Molly changed the subject. Joshua Thompson thought about Michael's phone call. He wanted to say that Michael had asked him to come, but considering Michael's behavior now, he swallowed the words. Michael jumping off the building was indeed courageous. Search, noon 0L. On Google, but in the end, he rushed to save Isabel. He almost thought better of Michael. Under Molly's puzzled gaze, Joshua Thompson sneered, when you didn't reply, one felt something was wrong. I found out easily. If it was so easy to find out, then Samuel Richardson wasn't who he said he was. He was hiding something. Molly didn't care either. You were startled today. I'll treat you to something delicious. Joshua Thompson tried to lighten the mood. Molly thought about the box regarding her past, still in the car. Wait for me downstairs. Molly left him and walked toward the car. From a distance, the car door opened, and the box lay securely in the seat. Perhaps the box was inconspicuous, but Samuel and the others had overlooked it. It was still where she left it when she departed. Molly exhaled in relief, relaxed as she picked up the box. Just as she was about to leave, she heard Isabel's voice. Michael, I've done what I promised you. So now. Isabel's voice was filled with excitement. Molly didn't want to listen, but her feet seemed rooted to the spot, unable to move. After a while, Michael's voice came through. Thank you. I'll keep my promise to you. I'll divorce her this week, and you can arrange the rest. All right. Isabel hugged something happily, and sounds faded away quickly. Molly couldn't bear to listen any longer and turned away abruptly. However, the commotion still attracted the attention of the two people by the car. Miss Walker, Isabel exclaimed in surprise. When did you get here? After speaking, Isabel revealed a triumphant smile. She wasn't disappointed to have Molly over here. On the contrary, she was glad. Molly forced a smile and turned around to meet Michael's gaze. They both stared at each other for a moment, more distant than ever before. "Elle just arrived. Sorry to interrupt." Molly's eyes were indifferent, a detachment like never before. She turned away without seeing Michael's clenched fists. Suppressing her emotions, Molly walked a great distance without looking back. Her mind was filled with Michael's promise to Isabel, divorcing her and marrying Isabel. It was expected. He would eventually marry Isabel. Her heart had long been frozen, so no pain could be felt, yet her face still felt cold. Molly looked up as raindrops pelted her face one after another. It was raining. Molly. Joshua Thompson waved from the car. The weather in the mountains is terrible. I checked the forecast, and there could be a landslide. Let's leave first. Molly, holding the box, didn't hesitate and ran toward Joshua's car. Seeing how she treated the box like a treasure, he casually asked, "What's in the box that you treasure so much?" Molly looked at the box, considering whether to open it and show Joshua. But thinking about its humble contents, she stopped herself in the end. Nothing much, just something my grandmother left me. About her background. Seeing her drooping eyelids and sad expression, Joshua Thompson glanced at the box again. He was curious, but it wasn't appropriate to ask further. She'd always been composed or fierce in front of him, rarely showing this kind of expression. There must be a story behind what's in the box. Since it's so important, put the box in the back seat. It's dangerous to hold the box while sitting in the passenger seat. Molly Walker didn't argue, putting the box in the back seat. As soon as Joshua Thompson stepped on the gas, his cell phone started vibrating non-stop. He answered the call with a bored tone, connected the Bluetooth, and the other party's voice echoed through the car speakers. "Mr. Thompson, the results of your last request are in." Upon hearing that, Joshua fumbled to hang up the call. If Molly knew that he had stolen her hair for a test, not to mention the results, just the behavior itself would make her hate him. Subconsciously, he hung up the call directly. Although he was itching to know the results, Molly was there. He didn't dare. Seeing him hastily hang up, Molly pretended not to see or hear anything, looking out the window instead. Joshua stopped the car and quickly sent a message to the other party. "Elle will come to get the results tomorrow." Before the results were out, he wished day and night for it to come out. But when the results finally came, he started to procrastinate. He was looking forward to the results and afraid of them at the same time. How cowardly. Joshua mocked himself. Molly had also received a text message at this time. It was from Michael Gallagher, stating that he would go to the Civil Affairs Bureau the next day. It was funny. So many accidents happened regarding their divorce. It seemed as if fate was messing with them. She simply replied with a hum. At the Richardson family's villa, Samuel Richardson lounged on the sofa, listening to his subordinates' reports, and angrily put out his cigarette. Mr. Richardson, we didn't expect the heiress to burst in like that. Sean Johnson braced himself and recounted the events from beginning to end. She didn't see you guys, did she? No, she told us to leave first. Samuel nodded, glanced at the message from Isabel, and a smile spread across his face. Leave it at that for now. Just deal with the aftermath. Sean looked at Samuel in disbelief. If this had happened in the past, Samuel would have already called Isabel over for a lecture. But now, he seemed quite satisfied with the situation. Sean was utterly confused. Samuel happily shared the good news that Isabel had just sent with them. Michael Gallagher and Isabel are getting married. Although they missed out on the Thompson family, the Gallagher family was no less than the Thompsons. He initially thought Isabel could secure Michael after Xavier Gallagher died, but he didn't expect it to take so many years. As long as someone from the Gallagher family became his son-in-law, that was fine. Sean didn't expect the news to change so quickly in just a day. Isabel was about to marry Michael Gallagher. But when Michael had rushed in, it was clearly for his ex-wife. Would their marriage really make the heiress happy? Unable to speak his mind, he swallowed his words. Even if she wasn't happy, it wasn't his place to say it. As for Isabel, a smile lingered on her face. Ever since Michael proposed marriage, her smile had been unwavering. Finally, happiness had arrived. She was going to marry Michael. Michael, after my father found out about us, he insisted I invite you to dinner. She affectionately wrapped her hand around Michael Gallagher's. Michael Gallagher expressionlessly pushed her away, his deep eyes filled with coldness. Isabel, there's something I think is necessary to tell you in advance. Isabel Richardson was taken aback, her heart feeling a chill. Michael rarely spoke to her with this attitude, and her intuition told her it was related to her father. Isabel bit her lip, her large, black, grape-like eyes clear and pitiable. Michael, just say it. We'll be family soon. There's nothing you can't say. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's. The tears in her eyes seemed to swirl around. If I marry you in the future, it will only be for you, not the Richardson family. Michael Gallagher's fair, blemish-free face held a hint of coldness, and his voice was unfeeling and proud. Isabel's entire body trembled. Separating from the Richardson family would mean the Gallagher family would not help them. Also, I've already called the police about today's incident. Upon hearing the words called the police, Isabel jerked her head up, tears pouring down her face. Michael, please don't call the police. After you told me about Miss Walker, I came to save her immediately. My father was just trying to vent for me because he felt bad. Can't you let him off the hook for my sake? If anyone else had called the police, Isabel wouldn't be scared, but the person was Michael Gallagher, and she was afraid. The Gallagher family's power was nothing to scoff at. Once the person who called the police became a Gallagher, it would mean choosing between her family and Michael Gallagher. She could only have one. Her family was her foundation, and Michael Gallagher was someone she had loved for many years. She didn't want to let go. She wanted them both. Just now, Michael carried her out in front of Molly Walker, so why was he still treating her like this? Isabel clenched her teeth and used her trump card. Michael, am I no longer important to you? Oh no, I'm a burden. If Xavier was still here, you wouldn't have to be so conflicted, would you? Mentioning Xavier Gallagher, Michael's coldness seemed to dissipate a bit. Isabel's heart was filled with both complexity and joy. As expected, only mentioning Xavier could make him listen to her words. Michael, I have no other demands. Please don't call the police. He's my father. Michael, please have mercy on him. Okay? After a rain, the air was filled with the scent of fresh grass. Isabel's voice carried an irresistible cry. As they entered the downtown area from the suburbs, the weather suddenly changed, and thunder and lightning started to flash. Molly Walker watched as Joshua Thompson drove the car into the Thompson family's estate. Why are we here? Didn't I say that my dad wanted to meet you? There's no better day than today. Joshua Thompson's smile was unrestrained and confident. Although his father and brother said Molly couldn't be his sister, he was still convinced that Molly was indeed his sister. As he and Molly swaggered into the villa in the estate, a white figure threw herself into his arms. Third brother. I'm back. The sweet and cheerful voice belonged to a straightforward girl wearing a white t-shirt and jeans. Aren't you still on break? Joshua Thompson responded without coddling, but there was no faking the genuine smile on his face. It was clear that the appearance of the girl in white made him just as happy. Molly immediately guessed her identity. The daughter adopted by the Thompson family who ranked 5th, her name was Jillian Thompson. The girl in the white t-shirt also saw Molly Walker and affectionately took Molly's hand without any extra gestures. You must be my third brother's girlfriend, right? Girlfriend was just heard by Daniel Thompson as he walked over. Daniel Thompson's face darkened. Gabriel, she's not your third brother's girlfriend. Michael Gallagher's wife couldn't be a daughter-in-law of the Thompson family. Even if they got divorced, he wouldn't let Joshua marry her. Daniel Thompson impatiently glanced at Molly Walker. With just this glance, he was taken aback. No wonder Joshua recognized her as his sister. This Molly Walker looked too much like his sister, Joshua's aunt. Among the children, only Joshua and Ivy had spent a lot of time together. The other kids had received various forms of education from a young age and never had the chance to meet Ivy. Unfortunately, after Joshua started high school, Ivy was diagnosed with cancer and passed away a year later. She was his only sister and the person Joshua respected most besides his parents. Seeing Molly Walker like this, Daniel Thompson also had a subtle feeling. It was as if his sister had suddenly stood in front of him. He'd wanted to give her a good scolding, but with that familiar and intimate face, the words got stuck in his throat. Jillian Thompson saw Daniel Thompson's dazed look. She had a smile on her face, but her heart was pounding like a drum. She knew this woman was the Molly Walker whom Isabel Richardson had mentioned. Before she returned to China, her older brother had already told her about this matter. Joshua insisted that Molly was Ivy. If she really was Ivy, would there still be a place for her in this family? Jillian Thompson's smile was warm, but inside she quickly calculated her next move. She couldn't let Ivy come back. She had to be the only fourth young lady in the Thompson family. She hadn't yet overcome jet lag after just returning to China, and although she was tired, she immediately felt awake upon seeing Molly Walker, especially when she saw Daniel Thompson's gaze towards her. Her intuition told her that Daniel Thompson was now suspecting Molly Walker's identity as well. After Isabel Richardson told her about the matter that day, she pretended not to care on the surface but immediately sent someone to investigate Molly Walker in secret. As they investigated, the clues shocked her. Molly Walker had been abandoned, and she resembled Ivy Thompson. All these events put together, even if they were coincidences, made the situation more delicate. So, she immediately pushed a classmate who matched Ivy even more into the spotlight. Rather than letting an unknown woman step on her head, it's better to find someone controllable, such as her classmate. Dad, I brought Ivy as well. She's staying at the hotel next door. You guys can do the parent-child test tomorrow, Jillian Thompson said, pulling Daniel Thompson back to reality, and then laughed. Gabriel, if she's really Ivy, it turns out you're really the one who brings good luck to your sister and you brought her back. Jillian Thompson smiled on the surface, but her heart was stabbed by these words. This sentence reminded her that not only was her identity different from others, but her name also had a deeper meaning. Jillian Thompson, the meaning was clear. At first, she thought she was just a tool for praying for blessings, and she had made a fuss and cried over it. Later, when the Thompson family treated her like their own child, she began to covet this warmth. All of them hoped that Ivy Thompson would return, except for her. She hoped Ivy Thompson would never come back. Jillian Thompson, longing for her sister to return. If her sister returned, would there still be a need for her existence? No one knew what she was thinking in her heart. Not even Joshua Thompson, who was closest to her, could guess her thoughts. Joshua Thompson said excitedly, Dad, I've brought Molly Walker for you. Take a good look. His words had a double meaning. But Molly Walker noticed that Jillian Thompson was staring at her the whole time. As a woman, Molly knew that such a gaze was not friendly. But after experiencing everything today, she had no more energy to guess. She tugged on Joshua's clothes, and he turned around. Seeing her slightly weary expression, he thought of everything that happened today and immediately guessed the reason. It had been a shocking and exhausting day for her. "I'll take you home first." Joshua ignored the gazes of the others in the room and left with Molly. As they reached the door, Molly backed off a few steps and said, "Joshua, you said your father wanted to meet me, and he has. You've already helped me with what I needed, so from now on, let's keep a distance." Jillian's way of addressing her made Molly feel awkward. It also made her realize that even if she wasn't afraid of her own shadow, others might not think the same way. Moreover, she had promised Damien to stay away from Joshua. Hearing her seemingly resolute words, Joshua was not annoyed. On the contrary, he appreciated her even more. If it were any other girl, they would be eager to have a relationship with him, but Molly's attitude showed that she really considered him as a friend. Joshua hesitated, wondering if he should tell her about his intentions to treat her as a sister. Thinking that the results would be out by tomorrow, he changed his mind. If the results were good, Molly would be his real sister, and if not, he would still treat her like one, not letting anyone bully her. "I understand why you're worried. From now on, we'll do it your way." Joshua smirked, knowing the results would be available tomorrow. The two stood in front of the house, the light overhead casting a golden halo around them. From a distance, they looked like a handsome man and a beautiful woman, a pair of celebrity couples. Isabel got out of the car and saw Joshua and Molly at the door. She tightened her grip on the gift in her hand and stood still for a few seconds. Thinking of her father's advice, she mustered the courage to walk over. "Joshua." Isabel was dressed demurely today, wearing a long white dress with her hair cascading down to her waist. Her expression was gentle, and her voice softer than usual. Joshua raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting to the pile of gift bags in her hand. "Miss Richardson, a rare visitor indeed. So, your injury has already healed?" His sarcastic tone mocked her, and Isabel bit her lower lip. "Not yet, but one still think it's more important to apologize to Mr. Thompson." "Apologize?" Joshua squinted his beautiful eyes. Molly, who was standing next to him, originally wanted to leave, but after hearing these words, she quickly guessed Isabel's purpose for coming. As Samuel's plans hadn't worked out, Isabel had been sent to soften things up instead. Molly sneered. It was obvious how important this cooperation was, even making someone like Isabel lower her head. "What? You knew Molly was here and came to apologize to her specifically?" Joshua smiled wickedly. Compared to him, the Richardson family owed Molly even more. He would eventually settle the score with them for what happened today. Isabel pursed her lips, her teeth grinding against her gums, and clenched her fist tightly. "Joshua, you knew I came to apologize to you. Do you really need to use this against me?" Just then, the door opened and Jillian came out. Seeing Isabel, she was first surprised, then smiled happily. "Isabel, how did you know one had come back?" Isabel was surprised to see Jillian back in the country. After a few seconds of shock, she felt the weight lifted from her hands. Jillian took the gifts from her. "You didn't have to bring any gifts when you came. Don't worry, as long as it's from you, I will like it." The lump in Isabel's throat grew. "No, this gift is for." Jillian happily took the gift inside to unwrap it. Watching the servant carry the gift away, Isabel was so angry she couldn't speak. Joshua scoffed and sent Isabel away. "Since you've delivered the gift, Miss Richardson, you should go home early. Don't let anything else happen to you." "What about the cooperation between our families?" Isabel hesitated, and Joshua raised an eyebrow. "I don't know what you're talking about." Isabel trembled with anger. Joshua was playing Tai Chi with her. She couldn't afford to waste the valuable gifts she gave today. If she came back empty-handed and lost money, her father would be furious. And when he got angry, she would pay the price. Fear made her break out into a cold sweat. She couldn't return empty-handed. "Joshua, if I've done anything wrong to you before, I apologize. But you shouldn't take your anger out on my family. The gifts one brought today are worth nearly 6 figures. You can't just let me go back empty-handed." Isabel glanced into the house, where Jillian had already begun to open the gift box. At this point, she was somewhat grateful to Jillian. Since the gift had been opened, She wanted to see how Joshua would return it to her. Unfortunately, she still underestimated Joshua. What does the value of your gift have to do with me? Joshua ruthlessly tore through her facade. Jillian took the gift, so you should talk to her about it. There will be no discussion about the cooperation. Joshua, either don't make a move or achieve my goal when I do. Joshua's eyes were willful. Isabel stared at him blankly, unable to believe he would be so brazen as to deny it. What do you want then? Do you want me to kneel down and beg for your forgiveness? Isabel's eyes turned red. She thought that as long as she apologized, Joshua would retract his revenge, and the cooperation would continue. But she didn't expect that Joshua would not allow her to repent at all. Her stunned gaze slowly shifted towards Molly. Seeing her, Joshua raised his eyebrows and quickly stepped in front of Molly, blocking her. For years, Joshua had never targeted her. But now that Molly was here, he had turned against her family. Everything seemed to fall into place. No, it was all you're doing behind my back. She got closer to Molly. You just wanted to avenge your grandmother, didn't you? But my family is innocent. Come at me. Why hurt innocent people? Do you know how many people will lose their jobs because of what you're doing? Innocent. Molly had originally planned to watch from the sidelines. But when she heard this, she couldn't help but scoff. True, your family is innocent. But what about my grandmother? Is she not innocent? The moment Isabel went after her grandmother, Molly had no intention of sparing her. She just wanted to weaken the Richardson family's power. The employees losing their jobs in the end was a decision made solely by the Richardson family. Trying to use this moral high ground to manipulate Molly was too naive. So it really was you. Isabel rushed towards Molly, only to be blocked by Joshua's quick reaction. Isabel pointed at Molly, her whole body trembling with anger. What do you want? Joshua's expression was fierce. Isabel stared hard at Joshua, her voice choked with tears. Everyone seems to think that you and I are sworn enemies, but no matter what others think, I've always considered you a friend. I never thought you would listen to her. Joshua, I advise you, some people are toxic. If you get involved with someone like that, you better be careful not to be poisoned together. As a friend, Joshua Thompson sneered, his eyes growing colder and colder. I've never considered you a friend. Who would want to be friends with the daughter of a kidnapper? Isabel Richardson covered her mouth, her eyes frighteningly red. She knew that Joshua's words were harsh, but they were also true. Inside the room, Jillian Thompson was unwrapping a gift, but her ears were perked up, listening to the conversation outside. Third brother was so protective of Molly. Could it be that he really liked her? She knew about the cooperation between the Richardson and Thompson families, which was sabotaged by her third brother. She didn't expect him to go to such lengths, just to take revenge for Molly. The moment she first saw Molly, she knew that trouble would follow. She had secretly seen the photo of her aunt that her third brother had collected. Molly looked too much like her aunt, and if you looked closely, her eyes and eyebrows also resembled her father's. Perhaps Molly was actually Ivy Thompson. Ever since she was adopted by the Thompson family, she had been worried about Ivy returning. She spent her 20s in constant fear, thinking that Ivy would never return in her lifetime. But now, she realized Ivy might still come back. If Molly turned out to be Ivy, she would definitely be taken back. And if she wasn't, then her third brother would still marry her. Sister or sister-in-law, she couldn't accept either. She didn't want Molly to be Ivy, and she was sure Isabel wouldn't want that either. Looking at the valuable gift in her hand, which was obviously not for her, she scoffed. Although she didn't like Isabel, there was no other choice now. Putting the gift down, she went over to Joshua and whispered, "Third brother, even if you don't consider her a friend, I still consider Isabel a friend. Look at all the gifts she brought for me today. For the sake of my face, can you please forgive her?" She glanced at Molly and meaningfully said, "We all grew up together. Let's not ruin the relationship between our two families over small matters and insignificant people." Not knowing what had happened between Joshua and Isabel, but knowing that her third brother always pampered her, she believed there was still room for maneuver as long as she spoke up. Molly looked at Jillian for a moment, not knowing why, but she always felt a strange hostility from Jillian. Her words seemed unrelated to her, yet they were subtly aimed at her. Molly smiled playfully. What did she do to offend this young heiress? Seeing Jillian speak up for her, Isabel was deeply grateful. Even though she didn't manage to give the gifts to the intended person, if Jillian was willing to plead for her, it meant that her efforts hadn't been wasted. With Jillian's intervention, Joshua just snorted and stopped taunting Isabel. Jillian knew when to stop. She took Isabel's hand and said, "I've just returned to the country, and there's a lot I want to talk to you about. Why don't you spend the night with me?" "All right." Isabel couldn't wait, as she couldn't take any action here with Joshua. But with Jillian, there might be a new breakthrough. Watching the two of them walk hand in hand into the room, Joshua noticed that, at some point, Molly had already walked away. As the night grew darker, she stood with her back to him, alone and walking slowly. Joshua quickly caught up to her. "Don't worry, Isabel can't change anything. Even if she tries to please Jillian, it won't work." Molly nodded, looking around for something like the little electric scooter from last time. Seeing Joshua standing there, puzzled, Molly felt that there were some things she needed to clarify with him. "Joshua Thompson, I'm really grateful for everything you've done for me, including today. Thank you for saving me and taking revenge for me. But I hope our relationship ends here." Today, Jillian's hostility and what she called her made Molly realize that some things had to be clarified. She also reflected on herself. Even if she wanted revenge, she shouldn't do it by using her friends. This was the first time and the last time. Joshua knew what she meant and wasn't annoyed by it. Instead, he patiently explained, "Didn't mean anything else. I actually treated you as a sister." "Molly," Joshua scratched his head anxiously. How could he explain that he really only treated her as a sister? Molly was silent for a while, then stepped back. "No matter what you consider me, getting too close to each other will provoke gossip. You said your father wanted to see me, and he's seen me just now. We should contact each other less from now on." Watching Molly's figure leave without turning back, Joshua wanted to catch up but hesitated and stopped his steps. Forget it. They would know the results tomorrow. Just bear with it a little longer. Inside the luxurious Thompson mansion, Jillian's room occupied half of a seeing this extravagant room. Isabel's jealousy made her eyes turn red. Even the wealthy had their own classes. Although her family was quite well off, they didn't have the means to give their daughter such a large room like the Thompson family did. With no one else around, Jillian no longer hid her arrogant personality. She handed her high heels to a servant, and soon others came to serve her. "Sit." Jillian casually pointed towards the sofa. As soon as Isabel sat down, a servant brought forth nutritious refreshments, such as bird's nest and fish gelatin, a full array. Watching Jillian leisurely eating her refreshments, Isabel felt as restless as an ant on a hot pan. Jillian glanced at her. "Just say whatever you have to say." Isabel immediately got to the point. "Do you have any way to make our families continue to cooperate?" "No chance." Jillian put down the bird's nest in her hand. "Do you know why everyone in the Thompson family likes me? It's because I only mind my own business." Isabel became anxious. "You know my dad's temperament. If I go back empty-handed this time, he'll definitely kill me. You can just take the gifts with you." Without even looking up, Jillian casually threw out these words. Isabel's face turned white and then black from Jillian's words. The gifts had already been unwrapped by Jillian. What use were they to her, Jillian Thompson? "If you kept me here just to gloat, then you've achieved your goal." Isabel immediately stood up, turned to leave, but was stopped by Jillian. "What's the rush? I'm not done talking." Jillian looked at her newly done nail art. "Elle really can't help with the cooperation, but there are other ways I can." Isabel turned around excitedly. "What method? Tell me. Before that, you can tell me about Molly. Surely no one knows her better than you." Hearing her mention Molly, Isabel was dumbfounded for a moment. Looking at Jillian's cold face and gossiping, Isabel asked, "Why are you suddenly asking about her? What? You don't like her being your sister-in-law?" Seeing her gleeful expression, Jillian sneered. "How about you? Would you prefer her as my sister-in-law or as Ivy Thompson?" "What did you say? Ivy Thompson?" That Molly was actually Ivy Thompson. Isabel felt as if her brain had been struck, making it buzz. After a while, Isabel finally found her voice again, her heart pounding with a mix of nervousness and jealousy. If Molly was Ivy Thompson, Isabel would be forever beneath her. "It's highly likely." Seeing Jillian Thompson's equally annoyed face, Isabel quickly guessed what she was thinking. Jillian didn't want Ivy to come back, and she didn't want Molly to become Ivy either. What do you want me to do? Jillian gestured with her hand, and Isabel leaned in closer to listen. Outside the Thompson family's estate, a black Maybach had been parked for a long time. The driver was a young man who took off his night vision goggles when he saw Molly leave. Mr. Gallagher, the young lady is out. Do you want to greet her? Luckily, their car was unmarked and parked in a concealed spot, so Molly, riding a mini yellow car, didn't even notice it. No need. Once outside the Thompson estate, there were bustling streets, and it wasn't far from the nearest place where Molly lived. Watching his boss's mysterious gaze, the assistant let out a soft sigh. He was about to investigate the relationship between Joshua Thompson and his wife, but at the critical moment, Mr. Gallagher stopped him. If it was a misunderstanding, it wouldn't be a problem, but if it wasn't? The assistant glanced at Michael Gallagher in the rearview mirror. If even a man like Mr. Gallagher was being cheated on, he would no longer believe in love. Mr. Gallagher, perhaps the relationship between the young lady and Mr. Thompson isn't what you think. He couldn't help but advise once more. Michael Gallagher said, clenching his fists and his gaze turning cold. Do we continue the investigation? The assistant asked timidly. Thinking about what he promised Isabel, Michael tightened his lips. No need. Monitor the person who took Molly away, and keep an eye on the Richardsons' movements. The thought of Molly being taken away in public made him feel suppressed anger. If he didn't deal with it now, those people could cause her more trouble in the future. So, before any problems found her, he would rather solve them himself. The assistant couldn't understand what Mr. Gallagher had him do today. Even though he couldn't help but care about his wife and wanted to avenge her, he still didn't have the courage to keep her by his side. He didn't understand Mr. Gallagher's thoughts, but he had a feeling that Mr. Gallagher would surely regret it in the future. Do you want the compensation arrangements for the divorce to be transferred to her account tomorrow? Yes. Michael looked out the window indifferently. Transfer the money to her account according to what I told you. Even though Molly planned to leave empty-handed, he still compensated her. There were not only properties, but also a monthly allowance. The assistant didn't understand this approach and hesitated several times. He was still so good to his ex-wife even after initiating a divorce. If Miss Richardson found out, there would be more trouble. Molly was almost home when she realized she had forgotten something. Her box containing information about her origins. Not wanting to go back the next day just to get it, she retraced her steps all the way back. By chance, she ran into Isabel. Seeing her, Isabel froze as if she had seen a ghost. Ever since she learned Molly might be Ivy Thompson, Isabel wished Molly would just disappear. Her grudge with Molly had become a deadlock. Mrs. Walker died, and the dead cannot come back to life. This grudge can never be resolved. She originally thought that Molly was just an ordinary person, but she didn't expect that Molly might actually be the Thompson family's lost heiress. After Jillian Thompson reminded her, she immediately asked the detective, who had just found this information. Joshua Thompson indeed took Molly's hair for a DNA test. Didn't you just leave? Why did you come back? Isabel Richardson's voice was a bit awkward. She was constantly worried about Molly getting too close to the Thompson family and being recognized. Running into Isabel, Molly felt bad luck. She didn't want to bother with her and continued walking towards the gate. Joshua Thompson said he had given the box to a servant who was waiting for her at the door. She didn't want to waste time on irrelevant people. Seeing that Molly completely ignored her, Isabel choked on her words, unable to make them come out. Seeing Molly walking towards the villa, Isabel immediately followed her. At the entrance of the villa, Jillian Thompson was wearing a nightgown and came out for some fresh air. Seeing the servant holding a box at the door and looking around, she casually asked, "What is this?" "Third successor asked me to wait here and give this to Miss Walker." Jillian Thompson frowned and looked at the ordinary box, unable to see anything special from the outside. She didn't know what her third brother had given Molly. "Let me see." She reached out her hand. The servant instinctively stepped back. Jillian Thompson impatiently walked over, and before the servant could react, she snatched the box away. "Miss." The servant became anxious, as the third successor had said that this item must be handed directly to Molly and no one else should touch it. "This is Miss Walker's item. The young master said not to let anyone else touch it. Am I just anyone else? Hearing that Joshua Thompson didn't let anyone touch it, Jillian Thompson became more curious, bypassed the servant, and immediately opened the box. A piece of worn cloth and a note appeared in her sight. This piece of cloth looked quite old. She picked it up carefully with her fingers and examined it. It looked like a handkerchief, nothing special. So, her gaze shifted to the note. The servant was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Miss, I beg you, please give it back to me. If the third successor finds out, I'll be fired. Stop nagging. Jillian Thompson impatiently glared at her. If you keep nagging, I'll fire you right now. The servant immediately stopped talking. Her face flushed. Jillian Thompson smiled triumphantly. Her intuition told her that the secret of the handkerchief was on this note. She picked up the note. The wind blew and the note moved. As she stared at it intently, she hadn't read a few words when the note was snatched away by a hand. Miss Thompson, are you so interested in other people's privacy? Molly asked coldly. Jillian Thompson's face flushed. Elle just wanted to know what my brother gave you. He didn't give me anything. This is my item. Please give it back to me, Miss Thompson. Molly reached out her slender hand, her bright eyes sparkling under the light, stunningly beautiful. Looking at her delicate features, Jillian Thompson felt jealous and annoyed. Her own features were quite average. If not for her dance training since childhood and various medical beauty treatments, she would have barely reached her current level, but she was still inferior to Molly's looks. Thinking about Amanda Leaford's extraordinary appearance, Jillian Thompson felt increasingly twisted inside. Amanda Leaford and Daniel Thompson's child was quite good-looking. While she was adopted because she wasn't that outstanding and didn't need the Thompson family's cover-up since everyone knew she was adopted, as the difference in appearance was too great. And the person before her, who had lived in a slum, was stunningly beautiful. If Molly entered the Thompson family one day, she would become a permanent psychic to Molly. Under Molly's cold gaze, Jillian Thompson reluctantly smiled and handed her the box. As Molly's hand touched the box, Jillian pretended to slip, dropping the box into the swimming pool beside them. Sorry, I slipped. Her face, however, showed little remorse. The box was made of paper, so it could float on the water's surface. Luckily, it didn't drift too far and could still be retrieved. Just as Molly Walker started to bend down, she caught a glimpse of a hand reaching out from the side in her peripheral vision. Molly sneered and stepped aside, causing Jillian Thompson's hand to find nothing but air, and she fell into the pond with a plop. Molly quickly grabbed her box and took a few steps back. Jillian Thompson splashed about, shouting for help. Isabel Richardson, who had been watching the scene from the sidelines, quickly covered her mouth and started yelling, "Someone, help!" Jillian Thompson was pushed into the water. Her voice could be heard throughout the Thompson family compound, alerting everyone around. Suddenly, someone rushed in and jumped into the pond, saving Jillian Thompson. The rescuer wore a white t-shirt, and his chin-length hair dripped water. His handsome face was filled with anger. Second brother. Seeing him, Jillian Thompson nearly cried. This Molly Walker is so malicious, she pushed me into the water. A servant brought a blanket to cover her. Nicholas Thompson, just back from school, was not aware of the situation. He saw his sister fall into the water and easily believed her words. Nicholas Thompson put Jillian down and turned his gaze to Molly. He furrowed his eyebrows when he saw her, feeling that the woman in front of him seemed familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her before. The woman in front of him had a graceful figure, casually tied hair, revealing her delicate neck, and was stunningly beautiful. Unmoved by her looks, he focused on the matter at hand. "Miss, please come with me to the Public Security Bureau right now." As Nicholas Thompson, who blindly sought to send her to prison, spoke, Isabel Richardson added fuel to the fire. "Nicholas, her background is not small." "Oh?" Nicholas Thompson raised an eyebrow. "So having a big background means you can break the law?" He studied law and was currently pursuing his doctorate. He despised people who flaunted their background and played games. That was why he kept a low profile, focusing on his studies, and didn't want to get involved in company affairs. Isabel's words hit a nerve. "Elle don't have a background, but, Mr. Thompson, you can check the surveillance footage before you start making accusations." Molly stood tall and remained calm. Elle didn't push her. She tried to push me, but I dodged her, and that's why she fell in. Are you saying my sister brought this upon herself by falling into the water? Nicholas Thompson's piercing gaze scanned her. If you hadn't been standing here, would she have fallen in? Molly. Nicholas Thompson's normally affectionate eyes seemed to be coated with a layer of ice. Molly didn't expect that some people could twist the facts to such an extent. She looked down, feeling anger, sadness, and even envy in her heart. If her family were still alive, they would protect her like this, right? Unfortunately, she had no family left, and she could only rely on herself from now on. So, Mr. Thompson, does this mean that you don't intend to check the surveillance footage? She appeared calm, with a ridiculing smile at the corner of her lips. Hearing her words, Jillian Thompson's heart leaped into her throat. If they investigated the surveillance footage, wouldn't her lie be exposed? We will certainly provide the surveillance footage if the police need it. It's not something you can view just because you want to, Nicholas Thompson defended her. Jillian Thompson breathed a sigh of relief. Her second brother was the best, always looking out for her. If her eldest brother had been here, he might have checked the surveillance footage first before saying anything. Her second brother was very good to her, particularly in protecting her from any blame. Her second brother had never lost a lawsuit, let alone dealing with such a small matter as this one. She wanted to be despised by the whole Thompson family before Molly Walker set foot in their house. That way, even if Molly was recognized one day, she couldn't take away her things. Second brother, she's close to third brother, and she's Michael Gallagher's ex-wife. She emphasized the words ex-wife heavily. However, Nicholas Thompson didn't care who she was. He was determined to take her to the Public Security Bureau. The commotion here caught the attention of others, including Daniel Thompson. Seeing Jillian Thompson and Molly Walker confronting each other while Jillian was soaking wet, Daniel understood everything. He had just received a message that Jillian's classmate would arrive tonight, and according to the investigation, that person was most likely Ivy. It was a pity that Joshua held Molly in such high regard, and he was disappointed that Ivy was found, but it wasn't Molly. Now, seeing Molly and Jillian confronting each other, he was interested in watching the drama, and he asked softly, "Didn't Miss Walker go home already?" "Who knows? I saw her push Jillian into the water from afar. Jillian spoke up for me just once today, and she held a grudge for it. She's so scheming. No wonder Michael divorced her." Isabel watched the excitement and fanned the flames as soon as she saw Daniel come out. Molly sneered. One by one, they really treated her like a pushover. "Mr. Thompson, since you are here, why don't we check the surveillance? I also want to know why Miss Thompson threw my things into the water and pushed me. Her actions confuse me. I don't know how I offended Miss Thompson and why she is targeting me like this." Molly's words made Jillian's face turn ugly in an instant. "Elle just came back today. This is the first time I see you. Why would I target you?" "Molly, you clearly pushed me just now." Seeing Jillian trying to pin the blame on her, Molly laughed. "Miss Thompson, what era is this? Just because you and Isabel say so, can you convict me?" Molly looked at Nicholas and said softly, "Elle heard you're a famous lawyer. Lawyers speak with the law. Just because she's your sister, can you frame others at will?" Her words hit the nail on the head. Nicholas's face clouded over. He did favor his sister just now because he believed that Jillian wouldn't tell such a clumsy lie. But Molly's words bluntly reminded him of his mistake. Since she wants to see the surveillance, let her see it. Daniel spoke and smiled meaningfully. Jillian didn't show it on her face, but her heart was in her throat. If they checked the surveillance, everything would be over. She didn't expect Molly to be so difficult. Isabel was right. Barefoot people are not afraid of those wearing shoes. Molly, who had nothing to lose, was even more terrifying. Jillian's back was covered in cold sweat due to nervousness. In fact, Daniel's thoughts were simple. Jillian was usually kind and obedient, unable to bear to step on an ant, let alone frame someone she had only just met. It was more likely that Molly was lying. But he also admired Molly's eagerness to check the surveillance in front of him. She was the first youngster to force him to check it. He was willing to give her a chance. "I don't believe that my daughter, Jillian Thompson, would lie and frame you." He stood confidently with his hands behind his back. Seeing Daniel's adamant expression, Molly was not surprised. She knew that people instinctively favor their loved ones, and Daniel was even more so. But hearing that he was willing to check the surveillance, she became even more relaxed. Thank you, Mr. Thompson. After checking the surveillance, we both can be at ease. She looked at Jillian with interest, and sure enough, Jillian's face was as pale as a ghost. Don't do anything deceitful, and don't be afraid of ghosts knocking at the door. Jillian Thompson did something wrong, so of course she was afraid of surveillance. Isabel, standing on the side, also started to panic. She knew the whole process, and knew there would be trouble if the surveillance was checked. Daniel Thompson told Nicholas, "You go check the surveillance." Jillian, regardless of her wet body, hurriedly grabbed Nicholas. "Second brother, I'll go with you." Her tone was unavoidably anxious. Daniel's gaze darkened. Jillian hurriedly defended herself. "I'm just curious and want to know how she pushed me." Molly was holding the box, her red lips curved in a gorgeous smile. "Even if you don't change your clothes, you still want to watch surveillance. Miss Thompson has a strong curiosity." Only then did everyone look at Jillian and notice that she was only wrapped in a towel and hadn't even changed her clothes yet. Daniel frowned seriously. Being middle-aged, his tone was inevitably forceful. "Don't you trust your second brother to check it himself? Be good and go change your clothes first." Jillian's face turned red. She muttered a few words, looked at Nicholas with grievance, but finally turned around to change her clothes. Nicholas didn't say a word and walked towards the surveillance room. "Miss Walker and Isabel, come in and sit down." Daniel's tone was gentle. Isabel worried about the surveillance and was digging her feet in the ground. Hearing Daniel calling her, she nodded reluctantly. Several people sat in the living room waiting for the outcome. Molly put the box aside, calmly accepting the tea handed over by the servant. Daniel saw that she was neither humble nor arrogant, and she didn't even have the petty arrogance or nervousness of a common family. His appreciation deepened. He had been a soldier before with a strong aura. Combined with his status as the richest man, many young girls didn't even dare to look him in the eye. But Molly, as Joshua said, was indeed different. Elle heard from Joshua that Miss Walker was also adopted. Daniel suddenly spoke. Isabel clenched the cup in her hand. She pretended not to care and took a big sip of tea. Her peripheral vision, however, remained fixed on Molly and Daniel. "Yes," Molly calmly continued, "although I haven't had parents since childhood, the love my grandmother gave me was enough to make up for the lack of love." "Your grandmother must be outstanding." Daniel sincerely sighed. Children from single-parent families or those lacking love would grow up with difficult-to-heal scars, either feeling inferior or arrogant. Yet he could not see these defects in Molly, proving that those who raised her indeed did a good job. "If I have the opportunity, I really want to meet such an elder." He didn't know Molly's grandmother had passed away. Molly's eyes drooped, thinking of the old woman who had raised her unconditionally despite her poverty. Her calm heart stirred again. She mocked Isabel with a glance. "Unfortunately, my grandmother has passed away." Daniel's face showed a hint of surprise and regret. "That's a shame. I'll just regret not giving her a good life, and even causing her untimely death because of me." Isabel clenched her fists, her teeth grinding loudly. Molly cast an ambiguous glance at her, making insinuations without naming names that aroused suspicion. Daniel glanced at Isabel and stopped the conversation. On the other side, Nicholas was checking the surveillance. After watching it twice, he finally saw the truth. It wasn't Molly's fault. He held the mouse, hesitating over the delete button. "Why the hesitation?" Damien's voice sounded from behind. "Elle thought you would delete it directly." Nicholas paused, helplessly saying, "Jillian isn't like this." It must be that Molly offended her somehow. His whole heart was full of making excuses for Jillian. Damien hesitated whether or not to tell Nicholas about the good relationship between Joshua and Molly. His second brother was good in every respect, but he was somewhat partial when it came to protecting his own family. He was fair to everyone else, but biased when it came to his own kin. He was very similar to Joshua in this regard. "You're a lawyer. I thought you would treat everyone fairly." "I'll treat everyone fairly in court, but now that it involves Jillian's reputation, I can't turn a blind eye." "Brother, after Ivy went missing, Jillian has been healing us in her place. Without Jillian, it would have been very difficult for Dad and us to make it this far." Nicholas's words were both helpless and desolate. Then Jillian came and made their lives a little bit better. Over the years, they had pampered Jillian as if she was Ivy, and it had become a habit. Damien didn't say anything. Beneath his transparent gold-rimmed glasses, his phoenix-like eyes appeared even more profound. Joshua had already fallen asleep in exhaustion, otherwise he might have started fighting with Nicholas. Damien was considering whether or not to tell Nicholas about Joshua's insistence that Molly was Ivy. Before he could say anything, Nicholas deleted the surveillance footage. The information was wiped away. Damien frowned. Nicholas, this is unfair to Molly. It is unfair. If there is retribution, let it come to me. Nicholas smiled brilliantly. He was obviously someone who had grown up in the sunshine, but it allowed Damien to get a glimpse of the darkness hidden deep within him. Molly is in the process of divorcing Michael Gallagher without taking anything. I guess she needs money the most right now. I will give her enough compensation. Nicholas thought this solution was excellent. As long as there was enough compensation, no one would refuse. Damien sighed. Ivy's disappearance had affected their mother and the three brothers. Nicholas might have appeared sunny on the outside, but when it came to family matters, it made him unconsciously biased. Seeing that he couldn't persuade him otherwise, Damien handed him a card. For Molly's compensation, one have a portion here too. Nicholas raised his eyebrows in confusion. Last time she was bullied by our cousin, I promised her that I would give her an explanation. Since you are going to compensate her, give her my share as well. Nicholas silently accepted the card. Damien thought of the proud and beautiful woman and glanced at the premium credit card. She probably won't accept our compensation, but it will definitely leave a bad impression on them. She hasn't suffered any real losses and can still get a large sum of money. What's there to be unsatisfied about? Nicholas replied noncommittally. It's Jillian who fell into the water, not her. In his opinion, Molly had no reason not to accept it. She's not like other women. Damien squinted his eyes, recalling her red dress and facing off against Lucy. This Molly was like a strong rose, unwilling to bow down to anyone. He couldn't imagine how such a woman could bear to be Michael's secret wife for 3 years. Thinking about Joshua wanting to acknowledge Molly as his sister, Damien decided not to say what was on his mind. It's better not to let Joshua know, as long as Nicholas could handle the matter, to avoid any conflicts between the brothers. Damien suddenly asked curiously Nicholas, if Ivy comes back and has a conflict with Jillian, who would you support? Jillian is so kind. She wouldn't have a conflict with Ivy. Nicholas refuted decisively. That's not necessarily true. Damien laughed like a sly fox. Do you mean, has Ivy been found? Nicholas's eyes lit up. I'm not certain, but now that we have a target, it's Gabriel's classmate from abroad, who will come tonight. Damien Thompson said, with a grin in his eyes. Nicholas Thompson excitedly grabbed his hand. Brother, are you telling the truth? Is Ivy really coming back? Seeing their younger brother's excitement and choked voice, Damien's eyes dampened as well. Over the years, they had searched thousands of places and spent a fortune but were unable to find any trace of Ivy. For over 20 years, they had prepared for the worst, never expecting to see Ivy alive again. Brother, look, one told you Gabriel is our lucky star. Not only did she heal us, but now she has also helped us find Ivy, said Nicholas, as all his guilt toward Molly Walker vanished. When Ivy comes back, our family will be reunited. Nicholas' emotion affected Damien as well. Once Ivy returns, you can also find a girlfriend. Damien's teasing remark caused Nicholas to roll his eyes. You should say that to Joshua. Ever since the three of us privately agreed not to marry until we found Ivy, Joshua has been working hard to suppress the primal power within him, playing games among flowers. I guess once Ivy is found, he will be the first one to get married. Mentioning Joshua, the ever-sunny Nicholas also softened. Joshua was the youngest brother and the most pampered by them. The thought of seeing Ivy tonight cheered up Nicholas a lot. Dad and the others are still waiting for me. I should go and explain to them first. Just as Nicholas approached them, he noticed the awkward atmosphere. Jillian Thompson had already changed her clothes and was sitting next to Daniel Thompson, making him laugh out loud. When Jillian saw her brother coming, she glanced nervously both ways. With a faint smile on her lips, Molly Walker locked eyes with Nicholas, causing him to hesitate in his steps. What took you so long? Daniel Thompson asked with a serious look. How did the surveillance check go? The scene suddenly fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Jillian clutched at her clothes, staring pitifully at Nicholas, her voice soft and broken. Second brother. Isabel held her breath as well. "Elle checked the surveillance footage," said Nicholas, looking at Molly and pausing for a moment. Jillian was correct. Miss Walker pushed her. Jillian Thompson sighed with relief. Daniel Thompson stared at Molly, his face falling cold and serious. He never expected that a seemingly calm and righteous young girl could harbor such malice. Nicholas, the one who spoke just now, felt a sudden pressure in his heart. He turned to Molly and asked, "Miss Walker, may I have a word with you?" Molly sighed, shaking her head. She laughed alluringly, yet cold as ice. "No need. Since you've checked, there's nothing I can say that would change the outcome, right?" A chill spread from her fingertips to her heart. Everyone in the room, along with the air, made her cells feel unbearably cold. She never expected that even someone as seemingly just as Nicholas would blatantly favor Jillian. "Elle thought you were different from the others, Mr. Thompson." Molly's laughter didn't reach her eyes. "Perhaps others might tamper with surveillance footage, but I thought you wouldn't, because you're a lawyer. But I forgot. You too are a lawyer. A lawyer can defend the victim, but also protect the perpetrator." Nicholas' pupils shattered abruptly. He had prepared a significant compensation payment for a private settlement, but he never expected that Molly wouldn't even give him a chance for that. Her words seemed not to blame him, but each one implied that she was blaming him. She was right. He is a lawyer. But here, he only wanted to be a protective older brother. "I'm sorry." Nicholas lowered his eyes, his long eyelashes covering the light in them. Molly picked up the box and stood up, her face tired and her expression dim. She moved her gaze away and walked towards the door of the hallway. Jillian stayed put, feeling guilty. Looking at Molly's retreating figure, Isabel was once again amazed by Jillian's influence. Nicholas' protection of Jillian was downright twisted. While it was obviously Jillian's fault, he blatantly lied to shield her. Just as Molly was about to leave, Daniel Thompson spoke up. "Since Miss Walker pushed Jillian, she should apologize to her. Then we can let bygones be bygones." Daniel's words made Nicholas's face turn red. Jillian also glanced guiltily at Nicholas. She knew her second brother had already seen the surveillance footage and said those words earlier only to save her face. Her aims were achieved. But now, with Daniel's words, what if Molly went wild? Jillian knew that Molly didn't even give consideration to Michael Gallagher's face. "Dad, why don't we forget it? You can see that I'm fine." Jillian began to plead for mercy, looking at Molly as she spoke. The latter turned around. Her lips curved into a mocking smile. However, Daniel Thompson ignored Jillian's plea and looked at Nicholas. "Since you checked the surveillance and confirmed that Miss Walker pushed Jillian, you should do as you said and send her to the Public Security Bureau. Why aren't you pursuing her now?" His words made Nicholas feel awkward. He wanted to defend his sister but couldn't force Molly to confess. Since he knew the truth, it was even more impossible for him to take extreme actions against Molly. Seeing Molly standing there all alone, combined with his father's sharp words, he started to feel sympathy for her. In the video, she only wanted the box, and Jillian was clearly trying to make things difficult for her. Now, it wasn't just Jillian who was bullying her. The entire Thompson family was against her. Nicholas suddenly found the card in his hand, which Damien had given him earlier, unbearably hot. He looked at his father, wanting to say something but hesitated. Seeing Nicholas like this, Jillian quickly tugged at her father's arm and playfully said, "Dad, let it go. Ivy is coming later. Let's spare her for today. How could we let her go?" Daniel Thompson glanced at her meaningfully. "Since she did something wrong, she should apologize, right, Miss Walker?" Upon meeting Daniel's scrutinizing gaze, Molly chuckled. With a sarcastic smile, she replied, "You're right. But did I really do something wrong?" She didn't understand why Daniel stopped her. Just now, she thought he didn't seem as indifferent as people said. Was he flipping the script now? Out of concern for Joshua, she didn't want to think ill of the Thompson family. She even endured everything that happened today for Joshua's sake. But that didn't mean she was, in fact, a pushover. When she questioned back, Daniel Thompson nodded. Indeed. Do you not know whether you pushed or not? Elle didn't push. Reflexively, Molly blurted out, "Your son is lying." As she said these words, Daniel actually started laughing. "You're right. Nicholas indeed lied." After saying that, he looked at Nicholas Thompson and said in a deep voice, "Bring up the surveillance. I want to see it." Nicholas Thompson didn't respond. Jillian Thompson paled with fear. "Father." Seeing the two of them react in this way, Daniel Thompson said with a grim face, "What nonsense! Who do you think you are? Ignoring the facts and framing others. Is this how I taught you?" Molly Walker watched Daniel Thompson with interest. Just a moment ago, she had thought that all the Thompson family members were of the same ilk. She didn't expect Daniel Thompson to take her side. Seeing Daniel Thompson's anger, Jillian Thompson's eyes turned red. "Dad, don't blame Nicholas. I asked him to do it." She wiped her tears in a panic, with tears rolling down her cheek. Nicholas Thompson, who had been exposed, seemed surprisingly at ease. He walked up to Molly Walker and said, "Miss Walker, I apologize for the surveillance incident. It was my fault. I hope you can forgive my sister." Molly Walker looked towards Jillian Thompson. There was no apology on her face, just defiance. Whether Molly forgave her or not, Jillian Thompson would not offer a sincere apology. Thinking about Joshua Thompson having such a sister, Molly couldn't help but worry for him. She weighed her box for a moment, then gave a slight smirk. "There's nothing to forgive or not forgive. I just hope that Miss Thompson will stop invading other people's privacy in the future." She turned to leave with her box, only to bump into a hurried servant. Molly Walker's box fell to the ground. "Fifth young lady, there is a Miss Jones outside looking for you." The servant's words made everyone in the room stand up, especially Daniel Thompson, who said quickly, "Let her in." Watching the excited Thompson family, Molly Walker picked up the things that had fallen to the ground and put them back in the box, and then left with the box without looking back. When she heard the name Ivy, she couldn't help but take another look at Miss Jones. Had the Thompson family found Ivy Thompson? Thinking of the mentally ill lady, Molly Walker's heart softened. Now that the daughter was found, the mother's mental illness should improve. Because of Lola Jones' appearance, the Thompson family were up all night. For the first time, Daniel Thompson met someone who looked so much like him. Therefore, he immediately identified Lola as his daughter. Jillian Thompson was somewhat skeptical. The identification results haven't come out yet. "Father, don't be too excited too soon, in case." Daniel Thompson immediately interrupted her. "She's definitely Ivy. Look, she looks so much like me. Isn't she my daughter?" He was so excited that he had already forgotten everything. Seeing that he wasn't hearing anyone else, Jillian Thompson cast her gaze on Lola Jones. Lola Jones, stared at by Jillian Thompson, quickly lowered her head in fear. Nicholas Thompson stood aside. Seeing Lola Jones, he wasn't as excited as he had imagined. Although Lola Jones looked like their father, he dared not rashly acknowledge her as his sibling before the results of the paternity test came out. He frowned at his father. His clever father could be as naive as a child when it came to family matters. "When will the identification results come out?" Nicholas Thompson asked Jillian Thompson. "The day after tomorrow." As soon as I suspected that Lola might be Ivy, I had father and her take the test immediately. The earliest result won't come out until the day after tomorrow. I hope that she really is Ivy," said Nicholas Thompson in a low voice. Daniel Thompson wanted Joshua Thompson to come out and recognize her, but Joshua Thompson locked his door tightly, as if deliberately avoiding something. As soon as Joshua knew that Lucy Jones would come over tonight, he locked his door tightly. Apart from Molly Walker, no one else could be Ivy Thompson. He didn't want to pretend to get along with irrelevant people. It's better to keep them out of sight. However, the next morning, as soon as he went downstairs, he saw Lola Jones. Just like in the photo, she had short hair and a refreshing look. In person, she looked even more like his father. If he weren't so certain, he might have really thought she was Ivy Thompson. After all, there aren't many people who look like his father. Third brother. Seeing him, Jillian Thompson put down her breakfast and called him over. "Come and have a look at Lola. Father said he's going to hold a press conference to acknowledge Lola's identity today." "So soon?" Joshua Thompson was about to stamp his foot. He thought they would at least wait until the identification results came out. But obviously, his father didn't want to wait anymore and was determined that Lola Jones was his daughter. Is it too fast? Jillian Thompson asked back in confusion. Since Lola looks so much like father, there can be no other possibilities, right? What does being alike supply? Joshua Thompson picked up a bun and bit into it, looking nonchalant and domineering. I also look like Keanu Reeves. Should I call Keanu Reeves dad then? He glanced at Lola Jones, whose face flushed red in embarrassment. Jillian Thompson didn't expect Joshua Thompson to be so blunt. She had deceived their father, but she couldn't deceive her third brother. Where's father? I have something to discuss with him. He wanted to stop the press conference. Even if it had to be held, they should wait until they get Molly Walker's test results. If the press conference took place and it turned out that they got the wrong person, that would embarrass the Thompson family. He didn't care, but his father would probably be so embarrassed that he wouldn't dare to leave the house. Jillian Thompson pointed to a room, and Joshua Thompson threw down the half-eaten bun and hurried towards it. He easily pushed the door open. Not only was Daniel Thompson in the room, so were Damian Thompson and Nicholas Thompson. Hello, brothers. Joshua Thompson walked over with a grin. Don't tell me you've recognized this Lola Jones as Ivy without having verified the verification results. He fixed his gaze on Damian Thompson and Nicholas Thompson. The two of them remained silent, looking somewhat helpless. When they saw Lola Jones, they didn't feel happy, even a little unnerved. She looked so much like their father, it should be almost certain. Perhaps the joy of reuniting after a long separation wasn't as strong as they expected, and they even felt a little awkward. What's with your constipated faces? Joshua looked on schadenfreudigly with his arms crossed and smirked. Elle told you she is not Ivy, and you still don't believe it. Then, if she isn't Ivy, who is? Daniel Thompson's eyes were sharp, and his words were full of longing. Is it that Molly Walker? Joshua was about to say something else, but Damian tugged on him. Molly does resemble your aunt. She's also a good person, but I still think Lola is my daughter with Amanda. Because she looks like you? Joshua burst his bubble. Father, one never realized you were so narcissistic. Just because she looks like you, you're sure she's your daughter? Can't you speak with evidence? Joshua's words cooled off Daniel's enthusiasm, which had kept him excited. All it was Jillian who recommended this, and that Lola Jones looked like him, which disoriented him. He should indeed wait for the identification results. Joshua was about to say that the results of Molly's DNA test would come out today when he suddenly heard an uproar in the hall. It was the sound of his mother crying. Ivy, my Ivy is back. Amanda Leaford sat in the living room, clutching something and sobbing. This shocking scene scared Jillian Thompson, and she hurried over. She squatted down, patiently hugged Amanda Leaford and said, Mom, don't cry anymore. Even if Ivy comes back, you can't ruin your eyes by crying. Daniel Thompson and Joshua Thompson and the others came over. Hearing this, they thought she recognized her daughter. Daniel Thompson, holding Amanda's hand, softly asked, Amanda, our daughter is back. You don't have to worry about her suffering outside anymore. Daniel Thompson looked at Lola Jones standing by and motioned to her. Lola hesitated for a moment before finally walking over. Look, our daughter is standing right in front of us. We'll never be separated again. Daniel Thompson held Lola's hand, placing it over Amanda's. Amanda was still looking at Lola, puzzled. Seeing his father obviously missing the point, Joshua Thompson coldly reminded him, Dad, look at what Mom is holding in her hand. Only then did Daniel Thompson notice the thing in Amanda's hand. It was a piece of cotton cloth, without any patterns, somewhat yellowed. His own wife held it tightly as if it were a rare treasure. Seeing the cloth, Daniel Thompson thought for a moment, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly asked, Where did this come from? Jillian Thompson couldn't tell what it was, but since her mother cherished it so much, it must have some significance. The cloth was white and somewhat yellowed, showing its age. Jillian Thompson thought for a moment, then glanced at Lola Jones. This is Ivy's. Amanda answered first, carefully folding the cloth and holding it by her heart. Jillian Thompson took another look at the cloth. It seemed familiar. She must have seen it somewhere before but couldn't remember. Daniel Thompson looked at Lola and asked with a tremble, Is this yours? Seeing Amanda cherish the cloth, Lola was about to deny it, but was preempted by Jillian. who said, "This is Lola's. I saw it on her desk before." The words got stuck in Lola's throat. To admit that this rag was her own thing would take tremendous courage. From yesterday until today, her eyes had been dazzled by the wealth of the Thompson family, especially the three elder brothers, who were really handsome. For a family as rich as the Thompsons, she would temporarily assume Ivy Thompson's identity and stay. Even if she couldn't become the fourth daughter of the Thompson family, what if she and one of the handsome men got together? Having thought it through, Lola accepted it more easily. "Yes, I've carried this cloth with me since I was a child. I don't know how it fell out." Seeing her smug expression, Jillian Thompson clenched her teeth, made a fist, and rolled her eyes in her heart. This Lola Jones really knew how to climb up the ladder. Hearing her words, Daniel Thompson was very delighted. Guess this is Ivy's saliva cloth. That era was popular for pinning a saliva cloth on a child for easy wiping of drool. I didn't expect you to still have it after all these years. Lola was also somewhat touched. Knew from a young age that I was not born in that family. My foster parents abroad never hid my identity, including this saliva cloth, which they also gave me. Did your foster parents only give you this one? Daniel Thompson wanted to confirm further. Is there anything else? Clothes or shoes? Seeing Daniel Thompson already entered questioning mode, Lola couldn't join the conversation for a moment. She looked nervously at Jillian Thompson. Jillian Thompson pulled Daniel Thompson and coaxed, "Dad, let's wait for the identification result and ask Lola's foster parents directly then. It's been a long time. She may not necessarily remember." "That's true." Daniel Thompson laughed. "But I don't think we need the identification result. This saliva cloth is an important item, enough to prove Lola's identity." Daniel Thompson had already identified Lola's identity. Joshua Thompson watched every move of Lola and didn't miss any subtle expressions on her face. Whether this cloth was Lola's or not still needed to be verified, but the cloth's appearance here was indeed bizarre. Looking at the whole event, too many coincidences were involved. He walked over to Damian Thompson and whispered, "Has this Lola Jones been investigated?" Joshua Thompson nodded. "So far, there's no problem with the investigation, and the timing can be basically matched." Damian Thompson pursed his lips. "Then, it's just the identification result we're waiting for. I'll go out for a while." Damian Thompson gestured to Daniel Thompson. "Keep an eye on him. Don't let him impulsively organize a press conference. It would be so embarrassing if we got the wrong person." Joshua Thompson laughed, his eyes curving like crescent moons. "Don't worry. I won't admit this, sister, before the identification result comes out." Damian Thompson felt reassured as he nodded, picked up the car keys, and headed towards the underground garage. The time had come. He had to get the results. Seeing Damian Thompson leave, Jillian Thompson blinked her eyes and quietly sent a message to Isabel Richardson. The weather was clear, and Molly Walker woke up early after a good night's. She was making breakfast in her room when she heard the sound of a car outside. Looking out the window, the familiar Maybach parked at the door, with the car door opening, and Michael Gallagher stepped out. He wore a white t-shirt and black pants, with messy hair drooping in front of his brow, covering the darkness in his eyes. Molly Walker was surprised. Why is he here? So eager for the divorce? The morning light filtered through the leaves and dappled the man's face, making it alternately bright and dark, handsome and cold. The man glanced towards the house. Soon, Molly's phone rang. "Hello?" Michael Gallagher's deep voice came through. "I'm at your front door. Have you had breakfast?" Molly didn't react and continued with her noodle making. He hesitated for a few seconds before asking, "Do you have any extra?" Molly chuckled lightly. Yes. Today was their divorce day, and she had already become much calmer. At least when facing him, her emotions seldom fluctuated. Time could heal everything. Molly opened the door in the yard, and Michael Gallagher walked in. Seeing Molly wearing an apron, Michael Gallagher was taken aback. He had never seen her so leisurely before. Back at the villa, whenever he came home late, she would take the initiative to ask if he was hungry, and without alerting Aunt, she would cook him late-night snacks, always carefully asking if he liked the taste. Once, he came home late to find her asleep on the sofa, holding a nutrition guide in her hand. That was when he realized that her cooking skills were good, acquired through secretly practicing. He sat at the table, and a bowl of noodles was placed in front of him. Elle didn't know you were coming, so I already put chili in the soup. Seeing him staring at the noodles, Molly thought he was looking at the floating chili bits. Can you eat spicy food? Michael Gallagher asked. Molly was taken aback. She recalled that she had said she didn't eat spicy food to accommodate his taste during her years in the Gallagher family, even though she was able to tolerate it. Now with Michael Gallagher asking, she was at a loss for words. Michael Gallagher didn't continue the topic, picking up the noodles and eating them gracefully as always. Spicy noodles really made a difference, as the heat rose and stung the corners of his eyes. After finishing the noodles, Molly Walker offered him a cup of tea. Taking it, he leisurely savored the tea. 10 minutes later. Molly glanced at the time. The staff at the Civil Affairs Bureau should be at work by now. Seeing Michael motionless, she hesitated to remind him that if they were any later, the Bureau staff would be off duty. Michael noticed her restlessness, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Right then, her cell phone rang. Seeing it was Joshua Thompson, she hung up without hesitation. Since she decided to stay away from the Thompson family, it would be better not to contact them in the future. She thought that hanging up would make Joshua give up, but this time he seemed determined to keep calling. Michael cast a cold glance at her cell phone. The phone was on the table, and he could see the caller too. He felt somewhat dispirited, thinking that after their divorce, she would marry Joshua. Even though she was the one who had cheated, he had no right to blame her. Why don't you pick it up? This question was slightly provocative. Under Michael's probing gaze, she pressed the call button. Joshua's excited voice came through. Where are you? His voice trembled with every word, choked with emotion and excitement. She didn't care about what had happened to him and replied indifferently. Elle thought I made things clear last night. Elle, no. I know, but the situation is different now. Molly, I have some good news to tell you. It's not clear over the phone. Tell me where you are, and I'll come pick you up and tell you in person. Joshua rambled on nonstop. Feeling confused, Molly glanced at Michael and finally whispered, I'm not free this morning. Come pick me up at the Civil Affairs Bureau at noon. By saying this, she was indirectly reminding Michael. What are you doing there? Joshua suddenly thought of something. Raising his voice, Oh, the divorce. Good. Hurry up and divorce Michael Gallagher. I'll introduce you to someone better afterward. Thank you. Molly hung up and said to Michael, Let's go. If we leave now, we can finish before noon. All right. Michael got up expressionlessly and walked out quickly. After Molly closed the door, Michael turned back to her. Molly, in your heart, am I worse than Joshua Thompson? Molly pursed her lips, unsure of the meaning behind his question. After a moment of silence, she said softly, It's difficult to compare people. You have your strengths, and he has his. Oh? Michael raised an eyebrow in surprise. What are my strengths? Molly thought carefully, but all she could think of were his weaknesses. Cold-hearted, unfaithful, indecisive. As time ticked by, Michael scoffed. In a rush, Molly blurted out, You're good-looking. Michael, let's go. Michael simply strode to the car, and she had no choice but to follow him. Molly sat in the back seat, looking out the window in silence. Michael glanced at her and whispered, If you don't want a divorce, there's still time to change your mind. Not getting a divorce so she could watch him and Isabel Richardson be lovey-dovey. Molly looked at him coldly and decisively said, Divorce. One word. Ice cold. Michael simply closed his mouth and began to close his eyes and rest. Not far from the Civil Affairs Bureau, Isabel Richardson had arrived early to wait. Today was the day Michael and Molly got divorced. She wanted to be there to witness them obtaining the divorce certificate in person. Thinking about Molly's true identity, Isabel's eyes turned red with jealousy. Jillian Thompson sent her a message saying that Joshua had gone to get the identification results and asked her to find a way to deal with this. Isabel understood Jillian's intention. As long as this matter was stopped, their family's cooperation could continue. Yesterday, she had witnessed Jillian's skill in handling matters. If she was willing, she could undoubtedly turn things around. She made a call and instructed the person on the other end. Have you stopped Joshua Thompson? A chilling male voice came through, along with the sound of an engine starting. It seemed like he was still driving. I'm following him, but how am I supposed to intercept him? 1-1 him, not a bloody police car. If Molly's identity is exposed, we will all be in trouble. Isabel's eyes turned cold and vicious. She had always believed that Molly was just a deadbeat, but it turned out that she was the Thompson family's long-lost fourth young lady. If she was recognized and taken home, Isabel would be the first to be dealt with. This must not be allowed to happen. Joshua held the identification result in his hand. The detective had given him the news that there was a 99% chance that Molly was Ivy Thompson, his lost sister. She's his sister. He had finally found her after over 20 years of searching. If his parents and brother knew this, they would be overjoyed. Now, his priority was to pick up Molly and bring her back to the Thompson family. He wanted to share this good news with everyone back home. Driven by nervousness and excitement, Joshua didn't notice the truck speeding towards him from the side as he kept staring at the navigation system. 300 meters, 200 meters away from the Civil Affairs Bureau. Suddenly, there was a loud bang as the truck collided with his car. As soon as Molly got out of the car, she heard a loud noise from afar. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Walking a few steps, she saw two girls on bicycles discussing the accident as they walked by. A car crash. So tragic, a limited edition yellow sports car collided with a truck. Probably the sports car driver wasn't paying attention. These luxury car drivers love to show off their speed. Hearing limited edition convertible yellow sports car, Molly immediately thought of Joshua's car. Then, she thought of how she had asked Joshua to come to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Could it be his car? Molly tremblingly dialed Joshua's number. The call was quickly answered. "Hello, are you a family member of the owner?" A lump formed in Molly's throat. Yes. The call wasn't answered by Joshua Thompson. She hurriedly asked, "What happened to him?" "He had a car accident. You should notify his other family members." With a loud boom, Molly Walker stood dumbfounded in place, not even noticing that the caller had hung up. How could Joshua Thompson have been in a car accident? His driving skills were so good. Molly Walker stayed dazed for a few seconds, then immediately started running in the direction of two girls who had just arrived. Michael Gallagher grabbed her and asked in a deep voice, "Where are you going?" Molly Walker was chilled to the bone, her voice weak and anxious. "Joshua Thompson had a car accident. I have to go and see him." Watching Molly Walker staggering away, Michael Gallagher stared at her receding figure, his eyes frosty. The assistant in the car popped her head out, sighing. She cares so much about the third son of the Thompson family. The lady possibly really cheated. "Shut up." Michael Gallagher gave her a cold glance before quickly walking away. Isabel Richardson saw Molly Walker and Michael Gallagher from afar. Her eyes lit up, and she hurried over. "Have you finished the procedures?" Unable to hide her inner joy, her tone was light. Molly Walker completely ignored her and started to run again. Not getting an answer, Isabel Richardson stubbornly followed them. "Michael, your divorce papers." "Not done yet." Michael Gallagher's voice was also impatient. Isabel Richardson paused, forcing a smile. "Then where are you going now? Isn't the Civil Affairs Bureau right next door?" As long as Michael Gallagher and Molly Walker don't divorce, she will always be seen as the other woman and will be nailed on the pillar of shame. Molly Walker was already worried about Joshua Thompson. Hearing Isabel Richardson talking was like listening to a buzzing fly. She stopped, glancing coldly at Michael Gallagher. "Can you control your woman? She's really annoying." Michael Gallagher remained silent, taking a passing glance at Isabel Richardson. Her face turned red instantly. "I was just kindly reminding you to save you from going the wrong way." She knew exactly what Isabel Richardson was thinking. She coldly replied, "Elle don't need your reminder." She and Michael Gallagher would get a divorce sooner or later, but Isabel Richardson's behavior was getting unbearable. Seeing Molly Walker's harsh words, Isabel Richardson's eyes reddened. She moved closer to Michael Gallagher, but he walked too fast as if he didn't see her approaching and continued walking with Molly Walker. Isabel Richardson didn't know what had happened ahead and didn't dare to ask, so she just trailed behind them like a puppy. When they got to the crowded area, Isabel Richardson stopped. Molly Walker rushed into the crowd and saw Joshua Thompson, drenched in blood, being carried into an ambulance. "Joshua Thompson." Molly Walker's voice was weak as she sauntered over. The nurse immediately stopped her. "Are you a relative of the patient?" Without thinking, Molly Walker nodded. "Then get in the car." The procedures need to be handled by a relative. After Molly Walker got into the ambulance, Michael Gallagher also got in. Citing the remains of the luxury car crashed beyond recognition, Isabel Richardson stayed frozen in place. Using such an extreme way to eliminate Joshua Thompson, she suddenly felt chillingly. She quickly opened her cell phone, seeing a text message. "It's done?" After reading it, she promptly deleted the message. Seeing that Michael Gallagher had also gotten into the ambulance, Isabel Richardson tried to appear calm and attempted to get in too, but Molly Walker pushed her away. Molly Walker's eyes were frigid as ice. "You and Joshua Thompson aren't related, so there's no need for you to go." The nurse hurriedly closed the door. Watching the car howling away, Isabel Richardson felt both angry and anxious. Michael wasn't a relative of Michael Gallagher, so why did he go? Molly's insinuation, could it be she figured out who I am? In the ambulance, Molly watched the nurse administer emergency care to Joshua Thompson, whose face was covered in blood. She held her breath, tears welling up in her eyes. These days, she's grown to consider Joshua a friend and family member. The thought that he was in a car accident while picking her up intensified her feelings of guilt. Seeing her in such distress reminded Michael Gallagher of the night her grandmother died. She was like this, as though abandoned by the world. The car seriously damaged. It was hit by a large truck, and the driver fled the scene. Michael Gallagher hesitated a bit before sharing the news he had just learned with her, hoping to distract her. Upon hearing the driver had fled, Molly looked up at him. "Don't worry, the police are on it." Molly nodded, contemplating how Michael Gallagher had joined her in the car. She wanted to ask him why, but in the end, she didn't. It was normal for him to want to help, having known Joshua for many years. Michael Gallagher's handsome face was cool and composed, with black eyes narrowed as if they could scorch her. At the Thompson family's villa, Daniel Thompson was still basking in the joy of finding his daughter. Damian Thompson and Nicholas Thompson were seated in the living room, their eyes flicking towards the door from time to time. "Why hasn't Joshua arrived yet? Didn't he say he was going to give us a surprise?" Nicholas Thompson picked up a book, obviously bored, and started reading. "He'll be here soon." Damian Thompson laughed, his eyes shining with excitement. It was rare for Joshua to formally assemble them like this. Since he said it was a surprise, it must have been big news. Just then, Daniel Thompson's cell phone rang. Everybody's attention shifted to his phone. Seeing that it was the director of the Central Hospital, his old friend, on the caller ID, Daniel Thompson answered cheerfully, "Why the sudden call today?" "Old Thompson, you need to get to the hospital. Your son was hit by a car." Daniel Thompson jumped up, his cell phone dropping to the floor with a clatter. The director's voice carried, and everyone in the room heard clearly. "The situation is not good. Prepare yourself." Daniel Thompson's vision darkened as he fell backward, his eyes closing. "Dad." Outside the emergency room, Molly dumped herself on the floor, collapsing. All the way here, she did not dare look at Joshua's face. The guilt was overwhelming. "It's all my fault. If only she hadn't called Joshua, the accident might not have happened." "It's not your fault." Michael Gallagher's eyes darkened. He crouched down to look at her trembling shoulders, resisting the urge to pull her into his arms. Suppressing his emotions, he spoke in a low, gruff voice. "There's something fishy about this accident. Surveillance shows the truck was following him the whole time. It could be intentional. If it was intentional, then she had nothing to do with it." Composing himself, Michael Gallagher watched her sit motionless and felt a tightness in his chest. At that moment, a few people rushed over in a panic. It was Damian Thompson and Nicholas Thompson. Upon seeing Molly, the look on Nicholas's face darkened terribly. He advanced on her step by step. "Wasn't Joshua going to pick you up? Why is he the one in there, and you're out here unharmed?" Molly remained silent, her crouched body trembling. Nicholas grabbed her arm roughly and pulled her up. "Why? Tell me why." "He said he was bringing you to us for a surprise." "Is this your surprise?" "Nicholas, calm down." Damian hurriedly held him back. "This is an accident. No one wanted it to happen." Another hand came over, grabbed Nicholas's hand, and forced it open. It was Michael Gallagher. With a cold face, he protected Molly Walker behind him, furrowed his brows, and his handsome face was gloomy. Joshua Thompson's car accident has nothing to do with her. She wasn't in the car at that time. Nicholas snorted coldly, glared at Molly Walker fiercely, and quickly walked to the door of the emergency room. Damien helplessly glanced at Michael Gallagher. "Sorry, my younger brother has a bad temper." Michael Gallagher faintly nodded, then turned to look at Molly Walker. Her eyes were red from crying. When her grandmother passed away before, she had Isabel Richardson to hate. But now that Joshua Thompson had an accident, only she was left to blame herself. "Stop crying." Michael Gallagher's voice softened. "Even though she is crying for another man, he just couldn't bear to see her suffer. I don't want to cry either." Molly wiped away her tears, but she couldn't seem to control them no matter what. Michael Gallagher sighed and just raised his hand. Molly instinctively dodged it, and to ease the awkwardness, she stared intently at the emergency room. Michael Gallagher pursed his lips tightly. After an unknown period of time, Joshua Thompson was finally pushed out from the inside. The doctor took off his mask, spoke to Damien outside the door. "The patient is still in a coma and is not out of danger yet. The situation may improve or worsen later on. You need to be mentally prepared." Damien's face was solemn, slightly tired under his gold-rimmed glasses. "Thank you, doctor." Michael Gallagher walked over and told them the message he found. The truck used a fake license plate and ran away after the hit. Hearing this, the now calm Nicholas Thompson's face turned cold, and Damien's face also sank. "Thank you." Damien looked deeply into his eyes. There are some people with special connections who can find out the inside story firsthand, and Michael Gallagher is one of them. There were rumors that after Xavier Gallagher's death, Michael Gallagher became a different person. From a carefree young master to the man in charge of the Gallagher family, with his own power, Michael Gallagher turned the tide of the chaotic situation within the family. It can be seen from the fact that he got this message first, how strong his power is. Michael Gallagher sneered. "No need to thank me, but your brother blamed Joshua Thompson's accident on someone else. Shouldn't there be an explanation?" Damien raised his eyebrows. Is this standing up for Molly Walker? It seems that Michael Gallagher is not entirely without feelings for Molly Walker. Damien walked in front of Molly and looked at her swollen red eyes, softly said, "My brother was just worried about Joshua when he yelled at you. What happened to Joshua is an accident and has nothing to do with you. You don't need to blame yourself." Molly gently hemmed in response, but her expression didn't relax much. There is still heartache. Michael Gallagher watched her furrowing her brows, unwilling to relax, and lowered his eyes. "Miss Walker, may I ask you a question?" Molly looked at Damien and slowly nodded. "Go ahead." Damien saw that her voice was hoarse and could tell that she was genuinely worried about Joshua. No matter what happened before, at this moment, her concern for Joshua was sincere. Damien's voice was gentle. "Did Joshua ever mention why he was going to pick you up?" Molly was slightly startled, furrowed her brows, and tried to recall carefully. It seemed that Joshua had mentioned the reason, but also didn't. She recalled slowly, and Damien patiently waited. "It seems like he said he wanted to tell me something, that some things couldn't be clearly explained over the phone, and he needed to tell me in person." Molly's words gradually brought the answer to Damien's question to the surface. If Joshua really said that, it meant that Molly was indeed their sister. Joshua called them to tell them a piece of good news and was about to pick up Molly. He probably intended to bring Molly back home. Joshua has long suspected that Molly was their sister, so given his character, he probably would have taken something to get tested and would only then tell the others about it. Even though the test results couldn't be seen, the outcome was pretty much clear. "Miss Walker, don't worry. Joshua is lucky and has great fortune. He'll be fine." Not knowing how to comfort this young girl, Damien used Joshua as a way to reassure her. Nicholas coldly glanced at the people on the side and said to Damien, "Joshua is still in danger, but you seem to know how to comfort people." Molly lowered her head. Seeing her like this, Nicholas didn't have the heart to say anything else. "Let's go." Molly's voice was light and breezy as she looked at Michael Gallagher and said, "Finish with what has to be done." The matter pending was divorce. Michael looked at Joshua briefly, wanting to say something to persuade her, but in the end, he tightened his lips. Having experienced a life or death situation, she should be more determined to divorce and be with Joshua, right? Thinking about how she took him out of the fire, Michael's heart became increasingly soft. She has always been such a considerate person. Technically speaking, she has a people-pleasing personality who will suppress their own nature for others' sake. She had undoubtedly endured a lot of grievances during their years of marriage. Now, he finally had to let go. Let's go. He turned around and quickly walked forward. He was afraid that if they waited any longer, he would become reluctant to let her go. At the entrance of the hospital, Isabel Richardson had just hung up the phone. Her face was alarmingly pale. Her large autumn eyes were empty and lacked spiritedness. Seeing Molly and Michael, Isabel subconsciously asked, "Where are you going?" Molly sneered. "Wherever you want us to go." Isabel didn't speak. They were getting divorced, which should have made her happy, but she had just received a call from that man, demanding $750,000 for urgent use. She couldn't possibly come up with that amount of money in such a short time. She thought of Jillian Thompson. "You go and deal with it first. I have some other things to take care of, and I'll come to celebrate with you later." She quickly walked to the side, widening the distance between them. Isabel seemed somewhat suspicious behaving like this. However, Molly had no energy to explore further, as she was eager to do something to cover up her inner anxiety. Divorce would at least allow her numb heart to feel some pain. As she watched Molly and Michael leave, Isabel quickly dialed Jillian's number. "Hello, Gabriel. I've done what you asked me to do, but now I urgently need $7." Before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by Jillian's furious voice. "What did you do? Did you arrange for someone to kill my third brother? Isabel, do you have a brain?" Remembering that Joshua, whom she dearly loved, was still in danger, Jillian wished she could slap her right now. "He's my third brother, not some random cat or dog. How could you be so thoughtless and play these life-threatening games?" A bunch of words were thrown at her in a flurry. As Jillian kicked a chair nearby and helplessly sat down on a sofa, her anger slowly died down. "Fine, it's already done. Did you take care of everything cleanly? I'm still dealing with it. The other side is asking for $750,000, and I can't get that." Jillian's anger flared up again. "Didn't you set a price before you did this? Aren't they clearly trying to blackmail you? You're no different from a pig-brained person." She took a deep breath. "Anyway, as long as it keeps them quiet, give them whatever they want, and don't let anyone in the family know I orchestrated this. Otherwise, I can't stay here any longer." As Jillian finished speaking, she suddenly felt a gaze piercing her back. She turned around and saw a familiar face. With a plop sound, the cell phone dropped to the ground. "Mom, when did you come?" Amanda Leaford was standing by the door, her gaze fixed on her. Jillian Thompson picked up the phone, pretending to be calm, and walked over to support her. "You could have called out for me if you want to find me. Why did you come here yourself?" While speaking, she was keenly observing Amanda's expressions, wanting to know how much she had heard. Although Amanda had a mental illness and often forgot things, if she overheard the words Jillian had just said, it risks being exposed. It was Isabel Richardson who ordered the hit. Even if it came to light, she could push the blame on Isabel. But if the Thompson family discovered her involvement in the background, she could be driven out the door before Ivy Thompson returns. The Thompson family bestowed upon her status and money. She didn't want all of it to be ephemeral. Amanda looked at her, anxiously asking, "Gabby, what were you saying about your third brother just now? Has something happened to him?" Hearing these words, a shudder ran through Jillian. She made an effort to find her voice to comfort Amanda. "Third brother is fine. He just made some mischief and Dad is handling it." If Amanda knew Joshua was in trouble, it could be a shock to her. Right now, she just wanted to reassure Amanda that, "Mom, did you hear anything else?" She gripped her hands tighter, turning paler. She hoped Amanda hadn't heard anything, or else, heard what? Amanda took an innocent look at her and asked, "Oh, are you talking about something as cover-up?" Amanda thought for a moment, cautiously asked, "Gabby, what does cover-up mean? Whose mouth are you shutting?" Jillian's face stiffened. Amanda's hearing seemed exceptionally good today. Did I say something wrong? Detecting the unpleasant atmosphere, Amanda quickly tried to please her. "Don't be angry. It's my fault." A cold flicker passed through Jillian's eyes as she embraced Amanda, gently asking, "No problem. But Mom, can you promise me not to tell anyone about what you heard today? Not even Dad or my brothers." Amanda thought for a moment and then nodded her head. Okay, I promise you. Thank you, Mom. Jillian replied with a relieved face, while her fingertips were buried deep into the flesh. At the Civil Affairs Bureau, Molly Walker and Michael Gallagher were sitting together being chastised by the staff. Domestic violence? The staff member, a middle-aged woman, took another look at the documents in her hand, asked Molly. Molly shook her head. Infidelity? She asked again. Molly remained silent. The staff member continued to ask, who cheated? Michael and Molly exchanged glances and awkwardly looked away. I have to clarify. Nowadays, young people like you fight and want a divorce, then reconcile and remarry. You are creating a lot of unnecessary work for us. The middle-aged woman adjusted her glasses, looked them up and down, and then added, such a handsome man and beautiful woman, both so young. Don't just go around divorcing. The birth rate is already low. Unexpectedly, they hit a snag at the place where they were supposed to get their wedding license. Seeing that the two were unmoved and showed no signs of regret, the middle-aged woman threw another sentence at them. There is a 1-month cooling-off period for divorce. Come back after a month. If you really can't wait, file a lawsuit for divorce and let the court decide. The two walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau empty-handed. Both seemed a bit at a loss. The sunlight was falling on them, somewhat warm but also equally dazzling. Should we file a divorce lawsuit? Molly asked. No need. Let's wait a month. Wouldn't it delay your marriage to Isabel? She remembered that both of them were already discussing marriage. If they wait another month, Isabel might go crazy. Michael remained silent as she casually discussed his and Isabel's marriage. Molly kindly reminded, I'll think you should still file for a divorce. Isabel didn't seem like a person who could wait. A coldness came over Michael's face. Didn't you say you don't like her? Molly Walker asked, puzzled. What's the relationship between these two issues? Michael Gallagher clenched his lips, feeling an unspeakable agitation in his heart. Perhaps there was no relationship, but she disliked Isabel Richardson. Shouldn't she also hope that he doesn't marry her? Shouldn't you wish for us not to be together since you do not like her? He remembered how angry she was when he was with Isabel before. But now, her calm demeanor made him feel uncomfortable, as if he had lost something very important. Hearing his words, Molly laughed. Elle did hate to see you two together before. But now, due to our mother-in-law's ill health and her wish for you two to marry, one don't want to obstruct. Besides, dealing with Isabel should be my responsibility. He was about to marry Isabel. Molly, who was getting divorced from him, had no right to demand that he take her side. If it was mutual affection, she could question him, but he didn't love her at all. What right does she have to make such a request then? More importantly, he had already chosen to stand with Isabel Richardson. The two of them would inevitably meet in court. Rather than feeling miserable at that point, it's better to sever the ties now with a swift, clean cut. Hearing her words of disappointment, Michael Gallagher wanted to explain, but the words got stuck in his chest. What was there to explain? That he wasn't with Isabel right now. Yet he knew he is destined not to abandon Isabel in this lifetime. He looked at her deeply and said softly, You saw Samuel Richardson's tactics too. His cold reminder, once you divorce me, he won't let you go off so easily. Then let him come at me. Molly's lips curled up into a smile, radiant and dazzling in the sunlight. She feared nothing. Michael Gallagher believed that she really was not afraid. Thinking of the way she calmly walked out of the Richardson family's villa that day, his lips curled up slightly. If there's anything I can help you with, feel free to ask. After all, he paused. We are indeed married. Molly raised an eyebrow slightly. Elle thought you were in cahoots with Samuel Richardson. No. Michael Gallagher frowned, as if recalling something, and an uneasy look flashed across his face. Unaware of what the beef was between him and Samuel Richardson, she wasn't curious and did not probe further. You can leave first. I have other things to attend to. Molly glimpsed at her cell phone and waved him off. Watching Molly walk away without looking back, Michael Gallagher inexplicably called out to stop her. Molly. Molly stood still, turned around, and smiled lightly. Her ethereal features seemed like a masterpiece from the hands of a goddess. A strand of hair playfully jumped out, caressing her collarbone. Nothing. His eyes deepened. and his low, husky voice echoed a sense of helplessness and unwillingness. He wanted to ask her if they could avoid the divorce, but when the words reached his lips, he swallowed them back down again. "I'll need to go." He staggered slightly and almost seemed to be running away in a panic. Molly lowered her head, covering the spot over her heart, and laughed helplessly. It seemed like this place had grown accustomed to the pain, so numb that it had lost all feeling. She composed herself and pressed a button on her phone. Soon, an excited male voice came from the other end. "Molly, you finally consented to contact me. Help me investigate someone when you have time." "Who?" "The truck driver who hit Joshua Thompson." "How did you get involved with Joshua Thompson?" The man's words were filled with strong dissatisfaction. "Elle thought you would let us take action after your grandmother's death, but when I contacted you, it was about investigating another man." Molly Walker did not respond, patiently waiting for him to finish complaining. After the complaint, the man immediately realized that he was too agitated. It wasn't his place to tell her what to do, after all. The man guiltily said, "I'm sorry I got too excited. I'll look into it right away." "Yes, find out who's behind it." She had heard the conversation between Michael Gallagher and Damian Thompson clearly. Joshua's incident was no accident. She could deal with her grandmother's issue herself, without needing the organization's involvement. However, the complicated reasons behind Joshua's incident forced her to use her connections with the organization. After hanging up the phone, Molly headed towards the hospital. As she arrived at its entrance, a voice called out to her. It was Jillian Thompson. Seeing Molly, Jillian was filled with both anger and jealousy. Isabel Richardson had shown her the test results. Molly Walker was indeed the long-lost Ivy Thompson of the Thompson family. She greedily stared at Molly's face, wishing she were her. "Miss Thompson." Molly called her coldly. Since the last water incident, Molly had no good feelings for Jillian for violating her privacy and framing her. Seeing Molly being cold and distant, Jillian was not annoyed, but instead looked her up and down as they walked together. "Elle heard my brother was hit by a car while on his way to pick you up?" Molly stood still, her gaze cold. Jillian's icy words contained sharp barbs, striking directly at one's heart. "If it wasn't for you, my third brother wouldn't have been in an accident. Don't you feel guilty?" Her words were like knives, each piercing through. However, Molly was not impressed. "My guilt is towards Joshua Thompson. What does it have to do with you?" Her languid voice was like a kitten scratching at one's heart. Jillian's face turned ugly. "Miss Thompson, I don't know what grudge you have against me, but I have a bad temper. It's best you don't provoke me." Molly walked toward the elevator, and Jillian followed. Feigning not to notice her, Molly stepped out of the elevator while Jillian bumped into her on purpose. "Oh, I'm sorry. Who told you to block the way?" Jillian walked out arrogantly, and Molly scoffed. "Jillian, what road did I really block for you? Snooping on my privacy and keeping me from getting along with the Thompson family. What are you really afraid of?" She was no fool and could see through Jillian's schemes and tactics. Jillian looked away nervously. "Ridiculous, Elle, Jillian Thompson, have never been afraid of anyone." Jillian lifted her chin and glanced at Molly. "Elle just don't like you. What's wrong with bullying you? Come on, bully me back." Jillian closed in, her mind filled with the scenes of bullying Molly, who had no family backing. How would it matter even if a person without family support was bullied? As long as she was there, she would ensure Ivy Thompson would never return home. She arrogantly reached out to pinch Molly's face, but her fingers were immediately caught in a tight grip by Molly. A sharp pain spread from her fingers to her whole body, and Jillian looked at Molly in disbelief, not understanding how a delicate girl could have such strength. "Let go." She tried to pull away, but Molly held onto her fingers in a strange posture, making her unable to move. Pain spread in waves from her fingers. Jillian Thompson's eyes filled with tears of pain as she couldn't pry the fingers open with her other hand. People in the elevator came and went, watching the scene unfold. Jillian Thompson's face flushed red. Unable to bear the pain, Jillian tried to grab Molly Walker's hair, but Molly quickly caught her hand and pushed her away forcefully. Jillian fell to the ground. "What are you doing?" Nicholas Thompson rushed out from the corridor, yelling angrily, and hurriedly helped Jillian up. He looked at Molly Walker, his clear eyes filled with anger. Elle never thought you could be so vicious. He had never imagined that Molly Walker could have such a side if he had not seen it with his own eyes. Indifference and ferocity were fully displayed on her actions. I'm not as vicious as her, Molly sneered. If Jillian hadn't attacked her, she wouldn't have bothered to retaliate. She walked towards the corridor, but Nicholas quickly blocked her way. You're not allowed in. Molly stopped. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a good relationship with Joshua. The swimming pool incident can be forgiven, but I just saw you bullying my sister. How do you explain that? Miss Walker, please apologize. Nicholas Thompson extended his hand to block her at the door, clearly not wanting her to enter. Jillian squeezed out a few tears, standing beside Nicholas, complaining, Brother, my hand hurts so much. It feels like it's broken. She lifted her wrist and swung it, with some fingers drooping, as if it was really broken. Molly sneered. It was a pity that Jillian didn't join the Oscars. Mr. Thompson, I don't have time to argue with you right now. You can ask your sister about the specific situation. Apologizing is out of the question, as this was just self-defense. She tried to walk around Nicholas to check on Joshua's condition, but he used his body to block her path. Miss Walker, my brother is now unconscious because of you. My father has ordered that only family members can visit him, so please stop your current behavior. Family, of course. She was not Joshua's family. Molly stopped and nodded slightly. All right, then I won't go in. Seeing that she was so easygoing, Nicholas frowned and told Jillian, Let's go. Watching Jillian and Nicholas leave, Molly stood there for a moment, then went downstairs. Nicholas had just mentioned that Joshua was still in a coma. Guilt. How could she not feel guilty? Joshua was her friend after all. Slowly walking downstairs, she was about to push open the door of her mother-in-law's hospital room when she heard laughter and lively conversation inside. Aunt, do you like the food I made? If you like it, I'll make more for you. It was Isabel's voice. I'll like it. I like everything you make. But I'd like it even more if you called me Mom. Lana's voice was filled with joy. Hearing these words, Molly knew that her mother-in-law's memory had not yet returned. Pushing open the door, she saw Isabel feeding her mother-in-law. When Lana saw her, her expression was no longer as resistant as before. Isabel's eyes flashed for a moment. She put the bowl aside and said to Lana, I have something to discuss with Miss Walker. Aunt, wait for me, please. She walked over quickly and softly closed the door behind her. Did you get a divorce? Isabel asked expectantly. Molly smiled slightly and whispered, Miss Richardson, you don't know about the cooling-off period after filing for divorce? Too bad you'll have to wait another month. It doesn't matter. Isabel grinned. I've waited this long. I can wait another month. Over the next month, I can't prepare my wedding properly. I'd even like to invite Miss Walker to be my witness. Isabel Richardson carefully observed the expression on Molly Walker's face, only to find that the smile remained, neither angry nor annoyed, leaving breath caught in her throat. She thought she could annoy Molly with this, but surprisingly, Molly didn't take the bait. It was like punching into a cotton ball. She could only swallow the feeling of injustice alone. Thinking of Molly's true identity, jealousy burned fiercely in Isabel's heart. What are your plans after the divorce, Miss Walker? Do you still plan to continue working in the Gallagher Group? All she wants now is to drive Molly away, as far away as possible, preferably out of this province, out of Orientopia. Molly raised her eyebrows and chuckled lightly. She's still employed in the Gallagher Group, but since her grandmother fell ill, she applied to work from home to take care of her grandmother. As long as her jewelry designs sold out quickly, she could complete her tasks by submitting her designs on time every week. But Isabel's question was a probe, both overtly and covertly. How could she still have the nerve to stay in the Gallagher Group after the divorce? Where I work seems to have nothing to do with you, does it? How can it be unrelated? Once I'm married to Michael, I'll be the mistress of the Gallagher family. How can I let Michael's ex-wife continue to work in the company? Isabel stared at her intently. You wouldn't have the nerve to stay in your old place, right? I do not mind. Molly remained unmoved. Her lips curved up, her smile radiant. The pay at Gallagher Group is good. Where else can I find such a good job? Even if you become the boss's wife, you don't have the qualifications to dismiss me. Why don't you ask Michael Gallagher? As long as he dismisses me and pays enough compensation, I'm willing to leave immediately. As for you, she slowly approached Isabel and sneered. Where do you fit in the Gallagher group? Isabel's face turned pale. Let's talk about it when you become the boss's wife. Molly leisurely turned around. Perhaps before they even got married, Isabel would be going to prison. Before leaving, she looked at the mother-in-law in the hospital room, her neck craning to look this way, and drooped her eyes. Although her mother-in-law doesn't recognize her now, at least she's happy. Thinking of the doctor's diagnosis, her heart was incredibly heavy. Take good care of her. Molly looked at Isabel, her face serious. Isabel scoffed, of course. She's my mother-in-law, and I will take good care of her. Molly's lips twitched, about to speak when her cell phone vibrated a few times. She opened it and saw a message from number 6 in the organization. I found information on the matter you asked me to check. Unexpectedly, it has something to do with you as well. Good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Molly replied, bad news. Number 6. The bad news is that this was indeed not an accident. That person wanted to silence Joshua Thompson directly because there was an important document in his car. Molly, what document? As she sent the message, a voice rang in her ear. Miss Walker. Molly looked up to see a smiling face wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Eldest son of the Thompson family. Damien Thompson chuckled softly, his voice gentle. I have something to discuss with you. Do you have a moment? Molly glanced at her phone once more. Number 6 had not replied yet. She helplessly pocketed her phone and smiled at Damien. Sure. Watching Molly and Damien walk to the side, Isabel's heart pounded nervously. She couldn't help but follow them. Seeing her follow, Damien raised an eyebrow and asked, puzzled, do you need something, Miss Richardson? Isabel stood awkwardly, biting her nails and nervously licking her lips. Also have something to discuss with you both. Oh? Damien's smile remained unchanged. He gently pushed up his glasses on the bridge of his nose, deepening his gaze. Miss Richardson, please wait on the side. There is something I would like to discuss with Miss Walker first. Hearing that he wanted to talk to Molly, a bad feeling crossed Isabel's mind. She was afraid of Molly having contact with the Thompson family, especially Damien, the primary heir to the Thompson family, well-informed and close to Joshua. If Joshua had told Damien something in advance, all her efforts would have been wasted. Watching Damien deliberately avoid her with Molly, Isabel became as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She took a few steps forward and hid beside the wall, eavesdropping with her ears perked up. Damien's gaze turned heavy, both speechless and helpless. Molly coldly glanced at Isabel, who now seemed more shameless than before with her cunning behavior. Miss Walker, after coming to our house, did you leave anything behind? Damien cut straight to the chase. Molly was stunned and thought for a moment. After returning home that day, she checked her belongings and found that she had lost a small handkerchief, but she didn't know if it had fallen at the Richardson family's villa or at the Thompson family's. Seeing her indecisive, Damien had guessed. The handkerchief was right in his pocket. As soon as he took it out, the truth would be revealed. But now there was an extra person nearby. He cast a cold glance at Isabel. He knew Isabel and Molly didn't get along, and if Molly was indeed his sister, he could only keep it a secret until Joshua woke up. If Molly was really Ivy, then their years of investigation had been misled. There had been a hidden hand behind the scenes, manipulating and misleading them all along. Looking at his sister so close at hand, Damien's eyes grew a little hot. He walked to the peeping Isabel and whispered, Miss Richardson, as someone who's received a higher education, eavesdropping on people is inappropriate. Isabel blinked, her lips pouting innocently. I'm just curious since Molly is also my friend. Friend. Molly almost burst into laughter. Isabel's eagerness to eavesdrop was really ugly. Miss Richardson, we've always been enemies. When did I become your friend? She crossed her arms, laughed mockingly, and surveyed Isabel with her beautiful eyes. Having her face slapped on the spot, Isabel couldn't hold back any longer and turned to leave. Molly looked at Damien and whispered, she's gone. There's no one else here. You can speak directly. Damien's attitude today seemed a bit strange, especially his hand, which kept staying in his pocket as if he had something unspeakable. Seeing Isabel leaving, Damien's hand in his pocket clenched and unclenched. Under Molly's puzzled gaze, he took out the item. A piece of yellow, stained white cloth lay flat on his hand. Damien's hand trembled slightly. The corners of his naturally smiling lips pursed. His eyes filled with suppressed excitement. "Is this your belonging?" His voice trembled with expectation and fear. He held the cloth, his mind blank, his hands shaking continuously. Molly raised her eyebrows. She didn't expect the formidable eldest son of the Thompson family to be so nervous. She glanced at the cloth in his hand, and the corners of her lips curled up. She picked up the cloth, her smile blooming bright like a flower. "Elle thought this thing would be thrown away as trash. Elle didn't expect you to find it. So this handkerchief really is yours." Damien looked at her, his eyes tinged red. "Yes, it may look a bit old." Molly smiled as she folded the handkerchief and put it in her pocket. "This is something my grandmother left me, probably the only memento left for me to identify my family." At this moment, Damien finally confirmed that Molly was indeed Ivy, his sister. He stared wide-eyed, looked at the sky, and held back his tears. When he looked at her again, he managed to much better control his emotions. "Do you want to find your family from before?" With her eyes lowered, Molly quietly said, "Honestly, one don't want to. If it weren't my grandmother's dying wish, I wouldn't even want to keep these things." "Why?" Damien squinted, his phoenix eyes narrowing to a slit under his glasses. "Don't you want to meet your family?" To meet her family. Molly was stunned for a moment. When she was younger, she wanted to find her family badly. However, no matter what she did, the results showed that she was abandoned. For someone who has been abandoned, even if she finds her family, she will probably be shunned by them. "No, one don't." She smirked. "I am just fulfilling my grandmother's last wish." Upon hearing her cold response, Damien just replied, "Oh." It seemed that she might have some misunderstandings about her family. He really wanted to tell her right now that her family had been looking for her for many years, and that the entire family was waiting for her. Even if Molly didn't like them, he wouldn't back away. "Molly, have you ever thought that you might be our sister?" Molly twitched her lips and quickly said, "Elle dare not think that. I'm not that lucky to have such a dream. Besides, haven't you already found Ivy? That short-haired girl looks quite like your father." "It's almost certain." The dream Damien proposed was too perfect. She didn't dare to think about it, let alone live it. Damien gazed at her intently. "What if I told you this wasn't a dream?" Upon hearing this, Molly was stunned on the spot. She recalled the scene where the beautiful middle-aged woman had held her and called her Ivy. "Mr. Thompson, this joke is not funny at all. If she were truly part of the Thompson family, then why had the Thompson family never found her all these years? It didn't make sense. This dream was too abstract. She was afraid of waking up in pain. Seeing her resisting, Damien felt helpless. It was very normal for her not to believe. This news was also unbelievable for him. While it was already highly likely, without solid evidence, not only wouldn't she believe, no one would. He remembered that Joshua had arranged for a DNA test, and the hospital should have a copy of that result. Jasuha's incident was quite suspicious, and it could be related to the DNA test results. For now, it would be best to keep it a secret, not only for Molly but also to avoid any unnecessary trouble. "You're right. It's just a guess of mine." Damien smiled like a fox. As long as the DNA test results were out, she would have to believe it, whether she wanted to or not. Facing Damien's meaningful gaze, the uneasiness Molly tried to put down returned once again. She didn't understand why Damien suddenly said those words. "By the way, the doctors have said that Joshua is out of danger and should wake up in the next few days." He explained gently, "Nicholas means no harm. He just hates evil too much. He has a misunderstanding about you, but it will be cleared up someday." Molly neither agreed nor disagreed. Regardless of Nicholas' intentions, she did not want to understand him. She smiled lightly. "Thank you for telling me about Joshua. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." Compared to the dream that Damien tried to create for her, she was more concerned about Joshua's condition. Damien nodded. "Go ahead." Molly turned around, took out her cell phone, and number 6 finally replied. "Number 6. You never wanted to find your family, right? While you don't want to find them, they have come looking for you." Molly froze in place. They have come looking for her. What does that mean? Recalling Damien's words, her heart pounded uncontrollably. Soon, number 6 sent another message over. The information one found is a bit complicated. Let's talk when we meet. He sent her a location. After pondering for a moment, Molly quickly left the building. After she left, Isabel, who was a distance away, just finished a call with Jillian. She was now in a panic. The Thompson family had realized that this was not an ordinary car accident. As long as they started to investigate, they would eventually find her involvement. The place number 6 arranged to meet was a tea restaurant. The seat was by the window, and it was not far from the hospital. She arrived after walking for a few hundred meters. No, 6 had not yet arrived when she got there. She ordered a cup of tea and took small sips. "Oh, isn't this Mr. Gallagher's ex-wife?" A sharp voice came into her ears, causing Molly to frown. It was a small world. It turned out to be Lucy Thompson and Jillian. "You're not Mrs. Gallagher anymore. Shouldn't you be somewhere else? You do know the consumption level here, right?" Lucy Thompson glanced at her. "This place is expensive, with an average cost of over $10,000 per person. You probably can't afford it, can you? Per person over $10,000? Molly looked at the tea in her hand. Only then did she take a good look at the people in the restaurant. Although it was just an unassuming tea house, judging by their attire, these people were all wealthy. According to her normal spending level, of course, she couldn't afford it. But since number 6 arranged this place, he would pay for it when the bill comes. Whether I can afford it or not, what's it to you? What are you treating me? Molly lifted the corner of her mouth and poured herself another cup. I'll treat you? Who do you think you are? Why should I treat you? Lucy's face darkened. If you're not treating, then why the fuss? Molly scoffed coldly. Jillian glanced at Molly's teapot. It seemed to be the signature tea of this shop, with a price almost reaching 6 figures. Isabel told her that Molly left with nothing. She didn't believe that she could afford it. She would wait till the bill comes and see what she could do. Lucy, talking to this kind of person is degrading yourself. Don't engage with just anyone in the future. Jillian gave Lucy a gentle reprimand and sat down not far from Molly. She wanted to see what game Molly was trying to play. Outside the tea house, Michael's assistant was about to drive the car into the underground parking lot when he saw Molly sitting by the window. He quickly said to the man in the back seat who was resting with his eyes closed, "Mr. Gallagher, the young lady is here as well." Michael opened his eyes and looked out the window. Molly was sitting by the window, leisurely sipping her tea. In a while, a man wearing sunglasses and a mask sat down opposite her. The assistant was shocked, his mouth open with surprise. He cast an apprehensive glance at his boss. Michael narrowed his eyes, staring motionlessly at the two of them sitting across from each other. Seeing the man with sunglasses, Molly was evidently very happy. Anyone could easily mistake them for a couple. The assistant held his breath. Just as he was speculating about the identity of the man with sunglasses, the man took off his glasses and his mask. "Harry Lambert." The assistant cried out in surprise. Harry Lambert was a popular celebrity with both good looks and acting skills. At a young age, he had already earned the title of Best Actor and was a hot investment target for capital firms. How did he end up with Molly Walker? The assistant dared not look at his boss's expression. It was bad enough that Molly was close with Mr. Thompson, but now she was somehow involved with a hot young actor. "Mrs." He swallowed and stammered. "She's quite remarkable. Her resources, connections, and methods left him no choice but to be impressed." Michael Gallagher's eyes were indifferent and cold, like a bottomless pool of dark water hiding a knife that sent shivers down one's spine. He thought that after marrying Molly, she would obediently become a virtuous wife. But now it seemed that his wife had quite a few secrets. First Joshua Thompson, and now Harry Lambert. He had underestimated her. Seeing their boss's temperature drop rapidly, the assistant found himself torn between choices. He wondered whether he should continue to park the car here or move it to the underground parking lot. Now, he deeply regretted his loose tongue. The next time he saw Mrs. Gallagher with another man, he would rather pretend to be blind. As he agonized over his decision, Michael Gallagher opened the car door and walked towards the tea house. He stood tall, with steady steps. Due to his extraordinary appearance, Passers-by couldn't help but stealing glances at him again and again. The assistant watched as Molly and Harry Lambert were deep in conversation and couldn't help but feel anxious for his boss. Would Mr. Gallagher impulsively do something in anger? There were still quite a few paparazzi waiting outside. He hoped Mr. Gallagher could keep his emotions in check and not cause a scene. By the window of the tea house, Harry Lambert was undeniably a star. His beautiful face was androgynous, with skin as white as snow, a tall nose, and lips as delicate as cherry blossoms, resembling a beautiful youth straight out of a manga. Molly couldn't help but admit that he truly had the capital to be a popular young actor. After all, back in the organization, he was the most handsome man. You're now a hot celebrity. It's not appropriate for us to sit here openly like this. Molly frowned and looked outside. Sure enough, several paparazzi were peering around. Weren't you divorced already? Why do you still care about this? He didn't care, and casually started peeling an orange from the table. I'll remember that you love oranges but hate peeling them. After elegantly peeling it, he gently placed the orange in front of her. This orange must be sweet. You should try it. Molly helplessly looked at the orange, then glanced over at Jillian Thompson. Unsurprisingly, Jillian's eyes were wide, as if she had seen a ghost. Lucy Thompson even pinched herself hard, murmuring, "Am I dreaming? Who did I just see? Harry Lambert? And he's peeling an orange for Molly. Elle must be dreaming." Hearing her noisy voice, Jillian finally regained her composure. She stared deeply at Molly. "You're not mistaken. It's Harry Lambert. Molly is even more amazing than I thought." Judging by her intimacy with Harry Lambert, they must have known each other before the divorce. Michael Gallagher and Molly's divorce was the news of the month. Just yesterday, they had gone to the Civil Affairs Bureau to complete the paperwork. In such a short time, it was impossible to meet a new man, let alone someone as prominent as Harry Lambert. Who was Harry Lambert? A top-tier celebrity with no previous scandals. But looking at how intimate he was with Molly, it was as if they were deliberately making their relationship public. After tomorrow, this news would surely spread far and wide. My God, I'm witnessing history. Lucy trembled as she took out her cell phone and quickly snapped a photo, immediately posting it to her social media. "Cousin, do you think if I ask Molly for Harry Lambert's autograph, she'll give it to me?" She had completely forgotten about her feud with Molly. Jillian rolled her eyes speechlessly, reminding her, "You forgot that you and her have fallen out." Lucy immediately clamped her mouth shut. Seeing Molly and Harry Lambert acting intimately, jealousy welled up in Jillian's heart. Why? Why was Molly's luck always so good? First, she had the help of her third brother, and now Harry Lambert. Why do people have such different fates? Jealousy gnawed at her heart, causing pain and hatred. Harry Lambert started peeling oranges again. Molly didn't eat one and pushed it back, saying helplessly, "Are you in some trouble? Do you want to use me to get ahead?" She guessed that she would be famous tomorrow. Harry's beautiful eyes blinked. "You tell me. Enough, let's talk about the real issue." Harry Lambert sat up straight and lowered his eyes in sadness. "I haven't seen you for so long, and you don't even care about me. It hurts." "Molly, he's still the same after all this time." Harry Lambert played with the tea, pouring it from one cup to another. Before Joshua Thompson's accident, he went to the hospital to get DNA test results. Molly immediately sat up straight. "DNA test? What does this have to do with my identity?" Molly frowned, confused. Harry Lambert looked at her deeply, his expression inscrutable. "The DNA test results were made using your hair and Daniel Thompson's hair." Molly's face gradually turned pale. She seemed to hear echoes of Damian Thompson's words to her. "Have you ever thought you might be Ivy Thompson? What if this isn't a dream?" Molly's heart trembled as she stared at Harry Lambert. "What do you think? Isn't it like a cliché soap opera?" Harry Lambert spread his hands helplessly. "My Molly turns out to be the daughter of the richest man. What should I do? Can one ever catch up with her?" Such a contrived plotline wouldn't even be seen in a TV series. There was a hint of sadness hidden beneath Harry Lambert's playful words. Molly's lips parted slightly as her head buzzed. She thought of Joshua Thompson's attitude towards her, as well as Jillian and Damian's attitude. Everything suddenly made sense. No wonder Damian asked who the handkerchief belonged to. Seeing Harry's helpless expression, She slowly found her voice. So what if it's our DNA test results? Did you get the outcome? Is there a high match between Daniel Thompson's DNA and mine? I can't get the results. The hospital won't give it to me, and their hacker-proof system is very strict. I can't get in. Harry Lambert concentrated for a while and said, "Why don't you ask number 5 to hack into the hospital's system to check for you?" No need. Her heart raced, the anxiety making her head dizzy. Why not? Life isn't that absurd. I'm not Daniel Thompson's daughter. She lowered her eyes and gave a sarcastic smile. Life had given her hope and despair. She didn't dare to touch such a dream anymore. Seeing her indifferent look, a trace of heartache crossed Harry Lambert's smiling face. What did she go through in these 3 years of being married to Michael Gallagher? It didn't matter if she didn't want to investigate. He would do it. He would help her get back everything that belonged to her. Little Six, I know you're looking out for me, but my life isn't too bad now. It's just that in the eyes of some people, I'm a scourge on the family. She thought of Isabel Richardson and Jillian Thompson. Perhaps it's because they knew she had no backing that those people dare to insult her so blatantly. Who dared to call you a scourge? Harry Lambert's beautiful eyes narrowed, his voice cold as a knife. No one. Those who don't care can't bully her. As for the people who used to care, they are slowly being forgotten. Just as Molly Walker was thinking hard, Harry Lambert looked towards her side, his eyes unclear. Your ex-husband is here. Molly's body tensed. She looked back and immediately met Michael Gallagher's deep and dark pupils. Why is he here? Molly's mouth twitched. Michael Gallagher's eyes drooped, casually adjusting his cuffs, sitting straight at a table not far from them, fingers turning slightly, casually picking up the teacup next to him, the corners of his mouth hooked up in indifference. It seemed like a coincidence, but it felt a bit weird. There are wolves in front, and tigers and leopards behind. Molly laughed lightly, her long curled eyelashes hanging down like a butterfly, her fingers lightly tapping on the table, silently raising her eyebrows at Little Six. Harry Lambert understood her meaning. This time he really wanted the public to misunderstand their relationship so that no one could bully her, including Michael Gallagher. But the feeling of being watched like this now made him extremely uncomfortable. Let's go. Let's find another place. He stood up, reaching out to help her with the bag, but Molly picked it up before him. Elle wouldn't dare let a superstar carry my bag for me. If he really carried her bag, who knows what the headlines would be tomorrow. Harry Lambert looked at his empty hands, feeling a little lost. Seeing her get up and leave, the oranges he had peeled for her were still on the plate. Once, she would specifically ask him to peel them. Now she has grown up and knows how to avoid suspicion. Molly passed by Michael Gallagher, her eyes lingering on him. The man lowered his head, slender fingers sliding slowly on the screen, wooden prayer beads swinging gently on his wrist, an elegant temperament, and a maturity that did not match his age. Molly's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly walked away. Catching a glimpse of her and Harry Lambert leaving, Michael Gallagher pursed his lips and stood up. Jillian Thompson stopped him in time. "Mr. Gallagher, wait a moment." Michael Gallagher frowned. Seeing the handsome eyebrows and eyes of Michael Gallagher, Jillian Thompson's eyes paused. She had met many men, but few were as handsome as him. It was said that Michael Gallagher had been a school heartthrob since he was a child. Although he caused trouble, he was still the idol in the hearts of many girls. His charm had grown over the years. No wonder Isabel Richardson was so infatuated with him. You saw what happened today, right? Jillian Thompson lifted her chin toward the door, narrowing her eyes and gossiping. Your ex-wife must have cheated on you during your marriage. Michael Gallagher remained silent, his eyes cold and terrifying. As your wife, she lived off and enjoyed your wealth and kept a lover outside your marriage. Mr. Gallagher, I advise you to sue her and seek compensation from her. She raised her lips and kindly reminded him. No man can stand being cuckolded. This is man's nature. She didn't believe that Michael Gallagher would be an exception. Jillian Thompson's words stirred up unpleasant memories in Michael Gallagher's heart. He knew about Molly's infidelity in marriage, and ordinary men couldn't stand it, but he wasn't an ordinary person in the first place. That's between me and her, Miss Thompson. You're meddling too much. He looked at Jillian Thompson with the eyes of a stranger, filled with wariness and a hint of disgust. Scolded nakedly by him, Jillian Thompson's face heated up, embarrassed and at a loss. I was just trying to defend you. After all, you are the man my friend Isabel likes. It's not necessary. He quickly interrupted her. His gaze was too cold and indifferent, sending chills down one's spine. Watching him turn around and leave, Jillian Thompson was angry and anxious. She was doing all this for him, yet he was playing her instead. Michael Gallagher was indeed a mysterious and unpredictable man. The enigmatic Michael Gallagher got into the car with a cold expression. The assistant nervously glanced at his boss through the rearview mirror. He had witnessed the scene at the tea house clearly. His boss had kept to the side and didn't dare to approach. How humbling. Are you waiting here to be photographed? Michael Gallagher's cold voice echoed. Only then did the assistant look outside and see that some paparazzi were pointing their cameras at them. Mr. Gallagher, tomorrow's news. He could already guess the headlines for tomorrow. Don't wait for tomorrow. Block the news now with money, including hers and Harry Lambert's. Also, investigate Harry Lambert's background. His hand was on the handle, tapping it lightly. Thinking of the scene just now, his eyes were dark with impatience. He had only suspected a relationship between Molly Walker and Joshua Thompson, but today, the look in Harry Lambert's eyes was different. It was the gaze of a man with prey in sight. Even though they were about to divorce, it wasn't his place to interfere. However, they had been married once, and he unconsciously wanted to look out for her. After divorcing him, one day she will marry someone else. Michael Gallagher knitted his brows. Find out which eligible young men in Sunfield City come from decent families. Huh. The assistant's mouth gaped open. Mr. Gallagher, you're not going to introduce men to the young lady, are you? Michael Gallagher didn't respond, taking it as a confirmation. The assistant's heart trembled with fear, and tears almost streamed down his face. Oh my God. Could he have gone crazy with anger? Introducing men to his ex-wife. He was truly the best ex-husband in Orientopia. After exiting the door with Harry Lambert, Molly Walker went their separate ways. Harry Lambert wanted to give her a ride, but she strongly refused. Leave me alone. I don't want to become famous. If she got in the same car with him, the news would report that they had entered the same hotel. She and Harry Lambert used to meet in secret, and she didn't know why he purposely made it so high profile today. After saying goodbye to Harry Lambert, Molly Walker turned around and left. She couldn't digest the information she received today. Looking at the handkerchief that Damian Thompson had handed her today, she was lost in thought for a moment. She had thought of countless possibilities, but never imagined that she would be a member of the Thompson family. If she was indeed Ivy Thompson, then she hadn't been abandoned. She could see the Thompson family's determination to find Ivy. If she was indeed Ivy, then what kind of misunderstanding had happened between them? As she thought, she walked along the sidewalk. At that moment, a black Maybach stopped next to her. The car window rolled down, and the driver's assistant greeted her warmly. Hello, young lady. Molly Walker turned her head and saw him, allowing a slight smile to appear on her face. However, when she saw Michael Gallagher in the back seat, her smile disappeared. It seemed that enemies were destined to meet. How could she keep running into him today? The car window rolled down, and Michael Gallagher looked at her indifferently. Where to? Molly Walker was about to refuse when the assistant quickly got out of the car and opened the door for her. Please get in, young lady. I have a few questions I'd like to ask for your opinion. Ask me? Molly Walker was puzzled. Yes. The assistant smiled sincerely. I want to know what kind of man the young lady likes so I can introduce some to you. In the underground parking lot, Harry Lambert, wearing a mask, got into the RV. The assistant hurriedly touched up his makeup, complaining as she worked, My ancestors, there are so many paparazzi outside. How could you show up like that? While she said that, in reality, she was dissatisfied with Molly Walker. Aside from being pretty, what made Molly Walker worthy of Harry Lambert's personal visit? She even saw Lambert peeling oranges for her. When had her precious Lambert ever done such a thing? I don't know what the news will say tomorrow. You better not see this girl in the future. Before she could finish, Harry Lambert gave her a cold glance. When did it become your turn to tell me what to do? It's not that I want to tell you, Lambert. If the company finds out about this, do you know how they will punish us? How will they punish us? Harry Lambert lazily reclined, If they're unhappy, let's terminate the contract, and I'll pay the contract penalty. The assistant's mouth gaped open in surprise. Harry Lambert would rather break his contract with the company for her sake. What was so special about that woman? Harry Lambert looked out the window, his beautiful eyes devoid of any hint of a smile. Molly Walker got into the car and listened to the assistant's constant chatter. "Madam, don't be shy. Feel free to tell me what you require in a man, and I'll help you find a suitable match." Help her find a man? No need to introduce men, Molly stammered. Why not? After the divorce, you'll have more choices when it comes to choosing a partner. Rest assured, I'll select high-quality men for you based on your preferences. Hearing this from Michael Gallagher's assistant made her feel awkward and uncomfortable. Her beautiful eyes widened, and she glanced uneasily at Michael Gallagher, finding that his expression was indifferent, as if he wasn't concerned about this at all. The assistant wouldn't introduce men to her out of the blue unless someone had arranged it. "Alexander, don't call me madam anymore." Molly smiled helplessly. "Aren't already divorced from your boss." Although they hadn't gotten the divorce certificate yet, the two had already accepted their divorce as a fact. The only thing left was to go through the formalities. Assistant Alexander quickly corrected himself with a pleasing smile. "All right, Miss Walker." "So, Miss Walker, what kind of man do you like? A gentle one or a more masculine one?" Alexander persisted, gripping the steering wheel as he focused on the road ahead, not noticing Michael Gallagher's expression. Already in the car, Alexander relentlessly questioned Molly, so she could only reply with a smile, like gentle men. Warm men. All girls like them. Alexander immediately noted this key point. Gentle men are also more caring. Michael Gallagher sat beside Molly, raised his eyebrows slightly as he heard gentle. Neither he nor Joshua Thompson could be considered gentle. As for Harry Lambert, thinking of how he had attentively peeled oranges for Molly, Michael Gallagher's gaze turned colder. What about star signs? Are there any star signs that you don't like in a man? Being questioned about her preferences for other men while in her ex-husband's car, Molly felt awkward and didn't know what to do. However, Alexander remained oblivious to the awkwardness and continued to inquire. "And age? Do you have any requirements for a man's age? Nowadays, older women dating younger men is popular, so a little fresh meat, an age difference of 8 years or less should be fine, right?" "Alexander," Michael Gallagher interrupted, "just drive." Molly finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Just drop me off at the supermarket up ahead." It had become a habit formed in the Gallagher family, preferring to cook for themselves rather than ordering takeaway. In the past, the aunt at the Gallagher family would handle everything, but from now on, Molly would have to do her own shopping. When she came out of the supermarket with a big pile of stuff, she found that Michael Gallagher's car was still parked on the side of the road and hadn't left. Was he waiting for her? Molly Walker's lips curled up. She glanced at the big and small packages in her hand, hesitated for a moment, and still walked over to the Maybach. As she slowly approached, she could see everything inside the car through the car window. Isabel Richardson was leaning on Michael Gallagher, extremely intimate. From this angle, Molly couldn't see Michael's expression, nor did she care or want to. She paused, quickly turned around and walked in the opposite direction. Inside the car, Alexander looked at the suddenly appearing Isabel, and his expression was somewhat awkward. Isabel affectionately hugged Michael. "Michael, how did you know one was shopping here?" Michael frowned and quietly shifted to the side. "Elle came here to run some errands." He responded indifferently, looking outside. "Are you done with your errands? Why don't we go back first?" Isabel blinked her innocent eyes and whispered, "Or we could go look at wedding dresses. I know that you and Molly need a 1-month cooling-off period for your divorce, but I want to marry you sooner. We can set a date, and as soon as your divorce is finalized, we can hold our wedding. How about that?" Michael stared at her intently, but under her anxious gaze, he couldn't say yes. Michael," Isabel called out to him worriedly, "are you regretting it again? If you're not willing, I won't force you." As she said this, tears fell from her eaves like free pearls, dropping one by one. Having not received a response for a long time, she became anxious and regretted her words for a moment. She was not really magnanimous, just trying to take a step back to move forward. After saying those words, she became afraid that Michael might really say that he wouldn't marry her. Michael lowered his eyelashes, and his voice deepened. Don't overthink it. Once I promise you, I won't change my mind easily. His low voice gave no clue to his emotions. Upon hearing this, Isabel wiped away her tears and smiled again, embracing his arm. This time, he did not break free. Isabel's lips curled, and she could not hide the triumph in her eyes. No matter who was in Michael's heart, as long as he was willing to marry her, she would slowly remove the thorns in his heart over time. In the current marriage laws, as long as one party doesn't want a divorce, the marriage can't be ended. Michael, I'm scared. What if she doesn't want a divorce after a month? Doesn't want a divorce. Michael sneered. She won't. She most likely couldn't wait to divorce him. How can you be so sure? She has always suspected that I hurt her grandmother. If she finds out you want to marry me, she will definitely try to stop it. Isabel quietly watched his expression, probing with her words. She wasn't afraid of Molly stopping them, but if Molly was to be recognized by the Thompson family before that, perhaps they truly wouldn't be able to get divorced anymore. She had been trying to confirm time and time again from Michael, urging him to marry her soon. Don't worry, she won't stop it. Michael scoffed helplessly. It was Molly who had pushed for the divorce in the first place. Even before they divorced, she had been openly seeing other men. As someone so eager to get rid of him, how could she shamelessly cling to him? When he thought about her cheating before their marriage, Michael's heart felt like it was being clamped by something. Let's go. Michael's voice was frighteningly cold. Where to? Isabel's tone weakened. Didn't you say you wanted to look at wedding dresses? The assistant, Alexander, was tearing up as he listened in on their conversation. Hold on, Mr. Gallagher. How could you fall for Isabel's provocation so easily? Listening to their conversation made Alexander feel both angry and anxious. He glanced outside the car. Nearly an hour had passed, and his wife still hadn't returned after shopping. He held the steering wheel with his hands trembling, constantly glancing into the rearview mirror. He never could figure out Mr. Gallagher's stance towards Miss Richardson. If he was into Isabel, the feeling was somewhat lacking. If he wasn't into Isabel, why would he agree to marry her in the first place? If you're being held hostage by Miss Richardson, Mr. Gallagher, just blink your eyes. He always felt that there were secrets between Mr. Gallagher and Isabel. As an assistant, his abilities were limited, but it didn't mean he wanted Isabel to be his boss's wife. Seeing the car had not started, Isabel whispered, Alexander, to the Tide One Dress shop. Alexander saw that his boss didn't say a word. Finally, he stepped on the gas and navigated to the city's famous bridal boutique. However, he intentionally slowed down the pace. What if Mr. Gallagher regrets it halfway through? Molly Walker, carrying multiple packages, gets off the taxi and walks a few steps. She sees several cars parked in front of her family's courtyard gate with people standing beside them. Molly hesitated for a moment and was about to walk over when Nicholas Thompson, standing beside the car, spotted her. After being educated by his older brother, he was assigned to pick up Molly and take her home. I remember it's a family dinner tonight. Why are we inviting an outsider? Asked Nicholas, frowning at Damien Thompson, who had made the request. Damien said with deep meaning, Elle did a thorough investigation of Lola Jones. Her background is a bit suspicious. She might not be Ivy. So what does that have to do with Molly? Molly might be Ivy. Nicholas. Thinking back to his brother's speculation, he felt both annoyed and helpless. In his heart, he didn't want Molly to be Ivy at all. How could such a vicious woman be Ivy? However, his brother's mind was made up. Not wanting to upset him, he ultimately chose to pick her up. Molly saw Nicholas and subconsciously frowned. Seeing her like this, Nicholas felt discontented. What? You don't like seeing Molly? Looked at the bodyguards behind him and asked cautiously, What are you trying to do? Nicholas glanced at the people behind him, puzzled as he smirked. Did they really look like villains? He remembered that when she faced Joshua Thompson, she was always smiling cheerfully. Why does she seem to be looking at him through colored glasses? Is he really that unbearable? He scoffed coldly and opened the car door reluctantly. Get in. There's a family dinner tonight, and my brother asked me to call you over. Family dinner. Thinking about her potential relationship with the Thompson family, Molly subconsciously frowned. What's there to hesitate about? Nicholas urged impatiently. Thank you, but I won't be going. She took a glance at Nicholas, took out her key and unlocked the door. She's not part of the Thompson family now, so why should she attend their family dinners? Not going? Nicholas raised his eyebrows and glared. I'm telling you, you have to go tonight. Molly carried her things and walked into the courtyard, slamming the door shut and cutting off his words. Nicholas was left out in the cold. It would be ghostly if this kind of person is Ivy Thompson. Nicholas was furious, his anger rushing to his head. He clenched his fist, ready to pound the door. Thinking of his brother's instructions, he laughed sinisterly. Even though her brother only asked Molly to attend the family dinner, he'd still force her to go if she refused. That counts as finishing his task, right? Fortunately, he was smart today and brought a few bodyguards with him. You guys. He pointed at several of them, his peach blossom eyes narrowing into a line as he coldly commanded, climb the wall. As expected, these men were well trained. In less than a minute, the courtyard gate opened. Molly saw everything clearly from within the room. She knew that she couldn't stop Nicholas. He couldn't have brought so many people just to watch a show. Nicholas, followed by several people, strode towards the house. When he reached the entrance, he instructed the people behind him, take two with me. After all, breaking into a famous residence would be frightening if he brought too many people. Nicholas and the two bodyguards had only just entered when a foot flew in, kicking one of the bodyguards firmly in the face. The accident happened in an instant. Before Nicholas could react, Molly had already pulled back her leg, holding a frying pan in her hand and swinging it at the remaining bodyguard. Wait. It's all a misunderstanding. Nicholas hurriedly stopped her. He watched the kicked bodyguard rolling in pain on the ground, and his heart grew colder by the minute. How could Molly, who looked so gentle, have such skills? Molly put down the frying pan, her eyes cold and terrifying. Get out if you don't want to get beaten. The two bodyguards glanced at Nicholas. Nicholas frowned and nodded at them. You guys go out first. This Molly was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Facing Nicholas's serious face, Molly's clear eyes overflowed with frost. Nicholas Thompson, this is my house. You're trespassing. Nicholas squinted his eyes. Since using force wouldn't work, he had no choice but to show weakness. I'm sorry for my offense just now. He sighed. You won't leave. So I'm worried that if I can't handle this, my brother will beat me up. Would the elegant Damien Thompson really beat someone? Molly sneered. I've told you I won't go. Explain this to him, and he'll understand. No, he won't understand. Nicholas felt helpless. He said if you don't go back today, then I don't have to go back either. I admit that my behavior just now was excessive. So, as long as you go with me today, you can ask me to do anything in return. Let me apologize for my previous misconduct. Is that all right? Molly laughed. Are you talking about the surveillance incident? Or refusing to let me visit Joshua Thompson in the hospital? Nicholas hesitated. Both, I guess. It was rare to see him lose ground. Let's go. You agreed? Nicholas's eyes lit up. Yes. She figured it out. If she didn't go with him today, he would probably stay at her house and refuse to leave. Since Damien requested it, she should give him some face at least. Moreover, after Harry Lambert told her about the paternity test, she had been upset and wanted to see the Thompson family again and the somewhat mentally unwell lady. When she thought back to Amanda calling her Ivy the last time, her nose suddenly turned sour. Seeing Molly agree, a light smile curved on the corner of Nicholas's lips. Girls were actually easy to please. After they got into the car and drove a few kilometers, Nicholas suddenly remembered. Oh no, don't you have a dress for the banquet? Molly looked at her casual windbreaker and pants, then froze. She had forgotten that for wealthy families like the Thompsons, even attending a family dinner required wearing a proper dress. When we get there, you can wear a new dress that Jillian hasn't worn before. No need. Wearing Jillian's clothes, even brand new ones, would make her feel uncomfortable. I can buy one now. There's a shop called Tide one eye up ahead. She remembered that this shop sold both dresses and wedding dresses. She had ordered her wedding dress from this store when she married Michael Gallagher. When they arrived at the store entrance, Molly Walker quickly walked inside. The waiter glanced at her, noticing her plain clothes with no brand labels, and assumed she was just here for window shopping. No one came to serve her. Molly didn't mind and quickly walked over to the dress section. As she was about to grab a dress, a waiter stopped her. "Hey, miss, this dress is $75,000. No discount?" Molly's hand hesitated and picked up another one, only to be stopped loudly by the waiter again. "This one is even more expensive, $150,000. Molly put her hands down and casually pointed at a dress. "Then you take it. I want this one." The waiter didn't move, as if she hadn't heard Molly's words at all. Molly didn't get angry. She used to order dresses at this store often. Most of the dresses were designed by the owner, who had voluntarily made custom dresses for her many times. It was normal for the store staff not to recognize her, but she was in a hurry and didn't have the patience to explain all this. Seeing that the waiter didn't move, she simply grabbed a dress herself. The waiter didn't expect her to do this. "Miss, if you damage our clothes, you'll have to pay the original price," she reminded her rudely. Just when Molly was about to fight back, another voice cut in. "This dress is nice." Isabel Richardson, as if not seeing Molly, said to the waiter next to her, "I'll take the one in her hands." "All right, Miss Richardson." The waiter grinned and snatched the dress from Molly's hands. Isabel looked at it, touched the fabric, and hinted with a purpose. "I'll take this dress, perfect for toasting at my wedding. Bundle it along with the just-now-tried wedding dress." "All right, Miss Richardson." The waiter was all smiles, ignoring Molly and quickly packing up the dress. Molly scoffed, picked up another dress, and was snatched away by Isabel in the same way again. Miss Richardson's habit of stealing other people's things hasn't changed at all. Molly's smile didn't reach her eyes. Buying these things with your current income level just means starving yourself. "I'm doing you a favor," Isabel told the waiter. "Wrap these up too." All right. "Excuse me, Mississippi." The waiter was annoyed and pushed Molly hard. Molly stumbled and was tripped by Isabel, but just as she was about to fall, a hand tried to catch her but was tripped too. The cushion beneath her was soft and elastic. Molly moved her hand and felt a solid pectoral muscle. "Haven't you touched enough?" Michael Gallagher's cold voice sounded. Molly's whole body stiffened, and when she looked up, her eyes met the deep gaze of the man, followed by her heart racing. A scream interrupted her thoughts. It was the waiter's voice. The waiter immediately pulled Molly away and dragged her to the side, while secretly observing Miss Richardson's expression. Miss Richardson was a VIP, and they couldn't let this pauper anger her. "Security, throw this woman out." The waiter angrily shouted at the security. Security immediately came and dragged Molly out. Molly struggled. "Let go. I'll walk by myself." Seeing her like this, Isabel laughed, giving the waiter an appreciative look. The two security guards were strong, gripping her tightly. At that moment, Michael Gallagher's voice sounded. "Let her go." The security guards looked at each other, and the waiter hurriedly explained. "Mr. Gallagher, she's been touching the clothes in the store without buying anything, and she was fighting with Miss Richardson over dresses." Michael glanced at Isabel, who lowered her head in grievance. Elle didn't expect I'd like the ones she'd pick. "It's such a coincidence. Miss Walker didn't do it on purpose, right?" "She did it on purpose." The waiter raised his voice and sarcastically said, "I've seen too many people like her, relying on their good looks to hang out in luxury stores, waiting to hook up with rich men. They don't want to work hard and want to make it big by relying on men." "Miss Richardson, you are too kind." Molly wanted to applaud on the spot, watching these two making up false stories. This double act was breathtaking. "Isabel Richardson, your ability to lie with your eyes wide open has gotten better each time. If it weren't for attending the Thompson family dinner, she would have filed a complaint right on the spot. But now Nicholas Thompson was still waiting in the car for her. The most important thing now was to buy the dress as soon as possible." She casually pointed at a dress and said to the waiter, "Wrap this one up, I'll pay for it." The waiter looked at the dress. It was the most expensive dress in the store and sarcastically reminded her, "Miss, this dress is limited edition, costing $4,500. Are you sure you want to buy it?" $4,500, huh?" Molly drew out her voice. The waiter laughed scoffingly. As expected, ordinary people would be scared off by this price. Beggars will always be beggars. If you can't afford it, don't pretend to be a big shot. The waiter raised his chin and sneered disdainfully. Elle thought it was more expensive. Molly curled her lips, smiling charmingly. with your arrogant tone. I thought this dress wasn't $4,500, but millions of dollars. The waiter frowned. You can't afford $4,500, let alone millions of dollars. Really? Molly sneered and pulled out a card from her bag. Seeing this gold card, the waiter's expression froze. She thought she had seen it wrong. This was the card awarded to their WIP customers, and they needed to spend over $50 million in their store to obtain it. Is that enough? Molly's distinct fingers clutching the card shook it in front of her face. Seeing this card, Isabel's face changed. Molly was now penniless, not to mention $4,500. Even if it was $75,000, it was mostly Michael's money. Michael had already divorced her, and she still wanted to spend his money. Shameless. Sorry, I booked this dress before you came. She walked up to Michael's side in small steps and hooked his arm. Brother Michael, I really like this skirt. One even thought about wearing it at the engagement banquet. Molly sneered, taking a good look at Michael. He was wearing a dark blue suit, accentuating his inverted triangle figure even more upright. He always wore casual clothes, but this suit elevated his temperament and attractiveness. He was already handsome, and this suit added a mature taste. The other people in the store were all sneakily peeking at him from time to time. Indeed, good things were happening, even coming to accompany Isabel as she tried on wedding dresses. He couldn't wait. She calmly looked at Isabel. I'll buy something, and you buy the same thing too. Are you planning to buy all the dresses in this store? What are you still hesitating for? She told the waiter, hurry up and pack up all the dresses in your store. Miss Richardson wants them all. The waiter dared not speak, nervously looking at Isabel. Isabel's pretty face turned ugly in an instant. She only wanted to stop Molly from spending money, but she didn't say that she would buy all the dresses. Buying all the dresses in this store would cost millions of dollars. She didn't even try on some of them, so how could she possibly buy them all? However, in front of so many people, it was not easy for Isabel to deny it directly. She could only tactfully tell the waiter, just wrap up what I just chose. Molly sneered and began to choose a dress. Now, neither the waiter nor Isabel dared to interfere anymore. The handmade lace on the dress was lined along the hem, with small pearls forming little butterflies around the strapless top, circling the shoulders and echoing the white roses on the chest, a unique and delicate design. She really liked this design. With the gift card in mind, the waiter saw her pick up the dress and approached her to whisper, "Do you want me to wrap this dress for you?" His attitude was completely different from before. Molly smiled lightly. The waiter's ability to cater to people's preferences was indeed remarkable. "Wrap this for me." Molly ignored him and handed the dress to another waiter. That other waiter was a new intern who hadn't made any sales all day, hiding in the corner and secretly watching. Now, with Molly handing her the dress, she thought she was dreaming. She knew this dress cost over $150,000, and if she was the one who made the sale, even her commission would be enough to cover her expenses for an entire year. The first waiter's face collapsed when he saw Molly handing the dress to someone else. Michael had been watching her the entire time, the corner of his lips curving slightly. He knew Molly wouldn't let herself be taken advantage of. Seeing her pull out the gift card, he even felt a little happy, as it showed that she hadn't completely distanced herself from him. At least, they hadn't reached the point of completely cutting ties. However, the next second, the cashier's words slapped him across the face. "Excuse me, is the cardholder's name Harry Lambert?" Molly softly acknowledged with a hum. When number 6 left, he gave her a small package of cards, telling her not to treat herself poorly and to spend freely. During her time in the Gallagher household, Michael never skimped on money for her, so she never needed to dip into her savings. But now that they were divorced, she had left all her valuable jewelry and clothes at the Gallaghers. If it weren't for the Thompson family dinner, she wouldn't have bought such a dress casually. In the organization, her money had always been managed by number 6, so she naturally wouldn't be shy about spending it. "Also, grab me your latest handbag," said Molly. Michael found the name Harry Lambert very jarring to his ears. What did this mean? She hadn't even gotten divorced yet, and she was already blatantly spending another man's money? Michael's face darkened terrifyingly. The others didn't think much of it, assuming that this Harry Lambert just happened to share the name with a celebrity. Isabel thought the same. "Michael, Could this Harry Lambert be the man she cheated with? Isabel wondered how a man could have so much money and be willing to be a mistress, not believing in Molly's charm. Has she always been financially supporting that man? If so, everything would make sense. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly, cold and indifferent. And to think I thought she was something. Turns out she's just using someone else's money. Isabel wished she could stop Molly right there. After Molly swiped her card, Isabel sarcastically snorted. What occasion do you have to wear this dress? As a designer, you have pathetic few occasions to wear such a dress. I advise you to think carefully. No need to act above your station. Just thinking that Molly was spending Michael's money made Isabel's blood boil. Acting above my station? Molly laughed. Miss Richardson, you sure are nosy. Money can't buy happiness, but if I wish to. Isabel wanted to say more, but Michael Gallagher interrupted her. Michael. Isabel was extremely angry. She's spending your money. So, that was the reason. Molly Walker sneered. You're wrong. This isn't his money. If it's not his money, can someone who earns only 10,000 yuan a month afford it? She had investigated Molly's salary, which averaged about 10,000 yuan per month. This dress was worth hundreds of thousands, something she wouldn't be able to afford even after working at Gallagher Family for 10 years. Really shameless, still spending someone else's money after divorce. Isabel. Michael frowned. She didn't spend my money. He remembered that when Molly moved out, she had left behind the jewelry he had given her. Regarding everything about the Gallup family, she neither lacked nor disdained it. This realization made him feel somewhat embarrassed. I'm tired. Call me when you're done deciding. Michael's brow furrowed as he left first. As he passed by Molly, his footsteps hesitated for a moment. Finally, he quickly walked out and bumped into Nicholas Thompson, who was entering. Michael Gallagher, what are you doing here? Nicholas showed surprise. Just taking care of some business. Michael nodded at him, and as he passed by, Nicholas called Molly's name. Why is it taking so long to choose a dress? Did you find anything you like? One have a WIP membership at this store. Seeing this enthusiasm from Nicholas left the store's employees dumbfounded. Was today an elite member day? Why had all these WIPs come? Michael's lips pressed tightly together, unable to resist looking back just in time to see Nicholas and Molly walking out, with big and small packages, laughing and chatting together. Under the sunlight, the man was handsome and radiant. The woman's skin was like clouds, and her clear eyes shimmered like an escaped sprite. Watching them leave, Michael's eyebrows tightened. When she was with him, she was always cautious. After their divorce, his wife seemed to bloom like a flower. Inside the store, Isabel watched Nicholas and Molly leave together, unable to snap back to reality. What did she just see? She had actually seen Nicholas and Molly enter and leave, laughing and chatting together. But Jillian Thompson had told her that Nicholas didn't like Molly. So why did they look like a family now? Those 3 words, like a family, made Isabel shiver. Had the Thompson family already accepted Molly? She quickly took a photo of their backs and hurriedly sent a message to Jillian. I just saw Nicholas. He and Molly were leaving, laughing and chatting. What's going on? Didn't you say that Nicholas did not like her? Jillian, who was applying makeup, stood up in a hurry and replied. Are you sure it was the 2 of them? You didn't see it wrong? Isabel, I didn't see it wrong. I just had an argument with her, and then Nicholas came in to pick her up. Do you know where they went? Jillian lost control of her trembling hand and slumped into a chair. Oh no, the makeup artist's lipstick slipped, drawing on Jillian's face. Miss Thompson, I'm sorry. The makeup artist was truly terrified and trembling all over. However, Jillian was utterly uninterested in that. She sat numbly in the chair, her body cold with dread. Today was the annual Thompson family dinner. Could Nicholas be planning to bring Molly home? Did they already know that Molly was Ivy Thompson? What's wrong? Lola Jones, who was also sitting next to her putting on her makeup, glanced at her. What could have frightened you so much? Jillian Thompson looked at Lola Jones and narrowed her eyes. She had been preparing for this night for several years, and as long as Lola's identity was secured, everything would be set in stone. Third brother was still in a coma, and no one should know about the DNA test. Her rapidly beating heart calmed down. It's nothing. Just make sure you perform well tonight. Don't worry, I've practiced so many times. I won't embarrass you. Lola got incredibly excited just thinking about her identity as Ivy Thompson being recognized at tonight's family dinner. For the past few days, she had been enjoying the life of a rich young lady, with everyone attending to her every need and treating her with great respect. Daniel Thompson had even given her a credit card that she could swipe as she pleased, and she had gone on a shopping spree. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. The exhilarating feeling of getting rich overnight made her feel like she was on cloud nine, unable to come back down to earth. Seeing her smug expression, Jillian Thompson frowned and reminded her, "Remember your current identity and don't act like you've never seen the world." Lola's smiling face froze. Seeing her stupefied appearance, Jillian Thompson regretted choosing her to impersonate Ivy Thompson. Were it not for her obedience and willingness to undergo plastic surgery, she would never have chosen someone so incompetent. Since only Jillian Thompson knew her true identity, Lola saw her being displeased and held her breath. "I know who I am. Don't worry. Even if I become Ivy Thompson, your position in the Thompson family won't change." Upon hearing this, Jillian Thompson's expression improved slightly. What she was afraid of was Lola getting carried away by her success and forgetting her true identity. As long as Lola obeyed her, she wouldn't mind her continuing to play the role Ivy Thompson. Ever since Isabel sent a message, she had been waiting for second brother to come back. She stood at the mansion's entrance, watching the vehicles in the distance. "Why don't you go in?" Damian Thompson's voice sounded in her ear. Jillian Thompson was startled. "Brother, I'm just getting some fresh air here." Facing Damian's gentle gaze, she bit her lip and asked, "Brother, where did second brother go? I need to talk to him. He's helping me pick someone up and should be on his way back already." Nicholas had just sent him a message, saying that he had picked up Molly Walker. Upon hearing this, Jillian Thompson's face changed slightly. Who was he picking up? Recalling Jillian's poor relationship with Miss Walker, Damian hesitated for a moment before honestly saying, "Molly Walker." Jillian Thompson's whole body went stiff, her pupils constricting as she stood frozen in place. "Jillian, it seems like you have quite some issues with her." Her actions and expressions did not escape his discerning eyes as he scrutinized her. "Is it because of Isabel?" Isabel and Molly Walker had an irreconcilable hatred, so it was only natural for Jillian, who was close with Isabel, to be on her side. Not entirely. The main reason is that she's very scheming. Jillian Thompson's eyes flickered evasively. "Last time, I fell into the pond because of her. No matter what, if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have been so embarrassed." Damian Thompson remained silent. He had seen everything clearly on the surveillance footage, but Jillian didn't know he had watched it. However, he didn't point it out, as Jillian was, after all, his younger sister whom he watched grow up. "Brother, it's obvious that Molly Walker had an affair, yet she still refuses to divorce Michael Gallagher just despite Isabel. Isabel asked her friend to treat her grandmother, and when her grandmother died, Molly accused Isabel of causing her death. Bro, how can there be such a malicious person? She placed all the blame on Isabel. An affair within the marriage? Yeah, I saw it with my own eyes. She went on a date with a guy, and he peeled oranges and fed her. She deliberately omitted Harry Lambert's name. An almost undetectable look of worry appeared on Damian's face. It was said that children from single-parent families or raised by their elders are prone to emotional deprivation and promiscuity. Could Molly be the same? Brother, why did you invite her to our family dinner today? Jillian pouted flirtatiously. I really don't like her. Please don't let her come to our house. She's disgusting. She spoke and observed Damian's expression at the same time. Damian looked serious, thinking that if Molly was Ivy, then Jillian's emotions would not be conducive to Molly returning home. He had already gone to the hospital to inquire about the DNA test, but due to Joshua being in a coma, the other party refused to give the result directly for confidentiality reasons. After providing the necessary information, he would have to wait until tomorrow to get the identification result. Today was the family dinner, and his simple idea was to let Molly show her face in front of the family first, then announce the test results when they came out so everyone could accept it. He hadn't told anyone about the matter except Nicholas. But now, he thought it necessary to speak with Gabriel beforehand. Seeing the complex expression on Damian's face, Jillian's heart skipped a beat. The next second, Damien smiled gently and explained softly, I think she might be Ivy. Impossible, Jillian yelled angrily. Brother, Ivy is in our family. Lola Jones is Ivy. She looks so much like Dad. How could Molly be Ivy? Seeing her distraught, Damien's face darkened, especially when hearing what is Molly. His face seemed to be filled with an impending storm. Your third brother has suspected Molly to be Ivy and already had a DNA test done in advance. Jillian's mouth opened wide, her face paling like a sheet of paper. The tears in her eyes poured out all at once. On one hand, you treat Lola Jones as Ivy. On the other hand, you keep looking for Ivy. I brought Lola Jones back to the country. Are you slapping my face? Even Lola Jones thinks she's Ivy, and now you're telling me it's Molly. If you didn't believe me from the start, why did you deceive me? Gabriel L. Brother. You guys are cruel, Jillian cried loudly, covering her mouth and running away without looking back. Gabriel. Damien wanted to chase her, but was stopped by the light of an approaching car. It was Nicholas' car. See Omicronity? New? R? Add? Ing Omicron Omicron R? G? NALN? W and Omicron V? L. Omicron R? F Omicron R FR? I've brought Molly here as you requested. Damien got out of the car and opened the door. Molly carried a handbag and reluctantly got out of the car. Seeing Damien, Molly smiled and greeted him. Damien forced a smile, glanced in the direction Jillian had left, and the concern in his eyes deepened. Nicholas casually stopped a passing servant and said, Take Miss Walker to change her clothes, then get a makeup artist to fix her makeup. After all this, Nicholas saw Damien's troubled face and asked, What happened? Why the long face? Gabriel found out Molly was attending the family dinner and accused us of not believing her. She cried and ran towards the back. Nicholas' face changed as he looked towards the back of the mansion. The mansion was backed by a small hill. Going to the back meant going up the hill. Now that it was getting late, staying on the hill could be dangerous. I'll go find her. Nicholas Thompson headed towards the back of the mansion without looking back. Not feeling at ease, Damien Thompson called for a few security guards to follow him. Molly Walker entered the dressing room with her outfit. This dressing room was obviously different from the one Jillian Thompson had used last time. It was smaller, but more fully equipped. The makeup artist inside was a long-time hire of the Thompson family and assumed Molly was a relative attending the family dinner. Do you have any special requests for your makeup, miss? Molly looked at herself in the mirror and thought for a moment. Don't make it too thick. Her appearance was naturally sultry, and even slightly heavier makeup would make her look glamorous and exaggerated. Lighter makeup wouldn't be as ostentatious. The makeup artist began to work on her face, and Molly didn't notice someone observing her from the side. Are you Molly Walker? A crisp and straightforward voice rang out. Molly lifted her eyelids and met a pair of bright eyes, the face very familiar. She remembered that this person's name was Lola Jones. Miss Jones. Molly nodded at her and greeted her. Lola Jones smiled, her eyes curving into crescents, and said to her makeup artist, Give that other necklace of mine to Miss Walker. Miss Walker, this necklace is something I just bought. I give it to you as a meeting gift. She remembered that this woman named Molly Walker seemed to have some connection with Michael Gallagher. Isabel Richardson and Jillian Thompson disliked Molly, but she had no right to dislike anyone. Because she wasn't the real Ivy Thompson. She wanted to ride this wave of popularity to quickly join the celebrity circle and plan for her future. Even if it was Michael Gallagher's ex-wife, she would try to win her over. When Molly saw the necklace presented in front of her, she was stunned. This necklace was designed by her. 2 slender lines of diamonds encircled a heart-shaped pendant, the largest diamond in the middle sparkling with the light. She named it the Eternal, however. This necklace was obviously a fake, and the center stone wasn't a diamond but a topaz. Miss Walker, I just bought this shopping this week. It's designed by a designer called Jackson. I thought it was so pretty that I got it. I think this necklace really suits your temperament. I hope you like it. Lola Jones seemed completely unaware that it was a knockoff. Molly chuckled lightly. Thank you, Miss Jones. I really like it. Can you tell me which store you bought it from? I'd like to look at other styles in that store next time. Sure, I'll send it to you. Without thinking much, Lola Jones immediately added Molly's WhatsApp and sent the store's recommendation. Molly forwarded the link directly to Harry Lambert. As a designer, the most unbearable things are knockoffs and piracy. Lola Jones had no idea that she had bought a fake product and laughed with a bright face. Jillian Thompson had been crying and running up the mountain, and when she finally stopped, it was already dark. Looking at the endless trees, she suddenly felt a surge of fear. She was very familiar with the mountain on the Thompsons' mansion property, but during the day and night, the feeling in the mountains was completely different. During the day, the air was clear, and the birds and flowers were fragrant. But at night, the darkness was like a giant beast's wide open mouth, ready to swallow her at any moment. Jillian reached into her pocket and realized her cell phone was gone. Maybe she dropped it while running earlier. Panic spread, and Jillian couldn't even cry anymore. She turned around and tried to retrace her steps, but she didn't notice a gap in the path. Her foot slipped, and she screamed. Nicholas Thompson's face instantly changed color when he heard the scream. "Gabriel, hurry, go there." The bodyguards and security guards ran towards the source of the scream. Time slowly passed, and the family dinner was about to begin. Daniel Thompson was already seated at the main table. The long table in the living room could accommodate dozens of people, and the attendees were gradually gathering. Molly Walker and Damian Thompson sat on one side, and when the other Thompson family members saw Molly, they were somewhat puzzled. Wearing a white dress on one side, Molly's waist-length hair hung along her waist, and her brown eyes appeared clear and transparent like immersed in water, noble and elegant. "Who is she? I heard that Mr. Thompson will announce today that his daughter has been found. Could she be Lola Jones? Didn't they say that Lola Jones looked like Mr. Thompson? I don't see it, but she does resemble his previous aunt. I find her a bit familiar. I might have seen her on a recent trending topic." As the surrounding discussions reached her ears, Molly didn't lift her head and continued to play with her cell phone. At this moment, Harry Lambert messaged her. "I checked the DNA test results." "Molly, how did you find out?" Harry Lambert. "Number 5 hacked into the hospital system." Molly typed and deleted several lines, her heart pounding. "Molly, what's the result?" Harry Lambert. "As I suspected, you are indeed the Thompson family's lost daughter. Your bloodline match rate with Daniel Thompson is over 99%. Molly was stunned. "Is she Ivy Thompson?" "She was actually the lost 4th young lady of the Thompson family." Harry Lambert. "I sent the result to your cell phone. Let me know if you need me to do anything. I know this result is a bit sudden, but I'm quite happy. I never thought you would be Mr. Thompson's daughter. At least this proves that you were not abandoned." After Harry Lambert sent the identification result, Molly stared at it for a long time, unable to recover her senses. She thought she was abandoned all these years and had never held any hopes, even preparing herself for a lifetime of loneliness and separation from her blood relatives. Unexpectedly, she had found her biological parents, the renowned Thompson family. Daniel Thompson was in a good mood today. The hospital said that Joshua's life was no longer in danger, and although he couldn't attend the family dinner, there was one more person. Seeing Lola Jones sitting next to him, he felt content. Although the hospital's test results had not yet come out, he was sure they couldn't be wrong. "Zachary, where are Gabriel and Nicholas?" Daniel Thompson asked Damian Thompson next to him. Damian Thompson's face was somewhat serious. Just as he was about to speak, the door suddenly opened, and Nicholas Thompson walked in, holding the unconscious Jillian Thompson. "Where's the doctor? Get the doctor over here." Nicholas Thompson's voice was hoarse, and his hands were slightly trembling. Jillian Thompson was unconscious, but her legs, which were dangling limply, were shocking to see. Daniel Thompson walked over with a gloomy expression. "How did this happen?" Nicholas Thompson pursed his lips without speaking, and at this moment, the family doctor rushed in with a medical kit. Jillian Thompson slowly woke up, and when she saw Daniel Thompson, her tears immediately fell. "Dad." Sigh. Daniel Thompson couldn't hold back the old tears. The recent incidents with his children had nearly overwhelmed him. A man over 50, even if he had been a soldier in his youth and was strong, his children were always his weakness. Although Jillian Thompson was his adopted daughter, he had placed his guilt for Ivy on her over the years and had long treated her as his biological daughter. Seeing Jillian Thompson like this, Damian Thompson's face was also full of guilt. He shouldn't have mentioned the baseless thing in advance, which hurt Gabriel. Jillian Thompson looked around, and her whole body froze when she saw Molly. Molly was wearing a white long dress, looking like a lotus emerging from the water, which made people think of white roses. The collision of purity and charm made her stand out from the crowd at first glance. Jealousy, anger, and fear intertwined at the bottom of Jillian Thompson's heart. The last person she wanted to see now was Molly Walker. "Dad, she's not a part of the Thompson family. Why is she here at our family dinner?" Jillian Thompson pointed at Molly Walker, trembling with anger. If it weren't for Molly, she wouldn't have fallen down the mountain. "Second brother. Please let her go. I don't want to see her." Jillian Thompson's face was full of tears, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. Nicholas Thompson frowned and looked at Molly Walker. Daniel Thompson also looked at Molly Walker, somewhat embarrassed. "Miss Walker, I'm sorry. This meant to drive her away." Molly Walker's lips tightened, and her heart gave a violent twitch. How ridiculous. She had just found her family, and now they were raising a sickle against her. Ironically, she had the paternity test results on her cell phone, but it felt unbearably hot. Seeing Jillian Thompson's tearful face and the Thompsons' concerned expressions, Molly Walker laughed softly, feeling that everything had lost its meaning. So what if she was Ivy Thompson? Did she have a place in this family? The injury to Jillian was clearly unrelated to her, but with a single sentence, everyone felt it was her fault. Today was a family dinner for the Thompson family, and she shouldn't have come. She straightened her back, a courteous smile on her lips, and walked towards the door. Seeing her like this, Nicholas Thompson's lips moved, wanting to say something, but then he glanced at Jillian Thompson. Jillian was in a very bad mood now and could not be stimulated any further. Anyway, the DNA test results hadn't come out yet, so he'd better apologize later. Watching Molly Walker head out, Damian Thompson quickly walked over and stopped her. "Wait a minute." He looked at Daniel Thompson and said solemnly, "Dad, Molly can't leave." Jillian Thompson's face instantly became even paler. Daniel Thompson's face quickly darkened. "Zachary, do you know what you're doing?" "I know." Damian Thompson looked gently at Molly Walker. He remembered asking her why she didn't go to find her family. She said she was abandoned. He didn't want her to be truly abandoned or for her heart to be cold. Today, since he asked Molly to come, he would protect her. Daniel Thompson scolded discontentedly. "Jillian is right. Today is our family dinner. Even if Joshua acknowledges her as his sister, there is a proper procedure." "What do you mean by keeping her here now?" "Dad, although I don't like her, since brother is protecting her so much, let her stay." Jillian Thompson's tone eased slightly. "I don't mind." Even though she was trying to be understanding, her words sounded extremely aggrieved. "So this is Molly Walker? Isn't she Michael Gallagher's hidden wife? What kind of Thompson family member is she? Isn't it embarrassing for her to attend our family dinner?" "She's not embarrassed, but I'm embarrassed for her. If I were her, I'd find a hole to crawl into right now." "What's embarrassing about it? If you can get into the Thompson family dinner, of course, you'd stick around even if it means having no shame." The others chattered, throwing all the blame on Molly Walker. Lucy Thompson, standing next to them, gave Molly a shove. "Hey, if I were you, I would have left long ago. Do you want to stay and be humiliated?" Damian Thompson shot Lucy Thompson a cold glance and said to Daniel Thompson, "Dad, Molly Walker isn't an outsider. She's a member of the Thompson family." "What?" Daniel Thompson widened his eyes, not understanding how this always sensible eldest son suddenly became rebellious. "In front of so many people, what are you talking about?" "I'm not talking nonsense." Damian Thompson's eyes curved into a smile as he finally said what he'd been holding in his heart. "Dad, Molly is Ivy, the Ivy we've been looking for over 20 years. The room was instantly filled with waves of shock, and not only Daniel Thompson, but also Lola Jones standing nearby, was taken aback. With this statement, everyone's attention turned to Lola Jones. If Molly Walker was Ivy Thompson, then who was Lola Jones? Everyone in the room was confused by this unexpected turn of events. Molly Walker looked at Damian Thompson in surprise, not expecting that he also knew about this. Daniel Thompson clearly didn't believe it. As he first looked at Molly Walker, his expression becoming more and more complicated. He hadn't doubted it before, but now his sensible eldest son was saying this in front of so many people. Sweat was breaking out on his forehead. He remembered Joshua saying that they shouldn't announce Lola Jones' identity casually, lest they end up with egg on their face. And now, he had already lost face. Although Joshua had warned him not to talk about Ivy's situation, he couldn't help but brag about it privately. Now that Zachary said Molly was Ivy, his face was burning hot. Where did you get this news? He still didn't fully believe it. Yeah, brother, do you have any evidence? Or did you do a blood test? Jillian Thompson forgot about the pain in her body, staring at Damian Thompson with red eyes. She was sure her brother had no evidence. Damian Thompson frowned. Indeed, he hadn't gotten the results yet. Seeing Damian Thompson deep in thought, Molly Walker guessed that he couldn't produce any evidence. It was obvious that Damian Thompson was just guessing, but she was grateful that he stood up for her. She glanced at her cell phone, wondering if she should help him when Jillian Thompson's arrogant voice rang out. Brother doesn't have any evidence, but I have the blood relationship identification of Lola and Dad. She looked at Lola Jones, her lips curving in encouragement. Lola, take out the photo I sent you. Lola Jones nodded and opened her cell phone, revealing the DNA test results in front of everyone. Originally, I wanted to tell you when Dad announced Ivy's identity, but I didn't expect Miss Walker to pretend to be Ivy and deceive my brother. In that case, don't blame me for exposing you without mercy. Seeing the identification result, Damian Thompson narrowed his eyes. How could Lola Jones' result come out so quickly? I knew Dad and brothers were anxious to see the results, so I pulled some strings and expedited it. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the results now. Jillian Thompson looked at Molly Walker triumphantly. I don't know what means Miss Walker used to make my brother think you're Ivy, but the truth can't be faked, and the fake can't be true. Miss Walker, it's better to use your means on someone else's family. Seeing the identification certificate in her hand, Molly Walker almost burst out laughing. She finally understood why Jillian Thompson was always targeting her. Turned out she was waiting here with a trap. What are you all waiting for? Don't you throw this liar out? Jillian Thompson gave a signal to her bodyguards with her eyes. The bodyguards hesitated as they walked over to Molly Walker, but when they saw that Daniel Thompson didn't stop them, they immediately grabbed her hand. Just then, someone rushed towards her. Let her go. Panic and nervousness were evident in the gentle voice. Molly Walker's hand was suddenly held by a soft hand. Don't be afraid. I'm here. They won't dare to bully you. Molly Walker looked up and saw a pair of gentle eyes as soft as water. Molly Walker's heart trembled fiercely. Amanda. Daniel Thompson quickly came forward and hugged her. How did you come out? Of course I have to come out when you all are bullying her. As Amanda Leaford spoke clearly, her eaves were clear, which made Daniel Thompson somewhat stupefied. She's Ivy, and I don't want you to bully her. Amanda Leaford said astonishingly. Daniel Thompson was shocked. What did you say? Jillian Thompson watched everything, biting her teeth in anger. Why couldn't she see that Molly Walker was bullied just like her mom when they were both hurt? Had she, who had been accompanying her for so long, lost out to Molly Walker? Her body trembled, and tears filled her eyes. Ivy, don't be afraid. Mom is here. Amanda held Molly's hand, protecting her firmly. Looking at the mentally disordered woman who still wanted to protect herself, Molly's cold heart was warmed up again. It was nice to have a family member who still liked her in this world. The sudden scene surprised the Thompson family, making them wonder if Molly Walker was really Ivy Thompson, even as the mentally ill Mrs. Thompson recognized her as Ivy. Daniel Thompson was at a loss, but Damian Thompson was not surprised. That Molly Walker was Ivy had already become an ironclad fact. It was destiny that her mom could recognize her. This further confirmed that Molly was Ivy. If she's Ivy, then what's the deal with Lola Jones' DNA test? Someone whispered, voicing the doubt of everyone. Jillian Thompson lowered her eyes, not changing her expression. This DNA test was real. Even if someone tried to dig into it, they couldn't find anything because she had used her second brother's hair for the test. Moreover, she had given a large sum of money to the other party. As long as there was money, the results could be obtained. Annie's words can't necessarily be trusted, Don't forget that she's mentally disordered and cannot be used as a basis for judgment. In my opinion, we must rely on the DNA test results. The person who said this was Lucy Thompson. Molly Walker is Ivy Thompson? What a joke. Lucy Thompson scorned inwardly, but didn't show it on her face. Since there's a DNA test, it's obvious that Lola Jones is Ivy Thompson. Lucy Thompson pulled Lola Jones out casually. Look, Lola looks so much like my uncle. Where in the world is this kind of coincidence? They look so alike. The DNA test is also not a problem. What else is there to doubt? Yes, Lola Jones looked so much like Daniel Thompson. Because they looked alike, no one doubted the truth, not even Daniel Thompson himself. As for Molly, she did not look like Daniel Thompson or Mrs. Thompson. It was impossible for her to be Ivy Thompson. Just when everyone thought Amanda Leaford's words were just nonsense from a mentally disordered person, a bodyguard in black rushed in. Mr. Thompson. The bodyguard quickly walked to Daniel Thompson. The third successor has awakened. Joshua is awake? Daniel Thompson's face was filled with joy. Yes, the young master also asked me to give you the phone. The bodyguard handed over his cell phone, and Joshua Thompson's dissatisfied voice came out. Hey, you old man, you're not holding a family reunion banquet for Lola Jones, are you? Everyone could hear Joshua Thompson's voice loud and clear through the speakerphone. Daniel Thompson's face couldn't help but tighten, as if he knew what Joshua was going to say. He immediately walked towards a small room nearby, waving to Damian Thompson and Nicholas Thompson as he did so. As the three entered the small room, Daniel Thompson sighed in relief, saying in a deep voice, "You can speak now." What? Afraid of losing face, so you hid in the small room? Joshua Thompson's contemptuous tone made Daniel Thompson's old face turn red. Stop teasing your father, brat. If you have something to say it quickly. Today's twists and turns had left Daniel Thompson with nowhere to hide his embarrassment. As a successful entrepreneur, he was like a fool when it came to identifying his family. In the end, he had been too reckless. After so many years of searching, he couldn't believe he had found Ivy, and at the same time, he wanted to confirm her identity as soon as possible. Like an old tree that has been dry for years, it absorbs water crazily when rooted, no longer caring whether the water is clear or muddy. Father, as long as you didn't publicly acknowledge Lola Jones as your daughter, you haven't lost face because Molly Walker is your daughter. Joshua Thompson said a few words, already somewhat panting, but obviously still wanting to persist. I got your paternity test results with Molly, and I personally delivered the items for testing. There's no mistake. Whether you want to admit it or not, she's my sister. Dad, congratulations, you finally found Ivy. Upon hearing his son's confirmation, Daniel Thompson was both nervous and excited. Fate had played one joke after another on him, and now it finally gave him a good outcome. Good, very good. Daniel Thompson cried with tears. You little brat. You finally did something worthwhile. He thought his son was just an extravagant youngster with no skills, but it turned out he had done so much behind the scenes. With Molly's identity finally confirmed, Damian Thompson's tense heart relaxed a bit. His efforts had not been in vain. Hearing this, Nicholas Thompson's expression was the most awkward. If he had known Molly was Ivy, he would never have treated her that way. He didn't know if she would forgive him. Nicholas Thompson lowered his eyes nervously, wishing he could rush out and apologize to Molly immediately. Damian Thompson glanced at him and saw through his thoughts in an instant. This younger brother's flaw was his stubbornness and impulsiveness. He didn't think things through before acting, which was very much like their father. Especially when it came to family matters, he would lose clarity of thought. To put it nicely, he was protective. To put it bluntly, he was foolish. No wonder you asked me not to announce it in advance, you little brat. Did you know about it all along? You deliberately kept us in the dark, causing so much trouble. Daniel Thompson glared angrily. If I hadn't kept it from you, I would have been killed by a car before getting the result. Joshua Thompson's voice was as cold as ice. We've been searching for Ivy for so many years, and she's actually in Sunnydale City. Haven't you ever suspected that someone has been blocking us from finding her all this time? As Joshua Thompson spoke, not only Daniel Thompson, but also Damian Thompson and Nicholas Thompson's faces changed dramatically. Yes, they had been searching for so long, and in the end, she was right in their own city. If this got out, no one would believe them. as people who didn't know the truth would think they hadn't tried hard enough to find her. Moreover, as soon as the DNA test result was obtained, he was hit by a car. This was too much of a coincidence. Molly said she always thought she was abandoned, so she never thought of looking for her family. With Damien Thompson's words, the room fell silent. So quiet that one could hear a pin drop. "Investigate," Daniel Thompson sneered coldly, his eyes blazing with fury, emitting a frightening killing intent, like a sharp knife. He wanted to see who had the guts to play with the Thompson family. As they entered the room, the people in the hall continued chatting passionately. Amanda Leaford acted as if she couldn't see these people and sat with Molly on one side. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Amanda Leaford held her hand, her voice trembling. Maybe it was because she knew Daniel Thompson and his sons were not there, but Amanda Leaford was so nervous that her body was shaking. Molly was about to laugh and told her not to be afraid, but Amanda Leaford was the one who was scared first. "I'm not afraid. They can't bully me." In the past, she had stayed low-key because of her status as Mrs. Gallagher, and during her 3 years of marriage to Michael Gallagher, she'd remained low-key for 3 years. However, from the moment she stepped out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, she no longer needed to be low-key. For those who had bullied her in the past, she would return the favor twofold. Gallagher Group, Michael Gallagher's office. "Mr. Gallagher." The assistant walked in with a smile. "Our company's jewelry design has been nominated this year, and we can send someone to the International Jewelry Festival." The International Jewelry Festival is a world-class competition, and this year's competition is held in Orientopia. It can only be attended under a company rather than an individual name. As a result, many companies want to squeeze into the preliminary round for their reputation, even though only dedicated jewelry companies have been eligible for it in the past. Surprisingly, this time the Gallagher Group, known for investment in real estate, also made it. Michael Gallagher raised his eyebrows, thinking of Molly Walker. She studied jewelry design in college and made the company's jewelry business mainstream after joining the Gallagher Group. Is she still with the company? The assistant hesitated for a moment and immediately figured out that Michael was talking about Molly. "Miss Walker hasn't left the company." Michael Gallagher nodded. "If she has no objections, let her participate this time." It was Molly's contribution that brought the Gallagher's jewelry design into the spotlight, and she would be happy to participate in such a competition. The assistant nodded, thinking that this arrangement made sense. "I'll arrange your business trip plans with Miss Walker." Business trip? Michael Gallagher looked up and realized that he could go to the competition since it was held under the company's name. Michael Gallagher squinted his eyes, but in the end, he said nothing. Just as the list of shortlisted companies for the Jewelry Festival was announced, Isabel saw the news. Participating in the Jewelry Festival is an honor for every jewelry designer, even if they are just a companion. It's an excellent addition to their resume. She happily sent Michael a message that opportunities like this were rare, and she wanted to join. But before she could send the message, she received a message from Jillian Thompson. "My third brother woke up." Isabel was stunned, and a fierce look flashed in her eyes. Joshua Thompson had luck on his side, surviving even after a truck hit him. Isabel, was Ivy Thompson's identity exposed from Molly? After sending the message, she didn't get a response, and her heart was pounding. Her intuition told her that something must have happened. At the Thompson family's estate, Jillian Thompson stayed there despite her injuries. Other Thompson family members were dismissed by Daniel Thompson, who had been talking to Molly Walker in the room for half an hour now. Not only Molly, but also Damien Thompson, Nicholas Thompson, and Amanda Leaford had entered the room. She hadn't been allowed in because she was injured and needed to go to the hospital. The family doctor told her, "Fifth young lady, your leg injury is serious. I suggest you should go to the hospital." "No need, it doesn't hurt." Jillian Thompson persevered, ordering people to carry her to the sofa near the room door. In front of so many people, she didn't dare to eavesdrop. Add to that the room's sound insulation was excellent, and she couldn't hear anything inside. At this moment, she became an outsider. She thought of her third brother waking up and making the first call to Daniel Thompson, which sent chills down her spine. She couldn't let her long-established plan fall through. "Carry me there," she ordered with a dark face, directing the people carrying her to move closer to the door. Just as she was about to listen in, the door suddenly opened. Molly Walker laughed when she saw her. Miss Thompson. What are you? Jillian Thompson's body stiffened, and the servants who were carrying her looked embarrassed as well. It doesn't look good being caught eavesdropping like this. If you want to listen, why not knock and come in? Daniel Thompson, Damian Thompson, and others stepped out of the room, their faces somewhat awkward when they saw Jillian Thompson in this state. Who said I was eavesdropping? I was just curious. Jillian Thompson stubbornly denied. Curious about what? Curious whether I am Ivy Thompson? Jillian Thompson. Molly Walker raises the corner of her mouth with interest. Didn't you get the DNA test results for Lola Jones? I thought you'd be sure she's Ivy Thompson. Stop. Jillian endures the pain, her face ferocious. If you don't understand, don't talk. No one treats you as a mute. Jillian. Daniel Thompson suddenly speaks. You shouldn't be disrespectful like this. She's your sister. What are you talking about? Jillian screams. How can she be my sister? Jillian. Molly really is Ivy. Joshua has already told us the identification result. There might be a misunderstanding about Lola Jones. Nicholas Thompson tries to calm her emotions, but Jillian refuses to listen and pushes him away vigorously. Due to the force of her push, the servants weren't able to hold her up, and Jillian falls. With a cry, Jillian passes out from the pain. When Jillian wakes up, she's in the hospital and hears the doctor's words. Her leg cells below the calf have necrosed. Our suggestion is to perform an amputation as soon as possible. Is there no other way? No, I'm sorry. All of these words enter Jillian's ears, and when she hears amputation, she can't hear anything else. She's been learning to dance since she was a child, and her greatest pride is her beautiful, slim legs. But now, they are to be amputated. When the Thompson family finishes talking to the doctor, they find that Jillian is awake. Her eyes wide, Jillian stares at the ceiling. Jillian, gradually regaining consciousness, her gaze shifts to Nicholas Thompson, and the watery eyes well up with tears. Second brother, will I never be able to dance again? Nicholas doesn't say anything, his eyes full of heartache. Your second brother will make the doctors treat you. Don't be afraid. Jillian widens her eyes, tears streaming down continuously. Damian Thompson and Daniel Thompson can't bear to look away. They didn't expect it to be so severe when she fell from the mountain. The doctor said there was no timely treatment, and you were injured again. Damian lowers his gaze, concealing the sadness in his eyes. I've fired those servants. Damian's words not only do not relieve Jillian's pain, but also provoke her even more. What's the use of firing them? Can it bring my legs back? What about Molly? She's the culprit. Have you punished her? Jillian clenches her teeth. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't be injured. I know she's Ivy now, and you care for her even more. You won't do anything to her. She hasn't lost anything, but I've lost a leg. Jillian. Daniel Thompson steps forward, gently patting her head with his large hand. Indeed, there's no way to explain this to you. Ivy had just come back. We can't punish her. Be more forgiving, and we will compensate you. I don't want compensation. Jillian sobs, struggling to catch her breath. I've loved dancing since I was a child, but now that my legs are gone, what's the point of living? It's not that I can't accept Ivy, but I can't accept someone like her as Ivy. Why is it her? Why? Jillian's words, one by one, come out of the room. Molly enters just in time to hear those sentences. She stands by the door, hesitating whether to go in or not. Nicholas Thompson catches sight of her, says something in Jillian's ear, and then walks over to Molly. He pulls her aside, seeming to want to say something. Just say whatever you have to say. Molly gives him a flat glance. The doctor said Jillian's leg needs to be amputated. Oh. Molly blandly nods. Nicholas frowns. These years, she's been with us, bringing us a lot of joy. Your comeback hit her hard. I can see that. Molly smiles, raising her eyebrows. She can't be blamed for being cold-blooded, but Jillian's act of blaming her for the loss of her legs is really like a lousy farce. Seeing her laugh heartlessly, a bit of displeasure appears on Nicholas' face. Molly, Jillian's emotion is unstable now. I'm worried she'll do something foolish. Can you give in a little, just as a favor to me? Apologize to her and cheer her up. Oh. Molly Walker's eyes curved with laughter. How long do I need to cheer her up? Do I have to please her whenever she's unhappy and let her beat and scold me? For Miss Thompson's sake, I'd willingly be her servant without regret. Nicholas Thompson's pupils constricted, and after a brief hesitation, he slowly averted his gaze. I know you don't like her, but you're also part of the Thompson family. She can't accept amputation surgery in this state. Can't you just comfort her so she can accept the surgery? Why should I? Molly's lips curled up, but her smile didn't reach her eyes. What does it have to do with me whether she has surgery or not? If she doesn't get the surgery, it's her own fault. Why should I sacrifice my time to placate someone I dislike? Leaving that aside, do you really think she'd willingly listen to me if I were to comfort her? Molly looked at him, feeling more ridiculous by the second. How would you know if you don't try? Molly, you're part of the Thompson family, can't you just stop? She waved her hand and retreated a few steps. You keep saying I'm part of the Thompson family, but have I enjoyed any benefits from that? As Nicholas Thompson's face darkened, Molly felt even more frustrated with this so-called family relationship. I haven't enjoyed any privileges, yet I'm supposed to fulfill my obligations in advance. It's better if I don't recognize this family at all. At least, no one used to force me to deal with a psychopath. Molly sneered, rolling her eyes. What's wrong? Damien Thompson heard the commotion and came over. Seeing Molly and Nicholas both looking unhappy, astonishment flickered in Damien's beautiful eyes. Molly glanced at Nicholas and coldly stated, I have other matters to attend to. I'm leaving first. She turned and walked away without any hesitation, and Damien didn't even have the chance to stop her. Damien frowned at his younger brother. What did you do? Molly's cold attitude seemed somewhat unusual. I just asked her to persuade Jillian, but she was very resistant and even said she would rather not acknowledge us. Nicholas was a little angry. Didn't they all now belong to the same family? Was there really a need to differentiate so clearly? I think she's just prejudiced against me. If Joshua asked her for help, she would definitely help. Hearing his younger brother's words, Damien's gaze turned cold. Do you really think Joshua would ask her to do this kind of favor? Nicholas remained silent. Nicholas, she has suffered outside for over 20 years. Father, and I wanted her to feel warmth when she came home. She gets along well with Joshua because he has treated her like a sister from the beginning. And you? Damien sighed. We have no right to demand her to treat us like family immediately. What's more, our whole family should be humbler in front of her. You have even less right to demand anything from her. Don't blame me for not warning you. If one day she recognizes everyone but not you, I wouldn't be surprised. Nicholas looked at Jillian lying on the bed, desolate, and dropped his gaze. Not knowing whether he had taken it to heart, Damien patted his shoulder and said, Be more clear-headed before you speak next time. Damien glanced in the direction Molly had left. They had to discuss with the old man soon about picking a date to announce Molly's identity. After leaving, Molly went straight to Joshua's hospital room. Standing in the corridor, she remembered how Nicholas had coldly said she wasn't family and had no right to visit last time. But what about now? She finally had the right. It turned out that Joshua was really her brother. Joshua was probably the only warmth the Thompson family had given her. With a calm heart, Molly walked to the door of Joshua's hospital room, but before she could enter, an apple rolled to her feet and arguing voices came from the room. I think you got hit by a car, or had your head crushed by a car. Riley Wallace, I'm a patient now. Have some humanity. Molly picked up the apple and looked into the room. A girl in a uniform angrily threw the apples in her hand at Joshua, who dodged one after another. After the last apple was thrown, the girl clapped her hands, finally out of breath. All right, seeing how agile you are, you should be fine. Riley Wallace placed her hands on her hips, casually lying down on a chair next to her. She glanced over and saw Molly. Riley's awkward expression froze on her face, and she immediately sat up straight. You finally came to see me? Seeing Molly, Joshua put on a mournful face. This hospital is really not for people. You have to stay until you get better. Riley glanced at him disdainfully, then turned her head and greeted Molly with a smile. You're Molly, right? The jewelry designer from Gallagher Group's Flying Star Studio. Molly didn't expect anyone to still remember her position. Nowadays, people who meet her subconsciously think of Michael Gallagher's ex-wife and didn't expect anyone to notice what she did. I really like the jewelry designs from Gallagher Group. Half of my accessories are from Flying Star, and you're the main designer of Flying Star. I've even looked up information about you." Riley raised her wrist. On her wrist, a silver bracelet shimmered. Molly could see at a glance that it was a new design she had created for Gallagher this year. "I love your designs." "Thank you." Molly smiled sincerely, knowing that Riley genuinely liked her designs. "I heard that this year's International Jewelry Festival will be held in Orientopia, and Gallagher Group is shortlisted. You'll be attending, right?" Riley excitedly asked. "You have to attend. Our Sunnydale city only has one company shortlisted, so it's up to you to bring glory to Sunnydale." Riley patted her shoulder. Molly's eyes were enigmatic. She had always wanted to participate in the International Jewelry Festival, but because it would reveal her identity, she had been unable to attend. But if Gallagher was shortlisted, she could participate as a designer for the company. It seemed that she had to return to Gallagher one more time. "I'm not sure if I can attend yet, but thank you for telling me this." She looked at Joshua. "Seeing that you're all right, I feel relieved. I'm going back to Gallagher for a while, and I'll come to see you again after I deal with my work." Joshua, fatigued, waved his hand. "Go ahead. Be careful not to be deceived by Michael Gallagher's sweet words again. With your current status, he's the one who doesn't deserve you." Molly couldn't help but laugh and cry. Whether he deserves her or not didn't matter anymore. Since she had already left, she wouldn't look back. Although Michael was her first man, she might not have been his first woman. Thinking of that passionate night, bitterness welled up in Molly's heart. It was obvious that she and Michael had been drugged that night. After they had adult love, he was convinced she was the one responsible. To prove her innocence, she had to request a divorce. Later, when Isabel returned, she really wanted to leave. She would be genuinely free in just a little while longer. Leaving the hospital, she noticed that she had missed a call from Harry Lambert on her cell phone. "You finally returned my call." Upon answering the phone, Harry shared the news he had found. "By the way, we found the person who hit Joshua." The truck driver contacted the eldest lady of the Richardson family, Isabel Richardson, before he targeted Joshua Thompson. Eldest lady of the Richardson family, Isabel Richardson. A chill sliced through Molly Walker's eyebrow. It was her again. "Whatever it takes, we need to find evidence of Isabel's contact with the driver." Harry Lambert let out a languid hum. "What will you do next? Are you planning to go live with the Thompsons?" Thinking of Jillian Thompson, Molly answered coldly, "No need. They are probably too busy to bother about me right now." Daniel Thompson had mentioned choosing a day to acknowledge her, but she did not agree nor refuse. Now that she had found her biological parents, returning to her ancestral family was inevitable. But if the Thompson family wasn't in a hurry, she wasn't either. Once it's publicly announced that she is Ivy Thompson, the media will likely follow her daily, which would make her tasks very troublesome. Harry Lambert, remembering something, suddenly asked, "Are you sure you don't want my help investigating your grandmother's case? The entire organization is at your disposal. Just give us orders." The power of the Richardson family is not as simple as we imagined. It would be dangerous for you alone. "No need." The light danced in Molly Walker's beautiful eyes as she responded with a light laugh. "I want to handle my grandmother's matter personally. It was once her grandmother's enemy, and now it included setting up Joshua Thompson too. When the time comes, not only her but the Thompson family would also cause trouble for Isabel." As she left the hospital, intending to hail a cab to the Gallaghers, Lucy Thompson and a few girls bumped into her. Seeing Molly, Lucy sneered, "Yo, you're here too?" "Lucy, who is this?" A short-haired girl next to her looked Molly up and down, a flicker of admiration in her eyes. The socialite circle was full of pretty girls, but rarely one with such distinctive personal charm. Lucy, thinking about yesterday's drama at the Thompson family dinner, they were all sent away. She didn't know what Daniel had told everyone else. But since there was no new news from the Thompson family, it proved that Molly was not Ivy Thompson. If Molly was Ivy Thompson, such explosive news would have leaked from the Thompson family by now. The silence only proved one thing. Molly was bluffing yesterday. If Molly was Ivy Thompson, she should have been more cautious. But since she wasn't, all she had to do was stick to Jillian Thompson, who was Molly anyway. As for her, Lucy sneered wickedly. She faked it. She even claimed to be Ivy Thompson at the family dinner yesterday. She is Ivy Thompson? Another girl burst into laughter. If she's Ivy Thompson, then I can also pretend to be Ivy Thompson. Exactly. Which girl didn't have such a daydream? Waking up and suddenly becoming the daughter of the richest man. If she's Ivy Thompson, then she must still be dreaming. Several girls chattered simultaneously, mocking Molly. Molly's lips curled into a smile. Have you had enough? A daring yet unrestrained smile blossomed on her pretty face, her voice as cold as millennium-old ice. The noise quieted down. For some reason, even though she didn't say much, it made people feel a strange chill. We say whatever we want. You can just ignore us. What? You want to stop us from talking? Lucy Thompson crossed her arms. Her nose pointed up. I don't know what kind of a spell you cast on my aunt. Pretending to be Ivy won't help. My uncle and my brother's favorite sister will always be Jillian. Molly kept her silence. The thought of Nicholas Thompson asking her to apologize to Jillian brought forth a cold laugh. She then walked around her to leave. However, Lucy intentionally impeded her, clearly wanting to embarrass her. Where are you going? Is what I'm saying wrong? Come see everyone. There's a shameless woman here pretending to be Ivy Thompson. Ivy Thompson is the lost daughter of the Thompson family. Everyone in Sunnydale City knows that. Many girls have even fantasized about whether or not they're Ivy Thompson, the youngest daughter of the Thompson family, and have 3 older brothers. It's the kind of family one dreams of. However, everyone only dares to harbor that dream in their heart, never daring to voice it. After Lucy Thompson's outburst, all nosy and curious people swarmed over. Molly Walker understood. Lucy was deliberately trying to humiliate her. Is she Ivy Thompson? Did Daniel Thompson find his daughter? The person who said that looks like Lucy Thompson of the Thompson family. Looking at her disdainful expression, she seems to think this woman is a fraud. She is so good-looking. Why does she want to be a fraud? Who knows? Perhaps she has a delusion disorder. People around them were discussing, and all their words fell into their ears. On the other hand, Lucy Thompson thought it was straightforward. Isn't Molly trying to pretend to be Ivy Thompson? Then she would expose her true face. This scene was quickly snapped and uploaded by the media, quickly becoming a trending topic. Gallagher Group, CEO's office. Michael Gallagher was discussing a collaboration with Jake Leaford, president of the Leaford Group, who was scrolling through his cell phone. It seemed he found something interesting, his eyes looking straight at Michael Gallagher as he teased, laughing. Your hidden wife is a trending topic. Michael Gallagher recalled her and Harry Lambert's matter. It cost him a lot of money to suppress that information. Did she cause more trouble? Seeing Michael Gallagher not flinching, Jake Leaford passed him his cell phone. She said she is Ivy Thompson. Lucy Thompson is there with a few women, mocking her. Ivy Thompson? Michael's eyebrows raised as he picked up the cell phone and glanced at it. A few people were blaming Molly, surrounding her in the middle, and his calm wife's comments below said she has a thick face. I remember your wife indeed was adopted, but saying she's the Thompson family's lost daughter is too far-fetched. Do you think she's crazy? There are so many other people she could impersonate. Why is she daring to impersonate Ivy Thompson? Jake Leaford narrowed his eyes and took a heavy puff of smoke. The Thompsons are not people that can be easily fooled. If they think you are plotting something behind their back because of her, she would make big trouble. Upon hearing this, the assistant nervously looked at her boss. How would Miss Molly dare to impersonate Ivy Thompson? If this is spread out, it is the boss who would get embarrassed. Jake Leaford thought that Michael Gallagher would definitely be angry knowing this news. Surprisingly, he tossed the cell phone back to him, saying casually, "You seem to care about her." Under the cold gaze of Michael Gallagher, Jake felt a chill and quickly waved his hand. "Don't talk nonsense. I don't like this kind of woman." He hardly had any impression of Molly. Michael Gallagher had never let them meet her face. Jake understood. A hidden wife could not make a public appearance. Thus his impression of Molly had only ever been college student, kept woman, dependent. In their eyes, a wife who could not be brought out was not considered a wife. But how do you see this Thompson family matter? You don't actually think she is Ivy Thompson, right? Jake Leaford's remark made Michael Gallagher's deep eyes darken a bit. Joshua Thompson's protection towards her seems to not be without reason. Whether it's true or not, the Thompson family will have an attitude. Instead of guessing here, why don't you ask Damian Thompson directly? His cold appearance made Jake Leaford's face turn red. He had a good relationship with Damian, but running to ask about this would seem a bit gossipy. Moreover, this was clearly fake news. If he really went to ask, wouldn't that make him look foolish? He didn't want to give Damian the chance to laugh at him. Forget it. This news is obviously fake. Your ex-wife must have been driven delusional by Isabel, claiming to be Ivy Thompson. It's a surprise she could even think of that. Jake seemed to have thought of something and gossiped. Speaking of which, you had an arranged marriage with Ivy Thompson back then, but before you could hold her, she disappeared. As soon as Jake's words came out, he quickly realized that the question was a bit silly. If Michael Gallagher wasn't married, it'd be fine. But as a man who had been married twice, the Thompson family might not be willing. Moreover, Isabel was there, who dared to offend the Richardson family. Actually, the Richardson family wasn't particularly wealthy, but they had a father who had transitioned from fighting crime in Orientopia. No one dared to investigate how many lives he had taken, but just hearing the name Richardson was enough to make people tremble. It was a testament to their influence. If the Thompson family and the Richardson family fought, it would be interesting. I think you came here today not to talk about cooperation, but to gossip about my private life? Michael's fingers slightly twitched, his eyes staring deeply at Jake, becoming darker and more dangerous. Jake stiffened all over and jumped up. No, I'm just feeling indignant for you. You've kept Molly Walker hidden for 3 years, secretly protecting her, even giving her a design department to play with. In the end, she didn't even appreciate it. Look, she divorced you and got involved with the Thompson family. In his opinion, Molly was no different from other women, just a gold digger and social butterfly. Looking at his friend's evaluation of Molly, Michael suddenly realized that the 3 years she spent with him must have been genuinely hard. At least the bad comments about her from the outside world were all because of him. Michael cast a casual glance at him. She doesn't owe me anything, and the design department she led has already qualified for the jewelry design competition. What? Jake was astonished. Is your design department that good? Michael lowered his eyes. Not only him, but even he himself was a little surprised when he received this news. He looked at the profits of the various departments in the company for the past years. After Molly joined, the design department reached a break-even point in the first year, and the profits in the following 2 years ranked among the top in the company. He didn't pay attention to these things before, and the people in the company didn't specifically tell him. Either Molly was low-key herself, or someone else stole her credit. No matter which one it was, Molly must have felt quite wronged. Others thought that during those 3 years, Molly was kept by him, but just relying on her own ability, she could have lived well. She stayed in the Gallagher group and settled for less than she deserved. Seeing that Michael's mood was not good, Jake was about to say something, but he swallowed it down in a hurry. No matter what, he didn't think Molly had the ability to do this. She was still young, having just graduated a few years ago. How could she turn a company's department that was about to fail into one that was competing? How was this possible for a woman like Molly? Mr. Gallagher, Miss Richardson is here. The assistant who had gone out knocked on the door, and Jake, who was inside, had a playful smile in the corner of his mouth. Wow, your rumored girlfriend is here. Isabel hurriedly entered, her voice sweet. Michael, I have something urgent to talk to you about. Seeing Jake looking at her playfully, Isabel immediately shut her mouth. What's the matter? Michael's voice was gentle, which made her feel cared for. Since Michael had promised to marry her, he had become much gentler with her. She stood there, carefully glancing at Michael while thinking about how to bring up the matter. Seeing her like this, Jake originally wanted to leave, but instead, his curiosity was piqued, and he waited for her to finish speaking, itching to know more. Since Jake didn't intend to leave, Isabel didn't care anymore and anxiously asked, Michael, has Gallagher Group got the pass for the jewelry design competition? She had already confirmed on the official website that only Gallagher Group in Sunnydale City was selected. Michael nodded. Isabel's eyes sparkled with excitement. Michael, let me participate. The assistant looked at her in surprise and glanced at their president. Jake's mouth was wide open in an O shape. Don't worry, I've won small awards for my jewelry design before. I won't disgrace you standing nearby. The assistant's face was full of embarrassment. Miss Richardson was not an employee of the Gallagher Group, so how could she have the nerve to make such a request? Looking at Isabel's pretty face and innocent appearance, the assistant had a word that came to mind. Spoiled. Michael didn't speak, but Isabel continued without giving up. Michael, you should know that Gallagher Group lacks a top-notch designer. I can represent them. Who says Gallagher Group doesn't have a top-notch designer? A crisp and lingering voice interrupted her. Molly Walker stood outside the door, with her arms crossed, lazily walking in. You are neither an employee of the Gallagher Group's design team nor Michael's wife, so it's not appropriate for you to represent Gallagher Group in the competition. Recalling that Isabel had collided with Joshua Thompson, Molly couldn't hide her ridicule. Seeing Molly, Jake was a bit surprised. He had seen her photos, but he didn't expect her to look even better in person. Such a beautiful woman. He glanced at Michael. Was he intentionally hiding Molly like a concealed gem? Why can't I represent Gallagher Group in the competition? I quite like your position. Isabel spoke ambiguously, smiling innocently. She walked over to Michael's side and coquettishly said, Michael, let me participate. Michael frowned and looked at Molly. Molly stood there with a smile, ignoring him except for her hatred towards Isabel, as if he were an enemy. She was laughing and talking to Harry Lambert, but when she saw him, she treated him like a foe. What did he do wrong to her? What do you think? Michael asked her unexpectedly, and Molly was slightly stunned. She really wanted to participate. This competition was a rare opportunity for designers, and it would be their first step towards the international stage. In terms of design, Molly didn't need money, but who wouldn't want to be more famous? Looking into Michael's deep and inquisitive eyes, she couldn't say the words, I want to participate. It seemed that since that incident, the relationship between the two of them had become tense. I have no opinion. Everything is up to Mr. Gallagher's arrangements. Molly opened her hands and smiled helplessly. She may have a chance of winning against someone else, but the opponent is Isabel Richardson, the future Mrs. Gallagher, his unrequited love. She didn't want to humiliate herself, but seeing Isabel's determination to win, Molly Walker suddenly changed her mind. She could give her spot to anyone, but if it was Isabel, she would have to take it back. Of course, if Mr. Gallagher could let me participate, it would be even better. Her voice was lazy and soft, with a hint of drag. To participate in such a competition has always been my dream. Her brown pupils trembled slightly, making Michael Gallagher's lips curve. He thought she didn't really care. I'll give you the spot to compete. Unexpectedly, he agreed so readily. Molly was inexplicably surprised. Michael. Isabel sulked her lips, and just as she was about to say something else, Molly's okay cut off all her escape routes. Having lost face in front of so many people, Isabel's face turned as red as a monkey's ace. They were about to get married, so why did Michael still give the spot to this irrelevant person? Molly's cell phone vibrated, and she looked at the text message that Damian Thompson had sent. Come home for dinner tonight. Dad wants to talk to you. Molly thought about it and replied with a Michael Gallagher watched Molly smile at her cell phone. His eyes darkened a bit. You guys go ahead. I need to talk with Molly. Except for Isabel, everyone else left quickly. Isabel glared at Molly resentfully, feeling a chill in her heart. Once Molly's identity as Ivy Thompson is revealed, her engagement to Michael Gallagher will be in danger. Thinking of Michael giving Molly the spot to compete, Isabel was infuriated to the point of feeling dizzy. It seemed that she had no choice but to use her trump card. She thought for a moment, took out her cell phone, and sent a message to someone. Bring him here. In Gallagher's CEO office, Molly leisurely lay on the sofa playing the popular 5-on-5 game. Michael Gallagher wasn't annoyed. He opened his computer and started browsing something. As time went by second, as she finished a round, her emotions were vented. She glanced at Michael Gallagher. The man's focused eyes were fixed on the screen, the deep pupils reflecting the screen's light, like twinkling stars in his eyes, shining brilliantly and exuding a man's unique charm. In the past, her favorite thing was his eyes. When he smiled, they were extremely beautiful, but the owner of those eyes rarely smiled. As if he knew she was looking at him, Michael Gallagher's gaze shifted, meeting hers. If it were before, she would shyly look away, but now, she boldly faced him. If Mr. Gallagher has nothing else to discuss, I'll leave first. We can talk about the design competition on the phone. She had just played a game, but she complained that he had neglected her. She had never noticed her skill in deception before. When you participate in the competition, take Isabel with you. When Michael Gallagher's words fell, Molly's sneer appeared on her face. She thought it was something else, but it turned out to be this matter. Take Isabel? Why not ask her to take him as well? No. Molly bluntly refused. She wouldn't have taken her before, and knowing that Isabel had also found someone to hit Joshua Thompson, she was even more reluctant to take her along. She was still wondering why Michael Gallagher agreed so quickly, and it turned out that there were requests waiting for her here. Taking her will distract me, unless you don't want to win. You can win? Michael Gallagher raised his eyebrows unexpectedly. Are you sure? I'm sure if I don't bring Isabel. If you're really capable, taking her along won't affect you. Molly sneered coldly, her face showing a little impatience. Michael Gallagher, do you have a brain at all? I said I won't take her, and I mean it. Are you blind or deaf? Do you know what she has done? What did she do? Michael Gallagher furrowed his brows. Molly Walker thought about how he had been protecting Isabel Richardson all this time. Yet he was protecting a murderer. She didn't know whether to feel relieved or sympathetic. Forget it. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. When the day comes for the police to find Isabel Richardson, he will know what kind of monster he has been shielding. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Taking Isabel Richardson with me is impossible. If you insist on me taking her, then I won't participate in this competition. Whoever wants to participate can participate. Molly turned to leave, but Michael's voice sounded from behind. Don't take Isabel Richardson, but win a place for the Gallagher family. Is this considered a compromise? Molly turned around and slightly raised her chin. Fine. As long as Isabel Richardson doesn't follow. If not the championship, getting third place shouldn't be a problem. She's not confident in other things, but when it comes to design, she has absolute confidence. Having obtained her assurance, Michael left without telling her to go or stay. Watching Isabel peering outside, Molly smirked and simply dozed off on the sofa. She slept until 5 o'clock before returning to the Thompson family's home. The girl's long eyelashes covered her brown pupils, her hair scattered on the sofa like dense seaweed. That's the scene Michael saw when he walked inside. He approached, lowered his eyelids, and looked down at her peaceful sleeping face. Outside the window, the city bustled, but she slept soundly, enjoying a moment of peace. Throughout their 3 years of marriage, he had seen such scenes many times. However, starting today, the distance between them would become further and further, like an insurmountable gap. Taking an extra step would be an overstep. He reached out his hand, slowly squatting down, but just as he was about to touch her, Mr. Gallagher, the items you requested. The assistant walked in with a big box in her arms. Michael frowned, annoyed, quickly stood up and walked to the bookshelf, picked up a book, and began reading in the chair. Something's off. The assistant quickly realized her mistake, placed the box down, and swiftly left. As the sky gradually darkened, Molly was awakened by the alarm set on her cell phone. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw the man sitting in the chair. "Take this away," Michael said, pointing at the box with his book. Molly walked over to the box in confusion, only to find it filled with many smaller boxes. Hesitantly, she opened one, then picked up another. After continuously opening 5 of them, she finally discovered what these whole boxes contained. They were all top-quality antique jewelry and museum-grade collections. All the items inside were traditional jewelry pieces. These are sponsorship for the competition. Michael's thin lips pursed lightly with calm eyes. Your style leans towards traditional Chinese, so I hope these are useful to you. Useful? How could they not be? Molly was somewhat excited. She had bought many pieces of jewelry before, but some of it couldn't be purchased with money alone. Some unearthed and imported items required both money and connections. There were many surprises in the box, including jewelry she couldn't buy even when she wanted to. These things must be expensive. Her eyes turned to Michael, filled with complex emotions. She didn't expect him to prepare this for her. Many of the items inside were priceless. If you win glory for the Gallagher family, these can all be yours. Michael got up and walked towards her, his voice extremely magnetic. Molly's feet felt nailed to the ground, her eyes fixed on the items in the box, unable to move away. Give it to her? All of it? She thought of something and looked at him suspiciously. You won't use this as a bribe, wanting me to take Isabel Richardson with me, right? Although she liked the stuff in the box, it wouldn't be enough to buy her off and make her compromise. Michael Gallagher squints one eye and raises the corner of his mouth. So I'm that despicable in your heart? Who knows? Anyway, your despicable behavior is not only once or twice. Molly Walker raises her eyebrows and smiles. The mistrustful look on her face provokes a burst of annoyance in Michael Gallagher's heart. It has nothing to do with Isabel. I just don't want you to lose face for the Gallagher family. As if she didn't hear the sarcasm in his words, Molly cheerfully picks up the box and says, Well, I won't be polite then. I'll take the stuff. Thank you, Mr. Gallagher. She turns around and leaves with a cheerful smile on her face. But Michael wants to say something more. However, she slips away so fast that she doesn't give him a chance to speak. Her taking such a large box out of Michael Gallagher's office has already attracted the curious glances of others in the company. When she was still working here, no one had paid attention to her identity. But since her secret marriage was exposed, she seldom came to the company for a simple reason. She was afraid of being dragged into gossip. In order to avoid attracting attention, she simply sneaked out the back door and went around to the main entrance. A Rolls-Royce Phantom is parked at the main entrance of the Gallagher Group headquarters. The employees inside the building see Molly getting into the car, and someone exclaims, I remember that license plate. It belongs to the Thompson family. The Thompson family is wealthy, so their license plates start with 8 plus the abbreviation of Sunnydale City. There's only one luxury car like this in Sunnydale City, so it was quickly recognized by people. How did she get involved with the Thompson family? Some of Molly's former colleagues who didn't have a good relationship with her are now apprehensive. It was bad enough when she was the boss's wife, but now she's involved with the richest Thompson family too. With such a strong background, would Molly take revenge on them? While they're trembling in fear, Isabel Richardson is standing nearby, taking a clear look at the scene downstairs. That's Damien Thompson's car. He's rarely interested in women and takes great care of his car. Even Jillian Thompson hardly gets to ride in it. The fact that Molly can sit in the car shows that Ivy Thompson's identity has been revealed. Realizing that her plot had come to nothing, Isabel clenches her face in anger. She calls Jillian again, but Jillian seems to have blacklisted her, as she never picks up her calls. Jillian's behavior clearly indicates her intention to cut ties with Isabel. This gives Isabel a message. Not only Molly's identity, but also her own attempted murder may not be kept secret. Molly has never been interested in cars, but the moment she sits in Damien Thompson's car, she feels the comfort. She examines the car, especially the details and interior, and concludes that it's more luxurious compared to Michael Gallagher's car. Seeing her touching here and there, Damien doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. Do you like it? Molly straightens up, puts the box aside, and nods eagerly. Who wouldn't like this kind of car? Who wouldn't dare like it? This car is limited edition, and it's difficult to buy from the original buyer. Since you like it, I'll give you this car. Upon hearing that, Molly is startled. No need. I can't drive. You don't need to drive. We have a dedicated driver at home. Molly, I'm your elder brother. No need to be polite with me. He doesn't say more. Not only the car, but even the Thompson family shares belong to her too. Molly is somewhat moved by his words, I'm your elder brother. Except for Nicholas's rigidity, this elder brother truly deserves the title elder brother. What does your father, Mr. Thompson, have in mind for me today? Molly asks awkwardly. Even though she knows Daniel Thompson is her father now, she still can't call him that. You'll know when you get there. Damien thinks of the young talents waiting for her at home and smiles. If she knew that her father had called her home for a blind date, she would probably get off the car right now. In order to successfully bring her home, he decides not to tell her about it, so she can deal with it herself. A man wearing sunglasses is standing by an RV parked at the foot of Gallagher Group's office building. The assistant quickly walks in the CEO's office. Michael Gallagher is just about to leave when he turns around and sees the assistant's frightened face. Mr. Gallagher, Harry Lambert is here. Harry Lambert is here, and despite being fully armed, he's still recognized by his fans. He's a popular young idol, and his ability to attract fans, both male and female, is strong. Gallagher Group's employees are no exception to that. The moment Harry Lambert is recognized, a girl screams, "Harry Lambert! Oh my God! Am I dreaming? Harry Lambert actually came to our company. My God! He's so handsome. Aya! I'm going to die." Harry Lambert's mouth twitches lightly as he walks without stopping. Wearing sunglasses, no one sees the indifference in his eyes. The assistant stands beside him, with dissatisfaction completely plastered on his face. Even he doesn't know why Harry insists on coming to Gallagher Group. Upon learning that Harry is here, Michael Gallagher is somewhat surprised. It doesn't take long for Harry to arrive. When there are only 2 people left in the room, Harry has already given Michael Gallagher a thorough once-over. He sits elegantly on the chair, casually checking himself out, his eyes narrowed slightly, like a fox lurking for thousands of years. Apart from being more attractive, this man has no other advantages. I don't know how Molly managed to be with him for 3 years. As Harry looks at Michael Gallagher, he also looks back at Harry. Is this the man she likes? His thick, silvery hair and sharp red lips are more alluring than a woman's. His peach blossom eyes are naturally bent, quite enchanting. "Mr. Gallagher, I've long admired you." He tilts his head slightly with a haughty lift of his chin, exposing a beautiful and pure profile. Let's cut to the chase. He strides up to Michael Gallagher and asks, "When are you divorcing Molly?" Molly, such an intimate name. Michael Gallagher's face remains calm, but anger has risen within him. "What? Didn't she tell you? We're already divorced." Harry scoffs and glances at him. "You're divorced, but haven't filed the paperwork yet. With your means, it wouldn't take more than a month to get a divorce, right?" That day, he deliberately had dinner with Molly, hoping that the gossip would make him let Molly go sooner. However, the news was completely suppressed. He doesn't know what methods Michael used, but not a single piece of information was leaked out. This man, if he doesn't make a move, leaves no trace once he does. Michael Gallagher turns out to be more powerful than he had imagined. Despite this, his divorce is full of twists and turns, clearly intentional. After all this talk, it turns out he's here to force him to divorce. He can't even wait a month. So desperate? Michael clenches his fists and doesn't hide the coldness in his eyes. "Did you come here today on your own initiative? Or was it her idea?" "It's her wish as well as mine." According to Molly, these 3 years, Michael Gallagher had never truly invested any feelings in her. If it weren't for Molly forbidding him to come and interfere, he would have taken her away in the first year she spent in this empty marriage. What kind of good man allows other women to come and go while still in a marriage? Harry Lambert leaned lazily against the table, arms crossed, and scoffed. "Mr. Gallagher, just let her go. Molly's best years have already been wasted. She can't continue down this path. Let her go, or let them go." Michael Gallagher clenched his fists, a chilly look in his eyes. Molly had been with other men while married, even going so far as to force a divorce. Did they really think he was easy to manipulate? Let her go. And who will let me go? Michael Gallagher's gaze was as cold as frost. 3 years of marriage, and I haven't mistreated her, but she's challenged my bottom line time and time again. First, she drugged him, forcing him to sleep with her. Later, she openly cheated on him, making him wear a green hat. He had endured all of these things, but what he couldn't tolerate was Harry Lambert showing up and pushing for divorce. "I don't have the ability to interfere with the legal proceedings of Orientopia." His thin lips revealed a touch of chill, cold indifference in his elongated eyes that read strangers, "Keep your distance. You don't have that ability, but I do." The corner of Harry Lambert's lips hooked up in ridicule. "Mr. Gallagher doesn't have to do anything. Just cooperate a little. More precisely, just don't make any trouble." He stood up, walking towards the door, but suddenly stopped. "Oh, right, your little wife, Isabel Richardson, right? You tell her to watch herself and stop using dirty tricks against Molly. Others might be afraid of her, but I'm not." The Richardson family's reputation for arrogance and connections with the underworld could scare a lot of people. Why were they afraid? They feared for their lives. He wasn't afraid of anything. His life had been saved by Molly years ago, so he had already discarded life and death in his mind. If the Richardson family tried to lay a hand on Molly, he would make sure their hands were chopped off. The killing intent in the young man's beautiful eyes, like a glance from Hades's Yama himself. Once he left, Jake Leaford, who had been waiting outside for dinner, quietly entered. As soon as he entered, he saw Michael Gallagher standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, his eyebrows furrowed, and a layer of frost covered his handsome features. His thin lips were white from being pressed together, indicating his bad mood. Jake Leaford lowered his eyes and sighed softly. Years ago, Michael Gallagher was a brash and dazzling young man, but time had made him grow rapidly, transforming him from a sunny youth into a moody, powerful man. Even if they interacted as they did in the past, that man was gone for good. If that incident hadn't happened, Michael Gallagher would still be the most dazzling scion in Sunnydale City. That incident had destroyed Michael Gallagher and created the man he now was. He knew why Harry Lambert came today. As for the gossip, Michael Gallagher had suppressed it, and although he didn't know all the details, he had a general idea of what happened between Harry Lambert and Molly. Just wearing a green hat, right? Nowadays, who doesn't have some green on their head? Jake Leaford began to persuade, it's a good thing now, isn't it? You can divorce rightfully and marry Isabel without any issue. According to Michael Gallagher's plan, even if Molly hadn't asked for a divorce, he would have. Given that, shouldn't he be cheering and clapping in agreement? Just as Jake Leaford finished speaking, he felt a cold stare directed at him. Jake Leaford's scalp tingled, right? I heard that Daniel Thompson found some talented young men and said he wanted to introduce them to Molly. Before he could finish his sentence, Michael Gallagher's gaze suddenly halted him. Jake Leaford swallowed. Elle just heard it. It might not be true. Think about it. Who is Daniel Thompson? How would he be so kind to introduce them to Molly? It's probably fake. Although it was a fake piece of news, those men had indeed gone to the Thompson family's estate today. He even recognized one of them. Who did he find? Lijianing looked puzzled. Why are you so concerned about her? You don't really like her, do you? If he really fell for her, it would be torturous. There was no reply. Looking again, Michael Gallagher had already turned away. Hey, wait for me. Didn't we say we'd eat together? Lijianing hurriedly followed him. Thompson family's estate. A Rolls-Royce drove into the underground parking lot. Molly Walker took the elevator up from the parking lot, and just as she arrived at the elevator entrance, a row of maids stood holding clothes and jewelry. This scene, only seen on television, appeared before her, startling Molly. Miss, please come with me to change your clothes. One of the servants walked in front of her, with a proper smile on her face. Seeing this row of intricate things, Molly frowned. Was it this difficult to enter a wealthy family's door? It was just a waste of time to change clothes in this way. She looked helplessly at Damian Thompson. Do I look really bad in my current outfit? Damian Thompson looked her up and down. The tall boots and sweater dress made her look even more gentle, and her long hair draped over her shoulders framed her delicate, beautiful face. People depend on clothes, but some look good even if they wear a sack. She was one of them. Your current clothes are suitable. Molly breathed a sigh of relief, followed by Damian Thompson's footsteps, finally not needing to change. Seeing her little movement, Damian Thompson's lips curled up, and he smiled like a fox. When Damian Thompson led her to the meeting room on the second floor, Molly finally realized why she needed to dress up. As soon as she entered the room, the men sitting on the side of the long table all looked over at her. What a diverse group. Men with different looks and styles all stood up when they saw her. Daniel Thompson sat in the middle and waved to her. Come here. Molly stood at the door, suddenly feeling a bad premonition. This kind of scene seemed familiar. Molly immediately thought of a matchmaking meeting. As expected, Daniel Thompson spoke to the men sitting next to him. Introduce yourselves. This is him. Molly quickly interrupted him. Announcing her identity in this situation would make it even more like matchmaking. Interrupted by her coughing, Daniel immediately thought of a different meaning. It was fine for now, not to announce Ivy's identity publicly, and to observe these men first, lest they have ulterior motives. The men gathered together, all looking somewhat awkward. Each of them thought that Daniel's introduction was one-on-one, but he didn't say that he was introducing so many men to a relative. What did this mean? Choosing a husband? But Daniel's relative was not bad-looking, and out of respect for Daniel, they all patiently sat down, planning to take it one step at a time. Looking at these men with various expressions, Molly even saw elites from various industries. She hoped it wasn't what she thought. Molly sat down with a stiff smile, casually picking up a pastry from the table. After taking a bite, she felt nauseous in her stomach. She covered her mouth and forcibly swallowed the sweet. However, such actions still couldn't hide from some people. Molly Walker glanced at the pastry she had just eaten. It appeared to be sweet, but in reality it was filled with pickled meat. The crispy exterior was stuffed with pickled vegetables. What kind of devilish cuisine was this? She tossed the snack from her hand. The men at the table all looked at her with various degrees of scrutiny. The previous action, which led to misinterpretations, made it hard for anyone not to think too much. Molly kept a straight face, but her heart was pounding. It had been almost a month since she last slept with Michael Gallagher. Daniel Thompson also looked bewildered, and calmed down his interests in Molly along with everyone else's. It wasn't appropriate to ask in front of everyone, so he changed the way he introduced her. Molly, the people seated here are business elites and are future partners of the Thompson family. You should get to know them better. When the words partners were uttered, the expressions on these people's faces relaxed slightly. The Thompsons didn't often cooperate with other businesses. Once they did, the project was definitely profitable. Nobody would refuse such a good deal. Miss Walker, what do you usually enjoy in your free time? Asked the man sitting across from Molly. Seeing his dignified appearance and his bright smile, Molly thought he resembled some businessmen. His intense gaze made her feel uncomfortable. Not wanting to face these people anymore, Molly stood up and said to Daniel, "I'm not feeling well. I'd like to rest for a bit." Feeling unwell? Michael Gallagher was about to be engaged to another woman. If she was pregnant now, her life would be ruined. Daniel's face was grave. This unexpected interruption had spoiled his mood for matchmaking Molly with the other men. He stood up and told the others, "Today is not a good day. Let's have a proper meal some other day." "Sure, Uncle Thompson." "Mr. Thompson, I'll be leaving first." People began to excuse themselves. Seeing that the problem was solved, Molly quickly left. Seeing her leave so quickly, Damian Thompson gave her a thumbs up in approval. Elle thought it would take at least half an hour. "I didn't expect you to solve it this fast." Molly gave an awkward laugh. In fact, her act just now was not pretense. What she feared most now was that she might actually be pregnant. When everyone had almost left, Daniel called Molly and Damian over. The room looked more like a conference room. There was a large table in the middle, surrounded by many chairs. As soon as Molly sat down, Daniel asked, "Were you doing that on purpose or by accident just now?" She furrowed her brow, and her heart skipped a beat. Seeing the change in her expression, Daniel held back what he was about to say. Aborted if you're pregnant. He had no other demands for his daughter. His only dissatisfaction was that she had been married to Michael Gallagher for 3 years and had suffered a lot. Now that she was finally going to divorce him, her path to a better life was clear. As long as Molly didn't have a child, it wouldn't be hard for her to remarry with the Thompson family's wealth and power. But if she had a child, everything would be different. No wealthy family would marry a woman who was divorced and had a child. Before confirming, he had already decided the fate of the little life in her belly. Molly gave a light smile. "Don't you know how serious this is?" Daniel's serious face masked a dignified sternness. "If you don't divorce, the baby can stay. The Thompsons will support you. Michael Gallagher won't dare to bully you. It depends on which kind of life you want." His words were clear. She could either stay single and find someone else, or continue her marriage with Michael Gallagher. However, she didn't want anyone to interfere, whichever choice it was. "Do I have to make a choice?" "Yes." Daniel squinted his eyes. "As a Thompson, you should be clear-headed, knowing what you want." Molly scoffed. It wasn't about knowing what she wanted, but knowing what he wanted, wasn't it? Wasn't he just afraid that she would embarrass him and hiding it behind all these lofty words? As Gabriel said, "You have this temperament. You couldn't get along with Michael Gallagher in 3 years, and you won't in the future either. It's fine if you get a divorce. I will arrange some blind dates for you. There are many good young men in Sunnydale City. Don't hang yourself on one tree." Molly caught on a key point. Are these Jillian's ideas? Yes, even if you've upset her enough to be hospitalized, she's still thinking of you, her sister. Most of these young men are her friends and classmates, trusted people. Daniel tried to sound heartfelt. You two are relatives. I hope you can support and tolerate each other in the future, instead of being at odds all the time. At odds? She widened her beautiful eyes and shook her head in a sigh. Can't you see she was the first to target me? It's understandable if she targets you. All these years, we thought you wouldn't come back. It's only normal she can't accept it when you suddenly do. It is quite normal. Not only she can't accept it, I can't a bit either. She didn't expect to be meddled with her emotions and marriage even before she had entered her home. If finding my family equals to asking for trouble, can I choose not to recognize this kinship? Upon her words, Daniel's face quickly turned cold. Everyone was racking their brains to have a connection with the Thompsons. What was she talking about? Have the Thompsons wronged you in any way? Why do you hate us so much? I'm your father. Giving you advice is because I care about you. Molly hung her head low, the corners of her lips curling up in a mocking smile. As soon as she arrived, he introduced her to so many men. When he suspected her pregnancy, his instinct was to suggest her to have an abortion. Was this genuine concern for her? Was this for her own good? He was simply afraid that she would ruin his reputation. If you truly care for me, you wouldn't intervene in my personal life. And it wasn't I who got Jillian hospitalized. It was her pettiness. How does that have anything to do with me? I hope you open your eyes and don't blame the wrong person. She stood up and walked towards the door. I'm going to see Mother. Stop, Daniel bellowed. Shouldn't you change how you address me? Don't forget who you are. I'm sorry, I can't change it in such a short time. Without expressing any emotion, Molly turned around. The moment she left, Daniel held his chest and fell back into the chair. Dad. Damien ran over immediately. You see, her attitude. I used to think she was well educated, but look at her now. She's nothing like the Thompson family. Even Gabriel has better manners. Daniel Thompson wheezed. Not raising a child by your side. They are just unreliable. Damien Thompson frowned, looking worriedly in the direction Molly Walker had left. Like his father and Nicholas, he hasn't adapted to Molly's character yet. Just as Molly wasn't prepared to fit into this family. If they wanted Molly to willingly accept them, she shouldn't have been hurt from the very beginning. He said solemnly to his father, Dad, Molly is right. You were wrong. From the beginning, I told you not to interfere with her decisions. She hasn't grown by your side for over 20 years. Her working style and character have already been formed. We should wait for her to gradually accept us, rather than forcefully arrange her life. Also, stop meddling in Gabriel's affairs. Damien Thompson did not share the message he found out with his father. Although he didn't want to speculate on Gabriel's thoughts, there are too many doubts about Lola Jones's case. If it hadn't been for Joshua investigating Molly's DNA test first, their whole family might have mistaken Lola Jones for Ivy. Say? C-H-E-W-O-E/O-G-O-O-O-L? All these years, not only Nicholas and himself but also their father have all treated Gabriel as their biological daughter, but they have forgotten that Gabriel and them had no blood ties at all. On the first day Molly arrived, it ended in discord, and it turned out to be Gabriel's idea. Damien Thompson looked at his father's aging face and said firmly, After we acknowledged each other, we haven't done anything for her but arrange her life as the first thing. Think about it. Is this fair to her? Daniel Thompson rubbed the teacup, opened his mouth, and finally sighed. You're right. I was confused. It was Gabriel's idea, and his head was heated for a moment, without considering it. Thinking from a different perspective, it's no wonder Molly, if it were him, he would be angry too. Let's arrange the recognition ceremony this weekend. Since she's back, we should support her from now on. Molly wanted to go see Amanda Leaford, but found out she had already gone to bed early. Just as she was about to say goodbye to Damien Thompson, she was stopped by a servant. Miss Walker. Mr. Thompson said you will live here from now on. The largest room on the 3rd floor has been cleared for you. Everything inside is yours. If you need anything, please feel free to ask us. She looked at the sky outside, and it was indeed a bit late. Thinking about how inconvenient it would be to go back to the Thompson family's estate, She hesitated for a moment and decided to stay. She opened a random cabinet, and it was filled with all kinds of jewelry, but she didn't feel like looking at it. Thinking of what had happened at the dinner table today, she touched her belly, her heart pounding. She didn't sleep all night. The next day, she was woken up by the knock on the door. "Michael Gallagher is here." It was Damien Thompson's voice, sounding a little helpless. "Michael Gallagher? How did he come?" She jumped up like a carp, quickly tidied everything up, and hurriedly opened the door asking Damien, "How did he know I was here?" Seeing her panic, Damien Thompson smiled. "Maybe you're already in his control." Michael Gallagher was no ordinary person, so it wasn't surprising that he could quickly locate someone. Knowing Michael Gallagher was here, his father wanted to call him in at once, but he stopped that. It wasn't their place to interfere, nor could they, in Molly and Michael Gallagher's affairs. Unless Michael Gallagher bullied Molly, he wouldn't be merciful either. When Molly hurriedly walked out of the house, she saw Michael Gallagher leaning against a motorcycle. There was a cigarette in the corner of his mouth, and his pupils were dark and careless. His handsome brows and eyes blurred in the rising smoke, his gaze deep and indistinct. Molly stopped in her tracks. This Michael Gallagher was different from the one in her memory. She had seen this motorcycle in the basement of Gallagher family's villa. It had been there for several years, and she thought it was scrapped, didn't know it could still be used by him. She walked up to him. "Why did you come?" Yesterday, she had brought home a bunch of gifts, and her attitude towards this big boss had gone down. Michael Gallagher glanced at her, saw that she was wearing pajamas under her coat, and had clearly rushed out. He didn't expect her to be able to stay overnight at the Thompson family's house. It seems that without him, she could live just fine. He turned off the e-cigarette, put it in his pocket, walked over to the motorcycle, and picked up a helmet, tossing it to her with one hand. "Get on." Molly looked at the helmet in her hand, baffled. "Where to?" "To finish the final divorce procedures." His voice was very light, as if it had come from a distant place. "Didn't you say there's a month?" "No need for a month." Thinking about what Harry Lambert said, impatience appeared on his face. Harry Lambert could indeed have the power to get him and Molly divorced immediately, but so could he. He didn't want another man to help her at the moment of their divorce. Rather than letting other men step in, he would rather sever their ties himself. He straddled the motorcycle, put on the helmet, and his gaze seemed devoid of any warmth. This motorcycle was his good friend for many years. Whenever he was in a bad mood, he'd take it for a spin, and his mood would get better. Molly clutched the helmet, and her beautiful face turned pale. Even though she was prepared for the divorce, the sense of loss and sadness surged up again when it really came to this moment. She thought she'd have half a month to process her final thoughts. She didn't expect him to be so eager to break free from their marriage. Thinking of Isabel Richardson trying on her wedding dress and even confirming the bridesmaid's dress, her nose soured a little. There was some reluctance to let go so easily and let this couple get married. How could her heart be like still water? Not even a month could be waited. So impatient. Her vision became foggy. She closed her eyes and put the helmet on her head. Having never worn one before, it hung loosely from her. A hand helped her adjust it properly and quickly put the helmet on. She hurriedly got on the bike, and before she could sit properly, the motorcycle took off. She reflexively hugged his waist. There was not an ounce of fat on the man's strong waist. His clothes fluttered, covering the confusion in her eyes and the flush on her face. The familiar feeling took her back to that night. Her mind went blank, and as if electrocuted, she pulled away from him and grabbed the hem of his clothes. Soon, her stomach started to churn again. "Stop the bike." "Michael Gallagher, stop." The discomfort in her stomach and the sensation in her throat made her feel embarrassed and uncomfortable. Wind passed by her ears, drowning out her voice. "Michael Gallagher, stop. I'm feeling unwell." "It's over." By the roadside, Michael Gallagher's impressive motorcycle was parked. Molly Walker handed a long work jacket to a frowning Michael from a nearby vendor. She lowered her head, not daring to look at the large stain on his clothes. Michael's face was as black as coal. He threw the jacket aside in disgust. "I won't wear it." She stammered. "I'm really sorry. I didn't do it on purpose." Molly bit her lip, her face full of distress. It was rare for Michael to take this sort of vehicle out for a spin, so she clearly wasn't respectful enough, and he was bound to be angry. Michael looked at her tense little face. An accumulation of pent-up anger settled in his heart. He took out an e-cigarette, lazily opening his eyelids. His slender, clean fingers held the cigarette, and the smoke twined around his blue veins. Say? C-H-E-W-O-E/O-G-O-O-L? What shall we do now? He pointed to the conspicuous stain on his clothes, a hint of coldness in the corner of his eyes. Molly was at a loss for words for a moment. She thought for a while, then decided to pull off her coat and hand it to him. How about using mine? A beige windbreaker, balled up in her hands. Taking off her coat revealed her long pajamas, her distinct collarbone, her skin as creamy and white as milk. It was a bit cold in the early autumn, and as the wind blew, he saw her slight shoulders shiver. I don't want your clothes. He waved his hand, noticing her pale face, and squinted. Do you get dizzy on a motorcycle? Molly hesitated for a moment, then nodded. How come you don't get dizzy on an electric scooter? He teased thoughtfully. Molly smiled without changing her expression. You can ride a motorcycle, but not an electric scooter. So what if I get dizzy on a motorcycle? Who told you to drive so fast? His dark eyes swept over her. Not young and pretty sharp-tongued. Her face was unusually pale, making her brown eyes misty and frail. You don't look good, Michael said lightly, staring closely at her. I'll take you to the hospital. Molly shivered and quickly waved her hand. No need. If she really went to the hospital, any movement in her stomach would give it away. Michael would most likely make her abort the baby. Though she wasn't certain, the child's life or death shouldn't be decided by them. It's nothing, just motion sickness. She feigned a relaxed smile. Didn't you say we're going to get a divorce? Let's go. There was clear resistance. Michael's brow furrowed, and he murmured in a low voice. We're not far from the Civil Affairs Bureau. He glanced at the navigation on his cell phone and led the way. Molly clenched her lips, quickly following him. Perhaps it was because she hadn't had breakfast. She reacted more strongly than usual, but neither of them seemed to care about this small incident. They quickly arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Molly's mood was complicated. 3 years had passed. She thought she would be free and easy, yet when the day came, her feelings were different. After we finish the formalities, we'll have nothing to do with each other. Michael's voice was a bit hoarse, and there was no indication of his thoughts in his dark eyes. Yes, you'll go on your sunny path, and I'll go on my single log bridge. She smiled sweetly. Michael wanted to say something more, but seeing her relaxed expression, he ultimately didn't ask his question. Molly took the stairs ahead of him. What's the matter? Seeing that he hadn't followed for quite some time, she turned her head to ask. The girl turned around, her dark hair flying. The large windbreaker wrapped around her tiny body, making her look even smaller and weaker. Michael's eyes were like rocks washed by rain, silent and glistening. He walked up the stairs, beside her, his cold, metallic voice alluring. If you're not doing well outside, you can come back. Come back? To where? Going back to his and Isabel's home? Molly lowered her head and smiled softly. Come to think of it, besides how miserable she felt when Michael became determined to protect Isabel after her return, he hadn't done anything unforgivable in these 3 years. Even though they had a secret marriage, he gave her dignity and let her focus on her work and studies without any worries. He never mistreated her financially. His biggest mistake was not loving her. But then, their marriage was a mistake in the first place. Love or no love, she shouldn't have insisted on it. She had been too presumptuous, thinking that marrying him could move him. But can feelings last for long just based on being touched? Looking back, she probably wouldn't do it again. But she found some consolation in Michael saying those words. At least he still had a conscience. Thank you. She turned around and ran upstairs with small steps. Watching her back, Michael's gaze darkened. It was different when they greeted each other. Signing and other procedures went smoothly. When she got the divorce certificate, Molly felt somewhat surreal. 3 years later, she finally said goodbye to her love. From now on, she could start a new life. Michael clenched the divorce certificate, his eyes fixed on it. When Molly looked over, He quickly put it in his pocket. I have something else to do. I'll leave first. Molly smiled and waved goodbye. She remembered the hospital was just nearby. Michael didn't say anything, his palms sweating as he slowly let go of the certificate. The steps of the departing young girl were brisk, as if she had shed a heavy burden. Biting down on her lips, the iron taste of blood finally brought him back to reality. His cell phone vibrated with a message from his assistant. Mr. Gallagher, we found the person behind the arson last time. Sunnydale First Hospital. After the examination, Molly sat in a chair waiting for the results. As she browsed her phone, a small hand patted her leg. Hey, Auntie, are you sick too? The boy had a rosy, spirited face, his big eyes rolling like abacus beads under his thick eyebrows. Although he seemed to be around 3 or 4 years old, he acted like an adult. His appearance seemed somewhat familiar. Molly raised her eyebrows. She didn't know whose child this was. Being called Auntie was a bit unpleasant. You should call me Aunt. Why don't you let me call you sister? The little boy smirked mischievously. The aunties at my house are as old as you. Molly gasped in annoyance. Kids these days could be so infuriating. Where are your parents? Ask them if you should call me Auntie or Aunt. Today, she was determined to teach this brat a lesson. Why are you trying to tattle? The little boy glared. My mom is busy getting married, and my dad is busy marrying my mom. They don't have time. Auntie, you're so petty, wanting to tell my parents such a small matter. Small matter. Yes, it was a small matter. But she hated brats the most. If they were not disciplined from a young age, they would become a menace to society in the future. After hearing his words, Molly immediately understood. The kid's parents hadn't even gotten married yet. No wonder he had such an attitude. She told herself not to get angry. Just then, she heard the nurse calling her name. The results were out. As she nervously stood up, the little brat grabbed something and ran outside. It was her divorce certificate. Stop right there. Molly was so angry that she chased after him. Even though the kid was running fast with his little legs, he was caught right after leaving the door. The kid cried out in horror. Help! Help! They're kidnapping me. Save me. This auntie wants to take me away. Molly. This was a hospital, so it quickly attracted a lot of onlookers. These people thought she was trafficking children and stared at her fiercely. Some even took out their cell phones to call the police. Wait, it's all a misunderstanding. Molly quickly let go of him, and the kid proudly waved something in his hand before running off again. Molly tried to chase him, but the crowd quickly surrounded her, treating her like a criminal. For the first time, Molly felt she was being played by a kid and was so mad she almost spat blood. By the time she cleared up the misunderstanding, the little boy was nowhere to be found. Molly was furious and immediately sent a message to Harry Lambert on her cell phone. Give me the live surveillance feed of the hospital on my phone in 5 minutes. If I catch that little brat, I'll beat the life out of him. At the hospital's back door, with a slap sound, a harsh slap landed on the boy's face. The boy covered his swollen face. Who told you to run around like that? A stern voice sounded, followed by a kick at him. His small body couldn't handle the force, and he fell to the ground on his backside. The boy's handsome little face was twisted in sadness. As the person was about to kick him again, someone stopped her. Miss Richardson, please don't hit him anymore. The young master is still young. He can't stand your beating. Isabel looked at them with disgust. Be obedient now that you're in Sunnydale. If it weren't absolutely necessary, she wouldn't want to reveal the child's origin. If Molly's identity as Ivy Thompson were exposed, her marriage with Michael might be postponed indefinitely, so she could only pull Bailey out. If Molly were here right now, she would notice that this boy's eyes and nose were exactly like Isabel's. The little boy helped the aunt who had been taking care of him up and said to Isabel, Don't worry, Mommy, I will behave. I just want to get a gift for Mommy. As if forgetting that she had just hit him, the boy proudly presented a gift. However, Isabel didn't even look at it and knocked it away with disgust. All right, I lack nothing. Instead of doing this, why don't you think about how to please your father and grandmother in the future? The red booklet flew out, and the boy's long eyelashes fluttered. His lips pursed, and he slowly lowered his head. If you looked closely, you could see his small shoulders shaking. Isabel not only lacked sympathy, but also felt annoyed. She turned and walked a few steps, glanced at the gift on the ground, and immediately saw the word divorce certificate written on it. Her brows raised high in curiosity, and she picked it up. As she slowly opened it, she finally understood why Bailey said this was a gift after seeing the familiar names inside. In less than 5 minutes, Molly's cell phone screen displayed the surveillance footage from various areas of the hospital. Her phone had been modified so that she could easily zoom in on any screen to see the details. She could also see the whereabouts of that little brat. Molly walked towards the hospital's back door. After just a few steps, she found the divorce certificate on the ground. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even though this document was no longer useful, if picked up by someone with malicious intent, they could cause trouble with it. For her, it was also a memento of a relationship ending. Molly arrived at the designated department and hesitantly pushed open the door. "Molly?" The doctor adjusted his glasses and looked at her. "Sit down." 10 minutes later, Molly emerged drenched in sweat. She held the test results, her hands shaking. "Miss, are you okay?" A passing nurse saw that something was wrong with her and quickly helped her sit down. Molly Walker shook her head with a pale face, looking at the doctor's diagnosis results, and sat for a while longer. She touched her stomach, feeling both complex and sad. Just that one time, and there was a tiny life in her belly. Discovering her pregnancy right after her divorce was probably the universe playing tricks on her. She called Harry Lambert with a bitter smile on her face. "I'm pregnant. Harry Lambert. I'm going to be a dad?" "Molly, get lost." "Harry Lambert. Are you going to tell him?" Molly's eyes drooped, and she said nothing. Should she tell him? After all, he is the baby's father. But is there any need for a father without feelings? She thought of the little kid just now, who, despite his young age, was full of bad intentions. "Harry Lambert, you're not thinking of aborting it, are you?" Molly's heart trembled violently. "Harry Lambert, keep it. It's not like you can't afford it." If she was only Michael Gallagher's canary, she indeed couldn't afford it. But she's not. With her financial strength, raising 10 children wouldn't be a problem, let alone one. On the other side, Jillian Thompson sat in a wheelchair being pushed by a caretaker, and she spotted a familiar figure at a glance. "Molly." Jillian gritted her teeth in anger. What is she doing here? She had the caretaker sneak her closer, just in time to hear Molly making a phone call to someone else. The caretaker wanted to greet her, but Jillian quickly made a shush gesture. As she approached Molly, she trembled when she heard the word baby. She glanced at the department next to her, obstetrics and gynecology. Her eyes widened. She wanted to listen more, but Molly had already hung up the phone and turned her head to look at her, smiling playfully. Molly appeared calm on the surface, but her heart was pounding. When did Jillian arrive, and how much had she heard? Jillian's face remained unchanged, as she smiled warmly. "Sister, are you here to see me?" This sister was really affectionate. It was true that Jillian was an adopted daughter of the Thompson family, so calling her sister was fine, but Jillian's character was questionable, and Molly did not want to be her sister. Molly glanced at Jillian's leg without saying anything. Jillian squeezed the blanket on her leg tightly. Her leg was gone, all thanks to Molly. "Sister, my father said he hopes we can support each other and live in peace." I agreed, "and one suppose you won't refuse either, right?" As Jillian smiled, she pressed the record button on her cell phone. Daniel Thompson's wish for them to live in harmony was absolutely delusional. She was sure that Molly would not agree either. Supporting each other like sisters? What a joke. Molly looked at Jillian, who was grinding her teeth while pretending to be affectionate, and sneered. "Jillian, aren't you tired of pretending all these years? You knew my identity a long time ago, didn't you?" There was no unprovoked hostility, so it was likely that she knew early on that she was Ivy Thompson. Molly knew she was Ivy, but she repeatedly prevented her from recognizing the Thompson family. Joshua Thompson, Lola Jones, all of these coincidences were too perfect. "Jillian, the car accident that Joshua Thompson had, it wouldn't be your doing too, would it?" Jillian's smile remained unchanged, but her fingers clenched tightly. "My handwriting? What handwriting? What are you talking about? I can't understand." Jillian Thompson's face was wreathed in smiles, but her mind was racing with 1,000 thoughts. Apart from Isabel Richardson, no one should know about her involvement, unless In a flash, she thought of Amanda Leaford. Last time, only Amanda had overheard her conversation with someone else. These days in the hospital, she had no idea what had happened at home. Could Amanda have said something? Jillian's heart pounded wildly. Seeing the evasive look in Jillian's eyes, Molly Walker chuckled coldly. She had no evidence. Her suspicion was just a hunch. Jillian blinked and looked upward unconsciously as she spoke, psychologically indicative of lying. Molly bent down to look her in the eye, her smile radiant. Her red lips parted slightly, her voice soft and pleasing. It's good that you don't understand. I'd be afraid if you did. Jillian looked up and was taken aback by the deep brown eyes staring back at her. Her breathing suddenly became rapid. She is setting her up? Molly straightened up, glanced at Jillian's cell phone, her amusement evident. If Jillian dared to record what she had just said, she could definitely be commended for her bravery. Shortly after Molly left, Isabel came to Jillian's hospital room with Bailey. Seeing Jillian in a wheelchair, Isabel was taken aback for a moment, but quickly adjusted her expression. She nudged Bailey forward. Call her aunt. Bailey obediently called out a soft aunt. Upon seeing Bailey, Jillian exclaimed, You have a child? Isabel nodded helplessly. An unexpected pregnancy. His dad doesn't know I gave birth to him. Jillian hurriedly gave Bailey a close look. His eyebrows and eyes resembled Isabel very much, but his mouth resembled someone else. She narrowed her eyes with a guess at the back of her mind. His father is exactly who you're thinking of. Isabel blushed, awkwardly holding her clothes and giving a shy smile. Why else would I have forced him to marry me? Her eyes immediately reddened. All my efforts, just so Bailey could have a home. Jillian stared at her, too shocked to speak. She didn't expect that when Isabel made a move, she would make such a huge reveal. Does Michael Gallagher know about this? This news was too explosive. Jillian, while shocked, immediately thought of Molly, still married to Michael. A slight schadenfreude appeared on her face. Molly hasn't divorced Michael yet, has she? If you reveal the child to the media, Molly will be confirmed to be the third party. What does 3 years of marriage mean when there's a 4 or 5-year-old child present? If Molly's reputation is ruined, she would be the disgrace of the Thompson family. Let alone competing with her for shares, whether the Thompson family would accept her back would be a question. Her calculations were clear, but Isabel was unwilling. I have been hiding Bailey all these years because I don't want him to be harmed. Actually, I'm more afraid that Michael wouldn't acknowledge him. How could he not recognize his own child? Jillian was noncommittal. Men take their lineage very seriously. Don't worry, as long as Michael knows the existence of this child, he will definitely let the child recognize his ancestry. After all, the child is innocent. The more she looked at the child, the more she liked him. Jillian touched Bailey's face. So cute. Seeing her like this, Isabel thought of the purpose of her visit today. Her eyes flickered. She spoke softly. Jillian, does your family already know about Molly's identity? Jillian Thompson's hand that was touching Bailey's froze, and her face suddenly clouded over. Not only did they know, but Molly was also trying to use Ivy Thompson's identity to take control. Thinking of the baby that Molly Walker had mentioned on the phone, Jillian Thompson once again looked at Bailey Gallagher, mulling over something thoughtfully. Seeing her avoid a direct answer, Isabel Richardson felt anxious and asked urgently, Does your promise to me still hold? I've done everything you asked of me. What have I asked you to do? Jillian Thompson's tone turned cold. Isabel Richardson, don't talk nonsense when your mind is foggy. I didn't instruct you to do anything. Isabel Richardson took a sharp breath, understanding the meaning behind her words. She clenched her fists and bit her teeth. Fine. You didn't instruct anything. Everything was my own doing. Jillian Thompson nodded. Don't worry. My life is already ruined. I won't let yours be too. She looked at her own lifeless legs. The cold in her eyes sent chills down the spine. After all, adopting a child can't replace having a biological one. She needed to make other plans for herself. If she couldn't rely on her own family, then she would have to depend on others. She glanced at Bailey Gallagher and said to Isabel Richardson, After I help bring the Richardson family to its peak, I hope you won't turn against me. If one day one end up on the streets, the Richardson family needs to take care of me. This was her way of asking for a guarantee. Isabel Richardson quickly nodded. All right, as long as this cooperation is settled, One will not only take care of you, but I will also help you take revenge. Good. Having secured Jillian Thompson's promise, Isabel Richardson walked out of the hospital lightly, with Bailey Gallagher panting as he chased after her. Mommy, are you taking me to see Dad? Isabel Richardson paused in her steps. She coldly glanced at Bailey Gallagher. Bailey retreated a few steps, his small hands trembling with fear. It's not time to see him yet. I'll have Aunt Louis take you to the hotel. She took out a cell phone from her bag and threw it to him. It has your favorite games and cartoons. Order takeout if you're hungry. Stay indoors and don't call me. After saying this, she quickened her steps, leaving behind Bailey Gallagher. Bailey Gallagher stood alone at the door with the cell phone in his hand. Her father had given her an ultimatum yesterday. If she couldn't finalize this cooperation, her identity as the heiress of the Richardson family would be gone. She knew Samuel Richardson's character. If she failed to complete this task, her life might be endangered, let alone her identity. That's why she had had to look for Jillian Thompson personally. Now that things had been settled, she needed to find Michael Gallagher. Since he and Molly Walker had divorced, the next step would be for him to marry her. In a bar in Sunnydale City, Jake Leaford watched his friend Michael Gallagher, who couldn't stop downing drinks, and grabbed the last bottle from him. Stop drinking already, it's just a divorce, isn't it? Look at how despondent you are. Jake Leaford looked at his good friend with disdain. Elle don't understand you. If you still love her, you shouldn't have gotten divorced. What's going on with you? Michael Gallagher lifted his eyelid. Who said I liked her? If you don't like her, that's easy. You're already divorced. Look over there. He pointed to a group of girls who were peeking over in their direction. See them? You're single again. You can go after any woman you want now. No moral constraints. These girls have been looking at you. If you wave casually, I guarantee they will come over. Michael Gallagher, with his eyes down, neither looked nor acknowledged the girls and emptied the last glass of wine. She could have told me directly if she wanted to divorce sooner, instead of having another man plead for her. After the divorce ceremony, she left without any sentimentality. What did their 3 years of marriage mean to her? He thought he'd be the one to leave nonchalantly, but never imagined she'd be even more so. That was indeed a bit too much. Jake Leaford glanced sympathetically at his cuckolded friend. Was there anything more humiliating than being forced to divorce by the man his wife cheated with? Jake Leaford thought of the matchmaking event that Daniel Thompson had organized. It had ended on a sour note. The reason was that Molly Walker had shown signs of pregnancy at the table. Jake Leaford immediately thought that she might be pregnant. He wondered if he should tell his friend the news. After all, pregnancy is a big deal. He coughed and asked in a gossipy tone, "Hey, I'm asking you, have you and her done it in these 3 years?" Michael Gallagher frowned, and the scene of her drugging him that night filled his mind. That night, as usual, he drank a bowl of the snow pear soup with tremella fungus she had cooked, only to lose control of his body for the night after drinking it. In 3 years of marriage, he kept to the contract and never touched her, marking their first time. It also humiliated him. No. Michael's thin lips were tightly pressed together, and his body's aura was chilling and terrifying. Jake Leaford softly said, "Oh," thumbs up at him. Since they hadn't had adult love, it was obvious that Molly Walker's pregnancy was someone else's doing. Michael Gallagher almost became a father unknowingly. Luckily, they divorced, a blessing in disguise. Jake Leaford's handsome face twitched a few times. Forget it. He wouldn't take the lead in such an awkward situation. He had seen Molly Walker in person a few days ago, and she looked stunning. The woman had an excellent figure, a top beauty, and a lovely face. It was impressive that Michael could resist her for 3 years. Thinking of Molly Walker remaining chaste for 3 years, he suddenly couldn't sympathize with Michael anymore. Who could endure not having adult love for 3 years? No wonder she would cheat. Does Isabel know about your divorce with Molly? Are you really going to marry her? Michael remained silent, his aura leaning cold, and his shammily defined face showed no expression. Jake Leaford sighed and lit a cigarette. Michael, let me tell you my heartfelt words. A lifetime is very long. If you like Molly, go chase her. Don't wait until things are beyond redemption and regret later. After finishing, Jake gave a bitter smile. Michael saw him smoking heavily as if lost in thought, and guessed that he was thinking of someone. Are you still waiting for her even though she's married? Jake Leaford's hand stopped, and he uttered a light ah. What am I thinking? Do I look like I am waiting for her to divorce and become the rebound guy? I will let her know that not choosing me is her loss. There are not a few men willing to be the rebound guy these days. Michael's black eyes narrowed, and a cold, bloodthirsty smile appeared on the corners of his lips. Even celebrities are rushing to be. Jake glanced at him, recalling the possibility of Molly being pregnant, and a playful interest surfaced on his handsome face. Michael's face was cold as frost, but he considered Jake's words deep inside. Would he regret losing Molly? Having been together for 3 years, one would develop feelings even if it were just a kitten they raised. In these 3 years, Molly was obedient and attentive, even cultivating some habits in him. For example, a nutritional meal for a late-night snack. Ever since she left the Gallagher family, he missed her every night, and eating anything else seemed tasteless. I know they're pressuring you there, but Michael, some things can't be forced. Jake patted his shoulder. You need to see clearly what's in your heart. Michael's eyes were dark, the hidden rage in them rising. Jake knew when to stop, glanced at the time, and stood up. The arsonist has been arrested. Your people below are really efficient in checking these sorts of things, but the other side probably won't let it go. You better watch out for your safety. I'm leaving first. He stubbed out the cigarette, put his hands in his pockets, and left. After he left, the girls outside became bolder. Seeing Michael sitting there alone, they flocked over to strike up a conversation. They had been watching him for a long time. This man was too handsome, with a tall and straight nose, deep-set eyebrows and eyes, and long, narrow black eyes that exuded a natural cold and sharp aura. The man was dressed in black clothes and trousers, hidden in the corner like a dark god of the night. His obsidian black eyes shimmered, exuding a dangerous air that attracted them like poppy flowers. However, before they could get close, bodyguards hidden in the corner stopped them. The assistant hurried over. Mr. Gallagher, Miss Richardson is here. Michael's eyebrows furrowed slightly. As soon as the assistant finished speaking, Isabel walked in. A bright smile appeared on her well-behaved and delicate face. Michael. She stuffed the small rose bouquet in her hand into Michael Gallagher's hand. Congratulations. It was only then that Michael Gallagher noticed she had brought a bouquet of flowers. He glanced at the flowers and casually played with them for a few moments. What are you congratulating me for? Congratulations on your divorce. Michael Gallagher's hand stopped moving. Isabel Richardson bit her lower lip, her face innocent and harmless. 3 years, congratulations on your liberation, Michael, and the beginning of a new life. A few strands of blush appeared on her delicate, fair face. A new life? Michael Gallagher chuckled. The one who was relieved wasn't him, but Molly Walker. Thanks. Isabel wanted to muster up the courage to ask him if he could marry her, but before she could even speak, Michael's metallic voice rang out, Isabel, our wedding might. Michael. Isabel hurriedly interrupted him, trembling all over, her lips turning pale. You've had too much to drink today. Her eyes filled with tears of grievance, her hands clenched into fists on her chest, and she gasped for breath. Too much wine can make you forgetful. We'll talk about whatever you want tomorrow. I have a good news to tell you as well, so I'll wait until you've rested before telling you. Michael, I want to marry you, not just for myself. She closed her eyes tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. For Michael's sake, she could endure any hardship. Seeing her emotional, Michael felt a headache coming on from the alcohol. Isabel was right. Too much alcohol might cause forgetfulness. Once they got in the car, Michael had already fallen into a drowsy sleep. Isabel stayed by his side, meticulously unbuttoning the collar of his shirt to make him more comfortable. As she was halfway through, Michael suddenly grabbed her hand. Isabel was startled and was about to pull away when Michael's deep eyes opened. What are you up to this time? Michael, I fell for your tricks once. I won't do it again. Isabel's heart raced. Just as she was about to apologize, Michael closed his eyes again and slept, holding her hand tightly against his chest. Feeling his burning heartbeat, Isabel's thoughts began to flutter. She looked at his handsome face, her hand slowly moving from his forehead to his nose, then to his lips. Michael, Finally, you are mine and mine alone. She placed her face on his chest, slowly closing her eyes. For those years, only she knew that Michael had been living in Hades. Molly Walker didn't understand anything. Only she truly understood Michael. She would marry him and give him a lifetime of happiness. When they arrived at the Gallagher family's villa, Isabel helped Michael into the room. You can go now. I'll take care of him. The assistant, who had watched her little maneuvers all the way, hesitated to speak up. How could he not trust Isabel to take care of Mr. Gallagher? Noticing the assistant still standing by the door, Isabel's childish and innocent eyes gradually turned sharp and vicious. What are you still doing here? Do you want to watch our live broadcast? This blatant threat made the assistant's face change immediately. A live broadcast? It's over. Mr. Gallagher will be forced. Would Mr. Gallagher blame him if he simply let it go? Isabel impatiently pushed the assistant out of the door and closed it with a bang when he persisted. He walked downstairs in confusion and suddenly thought of someone. When Molly received the assistant's call, she had just finished her design practice and was about to drink a glass of water. Miss Walker, please help Mr. Gallagher. He's about to be violated by a woman. Molly spurted out the water she had just sipped. What a shocking message. By whom? Male or female? How long has it been going on? The assistant coughed. It hasn't happened yet. Why don't you call the police then? Why call me? Because the person trying to take advantage of Mr. Gallagher is Miss Richardson. Mr. Gallagher is drunk and unconscious now. If we are any later, Miss Richardson might succeed. When she heard it was Isabel, Molly's expression froze. Miss Walker, Mr. Gallagher. Mr. Gallagher hates being taken advantage of like this. Please, help him. Listening to Michael Gallagher's assistant pleading for help, Molly almost laughed out loud. Weren't Isabel and Michael on good terms? Why did she have to resort to this? She couldn't help but think about the first time she and Michael were together. It was a mistake, and he was furious the next morning. That was the first time she saw Michael angry. The assistant was right. Michael detested being manipulated. But what does this have to do with me? Molly fiddled with the pin in her hand and smiled playfully. We're already divorced. Who he sleeps with has nothing to do with me. Back when she lived in the Gallagher family's house, Michael had been drunk before, but rarely. Each time he drank, he slept heavily and no one could wake him up. If Isabel was determined to take advantage, she might be able to do so. And when that happened, she would definitely face Michael's anger the next day. Of course it's related to you, Miss Walker. Mr. Gallagher once said that if he's ever in any danger, he wants me to call you right away. He said he doesn't trust anyone else, only you. The assistant's anxious words made Molly's heart tremble slightly. He trusts only her? Did Michael Gallagher really say that? She glanced at her pregnancy test result on the table, feeling bored and put down the pen. All right, she'd go and help. If not, watching the drama unfold wouldn't be a bad idea either. At that moment, her curiosity was burning. Molly hailed a taxi to the Gallagher family's villa. Inside the lavish room of the Gallagher's family villa, Michael lay in disarray on the grand and luxurious bed, his eyebrows furrowed and lips pursed as if he couldn't find peace even in his dreams. Isabel had already changed into her silk pajamas, revealing a slight hint of her neck's curvature amidst pure innocence. Step by step, Isabel finally reached his side. She knew that what she was doing was despicable and that he would be furious after waking up. But as long as it ended well, she wasn't afraid. As long as she could marry Michael, she was willing to do anything. Thinking of what happened at the bar, Isabel's face contorted with anger. Michael had already divorced Molly, so why wouldn't he marry her? If he hadn't said those words today, she wouldn't have taken such drastic measures. With a flushed face, she climbed onto the bed and undressed Michael. Michael's muscular physique was perfect, and his face was incredibly handsome. Isabel's heart raced as she looked at him. She reached out her hand, moving from his abs to his belt. Holding the buckle, she gently pressed down. Outside the villa, Molly Walker had just gotten out of the car when she saw the assistant running towards her. Miss Walker, if you hadn't come today, I would have called the police. The assistant pushed her into the villa. Hurry up, we don't have much time. Molly, who had originally just come to watch the drama, was now getting nervous because of him. The roses that she had planted with her own hands now covered the walls outside the courtyard and were in full bloom. She walked in quickly. The traces of the fire inside the villa had been completely repaired, and there was hardly any difference from when she left. Looking at the tightly locked door upstairs and thinking about her divorce with Michael Gallagher, her steps faltered and she hesitated. If they were still married, this would be a perfect case of catching adultery, and no one would blame her for breaking into the room and cursing the adulterers. But now, under what identity should she enter? They were already talking about marriage, so it would be reasonable if something happened between them. What would her barging in count as? Molly suddenly felt at a loss. Thinking of Michael and Isabel Richardson doing that kind of thing, her heart felt suffocated. "Miss Walker, why are you still here?" The assistant was going crazy. I'd better not go in." Molly quickly turned back around. "I'm divorced from him. Isn't it ruining their relationship if one go in?" Suppressing the discomfort in her heart, she pretended to be relaxed and advised him, "You should just turn a blind eye to it. After all, she will be your future boss." "Miss Walker, to be honest, I don't want her to be my boss, and neither does Mr. Gallagher." The assistant looked at her stubbornly. "Are you willing to just hand Mr. Gallagher over to someone else? If Mr. Gallagher and Miss Richardson have a relationship, how can you take revenge on your grandmother in the future?" The assistant's words made Molly's smile freeze on her face. "Miss Walker, I believe in your integrity more than Miss Richardson's, and you won't frame someone casually. Between you and Miss Richardson, I stand by you." As the assistant looked at her steadfastly, Molly's heart trembled violently. Even his assistant believed her, but Michael didn't. Indeed, their 3 years of marriage were not worth it. But the assistant was right. She could divorce Michael, but he could not marry Isabel. Once the Gallagher and Richardson families were joined by marriage, it would become very tricky for her. It was not difficult to hurt a company, but it would take a lot of time to bring down too. Since she had already come, she might as well go upstairs and watch the drama. After making up her mind, she walked up the stairs. Inside the room, the lighting had already been changed by Isabel to dim ambient lighting. Isabel kneeled next to Michael, her hand on the belt buckle, and pressed hard. With a click, the belt came undone. Just as she nervously prepared to take the next step, a distinct hand stopped her. Isabel's breathing momentarily hitched, and she quickly looked up, meeting a pair of deep, dark eyes filled with hidden emotions. Isabel hurriedly withdrew her hand, not daring to say a word. She covered her lips and lowered her head, not daring to look at the man's expression. The man didn't speak either. He picked up his clothes and slipped them on, his fair and slender fingers buttoning up one by one. Both of them were silent. It was quiet and still. Isabel's eyes grew red and swollen. She would rather have Michael scold her at this moment than use silence to torment her. Her face turned pale, her lips tightly bitten, and her cheeks flushed red. "Michael, L." At this moment, the door suddenly made a loud noise. "Hello, is there anyone inside?" Molly Walker was screaming and deliberately slamming the door. The only thought in her head now was to disrupt the sweet night between Isabel Richardson and Michael Gallagher. Even if Michael blamed her later, she could still put the blame on her assistant. Molly chuckled, but she didn't notice that the door had opened. When she saw who opened the door, her smile suddenly froze on her face. As their eyes met, they both saw a hint of embarrassment in each other's gaze. "Why are you here?" Michael squinted his eagle-like eyes a bit. "Michael, who's here?" Isabel came out, her clothes messy. When she saw Molly, she quickly covered her small mouth, blushed and hid behind. "Miss Walker, what are you here for in the middle of the night?" There was a hint of annoyance and accusation in Isabel's tone. Molly stood where she was, not knowing what to do out of awkwardness. Did they already finish? Was she late? Looking at the situation, it didn't seem like any force was used. Quite willing was she? Molly curled her lips scornfully, lightly licking her dry lips. "Your assistant said you were in trouble. I didn't know it was this. Sorry for the interruption. You two continue." She quickly turned around. Michael's face darkened. In trouble? He was indeed almost in trouble. But when seeing her vindictive smile just as she opened the door, she was probably not there to help him, but to enjoy the spectacle, right? His gaze locked tightly onto Molly's face in an attempt to see something different, but apart from a smile, he saw no other emotions on her face. She didn't mind, and she didn't care. This realization made his heart feel heavy as if there was a stone on it. She didn't care about his actions. Even when he was about to have a relationship with Isabel, she just watched as if it was a show. She really didn't care, and maybe she never cared. Molly hurried down the stairs. As she was just about to leave the door, Michael spoke coldly. "Stop. Take Miss Richardson home first." He instructed his assistant, who has been walking around not far away. Isabel's eyes widened in shock, and she quickly shook her head. "No, Michael. I'm not going home." Why should she leave and Molly stays? She's not leaving. Elle don't care who leaves, but I have to leave. Molly's voice was cold. The misunderstanding today is bizarre. You can ask your assistant for the specifics. I did not mean to offend. After saying this, she turned and left without giving Michael additional glances. After Molly left, Isabel nervously walked over to Michael. Michael's eyes were cold as water. "You should know that I don't like to be manipulated." He turned around, closed the door, and left her outside. Isabel stood alone, her face pale like a lonely leaf in the wind. Because of this farcical incident, Molly had nightmares all night. The next day, early in the morning, Damian Thompson told her some bad news. Father has decided to give the project to the Richardson family. He said that the Thompson and Richardson families must continue their cooperation. Upon hearing this news, Molly became immediately sober. She had finally disrupted the Richardsons' plans, and now, out of the blue, things were back to square one. When did this happen? Damian's tone was serious. Father decided to give the project to the Richardson family after meeting with Jillian, and he has also made it clear that we are not allowed to interfere. Joshua knew about it and insisted on being discharged from the hospital. Joshua had agreed to this initially, but now the set arrangement was changed, and of course he was angry. You have to say, Isabel played her cards well, and Jillian was more resourceful than she had imagined. But if Daniel Thompson finds out that Isabel Richardson had hired a killer to murder his own son, would he still hand over the project to the Richardson family? Her hand tightened around the phone. "Where is your father now?" "The company." Hanging up the phone, Molly Walker immediately rushed to the Thompson corporate building. The Thompson Tower, located in the high-tech zone of Sunnydale City, a 60-plus story twin building, had even become a landmark building of Sunnydale. The luxurious and bold company, involved in real estate, entertainment, and technology, is a place that salaried workers would rack their brains to join. As Molly Walker just got out of her car, a few children ran by her, almost knocking her over. Molly took a few steps backward, took a closer look, and found that a group of children were bullying another child. "Quick, give me the toy in your hand, or I'll let my brothers beat you up." "No, this is what my dad bought for me. I can't give it to you." "You don't even have a dad or a mom. You're a child no one wants." "I have a dad and a mom." The child stood up in indignation and pushed the big boy in front of him away. "Where are your dad and mom then? Why don't they come save you?" "Liar." The big boy laughed and snatched the bubble gun from his hand. The little boy pouted, with blue and purple spots on his face, looking rather pathetic. Molly Walker stopped in her tracks. The boy looked somewhat familiar. Molly squinted and thought about it, immediately remembering the annoying child in the hospital. What a small world. Molly grinned. "What are you guys doing?" Bailey Gallagher saw Molly, quickly got up from the ground, ran towards her with little steps and hid behind her. Seeing him using her as a human shield, Molly chuckled. That's all the courage he had. "You are." The big boy looked warily at Molly Walker and then asked Bailey, "Is she your mom?" Bailey sneaked a glance at Molly, mumbled a few words, neither denying nor admitting. Just as everybody took it for granted that she was his mother, Molly smirked and said, "No, I'm his aunt." "Bailey, give the toy back to him, or I'll tell the police you robbed him." Hearing about the police, the children looked at each other, fear flashing in their eyes. The little boy threw the toy towards Bailey and ran off. Bailey picked up the toy, looked at her confidently. "Thank you, but I still really hate you." "Whatever." Molly rolled her eyes. "There are too many people in this world who like me. I don't lack you one." At such a young age, speaking so rudely, she didn't want him to like her. "Anyway, you hate me. I hate you too." If it wasn't for what just happened reminding her of being bullied when she was young, she wouldn't have helped him. It would be nice if the brat was beaten up a bit. After walking a few steps, she found that the little brat had been following her. "Hey, you little devil." She was about to scold him when a few men in black clothes and sunglasses rushed out and blocked her way. "Young master, finally found you." A middle-aged woman in her 50s ran over, hugged Bailey, and cried, "Don't run away from home in the future." She checked Bailey's whole body and exclaimed, "Young master, what happened to your face?" The middle-aged woman turned to Molly, her teeth chattering with anger. She ordered the bodyguards, tie her up, and send her to the police station. Daring to kidnap and abuse children, I will let her taste the same abuse in prison. "Hey, wait." Molly Walker quickly called after them. "When did I ever kidnap him?" She pointed at Bailey Gallagher, her energy ferocious. "Come here, kid, you tell them." Bailey pouted his lips and turned his head away. "Molly Walker." The middle-aged woman impatiently intervened. "Bailey is young and naturally good. He never lies." "What, are you trying to force him to cover for good?" Molly Walker scoffed. "Many kids are pure-hearted, but this Bailey is not. Even though she helped him, he is now unwilling to even stand up for her. She shouldn't have had this soft heart. If I'd known, I wouldn't have helped you." She gave Bailey a cold glance. Bailey kept his head down, not daring to look up at her. Molly Walker watched as several people encircled her, but she stood still. Just as these people reached out to grab her, a dozen bodyguards in black zipped out from nowhere. "Miss, are you all right?" Faced with these bodyguards who had blocked her in, Molly Walker didn't change her expression, but was inwardly taken aback. She looked at her wristwatch and was briefly lost in thought. After the last time she returned to the Thompson family, Damian Thompson gave her this watch and said that she should press the button on it when she ran into trouble and needed help. In reality, defeating these men wasn't too difficult. She just wanted to try out the watch. She hadn't thought that pressing it would bring so many people to her aid. Could these people have been following her this whole time? Molly Walker's mouth twitched. Indeed, this was how the richest man provided protection. It was quite brute force. Seeing so many people appear, Bailey widened his eyes. The middle-aged woman was surprised and took a few steps back. "You?" Molly Walker took a deep breath and said quietly, "If you take me to the police station, you will be harming yourselves." She pointed out the surveillance camera fixed to the street lamp, maintaining her composure. Before this, he was being bullied by other kids. One helped him. "If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance at the police station." Bailey glanced at the camera and, dispirited, drooped his eyelids. "I don't know why you, so young, are so deceitful. If everyone treated those who helped them like you do you think they would ever have any friends?" Even so, she didn't regret helping him. When she was a child and was bullied to the point of bruises all over, she hoped somebody would help her, but in her day, schoolyard bullying was commonplace. No one helped her. Anyone who did would be ostracized along with her. Today, she helped him out of kindness and selflessness. "Miss, do you want to go to the police station?" one of the bodyguards asked. Molly Walker glanced at Bailey. Seeing him timidly hiding behind Aunt Louis, she smiled wryly. "Let it go. Let's go." Seeing him like this, she was no longer in the mood to argue. If they really went to the police station, such a young child couldn't be handled by the police anyway. He wasn't her child, and she wasn't obligated to educate him. They would have to wait for society's harsh lessons to teach him slowly. Molly Walker didn't look at him again. Hands shoved in her pockets, she turned around expressionless. The black jacket wrapped around her upper body, enhancing her glamorous and ruthless beauty. Her long, straight legs were shown off with a leather skirt and knee-high boots. With her icy eyes and elegant attitude, she looked like a mafia princess. The bodyguards followed behind her, like knights protecting their queen. Watching her walking away, Bailey's eyes reddened, and he tried to run after her. Aunt Louis figured out his intent and quickly scooped him up. "Young master, let's go home." Bailey lowered his gaze to the toy in his hand, biting his lip hard. "Let's go." By the time Molly Walker reached Thompson Tower, the bodyguards behind her had already left. She glanced at the watch on her hand. At first glance, this custom-made watch didn't seem remarkable, but it surprisingly had this function. She smiled contentedly. Damian Thompson was kind to her. At the entrance of Thompson Tower, the security guard stopped her. "Miss, please show your access card." Access card? The security at Thompson Group was strict. Only people internally could enter. Molly looked at the flashing access card scanner, somewhat at a loss. She thought for a moment, put her watch on it, and the door opened instantly. Under the astonished gaze of the security guard, she walked in calmly. Not long after she entered, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class stopped at the entrance of Thompson's. The car door opened, and Isabel Richardson gracefully stepped out. Isabel couldn't help being envious as she looked at the Twin Tower building. The architecture also represented a company's strength. Thompson family business was ranked the top in Sunnydale City. It was even notable in Capital City and across the whole Orientopia. In contrast to Richardson family, apart from their past underworld background, they had no other strengths. Now, whenever they are mentioned, people are more scared rather than respectful. Only businesses like the Thompsons, with their rich foundations and strength, can make people envious and fawn over them. "Miss, let's go in," said her father's secretary, who was specially arranged by her father to accompany her to sign the contract. When Samuel Richardson found out that this matter was settled, he praised her on the spot, saying that he would give her 60% of the Richardson family shares in the future. As for the remaining 40% of the shares, they were definitely for the others outside. Isabel smirked disdainfully. As long as she finalizes this cooperation and marries Michael, she is confident that she can firmly hold the Richardson family in her hands. At that time, let alone 40%, she won't give anyone a single percent. Samuel Richardson's secretary praised with admiration. She didn't know what method Isabel used to change Daniel Thompson's mind and agree to continue cooperating with the Richardson family. He had prepared for the company to go bankrupt and was ready to resign. He didn't expect Miss Richardson to be able to turn the tides. Just trivial. Isabel couldn't hide the pride on her face. Molly Walker and Joshua Thompson combined were still not as good as Jillian Thompson. Although there was a huge risk in the future, at least she was victorious now. "Let's go." She held the contract and walked in with a beaming smile. On the other side, Molly Walker was already in the elevator. When she pressed the floor where Daniel Thompson's office was located, she found that she couldn't press it. Others cannot go to Mr. Thompson's floor. The girl standing next to her kindly reminded. The office where Daniel Thompson was located was a separate floor. The elevator couldn't directly reach it. It had to swipe to enter. Others glanced at Molly Walker, seeing her fashionable dress, beautiful appearance. Their eyes were full of gossiping light. Who is this person, and why they intend to go into Mr. Thompson's office? Molly Walker tried to swipe her watch on it, and the floor of Daniel Thompson's office lit up. Seeing that she effortlessly swiped to open Daniel Thompson's floor, the people inside the elevator were utterly astonished. Aside from Mr. Thompson himself and his children, basically no one else could open this floor. Who on earth was she? Under the gaze of the others in the elevator, Molly Walker stepped out. Molly Walker's unlocking of the floor quickly caused a stir in the company. Everyone was guessing, who is this person? Molly Walker sped up her pace and quickly arrived in front of Daniel Thompson's office. She raised her hand, knocking on the door. "Come in." Daniel Thompson was writing something on a piece of paper. Seeing her, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. "How did you get here? I want to confirm something with you." She paused. "Elle heard that you are collaborating again with the Richardson family?" Daniel Thompson remained silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. It was Jillian's idea. She said she doesn't blame anyone and agreed to have surgery, but she had one request: that our company continues to cooperate with the Richardsons. What a moral kidnapping. No wonder this ironclad agreement could be changed. It was clear that Jillian Thompson was siding with Isabel Richardson. Molly Walker believed that Jillian's moral kidnapping using her own leg was not the first time, and it would not be the last. Although she had been prepared, the news still made her heart tremble terribly. All her efforts had been in vain. Her gaze turned to the window, her heart aching like a sharp object piercing through it. Seeing Molly's pale face, Daniel's tone softened. "I'll know about your grandmother's situation. You have a grudge against Isabel, but personal grievances should be separated from the company's interests. Cooperation between companies should prioritize benefits. Benefits? Is your agreement to cooperate with the Richardsons really based on benefits? Molly raised her red eyes. Is it not based on Jillian's preferences? Daniel's face stiffened. Elle knows she has been with you for many years, like your own flesh and blood. But I hope you understand that Isabel, together with the Richardsons, are my enemies. The icy determination in Molly's eyes solidified her cold tone. She killed my grandmother, destroyed my marriage. Her father sent someone to kidnap me and almost ruined my reputation. If that's not enough. Under Daniel's shocked gaze, she took out her cell phone, clicked on a recording, and the conversation between two men came out. It was you who hit Joshua, right? After the casual questioning, there was a long silence. After a while, another man's panting voice sounded. Yes. Why did you hit him? Do you have a grudge against him? It was Miss Richardson who gave me $750,000. Molly stopped the recording at this point. Some evidence couldn't be too explicit. Just from these few phrases, Daniel's face had changed from shock to anger. Where is this person now? The police were also investigating the incident, but since the truck driver had fled, they couldn't catch the person and the case couldn't be solved. I don't know. Everyone knew there was something unusual about the situation, but no one would think it had anything to do with Isabel. A young woman in her 20s couldn't possibly have such a malicious heart. Where did you get this recording? After a brief consideration, Daniel began to doubt the recording. How did Molly find someone the police couldn't locate? Elle paid someone to get it. Molly simply explained. She wasn't angry, as the capabilities of the organization couldn't be explained logically. She didn't want Daniel to immediately believe her or take her side, but to investigate further into Isabel's actions. Harry Lambert mentioned that when the truck driver was found, someone was already chasing him, and he was almost thrown out into the wilderness to die. If it were just a bit later, this clue would have been lost. Isabel was more malicious than she had imagined. Jillian used her own surgery as a condition to help Isabel, and she found it hard to believe that there was nothing going on between them. Once a seed of doubt is planted, it will take root and sprout. Daniel's face darkened. Send me the recording, and I'll reconsider the cooperation. Molly nodded, turned the recording into a document, and sent it to him. She wasn't worried about the file being leaked. After midnight, the truck driver will surrender himself to the police station. As long as you reconsider it, I'll be reassured. As Molly turned and walked away, Daniel instinctively spoke out, Ivy, your sister doesn't mean anything by it, and she's not doing it on purpose to target you. Molly laughed lightly. Whether it was intentional or not, she didn't know. But it was obvious that Jillian was trying to annoy her by helping Isabel. You two are family. I hope you can let bygones be bygones and coexist peacefully in the future. Coexist peacefully? Molly's laughter brought tears to her eyes. Mr. Thompson, why don't you investigate her actions first, and then Isabel's? After that, please think about it from my perspective. Can you coexist peacefully? Her tone was light, and her red lips curled into a cold and charming smile. She laughed softly, the pain in her eyes spreading like a lake. This chilly, calm voice, word by word, turned into slaps on Daniel's face. Daniel remembered Damien's words. Ivy didn't owe them anything. It was they who owed Ivy. They had no right to demand her to be a certain way. But Jillian was also his child, both flesh and blood. What could he do? At his age, all he wanted was for his children to be happy and to live in harmony. Why couldn't even such a simple wish be realized? Watching Molly walk away, Daniel slumped in his swivel chair, his turbid eyes filling with tears. The phone on the desk rang, and he numbly pressed the answer button. Hello? Mr. Thompson, Miss Richardson is here. Molly walked out the door, her eyes blurred. Since her grandmother's passing, she had not shed tears for anyone. However, what just happened still made her upset. She was not made of iron and longed for the warmth of family. What hurt the most was not people's maliciousness, but the sharp knives of family members directed against her. If Jillian was kind to her, she wouldn't mind living peacefully with her. But from the very beginning, Jillian was unwelcoming. Molly couldn't bring herself to submit to such a person. Arriving at the restroom, Molly washed her hands with cold water as a frantic Isabel walked in. Upon seeing her, Isabel screamed, the thick makeup unable to hide the panic on her face. When did you get here? Molly glanced at the contract in her hand. Isabel quickly hid the contract behind her, seemingly remembering something, and smirked fearlessly. Daniel has agreed to cooperate with the Richardsons. From now on, our family will be among the top 3 in Sunnydale. No matter how you and Joshua join forces, it's no better than Jillian's word. Jillian is, after all, Daniel's favorite daughter. What a pity, what a pity. Someone's efforts were wasted. Isabel's pink cherry lips curved into a wicked smile. However, Molly remained expressionless, her brows and eyes cold and indifferent. Arguing with Isabel was just a waste of breath. Molly wiped her hands and walked away indifferently. The neglected Isabel felt choked on her words. Let's see how long you can stay smug. Cruel, fleeting delight flashed in her eyes. Isabel, holding the contract, walked to Daniel's door. Finally, the cooperation was about to be finalized, and no one in the company would dare question her anymore. Even Samuel Richardson would have to treat her with respect. She took a deep breath and carefully knocked on the door. Inside, Daniel's deep voice sounded, "Come in." Isabel entered with a smile on her face. Inside the room, Daniel Thompson sat in a chair with a worried expression. As she entered, his eyes brightened. Isabel's heart skipped a beat as she handed over the contract in her hands. "Uncle Thompson, this is the contract I have drafted." Daniel Thompson didn't speak. Feeling uneasy, she placed the contract on the table. After a few dozen seconds of silence, just as Isabel was feeling awkward, Daniel Thompson finally looked up at her. "Isabel, you and Joshua have known each other since you were children, right?" Isabel was slightly surprised, then nodded. "We have always enjoyed arguing with each other since we were young, and everyone said we were a happy enemy." She smiled generously, her innocent and naive eyes appearing pure and harmless. It was difficult to believe that such a person would do such a thing. Daniel Thompson had doubts in his heart and was also weighing his options. Isabel's heart pounded, and her palms were already sweaty. Daniel Thompson did not discuss work, just asked about her relationship with Joshua Thompson. Once she thought about the wrong thing. She became afraid of being haunted and couldn't sleep. She had already had the driver silenced, and apart from Jillian Thompson, no one should know she was the mastermind. Thinking about this, her tense heart relaxed a bit. She mustered up her courage and reminded him, "Uncle Thompson, Gabriel said you have agreed to cooperate with us, but it seems you are not interested in the contract. Is it because I didn't do well and you're not satisfied?" She had been here for a while, but Daniel Thompson hadn't mentioned the contract, which made her increasingly uneasy. "Uncle Thompson, don't you intend to cooperate? Is Gabriel lying to me?" After she mentioned Jillian Thompson, Daniel Thompson's expression changed as expected. Isabel seized the opportunity and pushed the contract in front of him. Daniel Thompson hesitated for a moment and finally picked up the pen. Below Thompson Tower, Molly Walker suddenly remembered something. Would Daniel Thompson be foolish enough to let Isabel know about the recording? Harry Lambert said the person would turn themselves in tomorrow, and if Isabel knew the person wasn't dead, she would definitely do something to interfere. This was a crucial step in taking down Isabel, and no mistakes could be made. Just in case, Molly started to head back. Michael Gallagher and his assistant happened to come out of another elevator. The assistant pointed at Molly's back in a low voice. "Mr. Gallagher, is that Miss Walker?" Michael looked at her. The black cotton padded jacket wrapped her into a small ball, making her petite figure even more obvious. Her long legs strode quickly, and her long hair whipped around her waist in a beautiful arc, attracting many people's attention. Michael squinted his eyes and pursed his lips. After their divorce, her dressing style had changed. When she was with him, she dressed modestly like a good girl. But now, she was like a gorgeous rose, dressing flamboyantly. She was already beautiful, and when she blossomed, she was like a spotlight, beautiful and eye-catching. "What is Miss Walker doing here?" The assistant was puzzled, especially when Molly skillfully swiped her card to enter the building, making her look like a relative of the Thompson family. Michael remembered the night he was drunk, and she hurried over to watch the drama. The assistant later explained to him that it was Molly who was afraid he would have a relationship with Isabel and deliberately took a taxi over. Knowing she cared about him, the discomfort he felt that night seemed to fade. Ever since she proposed the divorce, he had deliberately ignored any news about her. What he couldn't ignore was the dream he had of their first time every night. It was like entering a nightmare, making him both restless and irritated. Watching Molly enter the elevator, Michael subconsciously followed her in. "Mr. Gallagher." The assistant was shocked. Michael glanced indifferently. "I haven't seen Uncle Thompson for a long time, and I happen to be free today, so I'll visit him." Assistant: "But you just saw him 2 days ago." The rest of the words were stuck in her throat due to Michael Gallagher's cold gaze. Molly Walker arrived at Daniel Thompson's floor, just as Isabel Richardson came towards her. "You're here to see Mr. Thompson? Too bad. He's already gone downstairs." Isabel waved the contract in front of her, proudly saying, "The contract is signed and our Richardson family is about to cooperate with the Thompson family. No, to be precise, with Jillian Thompson, because Daniel has handed this project over to Jillian." With a boom, Molly's ears were buzzing from Isabel's words. She couldn't describe the feeling. Even though she had expected it, she was still overwhelmed by disappointment and sadness. The feeling was like being buried in mud and sand after falling from a great height, plunging to the deepest depth. Seeing her pale face, Isabel felt refreshed. Uncle Thompson was initially hesitant, but the moment he received a phone call from Jillian, he signed the contract immediately. She tisked and gloated. "You and Joshua combined are not as good as Jillian. So what if Ivy Thompson?" She would still be trampled under Jillian's feet. If she had known Molly wasn't important, she wouldn't have even needed to hire someone to kill. Who knew that this biological daughter would be so worthless? Isabel laughed out loud. Molly looked at the contract in Isabel's hand, and her head felt a little dizzy. Disappointment, distress, all wrapped around her. Daniel didn't believe her. She had been worried that Daniel would use the recording, but it turned out that he hadn't ever believed the recording. She was too naive. Molly entered the elevator in a daze, not even hearing what Isabel said to her. She hadn't had breakfast and had rushed to the Thompson family as soon as she woke up. With her bad mood and low blood sugar, she felt even worse. When the elevator doors opened, she heard Isabel call out Michael. She tried to raise her eyes and met a pair of deep, ink-colored pupils. Then, her legs went weak, and she lost consciousness. When she woke up again, she was in the hospital. Molly was stunned and instinctively touched her belly. "Awake?" The deep metallic sound of Michael Gallagher's voice rang out. His deep eyes were like a dark pool, black, shiny, and bottomless. Molly quickly averted her gaze, whispering, "What did the doctor say?" Her heart thumped furiously. She didn't know what tests the hospital had done on her, but what she was most concerned about was whether her pregnancy had been exposed or not. The last person she wanted to know about her pregnancy was Michael Gallagher. Once divorced, there was no possibility of remarriage. But with Michael's character, he would never allow his own bloodline to be left outside. Seeing her avoiding his gaze, Michael's eyes deepened. "The doctor said you are malnourished and need to supplement your nutrition." Molly stared blankly. Just as she was about to ask more questions, an argument came from outside the door. "Let me in." "Michael Gallagher, get your bodyguard out of here." "Molly, it's me. Are you okay?" It was Joshua. He had a bandage wrapped around his head and was clearly in pain, but he still tried to rush inside. Apart from him, Damien and Nicholas were also nearby, their faces filled with anxiety. Seeing them, Molly's heart warmed. Michael's eyebrows furrowed, not understanding why so many people had come all of a sudden. When did she get on such good terms with the Thompson family? Michael Gallagher's face was cold and stern. He glanced at Molly Walker, gesturing for the bodyguard to let people in. Joshua Thompson was the first to rush over, sizing up Molly up and down, his fierce gaze staring at Michael. "How come nothing good ever happens when she encounters you? Last time was a fire. This time she passed out." "Michael Gallagher, are you some kind of jinx reincarnated?" Molly almost laughed out loud. Michael Gallagher's face grew even colder. Damien Thompson stepped forward and patted his shoulder. "Mr. Gallagher, may I have a word with you?" The man's handsome face was gloomy, with a layer of frost in his eyes. He took the lead in walking out with Damien Thompson followed. With only her and Joshua Thompson, Nicholas Thompson was left in the room. Joshua Thompson glanced at Nicholas Thompson. "Why don't you go out too?" "Why? Are you discussing something that I can't hear?" Nicholas Thompson pulled up a chair, sat down without a second word. Just treat me as heir. I promise I won't interrupt. Joshua Thompson rolled his eyes at him and then looked at Molly. Did you hear about the collaboration between our father and the Richardson family again? Molly nodded. Joshua Thompson kicked Nicholas's chair leg in annoyance. Father is really confused. What good could there be in the Richardson family people? I don't know what kind of love potion Isabel Richardson gave him. It wasn't Isabel Richardson who gave him the love potion. Molly's eyes drooped. Thinking about Daniel Thompson's words, she whispered. It was Jillian Thompson. She said that if the Thompson family cooperates with the Richardson family, she would agree to have surgery. Nicholas Thompson frowned as he looked over at them. Where did you hear this from? Gabriel wouldn't do that. She had no reason to. Molly just chuckled lightly without saying anything. Joshua Thompson glanced at Nicholas Thompson. Didn't you say you would treat yourself as heir and promise not to interrupt? Nicholas Thompson shut up discontentedly. Who told you this? Joshua Thompson asked. Daniel Thompson. Molly closed her eyes, thinking of Jillian Thompson's final decision. Jillian threatened him with her leg injury. He said he had no choice. Before he signed the contract with Isabel Richardson, I had already told him about her character and style, but he still signed it. Joshua Thompson fell silent, his eyes brewing with anger. What does Jillian mean? He pushed Nicholas Thompson irritably. Aren't you always defending her? You should know what she's thinking like a worm in her stomach. You tell us. Nicholas Thompson remained silent. Joshua Thompson paced back and forth in the room nervously. What should I do now? Do I have to threaten my father by jumping off the building to change his mind? Molly thought of Harry Lambert telling her that the driver would voluntarily surrender tomorrow. She asked softly, would it affect the cooperation between the two families if Isabel Richardson commits a crime? Of course, it would have an impact, but the impact on the Richardson family would be greater. We can try to minimize the impact on our side. Joshua Thompson leaned in gossiping. Did you get the evidence of her harming your grandmother? No. Molly looked at his somewhat purple face and whispered, I got the evidence of her harming you. Joshua Thompson. FK Isabel Richardson returned to Richardson Tower triumphantly with the successful contract in hand. As she walked in the door, the people at Richardson Tower all looked at her with admiration. Samuel Richardson even took her directly to the board of directors. Gentlemen, Isabel has already obtained the cooperation agreement with the Thompson family. We don't have to worry about our company's profits for the next 3 years. From now on, our company's single rest days will be changed to double rest days, and everyone's salary will increase by 15%. Samuel Richardson made a bold announcement, and the others gratefully looked at Isabel Richardson. A cooperation that could benefit every person in the company meant that the project was really big. We still have to rely on Miss Richardson. Otherwise, who knows what would happen to our company? That's right. She's no worse than her brother. Not only worthy of being our company's executive director candidate, but also Mr. Richardson's daughter. People in the board of directors, who had fought alongside Samuel Richardson, were not stingy with their praise when they saw Isabel secure the collaboration. This was a cooperation worth several $100 million. There were many companies that wanted to cooperate with the Thompson family on this project, and the Richardson family was not the most dominant among them. Being able to secure this cooperation showed Isabel Richardson's capabilities. With the board praising her, Isabel's heart had long since soared to the top of her head. As long as she could stand firm in the board, no one could take her shares in the future. However, she didn't reveal her happiness on her face and stood gracefully to one side. When they had said enough, Isabel spoke up. I have one more piece of news to share with everyone. I have privately gotten engaged to Michael Gallagher, and we will be married soon. With the support of the Gallagher family, we will definitely be able to break into the top 3 in Sunnydale. Upon hearing Isabel's words, the others were both surprised and delighted. The strength of the Gallagher family was second only to the Thompson family, and even in some areas, it wasn't inferior to the Thompson family. If Isabel and the Gallagher family were to form a marriage alliance, then the rise of the Richardson family into the top 3 was inevitable. Congratulations, Miss Richardson. Congratulations. After the meeting, Samuel Richardson walked over to Isabel. No more mistakes can be made this time. Don't worry, Daddy, the contract has been signed, and Jillian Thompson has assured us with her leg. There will be no problem. Although the Thompson brothers were all good, it was Daniel Thompson who was in charge of the Thompson family now. As long as Daniel Thompson made a decision, no one else could change it. But her happiness did not last long, as a phone call came in. It was her virtual number, and Isabel answered with a cold face. "Miss, Charlie escaped." "What did you say?" "Charlie was the driver." Isabel almost lost her grip on the phone. She stuttered. "How could you let him escape? Weren't you supposed to deal with him? He was protected by a mysterious force. We didn't have enough hands." Isabel held her cell phone, stunned by the news. Seeing her pale face and trembling shoulders, Samuel Richardson asked, "What's wrong?" Isabel grabbed Samuel Richardson's hand, panicking and desperate, her voice trembling and terrified. "Daddy, save me. What's going on?" Isabel told him everything that happened in detail. Once she finished talking, Samuel Richardson slapped her. "You fool! Have you gone mad? How dare you mess with the Thompson family?" Isabel was slapped to the ground, holding her face, tears streaming down. After colliding with Joshua Thompson, she wasn't afraid, and when Charlie threatened her, she wasn't afraid either. But when she heard that Charlie was missing, she was genuinely frightened. She couldn't even feel the pain from being slapped hard by Samuel Richardson, and after a moment of being dumbfounded, she said bitterly, "They said Charlie was protected by a mysterious force. Daddy, I sent 50 people to deal with him, and he still managed to escape. Someone must be deliberately opposing us." Thinking of opposition, her first thought was Molly Walker. But she quickly dismissed that idea. There's no way Molly Walker could have that ability. She was adopted from a young age, and the Thompson family has not acknowledged her yet. How could she possibly protect Charlie? "Daddy, do we have any enemies?" She started speaking but stopped midway, intimidated by Samuel Richardson's stern gaze. "Ever since the anti-corruption campaign started in Orientopia, I have kept my hands clean. At worst, I might have hurt some people over the years, but I never killed anyone. You, on the contrary, are no longer young yet still thinking about murder. Who gave you the courage?" Isabel Richardson bowed her head, clenched her teeth, and held back the words that were welling up inside her. Killing, it was not the first time. Because the first murder went smoothly, she assumed the second and the third would be the same, but she didn't anticipate running into a snag. She bit her lower lip hard. "Dad, rest assured, Jillian Thompson is also involved in this." "Sorry, Jillian Thompson. Who knew this plan would fail? Now, only if her father helps her can she survive." "Jillian Thompson?" Samuel Richardson's eyes narrowed into a line. "She agreed to help you because of this?" "Yes, Daddy. Now we are like two peas in a pod. Neither can get away from the other. If this matter is exposed, neither she nor I can escape." Of course, their partnership was also over. Samuel Richardson remained silent, then said softly, "I will take care of this matter." Inside the hospital, Molly played the recording again. This time, both Joshua Thompson and Nicholas Thompson listened to the entire recording. Both Joshua and Nicholas Thompson had somber expressions on their faces. That wretched Isabel Richardson. Joshua cursed out loud. If it weren't for his own luck, he would already be dead. "She tried to kill me just for a DNA test document. She truly is a lunatic." Molly felt a sense of relief seeing Joshua's angry tantrum. In the end, all this happened because of her. That Joshua was still well and alive was like a godsend to her. If Joshua died because of her, she might never have been able to pull herself together. Luckily, Isabel's luck was running out. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. What was Dad thinking, and Jillian too? What is she up to? Always stirring trouble. Joshua looked at Nicholas, a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes. "You go ask her. What exactly is she up to? Does she want to change her surname to Richardson?" "Joshua." Nicholas frowned, slightly dissatisfied with his words. "She is your sister too. If you have any questions, you can ask her yourself." "Oh please, if I confront her, she might just play the victim in front of you all, and then I won't be able to defend myself." Joshua snorted scornfully without uttering further harsh words. He crossed his arms over his chest, looking bored as he gazed at the door. Why haven't brother and the scumbag come in yet? Outside the door, Michael Gallagher listened as Damian Thompson was filled with concern for Molly. His brows were cold with indifference. From her marriage to her divorce, from the small matters to the large ones, in the beginning, Michael answered, but in the end, he just shut his mouth completely. However, in that brief conversation, Damien had already gotten a general understanding of Molly's marital situation. 3 years of marriage, and you just treated her as part of the decor, Mr. Gallagher. Why did you marry her in the first place? Damien smiled at him, not missing a single expression on his face. If he simply wanted a trophy wife, back then Michael had had better options, yet he had chosen Molly. Michael Gallagher's calm eyes suddenly turned icy. The black pupils contracted, as deep as a vortex. Mr. Thompson, are you showing too much concern for her? Oh, hasn't she told you? Damien arched an eyebrow, as a splendid smile spread across his face. Michael Gallagher's throat tightened, and he raised his brows in confusion. These days, he had deliberately ignored some of Molly's news and movements, but Damien's remarks somehow set off a surge of irritation in him. It was as though there was a secret that she told everyone else about, but deliberately kept from him. Watching as Michael was at a loss, Damien couldn't help but smirk like a fox. If Molly didn't want to talk about it, he saw no need to alert Michael about it prematurely, especially as Michael hadn't revealed the truth to him yet. Some things couldn't be asked directly, but there were always clues to be found. Seemingly unaware of the coolness on Michael's face, Damien continued with his fearless questioning. Have you ever had feelings for her? He could tell that Molly had feelings for him, but Michael, being a man of few emotional displays, generally kept his feelings concealed. So, if Michael had feelings for Molly too, he might be able to play matches again. If not for Molly's sake, he had to consider the baby inside her belly. He looked at Michael, waiting for his answer. If he didn't like Molly, he would definitely bring Molly back home along with the child in her belly. They would house them in the Thompson family. Have you ever had feelings for her? Damien's words caused Michael's eyes to darken, and his lips pressed in a cold line. They were already divorced. Did it still matter whether he had had feelings for her or not? Looking at Damien's teasing expression, Michael immediately thought of Daniel's matchmaking deeds. He had investigated all the men in Sunnydale City, but none were acceptable. But if the man was Damien, then he might barely pass. Over the years, Damien managed to steer clear of any romantic scandals, remaining the prime husband candidate for all the girls in Sunnydale. Molly wouldn't be mistreated with him. If others were to dismiss her, he would take her back. No, Michael clenched his relaxed fingers slightly. The shadow in his eyes was difficult to discern. A glimmer of scrutiny flashed in Damien's eyes, sheltering his emotions. Thank you, Mr. Gallagher, for clearing up my confusion. Take good care of her, Michael said. After a brief pause, Damien nodded. If she's not doing well, I'll take her back. Damien's eyes crinkled into a smile. Rest assured, that won't happen. Michael originally wanted to go into the hospital, but after some thought, decided against it. He was afraid that seeing her more would make him unable to resist taking her back. A long time later, each time Michael remembered this incident, he was filled with regret. It was this decision that made him lose so much. Molly left the hospital after getting an infusion for half a day. Damien and his gang wanted her to return to the Thompson house, but she insisted on returning to her grandmother's small house. Thinking that Isabel would soon face legal sanctions, she finally managed to get a good sleep. The following morning, Damien, Joshua, and Nicholas all came to pick her up. They hurried to the police station, eating breakfast in a nearby alley. The four people squeezed around a small wooden table, drawing much attention. Is that person really going to surrender? Nicholas asked. Finishing his noodles, he felt the whole situation was somewhat mysterious. Setting aside where Molly got this precise information, even the person coming to surrender was odd. Committing a hit and run and offending them, wouldn't surrendering be equivalent to being hunted down by others? If he says he's coming, he'll come. Where do you get all your nonsense from? Joshua retorted. He was wearing a hat today, which conveniently hid the bandages on his head. Seeing Nicholas's doubtful face, he shoved a bun into his mouth. Even though he didn't quite believe it, he trusted Molly. Whatever she said was the truth. Molly cheerfully finished her last sip of soy milk and just then received a text message from Harry Lambert. Her face beamed a radiant smile as she opened the message. Seeing the text message, her smile froze on her face. What's wrong? Damien Thompson was the first to notice something off. Molly Walker took a deep breath, slowly put down her cell phone, and her cold words were like icy bone-piercing chills. The man is gone. A deathly silence. The driver had an accident on the road, was hit by a flower pot that fell from the sky, and died on the spot, while the murderer was just an ignorant child who liked to throw things from heights. How could it be such a coincidence that this happened the day the murderer turned himself in? Joshua Thompson let out a deep, terrifying chuckle from his throat. Damian Thompson and Nicholas Thompson wore expressions of deep frost. Isabel Richardson really has a big life. Joshua Thompson was really angry. He didn't like Isabel Richardson in the first place, but they hadn't reached the point of a full-on fight. Now, his patience had reached its limit. No wonder the Richardson family is more ruthless than we thought. Damian Thompson stood up, and under his gold-rimmed glasses, his beautiful eyes shone with brilliance. Molly Walker felt as if there was a huge hole in her heart, and the cold air was gushing in. Originally, she thought that this matter could bring down Isabel Richardson, but she never expected that she could still escape even after all this. Is it really so difficult to punish a bad person? After doing so many bad things, it's impossible not to leave any traces. Just thinking about the Thompson family still having to work with the Richardson family, Joshua Thompson's stomach churned with anger. I'm going to find Father. He stood up suddenly. I'll go with you. Damian Thompson followed him out. Nicholas Thompson thought for a moment and said to Molly Walker, "Where are you going? I can give you a ride." "No need. The place I have to go. Only I can go." Seeing her expressionless face, Nicholas Thompson's breath hitched and his complexion darkened. If Joshua Thompson were taking her, she would definitely not refuse, would she? In her heart, she still hadn't fully accepted him as one of her own. Nicholas Thompson gave a bitter smile and walked in the direction of the Central Hospital. Richardson Tower, Isabel Richardson's office. Upon learning of Charlie Johnson's death, Isabel Richardson burst into laughter. With him gone, and now allied with the Thompson family, she would finally no longer have to live in fear. As long as Charlie Johnson was dead, she would no longer have any concerns behind her. She had to quickly share this good news with Jillian Thompson. Isabel Richardson joyfully took out her cell phone. Jillian Thompson had been very upset lately. Ever since she was hospitalized, her brothers had been fawning over Molly Walker all the time. Now that she was about to have surgery, not a single person came to see her and comfort her. When she received a call from Isabel Richardson, she couldn't suppress the agitation from the bottom of her heart. "Didn't I tell you not to call me if it's not important?" Isabel Richardson's calls never brought any good news. Isabel, completely oblivious to this sentiment, spoke with excitement. "Charlie Johnson is dead." "Who is Charlie Johnson?" "The driver." "Really?" Jillian Thompson was so shocked she sat up. How could it be such a coincidence? "My daddy arranged it," Isabel Richardson proudly said, and Jillian Thompson's heart tightened violently. Isabel's indifferent tone, treating human life like grass, made Jillian's face go numb and filled her heart with fear. She had grown up with a high-quality education and never thought she would become involved with someone's life. Jillian Thompson took a deep breath, her face turning cold. "I'm helping you just because you're my friend. I'm not interested in anything else, so you don't have to report everything to me." Her hand gripping the cell phone shook violently, and she felt somewhat regretful for helping Isabel Richardson. Isabel Richardson had committed such an act, and she had helped her. In the future, she wouldn't be able to clear her name of any accusations. "I just wanted to share the good news with you. You don't have to share with me. Some things might be good news for you, but not for me." There was silence on the line for a few seconds before Isabel let out a light hum. Perhaps she was affected by what Jillian had said, and Isabel didn't continue the topic. Jillian hung up the phone in a daze and looked up, only to find Nicholas Thompson standing outside the door. Jillian nervously hid her cell phone under the covers, trying to force a smile on her face. "Second brother, when did you get here? Why didn't you knock? I saw the door open and just came in." Nicholas handed her a small package, "The milk tea you love." Jillian took the heavy milk tea, opened it, and took a small sip. Suddenly, Nicholas asked, "Are you and Isabel close?" Jillian's hand loosened, and the milk tea spilled out. Carrying the address given by Harry Lambert, Molly Walker arrived at a run-down neighborhood, and after a long search, she finally found a dilapidated door. She knocked on the door, and a sleepy woman came out. The woman was wearing loose pajamas and slippers, a cigarette dangling from her mouth, and her cheeks were sunken and thin. Seeing Molly, she lifted her heavy eyelids. "Who are you looking for?" "Charlie Johnson." The woman's face tensed up for a moment before returning to her casual look. "I don't know him." As she pushed to close the door, Molly stopped it with her hand and whispered, "He's dead." The woman's hand faltered, and a sullen look appeared on her face. "What does his death have to do with me?" "I don't know him." She shoved Molly away and slammed the door shut. Molly stood outside without leaving, saying through the door, "Aren't you curious how he died?" There was no response from inside. "He didn't deserve to die. He's dead now, taking the blame for someone else. Don't you want to avenge him?" Molly pressed her lips together and smiled. "The person who caused his death is also my enemy. I can avenge Charlie for you." Finally, the door opened, and the woman's eyes reddened. "Will you really avenge him?" Molly nodded. "That person also killed my family members." The woman threw a package to her moodily. "I hope you keep your word." Molly wasn't surprised when she received the heavy package. After learning that Charlie had extorted $750,000 from Isabel, she asked Harry Lambert to investigate his background. Charlie lived frugally. There must be some hidden story behind this much money. Harry sent her all the information he could find. Charlie specialized in doing this kind of thing and was very cautious in dealing with anyone. If one didn't look closely, they would almost not be able to find any connection between him and this woman. Finally, she found a record of Charlie sending money to a woman half a year ago. This record had been destroyed by him, but the organization's investigation methods directly infiltrated the system, and they could still track the transaction even if it was deleted. Based on the account name, she found the woman. When Harry found this woman, he was amazed. "Cal, you are always so accurate about people." "It's not that I'm accurate about people. It's that everyone has a weakness." Charlie's weakness was this woman. Considering how cautious Charlie was, she assumed he would have left a backup plan. Especially after he narrowly escaped being silenced, he would definitely leave something for the person he cared about, both as a way to threaten others for his own survival and to help avenge him. Charlie committed crimes and should be punished by the law, not by someone taking matters into their own hands and causing his untimely death. More importantly, the real murderer, Isabel, shouldn't be allowed to escape justice. As she held the heavy package, Molly felt a weight lifted off her shoulders, her eyes red and swollen. "Grandmother, your granddaughter will soon avenge you." Central Hospital. After the nurse changed the sheets, Jillian Thompson lowered her head and stealthily glanced at Nicholas Thompson. In the Thompson family, aside from her father, Nicholas was the one who treated her the best, always supporting her in everything, so she would dare to tell him anything. Except for this time, she had kept the whole thing from him. She couldn't guarantee that when faced with a conflict between herself and Ivy Thompson, he would still wholeheartedly support her. After everyone left the hospital room, Nicholas kindly tucked in the blanket corners for her. Jillian's eyes welled up as she stuttered. "Isabel begged me," and I softened for a moment. She lowered her eyebrows and racked her brain for words. "While we were abroad, she asked me for help, and one agreed at that time. I thought that the cooperation with the Richardson family would be unchanging. But then Molly Walker. Second brother, I'm telling you this to let you know that I'm not trying to go against Ivy. I just don't want to be a treacherous person." Nicholas remained silent. Jillian smiled and tugged on his sleeve. "Second brother, can you help me pick a nice wheelchair? I'll also want a nice crutch. The doctor said I'm going to have surgery soon, so I might as well prepare these things in advance. I don't trust others' opinions, only yours." She looked at him eagerly, and eventually, Nicholas relented. The fact that Jillian could mention the surgery meant that she had accepted it calmly. Being able to change her mindset was better than anything else. "As long as you're not deliberately targeting Molly." He paused. "I'll explain it to your two brothers." Jillian nodded vigorously, her cherry lips pouting in grievance. "I'm really not targeting her. I've long accepted Ivy's true identity. As for Isabel, I've promised to help her only this one time, and I won't help her again in the future." Seeing that Nicholas agreed, Jillian quickly changed the topic and noticed that he didn't suspect her, a smug smile playing on her lips. "So what if they were blood-related?" She had been with her brothers for over 20 years, and it should still be stronger than their relationship with Molly in just a few days, right? She wanted to slowly make Molly understand that even if she was recognized, she would forever serve as her foil. No one could take away the Thompson family's affection for her. To be on the safe side, Molly headed straight to the nearest bank. No matter how daring those people were, they wouldn't dare cause trouble in a bank. She opened the package and carefully examined the contents. There was a recording, a bank card, and some statements from Charlie Johnson. Molly chuckled. She hadn't expected Charlie to be so far-sighted. If Isabel knew he had left a backup plan, she would probably be furious. Molly took a photo and sent it to Harry Lambert. Seeing these items, Harry was utterly shocked. "Molly, these pieces of evidence, they're from Charlie's girlfriend." "Molly, I'm sorry. I didn't handle this properly. I've had people specifically protecting him on this end, and no one could get close to him. But I never imagined that the weapon would fall from the sky." At this point, he became frustrated. He had already had people protecting Charlie, but nobody had expected something to fall from the sky. At the time, they were just transferring Charlie from the house to the car, with only a short 10-meter distance in between. It wasn't as if they could make Charlie wear body armor and a helmet all the time. "It's not your fault. The people from the Richardson family are just too cruel." Molly hadn't expected the other party to come up with such a sinister plan either. When it comes to taking lives, those with the harshest hearts gain the upper hand. They started from the underworld, so they're capable of anything. You all need to be careful. After finishing the call with Harry, Molly simply rented a safety deposit box at the bank. She put the things in her bag. Not far from the bank, Isabel Richardson and Lucy Thompson had just finished shopping and were carrying their bags to the car when Lucy suddenly pulled Isabel's arm. "Isn't that Molly Walker?" Seeing Molly, and thinking that Charlie Johnson had already been dealt with, Isabel walked over with an air of triumph. "What a coincidence," she said, unable to suppress her laughter. "Elle thought you'd be waiting at the entrance of the police station." Her father had told her that Molly had gone to the police station today to wait, but in vain. Hearing Isabel's smug words, Molly's thin lips curved slightly. "If I were you, I'd be smarter and not mention this at all." Bringing it up proactively just showed how confident she was, as if she was afraid that others wouldn't know she had done something wrong. "So what if I mention it? Do you think I'm still afraid?" With Charlie dead and no one to testify against her, even if the matter was discovered, she would have a way to escape. From the beginning, this had been a risky affair, but it was not a loss at all. Now that the Thompson and Richardson families continued to cooperate and Michael had divorced, she had no more worries. "I hope when the police come for you, you'll still be this confident." Molly slowly raised her beautiful eyes, and her dark red lips drew a cold smile. Seeing Molly's calm and unaffected look, Isabel's heart skipped a beat. She knew that Molly wouldn't let go. Since her grandmother's death, Molly had treated her as a mortal enemy. But Charlie was dead, and unless Molly could revive him, there was not enough evidence for anyone to accuse her. Lucy Thompson, standing nearby, was confused by their conversation, but she was happy to see Molly at a disadvantage. "Isabel, let's go. Don't talk to the fake. It's degrading." Lucy led Isabel away. "Fake?" Isabel sensed a hint of gossip. "Yes." Lucy rolled her eyes dramatically. Her deepest impression of Molly was from the last Thompson family dinner, when she had impersonated Ivy Thompson. There were too many people trying to be Ivy. Who did Molly think she was? She played a show in front of everyone in the Thompson family, but it's a pity that the day of reckoning is the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, her uncle would announce that Lola Jones was Ivy Thompson, and by then, Molly the imposter would have nowhere to hide. Isabel frowned, wanting to ask more, but Lucy had already got into the car. Watching Isabel and Lucy leave, Molly called a taxi and headed towards the Thompson family's estate. Sunnydale Fencing Club. Michael Gallagher quickly attacked with his sword, causing Jake Leaford to retreat, raising both his hands in surrender. Michael took off his mask, and without waiting for Jake to speak, walked quickly out. "Hey, why are you so temperamental? As if someone owes you money or something." Jake followed, grumbling. Since yesterday, Michael hadn't slept, and he had been dragging Jake to drink and exercise. As Jake talked non-stop, the surrounding girls looked over at them. Seeing their gazes, Jake enjoyed returning their smiles. Screams immediately erupted in the vicinity. Looking further ahead, they noticed that the man walking in front was even more handsome. Michael's hair was in disarray, resting messily over his eyebrows, making him seem more approachable. However, the coldness in his eyes exuded a sharpness that made people wary of getting too close. After leaving the club, Michael straddled his motorcycle parked outside, gunned the engine, and sped away. Jake Leaford got on another motorcycle and followed with a bitter expression. The two rode all the way to the entrance of Thompson family's estate before stopping. "Why are we here?" Jake Leaford looked at his friend. "I told Damian Thompson to take good care of Molly Walker." Jake Leaford. He had seen jealous men pursuing their wives, but never ones who actively pushed their loved ones away. No wonder he had been acting strange these days, not sleeping and using exercise and alcohol to numb himself. Regretting it now? Jake Leaford laughed enigmatically. Michael Gallagher took off his helmet, his eyes downcast. Jake Leaford crossed his arms and leaned helplessly on his motorcycle. "You and I were the same, overestimating how heartless we could be. We thought that pushing away the people we liked could sever our feelings for them. In the end, we only hurt ourselves." Michael Gallagher's lips tightened, his whole body exuding an aura of coldness that made people afraid to approach him. "She doesn't like me, so it's useless to force her to stay." "Who said she doesn't like you?" Jake Leaford sneered. "If she didn't like you, could she endure living alone for 3 years? A woman can stay with a man for so long either for his money or his heart." "If it was his heart." Michael Gallagher frowned, suddenly thinking of the forced intimate event between them. If after they had been intimate, one person suddenly proposed to break up, then it must be because one of them was only after the other's body. Jake Leaford spoke indignantly. "That's so scummy. Taking advantage of her and then letting her go, that's an irresponsible act." At this point, he suddenly thought of something and looked at Michael Gallagher. "It wasn't you, was it?" As Michael was about to speak, Jake Leaford yelled angrily, "No wonder she wants a divorce. Please tell me you didn't just use her and then let her go." Michael Gallagher. "No wonder she walked away without even looking back at you. You deserve it." "What do you mean used her and let her go?" "It was her who proposed the divorce." But the more he tried to explain, the more confusing it got. Michael Gallagher simply decided not to explain, his face dark. Jake Leaford rolled his eyes and directly penetrated his friend's thoughts. "Now you clearly don't want to give her to someone else. Listen to my advice." He patted his shoulder, speaking solemnly. "It's not too late to chase after her now. Don't wait until she's married and has children with someone else to regret it. By then, you'll be tormented for a lifetime." Michael Gallagher's eyes trembled, his hands slowly clenching. Jake Leaford stopped talking. His friend was perfect in every way, except his self-esteem when it came to feelings. It wasn't his fault. After all, that incident had happened to him. If it were him, he might have fallen into despair, living a life of drunkenness and numbness, let alone taking control of the Gallagher family and establishing a foothold for the Gallagher Group in Sunnydale. Based on his experience, Michael Gallagher had already suffered enough before he understood his feelings. Once he realized them, he would probably suffer even more. Who could blame him for being emotionally dense? Thinking about his own love life, Jake Leaford gave a bitter smile. He once thought he could handle relationships well, playing around with love without ever getting attached. By the time he realized he was falling in love, it was already too late. People always like to overestimate their ability to control themselves, but feelings are often the hardest thing to control. Just then, a car slowly drove into the Thompson family's estate. The car stopped, and a young girl got out. Wearing a pale blue short cape coat, her slender waist was accentuated. It was paired with a black velvet knee-length skirt and black knee-high boots. Her long, wavy hair hung naturally, giving her an air of laziness and charm. Joshua Thompson walked out of the mansion and saw Molly. His stern expression relaxed a little. Watching the two leave one after the other, Jake Leaford's face was lost in thought. "Your ex-wife seems to have an extraordinary relationship with Thompson family." Michael Gallagher put on his helmet, covering the expression on his face. "The Thompsons are hosting a banquet the day after tomorrow, and I heard that Jeremy Norman will be there too." The Norman family ranks first among the 4 prominent families in capital city, and Jeremy Norman is the next heir to the Norman family. The Norman family's businesses rarely extend to other cities. As the first influential family in Orientopia's capital, their financial power and network of connections are deeply intertwined, and their accumulated wealth and connections can sustain their descendants for many years. Hearing the name Norman, Michael Gallagher's face grew cold, clenching his teeth and suppressing the hatred rising in his heart. Jake Leaford glanced at him and sighed slightly. Elle heard that Jeremy Norman is coming to the Thompson family seeking a marriage alliance. Currently, the Thompson family has only one daughter, Jillian Thompson, but the news of Ivy Thompson being found has already spread. During this banquet, the Thompson family is bound to announce some important news. Given the Norman family's requirements, they probably wouldn't choose to marry their adopted daughter Jillian Thompson, and it could only be Ivy Thompson. Thinking back to the time when Molly Walker impersonated Ivy Thompson, Jake Leaford felt a sudden chill in his heart. Ivy Thompson couldn't really be Molly Walker, could she? Seeing how Joshua Thompson was so affectionate towards her, the more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Jake Leaford, deep in thought, said, "Maybe you should investigate your ex-wife. Her connections are too excessive. Being close to celebrities and protected by the Thompson brothers is something that even the most skillful socialite can't achieve, let alone her, who no longer has any family." Indeed, these connections and tactics were a bit too heaven-defying. Michael Gallagher stood alone, his eyes landing gently on Molly Walker's retreating figure. During their 3 years of marriage, he thought he knew her. Yet it turned out he had never truly seen through her. As Molly Walker, who was just about to enter the house, sensed a gaze from behind, she turned her head hesitantly, but only heard the sound of the motorcycle starting. Joshua Thompson saw her pause and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." She slowly lowered her eyelids. Joshua Thompson thought of the conversation they had just had and hesitated to speak. "Just say it. I can handle the result." Joshua Thompson took a deep breath. "We've already persuaded Father, but he says that since the contracts have been signed, this matter cannot be changed. When a contract is signed, any changes would be a breach, resulting in not only paying a huge amount of damages, but also possibly harming the Thompson family's reputation." Molly Walker smiled, her face showing no emotions. Joshua Thompson was also very angry, but since the contract had been signed, he couldn't do anything about it. But that doesn't mean there's no other solution. We can manipulate the cooperation behind the scenes, like changing the management personnel. The contract states that Isabel Richardson is responsible for the Richardson family, while Gabriel is responsible for our side. My brother suggests that you be in charge. Molly Walker was slightly stunned. This billion-dollar project was to be handed over to her? What about Jillian Thompson? She needs to have surgery, so let her rest and recover. She doesn't need to meddle in the company's affairs. Joshua Thompson's face was expressionless, but it was apparent that he didn't approve of Jillian Thompson's actions this time either. Thinking of what Nicholas Thompson had said to him, he became even more irate. Originally, they intended to change the contract at all costs and make Jillian Thompson apologize and ask for Molly Walker's forgiveness, but Nicholas Thompson took all the responsibility on himself and said Jillian Thompson was not at fault. Not at fault? How could she not be at fault when she helped an outsider deceive her own people? They called that not at fault? Joshua Thompson wished he could punch him in the face on the spot. Even if Jillian Thompson was also a relative, they should still distinguish the closeness of blood ties and prioritize who mattered more. How could someone this grown-up not make such distinctions clearer? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Molly Walker became silent upon hearing this message. She only wanted to weaken the Richardson family, but she didn't expect to end up having to take responsibility for this project herself. "This project is too big, and it's not the right time for me to take over." Just as she was about to refuse, Joshua Thompson cut in with certainty. "There's nothing inappropriate about it. The day after tomorrow, Father will announce your identity to the public, and you'll be Ivy Thompson." Ivy Thompson. Molly frowned. She hadn't yet adapted to this identity and didn't want to change her name or surname. Walker was her grandmother's last name. Changing it would be ungrateful to everything her grandmother had done to raise her for all these years. "I don't want to change my name or surname." Joshua Thompson was taken aback. Joshua Thompson, let me tell you the truth. I never thought about coming back to the Thompson family. What did she come back for? To be bullied by Jillian Thompson. She wasn't afraid of being bullied, nor was she afraid of Jillian Thompson, but she was afraid of trouble. Money wasn't a problem to her, and she still had relatives. In her opinion, the disadvantages of returning to Thompson family outweighed the advantages. Joshua Thompson hadn't expected her to refuse directly, but considering the unfair treatment she had received recently at the Thompson family, he could understand. If it were him, he might not come back either. Joshua Thompson's eyes shifted, and he whispered, "If you don't come back, your shares will go to Jillian Thompson. With Jillian Thompson and Isabel Richardson collaborating, they'll be even stronger. Are you sure you don't want to come back?" "You're right." Molly nodded and, seeing Joshua Thompson's surprised gaze, she playfully smiled. But Isabel Richardson won't have that chance. She had already gathered all the evidence. Once these things were handed over to the police, Isabel Richardson would go to prison. At that time, even without her intervention, Isabel's future would definitely a woman with a prison record would forever have a dark stain on her files. Just as Joshua wanted to ask further, a maid rushed over and told them, "Mr. Thompson is going out, and the eldest young master wants you to come over now." The two sped up their pace. Upon going upstairs, Joshua Thompson began, "Molly, I know you have a bad impression of the Thompson family. The root cause of all this was Daniel Thompson and Nicholas Thompson's favoritism, and she had been mistreated even before returning home. As her brother, Joshua had selfish reasons for wanting her to reconsider. Can you give me a chance?" Joshua Thompson's voice was low, and there was a hint of redness in his eyes. "I don't want my efforts all this time to be destroyed by my second brother and father. Come back. As the fourth daughter of the Thompson family, I can't offer you much, but one can give you money. You can't get along with anyone, but don't let money be the problem. In the past, those who bullied and insulted you couldn't be taken down by you, but now you can crush them with money." Molly hesitated. No wonder he was the young master of the Thompson family. He indeed talked fiercely. If you don't want to change your surname, you don't have to do it right away. Wait until the day you want to change it, and if you don't want to change it for the rest of your life, that's fine too. Actually, I don't like this surname either. Joshua Thompson suddenly had an idea. How about we take our mother's surname? Are you sure Daniel Thompson won't break your legs? Seeing Joshua Thompson's pitiful look, Molly reluctantly smiled. Rest assured, I will attend the banquet the day after tomorrow. As for the rest, let me think about it. Joshua Thompson nodded and didn't push her further. After all, Daniel Thompson's recent actions had even chilled his own heart. The two walked into the room where Daniel Thompson was, and Damian Thompson had already informed him of today's unexpected events. He might not believe the recording, but he couldn't not believe his own son. Moreover, the murderer was killed by a falling object from a high place. It was indeed too much of a coincidence. He wouldn't believe it if it wasn't Tor silencing the murderer. When Daniel Thompson saw Molly Walker, he had an urge to flee. Molly reminded him with her front foot, and he signed the contract with the Richardson family with his back foot. For the first time, he felt he had nowhere to put his old face. Molly walked in with a smile. "Mr. Thompson." Mr. Thompson. Such a distant title. Daniel Thompson's breath hitched, and a hint of anger rose on his embarrassed face. "What, can't even call me father?" "Father?" Molly raised her lips with a playful expression, her mesmerizingly cold gaze hidden beneath her long eyelashes. "Aren't you Jillian Thompson's father?" That remark was like a slap in the face, hitting Daniel Thompson hard. Mentioning Jillian Thompson, Daniel Thompson was embarrassed and awkward, his lips stuttering a few times. "At that time, Gabriel called me saying that if I didn't agree to sign the contract, she wouldn't agree to have the surgery." "So, you are Jillian Thompson's father." Being Jillian Thompson's father meant he'd consider everything for her, while not treating her as his daughter meant he wouldn't believe her recording. Daniel Thompson's face stiffened, his chest heaving as he slowly sat down on a chair. "The matter of the murderer confessing but being silenced was told to me by Zachary. This cooperation isn't for Gabriel anymore. It's up to you to handle it." However, Molly, just as before, was not at all interested and refused. "Sorry, I'm not good at this. It's better if you don't give it to me. You just need to manage people. Professionals will handle the rest." Damian Thompson explained with a smile. I'll help you too. You're cooperating with the Richardson family and letting me manage it. Aren't you afraid I'll sabotage it? She would be grateful if she didn't ruin it, and they dared to let her be in charge? Do you know how important this project is? Daniel Thompson's face darkened. This is a key project supported by Sunnydale City's government, involving property, business, and relocation arrangements. It's located in the center of Sunnydale City. Once the project is completed, it can elevate Sunnydale's status in Orientopia and give us more confidence in applying for the International Olympics the year after next. Daniel Thompson's words were somewhat shocking to Molly. Such a huge project wouldn't just be about making money, but would definitely improve the company's reputation and status. No wonder the Richardson Tower values this cooperation so much. If you take on this project, once the Thompson family gives you shares, the old Thompson shareholders won't have anything to say, Damian Thompson said, looking gently at her. Give the Richardsons a chance to rise? No way. Thinking of the various means Samuel Richardson and Isabel had employed against her, she grew angrier. I don't want any of those things you said. She took a deep breath. One only have one wish now, to ruin this cooperation. The other members of the Thompson family. How much is the contract penalty? Molly stared at Damian Thompson. I'll pay for it. Damian Thompson was a little surprised and said after a moment of silence, 45 million. Molly. Seeing the somewhat stiff expression on Molly's face, Damian Thompson laughed. If there's solid evidence of Isabel framing Joshua, we won't have to pay the contract penalty and can directly terminate the cooperation. Hearing those words, Molly's lips curled up slightly. This would be easy. She would immediately send Isabel to prison. Seeing the relaxed expression on Molly's face, Damian Thompson's face also showed a smile. According to his investigation, this little sister wasn't as weak as they had imagined. He knew from the moment she obtained the murderer's recording that she was more powerful than they thought. But he didn't investigate too much. No matter what she wanted to do, he would always be at her back to protect her. Then what are we waiting for? Let's send her in right away. Molly couldn't help but laugh. All her efforts would be in vain. Hopefully, Isabel wouldn't die of anger at that time. Do you have the evidence? Joshua Thompson was the first to seize the key point. Molly Walker nodded and briefly mentioned the evidence. Hearing that she had obtained the concrete evidence, Joshua Thompson quickly hammered it while it was hot and said to Daniel Thompson, Dad, Isabel Richardson wants to kill me, and you still want to cooperate with them? Aren't you afraid they'll continue to harm me? Daniel Thompson's face looked extremely bad. He cooperated with the Richardson family only for Jillian Thompson, but he didn't expect the people of the Richardson family to be so ruthless as to go after his son. Since they dare to make a move, they must be prepared for the consequences. He looked at Molly Walker with a complex expression. You've gone through a lot of trouble. Finding evidence was not an easy task. Molly Walker shook her head with a light smile. Allowing Isabel Richardson to receive the deserved punishment was also her wish. This time, to prevent accidents, she and the other members of the Thompson family made thorough preparations and finally delivered the items successfully to the police. Isabel Richardson bought a bunch of stuff to celebrate at home, not knowing that danger was gradually approaching. Soon, it was the day of the official recognition ceremony. Because she promised Joshua Thompson, Molly Walker prepared a day in advance at the Thompson family's estate. No matter how the internal decisions were made, they could not let outsiders laugh at them. Most importantly, they had to give Amanda Leifert a sense of ceremony for the recognition, which might cure her illness. Although she had no feelings for Daniel Thompson, she personally liked the gentle mother and hoped her illness would get better. Molly Walker sat in the center of the makeup room, with several makeup artists and stylists standing behind her to design her look. Her cell phone dinged and Molly swiped the screen open, seeing a line of black text. The Norman family is about to arrive in Sunnydale. Find a way to get close to Jeremy Norman and gain his trust. Master, do you accept this mission? She knew the Norman surname. It was a famous family in Capital City. Jeremy Norman. Could it be one of the Capital City's 4 young masters, Jeremy Norman? This mission only sent the first half. What to do after approaching him was not mentioned, which made it even more challenging. But she hadn't taken any missions from the organization in a long time. In order to train her subordinates, she had been passing the missions on to them. The text ended with 3SS, an S-level mission. She thought about it. and finally replied with an accept. Several makeup artists marveled at Molly Walker's beauty while applying makeup, saying that such a beautiful socialite was rare, even among celebrities. Both her appearance and temperament were top-notch. Could this beautiful girl be the lost Ivy Thompson from the Thompson family? Reporters from major newspapers rushed over today, as the Thompson family intended to let everyone in Orientopia know about this matter. They didn't dare to ask, and could only dress her up beautifully with all their heart. Outside the Thompson family's estate, a black Maybach was parked at the entrance. Seeing this car, reporters who had received the news in advance immediately surrounded it. Several bodyguards quickly kept the people away, and Michael Gallagher and Jake Leaford got out of the car together. The two men stood side by side, one tall and broad-shouldered, his handsome features chiseled like a sculpture, wearing a custom-tailored black suit that exuded a sense of luxury. The white shirt inside was made of high-quality fabric, and the diamond cufflinks shimmered attractively, his deep gaze making people dare not approach him. The warm sunlight could not melt the coldness emanating from his body. The other one wore a white coat, elegant and refined, blooming with a dazzling smile on his sunny face, making people feel close and yearning. As soon as the two of them appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of all the women present. At this moment, a curious reporter suddenly shouted, "Mr. Gallagher changed boyfriends? Has Joshua Thompson been abandoned just like that?" Michael Gallagher. Jake Leaford's smile froze on his face, and he quickly took a few steps to the side, distancing himself from Michael Gallagher. Michael's face was now as dark as charred wood, yet some persistent reporters still kept their cameras clicking at them. At that moment, a commotion erupted. "Is that who I think it is? Harry Lambert. My God, even Harry Lambert is here." The reporters instantly swarmed towards the new target. Michael glanced to the side, where Harry Lambert, dressed in trendy clothes, walked towards the entrance, protected by several bodyguards. As he passed Michael, he paused for a moment, but ultimately said nothing and kept going. Harry Lambert's appearance was like a sudden thunderclap. What kind of day was today that even Harry Lambert, a top-tier celebrity, was in attendance? "He's here too," Jake said with a bitter smile as he saw Harry. "Molly Walker must really be Ivy Thompson." Michael pursed his lips, the corners of his mouth pulling up into a disinterested curve. His hands clenched into fists, his knuckles turning white. Even with his forceful grip, some things were gradually slipping away. Jake gave his friend a glance, hesitated, and then stopped speaking. If Molly were just an ordinary girl, he would have the upper hand. But if she were Ivy Thompson, his friend's love rivalry would extend beyond just Harry Lambert. Sometimes, men are even more realistic than women. Molly had the looks and the talent. All she lacked was an impressive background. But now, she lacked nothing. Even if Michael tried to win her back, she might not return. Because more opponents would emerge, like Jeremy Norman, one of the 4 young masters of Capital City. Hardly anyone in Sunnydale could compare to him in terms of appearance, background, and knowledge. If Jeremy Norman married Ivy Thompson, things would get interesting, because his friend was slowly realizing his feelings for Molly. "I hope it's not too late." He patted Michael's shoulder, his message left unspoken. Not long after they entered, Isabel Richardson arrived, her posture elegant in a dress. After signing the contract, her career had been on the rise, especially after her engagement with Michael Gallagher became known. The socialites of Sunnydale had been courting her favor. Previously, they had been more afraid of her, but now, these ladies genuinely wanted to win her over. Seeing her gracefully approaching, Lucy Thompson hurried to her side and said, "Molly really did come. I wonder what Uncle has in mind for inviting her. She's already divorced from Michael Gallagher, so she has no status here." Isabel gave her a speechless look, then walked to another person. "Gabriel, let me help." It was Jillian Thompson, sitting in a wheelchair, pushed by a servant. Jillian seemed unappreciative of Isabel's enthusiasm and found her hasty approach annoying. "Don't you know that wheelchairs nowadays don't need to be pushed?" Jillian maneuvered her wheelchair forward, leaving Isabel's hand frozen in midair, making her look ignorant. Seeing others staring, Isabel awkwardly laughed and pretended nonchalance as she followed. In the dressing room, Molly, fully made up, stood up, stunning Joshua Thompson and Damian Thompson, who were standing behind her. The girl before them was breathtakingly beautiful. Her long hair was braided into a centipede braid, adorned with pearls and diamonds. Luxurious and exquisite, her fair skin seemed even whiter than winter snow. The enchanting red lips rendered her like a bewitching sprite emerging from the forest. Her eyes, clear as if washed by water, were a collision of allure and purity brimming with autumnal waters, yet filled with tenderness. "My sister is so beautiful." Joshua proudly smiled, and Damien nodded in agreement. "Everyone is outside, let's go." Watching them walk by, Molly Walker smirked. From today onwards, people would no longer refer to her as Michael Gallagher's ex-wife, but the fourth young lady of the Thompson family. The Thompson family's villa was huge, with a first-floor hall big enough to accommodate hundreds of people, resembling a medieval European castle. Those who were not previously qualified to attend Thompson family banquets were now invited, creating a bustling and excited crowd. Though Daniel Thompson was the richest man, he rarely threw such extravagant parties. Perhaps something significant was about to happen. Lucy Thompson was surrounded by people asking her about the gossip. Basking in the glory of the Thompson surname, Lucy was delighted by all the attention. "Is it true that Uncle Thompson is hosting this banquet because of Ivy Thompson?" Lucy nodded her head. "Yes, Ivy has been found, and today is the reunion between my uncle and cousin." "I heard that Ivy Thompson was once Michael Gallagher's ex-wife." Before the gossiper could finish, Lucy interrupted. "You must be talking about Molly Walker, right? How could a person like her be my cousin?" "What are you thinking? Cousin Ivy came from studying abroad and is Cousin Gabriel's classmate. She's not someone that just anybody could pretend to be." After Lucy finished speaking, people seemed to have an epiphany. She was part of the Thompson family, and her words were convincing. The news that Molly Walker was Ivy Thompson had already spread, but everyone was skeptical since the situation seemed too coincidental. The Thompson family spent so much money looking for Ivy, and she turned out to be right under their noses. This ridiculous outcome not only slapped the Gallagher family in the face, but also the Thompson family. Lucy's words put some people's gossiping minds at ease. "So, is it true that Jeremy Norman will marry Ivy Thompson?" Another gossip lover asked. "Jeremy Norman?" Someone screamed. "The one from Capital City's Norman family? He's here in Sunnydale?" "He has indeed arrived, but I don't know who he's marrying." Lucy had her own thoughts. She shared the same last name, and it wasn't necessarily true that Jeremy Norman had to be with Ivy. Jeremy Norman was from a prestigious family in Capital City. She had seen him on television before, and his appearance was no worse than a celebrity. His family background was great, and he was highly educated. At 23, he had already completed his PhD, studied abroad for 2 years, and at 26, he was already representing the Norman family, attending banquets and negotiating projects. If she could climb up to the Norman family, she would no longer have to worry about her future or the family business. She knew that her current connections in high society solely relied on her Thompson surname, which was both her blessing and her sorrow. Not just Lucy, but also Isabel and other socialites shared this thought. Even if they couldn't hook up with Jeremy Norman, what if they became friends with benefits? It would only bring benefits and no harm to their families. Seeing Jillian Thompson trying to distance herself, the tactful Isabel didn't approach her. Instead, she went to find Michael. Since the last time she almost had an intimate encounter with Michael, he had been distant and never mentioned their marriage again. However, she wasn't angry. She was now on top of the world, and everything seemed to be going smoothly for her. It was normal for Michael to be angry about what happened that day, but she would find a way to make him not angry anymore. "Michael," Isabel approached him. "Shall we dance together?" There were many couples dancing in the ballroom, and she was eager to join in. Michael didn't say anything, but Jake Leaford, who was next to him, teased with a smile. "Michael doesn't like to dance. How about I dance with you?" Dancing with Jake Leaford? The news headlines would be interesting. Isabel declined awkwardly, "Thank you. But if Michael isn't dancing, then I won't either." Seeing that she was not leaving, Jake Leaford wanted to tactfully leave, but when he met Michael's eyes, he reluctantly stayed. "Big brother, if you want to chase your ex-wife, don't use me as a shield." With Jake Leaford still present, there were some things Isabel couldn't say, but no matter how many hints she gave, he just wouldn't leave. Isabel gave up and simply treated Jake Leifert as if he were invisible. Michael, our family has signed a cooperation agreement with the Thompson family. We've secured a billion-dollar deal. Michael's gaze grew deeper. At that time, Molly Walker was determined to ruin the cooperation, and he even tried to persuade her not to mess things up. Yet, in the end, the Richardsons still cooperated with the Thompsons. If this were before, he would have said congratulations openly, but now, his first thought was whether Molly would be hurt or upset. Seeing Michael not saying anything, Isabel felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. You've continued to cooperate with the Thompson family? The most surprised person was Jake Leifert. Wasn't it said that Molly Walker was Ivy Thompson? Why did the Thompson family cooperate with the Richardsons instead? Could it be that she wasn't actually Ivy? It was Gabriel who helped. She couldn't stand Molly Walker deliberately ruining the cooperation. So she helped me and spoke to Uncle Thompson about continuing the cooperation. Isabel finished speaking coldly, and Jake Leifert quickly said, "Wasn't it Joshua Thompson who ruined the cooperation? How did it become Molly Walker? Why would Joshua Thompson have any grudge against me and ruin the cooperation?" Isabel fiercely retorted. As soon as her words fell, another sarcastic voice said, "No grudge? Isabel, can you say that with a clear conscience?" Not far from them, Joshua Thompson, Molly Walker, and Damian Thompson approached together. The appearance of Joshua and Molly together caused quite a stir. Who was this girl, and why had they never seen her before? Dressed in a stunning custom high-end black gown, her shapely figure with eye-catching curves and beautiful face, their eyes were fixated on her. She stood between the two Thompson brothers, and she looked completely at ease. Seeing this protective posture, could she be Ivy Thompson? That person was already dead. Even if Molly accused her, there would be no evidence. Isabel's panicked heart soon calmed down. Third son of the Thompson family, are you implying that Isabel has a grudge with you? The panicking Isabel didn't escape Jake Leifert's eyes, and he fearlessly continued the conversation. Isabel's face turned deathly pale, and she looked at Molly Walker quickly. Seeing that Molly didn't speak, Isabel's heart didn't calm down. For some reason, she felt that Joshua was looking at her strangely. Jillian Thompson's face also turned pale. She fiercely gripped the wheelchair handles. She had been back for so long, and her eldest brother and third brother hadn't shown any support. If it weren't for her second brother's constant presence, she would have thought she had been abandoned by the Thompson family. Just now, she had been looking for her two brothers, only to realize they were with Molly Walker the whole time. Looking at Molly, dressed like a fairy in the middle of them all, Jillian Thompson's tears welled up in her eyes. It used to be her standing in the center, being pampered and protected. It was her who had been by their side for 20 years. Why did everything change as soon as Molly arrived? Jillian bit her lip hard, until the taste of blood brought her back to her senses. Elle finally escaped from the hospital, and you guys didn't even come to pick me up. She whined bitterly. If this were in the past, they would have relented no matter what. But now, Damian Thompson smiled and said softly, "We were helping your sister get familiar with the surroundings." Jillian's smile froze on her face. That sentence was like a stone falling into the water, creating ripples. Sister? Which sister? Everyone's eyes turned to Molly, and gradually, people began to recognize her. She's Molly Walker. Molly Walker is actually Ivy Thompson? This realization shocked everyone. Who said Molly was infertile? Who said she wasn't a match for Michael Gallagher? Ivy Thompson, the daughter of the richest man, with 3 brothers above her. Once she was acknowledged, they would undoubtedly pamper her to the skies. In that instant, envy, curiosity, and jealousy were all cast onto Molly. Isabel gritted her teeth, quickly glancing at Michael Gallagher. If Michael knew Molly was Ivy Thompson, what if he chased her back? Seeing Michael's expression unchanged, Isabel relaxed her clenched fists. Molly stood in the center, with a faint smile on her face, her eyes fixed on Isabel. When Isabel looked away, Molly also glanced at Michael. That glance made Molly freeze in place. Michael Gallagher's pupils were as mysterious and serene as the night, the faintly flowing light in them unfathomable. The mockery at the corner of his mouth made Molly feel like it was a thorn in her eye. Molly calmly averted her gaze. Michael Gallagher slightly pursed his lips, his eyes dark and unclear. Damien's words had already revealed Molly's identity. At this moment, whether Jillian wanted to or not, she had to call Molly sister in front of everyone. Yes, sister hasn't been back in so many years. It's only right for you guys to familiarize her with the environment. Jillian's face showed affinity, but her fingers dug into the flesh fiercely. Lucy Thompson, standing off to the side, was dumbstruck. She looked at Molly, who was as beautiful as a celebrity, unable to regain her senses for a long time. Molly Walker is Ivy Thompson? How is that possible? Impossible, Lucy blurted out. The sound was just loud enough for the surrounding people to hear. Joshua Thompson glanced over unhappily. What's impossible? How can she be Ivy Thompson? For a moment, Lucy seemed to have lost her sanity. She had assured her classmates and friends that Molly was not Ivy Thompson, even betting on it with others. And now, Jillian's address of sister was like a slap on her face. It hurt. It was embarrassing. Her surname contained the word Thompson, and many people assumed her information was from an insider. But now, she had been thoroughly discredited. Noticing the eyes of the people around her, Lucy came to her senses, suddenly realizing this was happening during the banquet. She opened her mouth, just about to deny it, when a magnetic voice from the side saw through her. Just now, she said Miss Molly Walker is just a nobody. Impossible to be Ivy Thompson. A thunderous noise exploded in Lucy Thompson's mind. She looked towards the source of the sound. A man dressed in a dark blue suit with fair skin and an unrealistically beautiful face. He stood there nonchalantly, his squinted eyes resembling a fox. Lucy recognized the man very well from the television, but she didn't expect him to look even better in real life. Jeremy Norman. Damien Thompson smiled and stepped forward, extending his hand. Jeremy Norman reached out and shook his hand. Jillian Thompson, who was next to Lucy, looked at her displeased and reminded her in a low voice, "Why are you still here? You've lost face today." Lucy felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Not only had she lost face, but it was also revealed by the person she liked. This made her want to find a hole and crawl into it. Being reminded by Jillian, Lucy burst into tears and ran away. Jillian looked at Jeremy Norman, her heart pounding and her face quickly turning red. She had always held herself in high esteem, and rarely encountered a man with Jeremy Norman's appearance in her life. Considering that the Norman family might have come to form a marriage alliance with the Thompson family this time, she couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. She wanted to step forward and say hello, but suddenly remembered that her legs were gone. If she were to greet him, she would have to look up at Jeremy Norman from her wheelchair. In an instant, embarrassment and inferiority swept over her. Hearing Damien Thompson call out his name, Molly Walker looked at Jeremy Norman. Joshua Thompson had told her that Jeremy Norman would come to Sunnydale for business discussions. Thinking of the latest task she had received, she couldn't help but take a few more glances at Jeremy Norman. At this moment, Jeremy Norman also looked at her. "Congratulations, Miss Ivy Thompson, for finally returning home." Miss Ivy Thompson, in his words, was a mix of respect and affection. Jillian clenched her teeth. Sitting in her wheelchair, she felt like an outsider. They were all talking and laughing, shaking hands, and all she could do was look up at them in the most awkward position. She glanced at Molly Walker and then at Jeremy Norman, slowly lowering her eyes. "Thank you. I hope young Master Norman enjoys himself here today." Molly Walker smiled, dazzlingly beautiful. Jeremy Norman looked at her warm gaze, and his eyes brightened slightly. Jeremy Norman's hands were on his sides, and no one saw that he was so nervous that his hands were trembling. Jake Leaford, who was watching this scene, felt a sudden jolt in his chest and immediately looked at his friend. Jeremy Norman's target was very clear. Michael Gallagher watched this scene coldly, his fingers cracking with tension. Molly Walker was already divorced and free to love. But why did his heart feel like it was being squeezed, inexplicably restless when he saw this scene? In the 3 years at the Gallagher family, she had been an obedient good girl, trying her best to be a virtuous wife. He thought she was not good at socializing. After she divorced him, the flower that had been in a greenhouse bloomed. It turned out that she was not bad at socializing, but unwilling to socialize. In the company of men, she was at ease, first with Harry Lambert, and then with Jeremy Norman. Jake Leaford patted his shoulder and said with a bitter smile, "Control yourself. This is in the Thompson family." He saw the expression of his friend and thought it was understandable. The belated realization of feelings could only hurt oneself. This was just the beginning. Just as everyone was curious about Jeremy Norman's purpose today, a siren sounded outside. The door opened, and a man in a police uniform walked in. Seeing this scene, everyone present was a little stunned. Why were the police here? Only Joshua Thompson and Molly Walker remained calm. Is Isabel Richardson here? Isabel stood to the side, her face pale as the thunderous noise struck her again. The room instantly fell silent, so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Before she could react, the crowd had already made way for her, creating a lifeline, and the police noticed her immediately. The officer approached her, flashed his badge, and said, "Miss Richardson, we're from Sunnydale Public Security Bureau. We've received a report accusing you of intentional homicide. Please come with us." Intentional homicide. The room was in an uproar. Although everyone knew the Richardson family had underworld connections, no one expected Isabel to be so bold as to be involved in intentional homicide. Reporters immediately lifted their cameras and began taking photos of Isabel. Seeing the police approaching her, Isabel stepped back and cried out in despair, "Elle didn't kill anyone. You've got the wrong person," she cried, tears and snot streaming down her face, her guilty expression evident to everyone present. Jillian Thompson's face turned ugly, but when she glanced at Molly Walker, she found her extraordinarily calm, as if she had anticipated this happening. Molly wore a faint smile, but it failed to reach her eyes. She had timed the handover of the evidence to the police perfectly, choosing today for the big reveal. The crowded space was perfect for making a public announcement. She wanted to make Isabel infamous nationwide. Seeing Isabel resisting, the officer hesitated. "Miss Richardson, please cooperate with us. Don't make things difficult." The Richardson family had a prominent status in Sunnydale. The police wouldn't want to mess with them unless necessary. With solid evidence provided by the Thompson family, turning a blind eye was out of the question. The Thompson family was even more powerful and influential. They didn't dare offend either party, so they had to follow the rules and handle this publicly. Isabel kept backing away, until Molly stopped her by placing a hand on her shoulder. "Miss Richardson, the police won't wrong a good person nor let a bad one go. What are you afraid of?" Isabel suddenly looked at Molly and muttered, "It's you. It's you who framed me." Isabel's eyes turned red, and she reached out without restraint to grab Molly. Molly quickly caught her wrist and gave her a loud slap on the face. A red mark appeared on Isabel's face. It was left by the ring on Molly's hand. "This slap is on behalf of my grandmother, Isabel Richardson. When you harbored murderous intentions toward her, you should have known this day would come." The room fell silent. To kill? Isabel had killed Molly's grandmother? My God. Some people with faint hearts covered their mouths and couldn't help but step back. Who would have thought the heiress of the Richardson family would be so venomous? As Isabel was handcuffed, she slowly looked at Jillian Thompson. Jillian furrowed her brows and backed away in her wheelchair. Isabel gave her a slight smile. Jillian's eyelids twitched, and she quickly looked away. She understood that Isabel wanted her help, but who could save her from the charge of murder? Jillian's face turned bitter. She hadn't wanted to kill anyone in the first place. It was all Isabel's plan, which dragged her into this mess. Jillian had done her best to facilitate cooperation, and now Isabel was just getting her just desserts. How could she have the nerve to ask for help? Truly, human greed knows no bounds. From the moment she was handcuffed, Isabel knew that her fate was sealed. There were so many people here, seemingly waiting for the Thompson family's recognition, but actually came to watch her humiliation. She hung her head as the police led her away, wanting to see Michael Gallagher's expression, yet unable to muster the courage to look at him. After Isabel was taken away, the room fell silent for a moment. This sudden, dramatic turn of events left everyone feeling as if they were in a dream. "Sister, did Isabel really kill your grandmother?" Jillian asked casually. She wanted to know why Isabel had gone to prison. If it was because of Molly's grandmother, then it had nothing to do with her. But if it was because of hiring a driver to kill her third brother, she couldn't just sit idly by. After Jillian asked, Everyone looked at Molly. They wanted to know what happened next. Who exactly did Isabel hire someone to kill? Molly's expression remained calm, and her gentle voice carried no emotion. Isabel killed my grandmother with her own hands, and the person she hired to kill is someone else. Jillian's heart raced. Is what you're saying true? Is there any evidence? She remembered that Molly and Isabel had been at odds over her grandmother, but because they couldn't find evidence, Molly couldn't do anything to Isabel. The police have come to arrest her. What more evidence do you need? Jillian's face stiffened. I'm just afraid you framed the person. There's no mistake. The speaker was Joshua Thompson, his handsome face cold, pointing to the bandage on his head that had not yet been removed. This is the evidence, and the limited edition yellow car that was smashed to pieces by her hired hitman is also evidence. As he spoke, he felt a pain in his heart. That was his favorite sports car, limited edition worldwide, but it had been wrecked by a truck. Jillian didn't say anything more. She feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Third brother, you were actually targeted by her. She deserves it." Her reaction was sincere, earnest, and natural. Upon hearing that Isabel had hired someone to kill Joshua, the others felt that there must be something wrong with Isabel's mind. The old man, he thinks it's easy for us to deal with. Who was Joshua? He was the third son of the Thompson family. Is the water in Isabel's head? Jake Leaford covered his face, rolling his eyes several times in his heart. What should we do? Isabel is in trouble. Do you want to help? Michael Gallagher looked at him coldly. Who can help with a crime? Who do you think I am? She's your fiancée, although it's a second marriage. But I guess if you don't help, her father will actively seek you out. And there's your mom. Thinking of Lana Lewis, Michael's expression grew colder by a few degrees. He remembered Molly once asked him, Isabel or her, who would he help? At that time, he said he would do his best to protect Isabel. And now? He looked at Molly but found she hadn't even looked at him. Jake Leaford looked at him and knew his dilemma. Isabel was not an ordinary person. It would be better to say she was his responsibility rather than his first love. He wouldn't abandon her. After the incident, the banquet continued, but it became even more lively as they all discussed the great event. Having left Joshua and the others, Molly went to the balcony to catch her breath. She knew the matter was far from over. Standing on the balcony, she gazed up at the sky where a few stars shone overhead, especially the one closest to her, which was exceptionally bright. Sister, why are you alone here? A familiar voice came from behind her. Molly turned her head and saw Jillian raising her chin, gazing at her intently. Sister, Molly chuckled. Hearing this call from her was quite ironic. Jillian, there's no need to be pretentious when it's just the two of us. She never had much patience for dealing with this kind of green tea. Upon being called out, the smile on Jillian's face froze, not knowing where to go. Since you don't like me calling you sister, I won't. After all, I don't like you either. Whether you like me or not doesn't matter. What's important is your name, Jillian, Molly said with a laugh. Now that I'm finally back, why don't you change your name? Jillian Thompson's face turned pale instantly. This name had been with her for over 20 years, and it had brought her shame for over 20 years. From childhood to adulthood, when people asked about the meaning of this name, she chose to avoid the question. No one wanted to be someone else's foil, but her name from the beginning had doomed her to be a mere supporting role. Jillian, hoping for her sister to return. She was like a sacrificial offering to the Thompson family, with all the hopes poured onto her were wishes for another person. For so many years, Ivy Thompson had been like a mountain crushing her, and she dreamed that Ivy would die outside. Now, Ivy had returned, mocking her name and stealing the affection of her relatives. Jillian clenched her teeth tight, gripping her thigh fiercely. The pain spread and radiated to her eyes and her heart. Don't gloat, she said angrily, her eyes red. Besides your brother and third brother, who in this family will side with you? Oh no, for someone like you who has always been poor, becoming part of the Thompson family is like a dream come true. But that doesn't mean you can fit. How do you know I won't fit in? Molly Walker sneered and laughed. Jillian tightened her fingers and glanced at the stairs beside her, then said to Molly, shall we make a bet? Let's see who is more important in the family's heart. Her movements just now had not escaped Molly's eyes. Jillian, I advise you to be kind. Jillian's face stiffened. If you think you can roll down the stairs and frame me, it won't work. The stairs are so high that you might lose your life instead of framing me in the end. Molly laughed with a meaningful look. Jillian's face turned red. In an instant, all her thoughts were exposed. She did indeed have that idea just now, but she didn't expect to be exposed so quickly. Looking at the stairs again, they were indeed a bit high. If she happened to survive the fall, it would be worthwhile, but if she really died, then it would not be worth it. Jillian immediately dismissed the idea. Feeling bored, Molly, who had wanted to vent her displeasure, tried to move around Jillian and leave. Jillian looked at Molly's belly and quickly rolled the wheelchair. Wait a second, there's something I need to. She reached out, but Molly didn't want to be touched by her and jumped down the stairs. Jillian tried to catch her sleeve, but missed. Jillian couldn't see the wheels of her wheelchair, which had already reached the edge of the stairs. As she reached out to grab it, her center of gravity shifted forward. With a crash, the wheel tilted. A scream sounded. Molly tried to reach out to pull but couldn't catch her. She watched as Jillian rolled down the stairs. With a loud noise, Jillian rolled onto the carpeted floor. Despite the cushioning of the carpet, there was still blood seeping through her forehead. The whole scene was terrifyingly quiet. Under the gazes of so many people, Molly withdrew her hand, feeling both helpless and exhausted. Gabriel. Nicholas Thompson rushed over and called for a doctor while holding Jillian. Soon, the family doctor came and treated Jillian. Nicholas looked up and stared coldly at Molly. Not only him, but others also looked at her suspiciously. It couldn't be that Jillian rolled down on her own, could it? Such a mellow plot of rolling down the stairs to frame others only happened in TV series, and it was rare in real life. They all instinctively determined that it was Molly who pushed her. You just recognized your sister, and now you're harming her. So vicious. Molly grew up without parents, so she must have some mental issues. Yes, just now when she hit Isabel, I could see that she didn't hold back at all. She's ruthless. Pushing her down from such high stairs, she's really vicious. Some people, some words, all fell into her ears. Molly hooked a cold smile in the corner of her lips and walked down step by step. Molly stopped, looking at Nicholas questioning her. He was holding Jillian, angrily looking at her. She's already lost a leg. Why can't you leave her alone? I've tried to treat you as my sister, and Jillian tried to treat you as her sister. Why? Can't you just be kind? He glanced at the height of the stairs, and his eyes reddened over and over again. Unless. Can you only stop if Jillian dies? Nicholas' words were forceful and piercing, cutting through the crowd like a knife. She was silent, her lips pressed together. She suddenly felt somewhat powerless. Jillian was right. She couldn't fit into the Thompson family. She lowered her head and glanced at her stomach. This was the reason she wanted to keep the baby. It seemed like she had found her family, yet she had no family. Only the child in her belly was her kin in this world. Her heart was as if it was gripped tightly, shrinking rapidly into a ball. This feeling was like a blunt knife, cutting through her every piece of flesh. Her stomach suddenly hurt, and she hugged her belly, squatting down slowly. Nicholas stared coldly. Stop pretending. You better pray that nothing happens to Jillian, or else something will happen to you too. Who do you want to hurt? Michael Gallagher asked coldly. He was dressed in a suit, handsome and cold, his long legs slowly approaching, his gaze slightly chilly and intimidating. Just now, one clearly saw that she didn't push. If she didn't push, then Jillian rolled down herself? Nicholas rebuked. Michael Gallagher, you used to be Molly's husband and of course, you side with her, but you may not recognize her true nature. I'll know her better than you do. Hearing Nicholas' words, Michael furrowed his brows in confusion, his tone deep. Why couldn't it be an accident? Nicholas hesitated. At this moment, Joshua and Damian Thompson hurried over. They had just gone to call Daniel, who had been hiding in his room, and they hadn't seen the whole thing. When they saw everyone gathered together, they hurried over. What happened? Seeing Jillian with a bloody forehead lying on the ground, both of their faces were somewhat grave. Nicholas gave Molly a cold glance and remained silent. Michael explained for him. Jillian rolled down the stairs. So high, how could Jillian roll down? Wasn't there always a servant accompanying her? Asked Daniel. his voice trembling upon seeing Jillian's state. Of course, it's because someone pushed her. Nicholas couldn't help but mock. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to Molly. Impossible. Joshua rushed up. With which dog eyes did you see her push? Joshua. Damien stopped Joshua, who was ready to fight, and said to Nicholas, Did you see it with your own eyes? Nicholas snorted and sneered. Just the two of them up there, and suddenly Jillian rolled down. If it wasn't her who pushed, then who? Are you saying that Jillian rolled down by herself? Damien frowned. This kind of speculation was simply untenable. To accuse her newly recognized sister in front of so many people, that was a bit too far. He had a good younger brother, but when faced with emergencies, he became somewhat bewildered. Nicholas, don't accuse people of anything before you find out the truth, he said. After his words were spoken, Nicholas pursed his lips, but one could still see how unhappy he was on his face. Daniel Thompson stood beside them, his face grave and silent. Family drama should not be made public. Even if Ivy caused the situation, he did not want others to see them as a laughingstock. Michael Gallagher's eyes were cold and stern, with a hint of darkness at the bottom. He thought Molly Walker could have a good life in the Thompson family, but it seemed that it was not the case. He walked towards Molly, who was hanging her head with sweat on her forehead, and whispered softly, I will take you away. I will take you away. The familiar voice finally brought Molly's sanity back. She gritted her teeth and glanced at the person in front of her, the light in her eyes suddenly shattering. As she stood up, Michael Gallagher helped her. Thank you. Molly quickly let go of the hand that was holding her. When she let go, the light in Michael Gallagher's eyes gradually dimmed. Molly walked towards Damien Thompson, without looking at Nicholas. Is there any surveillance here? She asked, remembering there was surveillance by the swimming pool last time. Speaking of surveillance, Nicholas also thought of the previous incident, and he had wrongly accused her last time as well. However, it's the third time, and he had already taught Gabriel a lesson last time. She promised him that she wouldn't make the same mistake again, and if she failed to frame others, she might lose her life first at such a high place. Yes, Damien quickly had someone check the surveillance, but the frustrating part was that it was just a blind spot. It showed Jillian Thompson rolling down from the top, but the situation on the balcony was not visible. Everyone was silent. The ambulance arrived, and Jillian Thompson was taken away. Daniel Thompson no longer had the mood to recognize his relative. He glanced at Molly Walker, hesitating to speak, and finally followed the ambulance to the hospital together with Nicholas. Damien looked at Molly softly and said, Don't worry, I will find out the truth and give you an explanation. I won't let Nicholas wrongly accuse you. How do you plan to investigate? Joshua Thompson interrupted his words. When will the results be available? Damien did not answer. He knew that when the news of the incident today spread, it wouldn't be good for Molly's reputation. By the day the truth came out, who knew how the rumors would have fermented? I'll think there is no need to wait. I have already called the police, and the police haven't gone far, Michael Gallagher said. Mr. Thompson is suspecting that she pushed her, right? Let the police check the fingerprints on the wheelchair, as well as the traces on Jillian Thompson's clothes. If Molly has touched her, there must be traces. If not, Nicholas has wrongly accused his own sister, and I hope he apologizes to Molly in front of everyone. Hearing Michael Gallagher's words, Damien knew that this time, there would be losses for both parties. But this was also what Nicholas deserved. Joshua Thompson looked at Michael Gallagher and felt relieved for the first time. Michael Gallagher's method was good. Otherwise, with his second brother's character, no one knew how he would wrongly accuse Molly. It could be considered a misunderstanding once or twice, but if it happened repeatedly, there would be no excuses for it. Seeing Michael Gallagher defend her, Molly's emotions were complicated. She didn't expect that the first person to stand up for her would be Michael Gallagher. Nicholas had misunderstood her more than once, and she had initially thought she didn't care, but the body never lied. Every person had their feelings, and deep down, she did care about being wrongly accused. The police arrived quickly and, after listening to their request, promised to expedite the investigation and gather evidence. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Damien brought Molly to meet their mother. When Damien showed the DNA test results to Amanda Leaford, her lips trembled and, as she looked at Molly, Tears as big as beans fell from her eyes. Molly choked up at the sight of her mother. "Mom." Amanda struggled to walk to her daughter, her hand shaking as she touched Molly's face, her lips trembling uncontrollably. "Mom, I'm back." Amanda hugged her daughter, crying loudly, "My child." Molly hugged her back, her eyes closed, tears streaming down her face. She had imagined the scene of meeting her real family, but had never thought that her real mother would be Amanda Leaford, a beautiful woman who had lost her sanity for her daughter. Although Amanda had called her Ivy before, this was the first time Molly truly felt that it was her mother calling her name. She was Ivy, her mother's Ivy. "Mom, there will be plenty of time for us to spend with Ivy in the future." Damien's eyes reddened as he spoke. Extreme happiness and sadness both affect one's health. Let Ivy adjust first. This was not only for Molly to adjust, but also for Amanda. Amanda wiped away her tears and nodded hastily. "Yes, I was too excited." "Ivy, have you been well all these years?" She even started to care for others voluntarily. Joshua and Damien were both emotional, as it was clear that their mother's condition had improved significantly. In fact, ever since she last met Molly, Amanda's condition had improved, and now, after this reunion, her illness seemed to have largely subsided. Mental illness can be severe without being life-threatening, but it is also a troublesome affliction. Molly nodded quickly. "My grandma found me and never mistreated me. She provided me with the best education she could afford. Please don't worry. I have lived a good life these past years." Not just good. She was the leader of the Flying Star Group and had met many talented people. In truth, she lacked neither money nor status. Although these things could not be revealed publicly, they were enough to ensure her a comfortable life in the future. "Has your grandma come? One want to thank her properly." Amanda's face was full of relief as she spoke. After Ivy disappeared, Amanda's biggest fear was that her daughter might have been sold to the mountains. For 20 years, she worried day and night about Ivy. Knowing that Ivy had been taken in by a kind family made Amanda feel incredibly fortunate amid her misfortune. Upon hearing her grandma mentioned, Molly's expression darkened and she lowered her head sadly. "She passed away." "What a pity." Amanda patted Molly's hand and turned her attention to Damien. "Where is your father?" "Dad is." Damien hesitated before saying, "With Jillian at the hospital." Amanda nodded, seemingly unconcerned about Jillian's situation. With everyone gone, Molly returned to her room and Amanda sought out Damien. "Which hospital is Jillian in?" Damien had just taken off his coat, thinking Amanda was concerned about Jillian. "I'm going to the hospital later as well, Mom. If you want to go, one can go with you." Amanda rarely left the mansion, and when she did, she always had many bodyguards with her. But since her condition appeared to have improved, Damien wanted to try taking her out. Upon arriving at the hospital, they found that Jillian had just been moved out of the emergency room. The doctor said that for now, it looks like only superficial damage. However, they still need to observe her for any internal injuries to the brain, Daniel said, his face solemn as he looked at the person lying in the bed. Seeing Damien and Amanda, Jillian's face lit up with a smile. "Brother, Mom, you're here." Damien sighed in relief, seeing that she wasn't in critical condition. "Jillian, how did you fall in the first place?" Damien stared at her intently. Jillian hesitated for a moment, her fingers clenching tightly. She stammered and hesitated, lowering her head in distress. Seeing her like this, Nicholas Thompson thought she was afraid to speak and his face darkened a bit. "Just say it. Don't be scared. Mom and Dad are here, and we'll stand by you if anything happens." Jillian Thompson glanced at Damien Thompson, biting her lip reluctantly. It was dusk at the Gallagher family's villa. A Maybach had just driven into the garage. The aunt they had hired followed. "Mr. Gallagher, your wife is back." Michael Gallagher's eyes darkened. His mother had been behaving well in the hospital lately, not causing trouble, and obediently undergoing tests. The main reason was that she mistook him for her brother. His mother loved his brother and always listened to him. Before his brother died, they lived in another place. This place was where they moved after his brother died. Since his mother found this place, it meant that her memory was restored. "Where is she?" "In the living room. She's been waiting for you for 3 hours." The aunt was also a little scared, thinking about the attitude of her wife. Michael Gallagher frowned and strode towards the living room. In the hospital, under the urging of Nicholas Thompson, Jillian Thompson took a deep breath and whispered, "Elle don't know how I fell." In front of everyone, she added, "But it seemed like a hand touched me." Nicholas Thompson stood up abruptly. It was her. He stared coldly at the emotionless Damian Thompson. "You and my younger brother defended her. Isn't Jillian's words clear enough? It's her. This heartless woman. We don't know what kind of person she has become without being with us for so many years." Without thinking deeply, Nicholas Thompson couldn't help but speak angrily. "Our family hasn't had peace since she arrived." "Shut up." Daniel Thompson spoke, his brows furrowed, and his voice stern. "She is your sister. So what if she's my sister? What do I need a malicious sister like her for? It would be better if she never came back." A slap interrupted his words. Nicholas Thompson covered his face, surprised at the person who hit him. "Mom. Don't call me Mom." Amanda Leaford trembled with anger. "She is your sister. She has suffered so much outside for so many years, and when she finally comes back, this is your attitude towards her? Are you worthy of being her brother?" This slap woke up not only Nicholas Thompson, but also the others in the room. Especially Daniel Thompson. Seeing his wife hit someone, he excitedly came over like he had discovered a new world. In front of everyone, Daniel Thompson held his wife's hand and rubbed it for her, elatedly saying, "Amanda, you can hit people now. Ha ha ha. You can actually hit people now. Ha ha ha. I'm so happy. My wife can hit people now." In the past, Amanda Leaford mostly acted like a wooden person, living in her own world, and rarely showing her emotions like this. His wife could hit people now, and Daniel Thompson was both delighted and happy. Amanda Leaford nervously withdrew her hand and stammered, "What nonsense are you talking about? The kids are here. What's wrong with this? You can hit people now. Everyone is relieved when you hit someone happily. Everyone." Nicholas won't be angry. After Daniel Thompson finished speaking, he glanced at his son warningly. Nicholas Thompson forced a bitter smile. What could he say? Of course, he's happy that his mother is getting better, but it's also uncomfortable to be hit in front of so many people. But the person who hit him was his mother, who had been sick for many years. Even if he was uncomfortable, he had to endure it. "Mom, don't hit my second brother. It's all my fault. If you want to hit someone, hit me." Jillian Thompson's face turned pale, covering her mouth and choking back tears like a child being abandoned, tears streaming down her face. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't gotten hurt, my second brother wouldn't have been so angry." Amanda Leaford stared at her silently. Jillian Thompson's heart was racing. She thought about the last time Amanda Leaford heard her on the phone. Although Isabel was taken away by the police this time, the phone call had been overheard, and there was still a big risk. Especially now that Amanda Leaford was better, would she? As she worried, Amanda Leaford walked over. Amanda Leaford picked up a tissue from the side and handed it to her, sitting by her bed and asking softly, "Gabriel, tell your mom honestly, did Ivy really push you when you fell from the stairs?" Jillian Thompson's crying stopped abruptly, her cheeks flushing bright red. She hurriedly lowered her head and muttered, I'm not sure." Amanda Leaford had just slapped Nicholas Thompson, and her thunderous demeanor made Jillian afraid to accuse Molly Walker. But she had already said that someone pushed her. If she denied it now, she would be accused of lying. Once a lie is told, you need countless more lies to cover it up, and the arrow that's already pulled has no choice but to fly. "But someone did push me at the time." She paused and continued, "It wasn't necessarily my sister. I believe in her character. The person who pushed me must be someone else. At the time, only she and Molly Walker were on the steps, and if it wasn't Molly Walker, who else could it be?" These words seemed to defend Molly Walker, but they also indirectly accused her of being the culprit. Amanda Leaford said to them, "You guys go out first. I want to have a few words with Jillian." Daniel Thompson hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. "We'll wait for you outside. Call us if you need anything." After finishing, he took the lead to leave. Nicholas Thompson wanted to say something, but Damian Thompson dragged him out. "Let's go." When everyone had left and the door closed, Amanda Leaford carefully looked at her adopted daughter. Although she had been sick for years, she still had her memories and knew what had happened. This girl had served them wholeheartedly over the years, which is why the Thompson family loved her. As for whether she had ulterior motives or developed them later, it was unknown. Mom, Jillian Thompson sat up nervously, always feeling an inexplicable fear towards this suddenly recovered mother. Do you have anything to say to me? Amanda Leaford nodded. Her beautiful brown peach blossom eyes narrowed, her beauty and nobility apparent. All of her children inherited her gorgeous looks, especially those eyes. Before, Jillian had always envied her brother's looks, so she went for minor cosmetic surgery modeled after Amanda Leaford when she was young. It wasn't until she saw Molly Walker that she realized that fakeness could not match true beauty. Even if she tried to change herself later, it was still just an imitation. Jillian, let me ask you one more time. Was someone really pushing you behind the fall? Jillian Thompson nodded. There was indeed a hand that pushed me. There's no need for me to lie about this. Mom, don't you believe me? Amanda Leaford said lightly. Indeed don't believe. In Jillian Thompson's surprised gaze, she said meaningfully, Elle saw it. Saw it? What did she see? Did she see her fall by herself? Or did she see that it wasn't Molly Walker who pushed her? Mom, Elle. Jillian Thompson panicked, her mind buzzing. She never expected that Amanda Leaford would see everything. Amanda must have seen that there was no one pushing her from behind. She lied so blatantly right in front of Amanda. Embarrassment, shame, and awkwardness almost drowned her. She wanted to find a hole to hide in or turn back time. Seeing Jillian Thompson with her head hung low, pale with fright, Amanda's tone was a bit cold. I've given you chances, but you never tell the truth. Gabriel, do you hate Ivy? Hate Ivy Thompson? Jillian suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with bloodshot veins. She didn't hate Ivy before because she didn't know where Ivy was. She even thought that if Ivy came back, having an extra sister who loved her wouldn't be a bad thing. It wasn't until Molly Walker appeared that she realized she couldn't be a saint, nor could she willingly give up what she had. Her brother was hers, her father was hers, and before Molly appeared, they all unconditionally favored her. Why did Ivy come back and so effortlessly take everything away? In order to inherit the family business, she and her brother had received the best education since childhood, studying abroad and being nurtured with the best resources. Only in this way could they have a foothold in the Thompson group. But what about Molly? What was she? The kind of useless woman who couldn't even keep her husband. How did she dare to fight her? If they handed over the company to Molly, would the employees accept her? She could imagine that their future would be cleaning up the mess and wiping Molly's ace. Amanda didn't press for an answer when she saw Jillian wouldn't respond. Gabriel, as a member of the Thompson family, the first priority is always integrity. You should know how the Thompson family started, right? Jillian gritted her teeth and nodded. The Thompson family began with Daniel Thompson's grandfather, which was her great-grandfather's generation. At that time, he was just a farmer, but he was kind-hearted and helped many people. Later, when he passed away, those he helped gradually became wealthy and started to help Daniel's father, her grandfather. Her grandfather also worked hard, providing the best education for his children. By Daniel's generation, they were already the wealthiest family in Sunnydale. The Thompson family's motto was kindness. Most of their accumulated wealth was used for charity, doing good deeds, and accumulating blessings in the hearts of every Thompson family member. It was precisely because of this that she had the opportunity to be adopted by the Thompson family. Your actions today have disappointed me. Amanda Leaford's words crushed Jillian to the ground. Jillian looked at her legs, her nose souring with sadness. Disappointment. She was disappointed in her, but she had no other choice. She was already half disabled. The hard-won opportunity to meet someone she liked, yet she didn't dare to approach. The confidence the Thompson family gave her has been destroyed by Molly. The better Molly looked and the more talented she was, the more pathetic she appeared. You are disappointed in me, and I am equally disappointed in you. Jillian bit her lip, her wet eyes reddening, every word full of grievance and resentment. You clearly saw me fall. Why didn't you come to see me? Why didn't you follow my brother and father to the hospital immediately? What if I didn't survive and died from the fall? Let me guess. Is it because in your heart, reuniting with my sister is the most important thing? So you didn't come to the hospital right away to see me? Amanda's eyebrows furrowed. Jillian slowly closed her eyes as tears streamed down from the corner of her eyes. You and my eldest brother and my third brother all don't care about my well-being. You only care if Molly is aggrieved or not. Her delicate face twisted with an ugly smile, tightly closed eyes hiding the hatred beneath them. Amanda never thought that Jillian could be so deeply resentful, not looking for her own faults first but instead blaming others. You're right. I am partial to Ivy because one wanted to make it up to her. The Thompson family has been good to you for over 20 years. You've enjoyed the resources of the Thompson family, but she hasn't, which makes me feel even more in debt to her. If you can't accept her, it means you don't see her as family. In that case, the Thompson family doesn't need an adopted daughter like you. The words adopted daughter were like a thorn, stabbing viciously into Jillian Thompson's heart. No matter what she did, she was still just an adopted daughter. She had done so much for the Thompson family, but all her efforts were negated by Amanda Leaford's words. An adopted daughter, huh? That was the difference between being a biological child and an adopted one. Amanda stood up and walked towards the door. Just before she reached it, her voice was hoarse and indifferent. Elle didn't expose you in front of them to give you a chance to change. If you can realize your mistake, you can still call me Mom. If she couldn't realize it, Amanda didn't say anything more and opened the door. The first person to rush in was Nicholas Thompson. Seeing her somewhat confused son, Amanda furrowed her brow. Daniel Thompson had eyes only for her, walking over and draping his arm around her shoulder. What did you say to Gabriel? Oh, right. Did you see Ivy? There must have been some catalyst for his wife's sudden recovery. Amanda nodded, thinking of Jillian, but ultimately closed her mouth without saying anything. With Jillian's personality, having more people persuade her might not be a good thing. It was hard to choose between her own biological child and an adopted one, but Ivy was not only flesh of her flesh, she was her life. She had already made herself clear. If Jillian still didn't come to her senses, then Amanda couldn't be blamed for her heartlessness. Seeing his wife nod, Daniel's resentment towards Molly Walker lessened somewhat. Although Ivy had snubbed her sister, it only proved that her education had been lacking. In that case, it could be strengthened. As for Gabriel, he had done what he needed to do since she wasn't in mortal danger. Amanda, last time Mr. Leaford mentioned that there's a spot in their school's advanced course. Do you want to send Ivy there for further studies? Daniel's thoughts were quite simple. Since Molly had been raised by an old lady, her education, especially her academic performance, must have been subpar. Though education should be fair, if one had enough money, they could take a shortcut. Amanda didn't know what Daniel was thinking. All she wanted was to make it up to Molly. Naturally, she agreed upon hearing this. We should ask Ivy's opinion on this. If she wants to go, let her go. If she doesn't want to, you shouldn't force her. Daniel chuckled and nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. Amanda also smiled. Inside the Gallagher family's villa, the lights were bright. An auntie holding a child was standing hesitantly outside the villa's gate. Little Bailey Gallagher raised her eyebrows. Aunt Louis, why are you hesitating? Carry me in. Or do you want to see Mommy in prison for the rest of her life? But Aunt Louis was also hesitant at this moment. She was employed by Isabel Richardson. When she found out that Isabel had been arrested, she panicked. Isabel had told her that her only task was to take care of the young master and, if not necessary, not to let him be seen by others. But when the young master learned that his mother had been taken away by the police, he insisted on coming to find his father. Bailey looked at the Gallagher family's villa gate, his little face determined. He was going to save Mommy, no matter the method. Previously, Dad wasn't aware of my existence. But now, he has to know. Facing Bailey's reaction, Aunt Louis was a bit surprised. He was only 5 years old after all, but he seemed to be too precocious. Many times, Bailey's sensibility frightened her. Aunt Louis, if you won't go, I will. Bailey broke free from her and began to walk in. Ah, young master. Aunt Louis hurriedly chased after him. In the Gallagher family's villa, Michael Gallagher and Lana Lewis sat opposite each other. Why did you divorce without my consent? Lana Lewis's face was filled with anger. I lost my memory? Did you too? At that time, I refused you because of her background. You told me you don't care about background, only about character. Fine, I granted your wish. Now what? You cast her aside when you change your affection? Michael Gallagher pursed his lips and remained silent. Lana Lewis sighed softly. Just chase after her if you like her. What a nice girl. I can't catch up with her now. Recalling the several men who had rushed over especially for her today, Michael Gallagher's eyes gradually deepened. Why can't you? Lana Lewis was stunned. She likes you. As long as you express your attitude, she will surely give you another chance. Michael Gallagher remembered the words he had said to her. Come home with me. Perhaps she hadn't heard it. Or maybe she didn't want to respond to him. She just thanked him briefly and then went into another room with Damian Thompson and the others. She wouldn't look back. This realization made his eyes dim. A mother knows her child best, and to some extent, Lana Lewis could guess Michael Gallagher's thoughts. Her son was emotionally slow in the first place. Back then, he chose Molly Walker as his wife because of the company. But now, he probably truly cares for her. You're not young anymore, and you know the saying regret when you miss it. I can only accompany you for a limited time. I just hope that in my lifetime, one can hold a grandson and be content. Hearing this, Michael Gallagher couldn't help but frown. Don't keep saying that kind of thing. Lana Lewis shook her head and smiled. How could she bear to part with him? He was her only child, and she was his last relative. Not long after Michael Gallagher was born, a fortune teller told her that this child would cause the death of his relatives. Although she would have no financial worries for her entire life, her kinship would be weak. Of course, she didn't believe it, until Noah Jenkins passed away and her husband left as well. She gradually began to believe the words of the fortune teller. Although she blamed him, she only had this one child in the end. Michael Gallagher lowered his eyelids, his eyelashes trembling slightly. Perhaps he should give it a try. Once he understood this, his tense heart suddenly relaxed. Mom, I'll go out for a while. He walked quickly to the elevator and pressed the button for the underground parking lot. Seeing his fast pace, Lana Lewis chuckled. This child. She knew that Michael Gallagher had figured it out. He was finally going to face his feelings. Hopefully, he could get his wish, and she could calmly face the future tribulations. She had just risen when the security guard outside walked in. Madam, there's a child who insists on coming in, saying he wants to find his dad. Looking for his dad? Lana Lewis thought it was a lost child, barely lifting her eyelids. Take him to the Public Security Bureau. His dad isn't here. All right, madam. Outside the door, Bailey stared at the security guard with bright eyes as he approached. Security uncle, did you talk to my dad? The security guard shook his head. If it hadn't been for the child's cuteness, he wouldn't have gone in to report it all. Little friend, your dad isn't here. If you want to find your dad, you need to go to the Public Security Bureau. Just as the security guard was about to close the door, Bailey gritted his teeth and slipped in through the gap while the guard was not paying attention. Hey, stop. The security guard stomped his foot in anger and hurriedly chased after him. Inside the house, Lana Lewis was also preparing to rest. As she was about to go upstairs, something suddenly clung to her leg. Grandmother. Grandma? Lana Lewis quickly glanced at the little boy who was clinging to her leg. Grandma, I finally see you. I missed you so much. Bailey Gallagher looked up. His eyes curved into crescent moons, and his little mouth opened wide in a smile, revealing his neat and tidy teeth. Seeing this familiar face, Lana was dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. What did you just call me? Grandma. My mom said you're my grandma. Hearing these words, Lana's voice trembled. What's your name? Who's your mom? My name is Bailey Gallagher, and my mom is Isabel Richardson. Bailey thought for a moment and added, my dad is Michael Gallagher. One early morning, Molly Walker was awakened by the sun. The moment she opened her eyes, she stared at the luxurious and unfamiliar decoration for a few seconds. There were large floor-to-ceiling windows, clean and bright. The room's decor leaned more towards a young girl's style, with a blue and pink color scheme. And the walls were adorned with famous paintings that could only be found in auction houses. It was then she realized she was now living in the Thompson family home. A phone on the bedside table rang, and she answered it. Damian Thompson's voice was gentle and soothing. Awake yet? Look outside. Molly opened the curtains and saw a familiar figure standing far away, also looking towards her. What's going on? He's been waiting outside all night. Damien said meaningfully. Won't you go see him? Molly fell silent. Damien continued, after all, he's the father of your child. You should ask for his opinion. Her eyes widened, and her pupils contracted. How did you know? Your reaction the last time was very obvious. After you were hospitalized, I asked the doctor and got confirmation. But since you haven't mentioned it to anyone, I asked the doctor to keep it a secret too. No wonder the doctor said it was just hypoglycemia when I fainted. Thank you for covering it up for me. Molly looked at the man outside the window, who seemed to sense her gaze, as Michael Gallagher looked towards her window. She instinctively took a step back, quickly regaining her composure. They're already divorced, and now the initiative is in her hands. Molly, what are you afraid of? She took a deep breath and said to Damien on the phone, Brother, ask him what he wants. If it's something about me, just tell him I don't want to see him. Even though he helped her yesterday, she was still afraid. He likes Isabel so much. There's no way he could just stand by idly. She's afraid he would plead with her, even more afraid he would question her. Better to avoid meeting him in the future. She touched her stomach and whispered softly, Baby, don't blame Mom. Even without a dad, Mom can raise you. She believed that as long as she provided her child with a good education and the right guidance, he wouldn't stray off the right path just because he lacked some love. The way Molly called Damien brother made him feel extremely satisfied. Damien hung up the phone and walked out with a light step. It was the first time Molly had called him brother so formally, sounding both pleasing and warm. He had to live up to this title. Michael Gallagher leaned against his motorcycle, having just smoked a few puffs of a cigarette. He waited all night and thought all night. His mother and his best friend could see what was in his heart, but he himself couldn't see it clearly. Some things were very subtle. Once he thought about it, he could find clues. For example, after getting the divorce certificate, he began to suffer from insomnia for many nights in a row. Michael Gallagher. A gentle voice brought him back to reality. Michael's hand with the cigarette paused slightly, and he involuntarily stood up straight. Under Damien's gaze, his fingers moved slightly, revealing his nervousness through the movement of his lips. Mr. Thompson. His dark eyes glanced at the window. Is Molly. She's Ivy Thompson now. Damien's indifferent tone sounded like a heavy hammer, pounding mercilessly on Michael's heart. Ivy Thompson, the lost fourth young lady of the Thompson family. What Damien Thompson said was both a reminder and a warning. Molly Walker is not only his ex-wife, but also a member of the Thompson family. I'll know she is Ivy Thompson, but it seems like you haven't treated her as family either. Michael Gallagher's voice was low and gentle, and his seemingly casual remark hit the nail on the head. Damien Thompson narrowed his eyes and thought of his younger brother, Nicholas Thompson. He restrained his smile, and his voice suddenly became colder and deeper. One don't care about others, but as long as I'm here, one won't let her be wronged. Mr. Gallagher, when I asked you at the hospital, you had already given up. You have a bad memory, and I don't mind reminding you again that you were the one who gave up on her first. Michael Gallagher's dark pupils constricted like a deep vortex. He slowly lowered his eyes and swallowed, the low and hoarse words imprisoning a ferocious beast. One regretted. Damien Thompson was taken aback. Regret? In his impression, whether in the past or now, Michael Gallagher has always been a person with strong self-esteem. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen out with his sister to this extent. But now, this I regret it. Is he admitting his mistake? Damien Thompson chuckled helplessly. It's not that I don't want to let you see her, but she doesn't want to see you. Michael Gallagher nodded. Just when Damien Thompson thought he had given up, Michael Gallagher bypassed him and strode towards the door. Damien Thompson didn't react for a moment. Hey, Michael Gallagher. Damien Thompson was anxious. At this moment, Molly Walker collided with him head-on. But there was also a man standing next to Molly Walker. The man wore a black sweater with casual pants, a long windbreaker covering his knees, and a beret, looking both casual and artistic. When he saw Michael Gallagher, a faint smile appeared on Jeremy Norman's face. Michael Gallagher, long time no see. The last time he saw Michael Gallagher was at a national math competition, where he lost to Michael and reluctantly took second place. Michael Gallagher had the opportunity to represent Orientopia in international competitions, but for some reason, he gave up. This incident left a deep impression on Jeremy Norman. Losing to an extravagant youngster was his shame. Later, when Michael Gallagher took over the Gallagher family, he was said to have changed his ways. However, he only started paying attention to Michael since news of his romance with Molly Walker came to light. Michael Gallagher glanced at him and didn't pick up the conversation. Instead, he said to Molly Walker, "Do you have time now? I want to talk to you about something." "Talk about what?" "About Isabel Richardson?" Molly Walker's heart sank, and she shook her head woodenly. No time. Even if she had time, she didn't. Isabel Richardson was his fiancée. He probably wouldn't forgive her. She hadn't thought about getting his forgiveness either. Michael Gallagher's expression remained unchanged, and he looked at her steadily. "Are you avoiding me?" "Molly Walker." "Mr. Gallagher, even though you are Miss Thompson's ex-husband, you should pay attention to your own status. Clinging and pestering can be annoying." Jeremy Norman's beautiful peach blossom eyes narrowed into a crescent shape. Seemingly not understanding the warning in Michael Gallagher's eyes, he said to Molly Walker, "Miss Thompson, you mentioned earlier that you would show me the scenic spots in Sunnydale. Let's go now." Molly Walker nodded, not even looking at Michael Gallagher, and said to Damian Thompson, "I'm leaving first, and I won't be back for lunch." After saying this, she hurriedly walked away, as if trying to shake off someone, her steps quick. This time, Michael Gallagher didn't cling or pester. Damian Thompson patted his shoulder knowingly. "Some people are hard to catch once you've missed them. Hard to chase doesn't mean you can't chase." Michael Gallagher looked in the direction Molly Walker had left, and his pupils seemed to deepen a bit. No one knew what he was thinking. When they had walked away, Molly Walker finally breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Jeremy Norman and said apologetically, "Thank you. I'm sorry for using you just now." Jeremy Norman waved his hand, a smile on his handsome face. "It's not using. I was willing to help. I had too much to drink last night and stayed at the Thompsons overnight. I should be the one saying thank you." Jeremy Norman's response gave Molly Walker a good impression. One of the organization's missions mentioned Jeremy Norman. Although she was now in charge and didn't have to take on missions anymore, she still wanted to accept some. If she only stayed in management and never went to the grassroots level, she would easily lose control of the content and grassroots. In her work, she preferred to be in control. Since the mission included getting close to Jeremy Norman, she would take the initiative to approach him. "Miss Thompson, can I call you Ivy in the future?" Jeremy asked. Molly Walker was silent for a moment, and then said softly, "Call me Molly." She had grown accustomed to this name and couldn't completely adjust to a sudden change. Jeremy Norman nodded. "Molly, do you still like him?" Hearing the words Molly, Molly Walker was stunned for a moment. As for liking Michael Gallagher, she lowered her eyelashes and chuckled lightly. "I don't like him anymore." She didn't like him anymore, not as much as before. But the person she once liked is like a tree rooted in a place, and she couldn't move it. But she would never water that tree again. Over time, the tree would slowly wither, right? Molly Walker didn't see the surprise in Jeremy Norman's eyes after she said she didn't like him anymore. He didn't like competing for love. If she still liked Michael Gallagher, he would have backed off. But if she didn't like him, then he had to bravely pursue. "Molly, Cannell." Just when he was about to confess his feelings, a woman's voice suddenly interrupted him. "Molly." Molly Walker looked at the person in surprise. "Mom." After calling out, she immediately shut her mouth and quickly glanced at Lana Lewis's face. Seeing that she wasn't angry, Molly Walker had a vague idea in her heart. Was her mother-in-law's memory back? "I have something to talk to you about." Lana Lewis's expression was serious, and she smiled at Jeremy Norman. "I'm sorry for interrupting you, but I have important matters to discuss with my daughter-in-law. Can you give us some time?" Jeremy looked at Molly Walker, and when he saw her nod, he laughed. "No problem, Auntie. You and Molly have a chat." Lana Lewis looked at Jeremy Norman a few times and recognized him immediately. As the heir of the Norman family, Jeremy often appeared on news. Although she rarely got involved in capital city affairs, she had also spent time in capital city when she was young. Now seeing Jeremy Norman, it was as if she was recalling the past, and her gaze became somewhat distant. It wasn't until Jeremy Norman walked away that she remembered the purpose of her visit today. "Molly, my memory has returned." Upon confirmation, Molly Walker smiled with relief. That's good. Lana Lewis hesitated and started to speak. Regarding the time I was harsh with you. Ah, I must have messed up my mind. Don't take those things to heart. It's okay, Mom. I know. Molly Walker has always respected this mother-in-law. In the Gallagher family, Michael Gallagher was her beacon, and her mother-in-law had been her armor and a rare warmth in recent years. She knew that Lana Lewis wouldn't come to her without reason. Mom, did you come to find me this time because of something? Yes, I shouldn't interfere in this matter. If this had happened in the past, I would definitely be on your side. But now the situation is a bit complicated. Lana Lewis thought of Bailey, gritted her teeth, and walked forward to hold Molly's hand. Molly, you've already divorced Michael. I respect your opinion, but I hope you can help with this situation. Looking at Lana Lewis, who was averting her eyes, Molly held onto her hand. Tell me what kind of help you need. I will do my best to help. I hope you can find a way to help Isabel. After she gets out, you can punish her in any way you want. But she can't go to prison. As Lana finished speaking, Molly's expression froze. She had thought that her mother-in-law might ask her for various things, but not for helping Isabel. Her mother-in-law had even been hospitalized because of the conflict between her and Isabel. Why had she suddenly changed her mind now? Can you tell me why? Since her mother-in-law's memory had been restored, she couldn't possibly be siding with Isabel. Even if Lana's words troubled and embarrassed her, Molly still wanted to know the reason. Did the Richardson family pressure you? Lana shook her head, hesitating to say something, but eventually swallowed her thoughts. If Molly knew that Isabel and Michael had a child, she would be even less willing to help Isabel. Although she didn't like Isabel, she was still Bailey's mother. Once Isabel had a criminal record, Bailey's future education and career would be affected. She knew her request was too much, but for the sake of her grandson, she had to do whatever it took to help Isabel out. Do you know what Isabel has done? Molly asked, hiding her smile. Lana frowned. She knew a little about why Isabel was sent to prison. Apparently, she had offended someone from the Thompson family. But she knew that these reasons were not important. The key point still lay with Molly. Molly could send Isabel to prison and also lighten her crimes. After all, Molly was also a part of the Thompson family now. She had heard that Molly was favored in the Thompson family, and as long as she was willing, she could definitely speak up. I know a bit about her going to prison, but Molly, you must have a way, right? You can punish her however you want after she gets out. If you don't feel relieved, I'll help you punish her too. Please let her go this time, for my sake. Are you asking me to let her go this time, or to completely let her go? Lana was startled. Molly smiled with understanding, her eyes slightly red. If it was just this once, she could help for the sake of her mother-in-law. But if it wasn't, she would never be able to completely let Isabel go, or else her grandmother would have died in vain, right? Time and time again letting Isabel go, even if she didn't blame herself, her grandmother would blame her. Mom, I'm sorry, but no matter the reason, my hatred for Isabel has already formed. If it's Michael who asked you to plead for her, you can tell him that I will never let Isabel go in this lifetime, and he should give up on that. She spoke with an indifferent tone, and her words carried a hint of coldness. Her beautiful eyes smiled, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. It's not Michael. Lana denied it subconsciously. Seeing Molly's emotionless expression, she sank and said, I came here without Michael knowing. The reason I'm helping Isabel is due to my own reasons. I can't tell you yet. When I confirm some things, I'll tell you. I know I have no right to ask you to forgive her, but if she goes to prison, I won't be able to rest in peace. Upon hearing Lana mention death, Molly thought about her illness. The doctor had said that her mother-in-law's life wouldn't be long. If the surgery went smoothly, she could live a little longer, but even then, they would be powerless to change anything. If she let Isabel go, her grandmother would also not rest in peace. She didn't say this. Mother-in-law pleading for Isabel was very sudden now, and she could only think of the possibility that Michael was behind it all. After all, she had just refused to talk to him. So it wouldn't be impossible for him to involve her mother-in-law. But looking at how desperate her mother-in-law was to deny it, it didn't seem like she was lying. Some things might need further investigation. Mom, you should focus on your recovery. As for other things, I will think about it and talk to you later. She was somewhat tired and could only temporarily put this matter aside for now. Seeing her like this, Lana knew that some things could not be rushed and pushing further might backfire. I'll go first, and you carry on with your conversation. Watching Lana leave, Jeremy Norman approached. You don't look good. Should we find a place to rest first? Seeing Molly's pale face, Jeremy didn't ask any questions but showed concern instead. Molly nodded, agreeing with Jeremy's actions. It was not appropriate for her to bring guests around in her current state. Jeremy looked on his cell phone and took the initiative to say, "There's a place with good reviews just 100 meters ahead. Shall we take a look?" Molly nodded. When she saw the tea house, Molly was surprised. This was the same place where she and Harry Lambert had tea before. Thanks to Lucy, she only remembered that this place was expensive. But other than being expensive, there were no other issues. Although this place is famous for tea, no one knows that their most famous service is actually one-on-one customized Chinese cuisine. Jeremy winked at her and confidently walked in. Seeing him strolling around like he was at his own home, Molly was curious. Jeremy waved to a waiter. "Give this to your manager and have him arrange a 6-star chef for our table." The waiter took the card from him, and when he saw what was on the card, his face changed. "Please wait." Seeing Molly's puzzled face, Jeremy patiently explained. "The head office of this tea house is in Capital City, and it's a part of my family's business." Molly. No wonder Jeremy had such a privilege. The Norman family mainly operated restaurants and hotels. It wasn't strange for them to have branches all over the country, but she had never expected that such a luxurious tea house would be owned by the Norman family. "Are you sure there's no problem with you using your privilege like this?" She remembered that the chefs here were all one-on-one, and they had limited daily reservations. "I didn't use any special privileges. This rule was set by my grandfather. After my grandmother died from food poisoning, my grandfather set a goal to open his own restaurants all over the country. This way, the future Norman descendants can go to these restaurants whenever they are hungry or in trouble. He believes that only the food from our own restaurants can be truly trusted." Hearing Jeremy's family history, Molly was both surprised and admired. She hadn't expected Jeremy's grandfather to be so amazing, even accomplishing such a dream. To have grandchildren and great-grandchildren eat at their own family restaurants whenever they were hungry, what kind of strength and distribution rate was this? Not far away, Jake Leaford was discussing a partnership with someone. The man in front of him talked on, tirelessly promoting his own products. Jake lay back in his chair, letting the words go in one ear and out the other. "Sorry, I'm going to the restroom." He got up and walked in the direction of the toilet. When he saw Molly and Jeremy, he couldn't help but exclaim. He quickly sent Michael Gallagher a location and a message. "Your ex-wife is having dinner with Jeremy Norman. What kind of pursuit is this? So inefficient. Do you want to come over?" Michael Gallagher. "No." The reply came so quickly. Jake Leaford smirked playfully. "Really not coming? I see they're holding hands already. Oh, hugging. They'll be kissing soon." Michael Gallagher. Jake Leaford. "Really not coming?" 10 minutes later. Michael Gallagher. "I'm here." Jake Leaford put down his cell phone with interest and said to the non-stop talking person in front of him, "I'll consider what you just said. I made an appointment with some other friends here. Will you leave first, or should I?" "I'll leave first. I'll leave first." The man quickly stood up, nodded and bowed to Jake, and soon ran out. When Michael Gallagher walked in, he saw Jake Leaford at first glance. In just a short time, Jake Leaford had changed to a more concealed spot. "I found this place especially for you. We can see them, but they can't see us." The place was indeed hidden, and there were some plants in between, which could both conceal them and allow them to spy without being noticed. "Jeremy Norman has had his eyes on your ex-wife since he walked in. I guess he's really interested in Molly Walker." Jake Leaford told him what he observed. Michael Gallagher's gaze was locked on Molly Walker. The last time she was here with Harry Lambert, and this time it's another man. This ex-wife seems to have a better love life than he imagined. He raised the corner of his mouth. The angle of the curve is cold as ice and snow. "I heard that Jeremy Norman is a man all the socialites in Capital City want to marry. She has good taste." Despite the bland tone, Jake Leaford felt a chill and muttered to himself. His words may sound nice, but who knows what he's cursing in his heart. As the two stared intently at the distant table, a man dressed as a chef came out and took them to a private room. Seeing Molly Walker and Jeremy Norman leave, a strange look crossed Jake Leaford's face. The chef at this tea house only serves 3 customers a day. Jeremy Norman has really spent a lot to win over the beauty. It probably cost tens of thousands to get through the day. As Michael Gallagher watched the two enter the private room, he glanced at Jake Leaford and said in a light tone, "This place is owned by the Norman family." "How do you know?" Jake Leaford was surprised for a moment, then understood. "You checked?" "No need to check." Michael Gallagher picked up a glass of water and took a small sip. There was no need to check because he knew the Norman family well enough. Jake Leaford watched Molly Walker and Jeremy Norman walk into the private room and quietly glanced at his friend. Once they're in a private space, if Jeremy Norman becomes a little more unscrupulous, many things could quickly progress. Fearing his friend would overthink, Jake Leaford changed the subject. "I heard that the Richardson family is trying to get Isabel Richardson out." "The Richardson family didn't ask for your help, did they?" Knowing Samuel Richardson's character, he would definitely seek Michael Gallagher's help. "Luckily, you two didn't get engaged back then. Otherwise, you'd have to intervene even if you didn't want to." Jake Leaford spoke while observing his friend's expression, trying to gauge his intentions. "If you really want to win back Molly Walker, you need to be clear about your attitude towards Isabel Richardson." Jake Leaford's words made Michael Gallagher's eyes darken a bit. Not only Molly Walker, but the Thompson family is involved this time as well. If you help, you'll not only offend Molly Walker but also the Thompson family. "Michael, think thrice. Isabel Richardson is not worth it." This was the first time he seriously said that Isabel Richardson was not worth it. Before, Isabel Richardson had disguised herself as a kind and innocent young girl, fooling not only him but also Michael. Who knew how bold Isabel Richardson would be now, even daring to hire someone to kill? If she had only committed a minor offense, it wouldn't be a big deal. But this involved a matter of life and death, and he couldn't help but try to persuade his good friend. Michael Gallagher lowered his eyes, his long eyelashes trembling, casting a shadow on his eyelids. Considering their relationship, he couldn't just let Isabel face everything alone. But this time, Isabel had gone too far. "Don't worry, I won't help her." With this statement from Michael Gallagher, the stone in Jake Leaford's heart finally fell to the ground. If Michael liked Isabel, he would no doubt protect her this time. But if he liked Molly Walker, then he couldn't extend a helping hand to Isabel. On the day the Thompson family recognized their relatives, he saw that Miss Walker's attitude was very clear. She and Isabel were irreconcilable. Michael should not waver. He didn't want his good friend to miss out on true love like he did. In that case, he had to help his good friend. Jake Leaford suddenly stood up and walked toward the private room. Michael Gallagher frowned. "What are you trying to do?" "Nothing. Just helping you." Watching Jake Leaford walk towards the private room, Michael Gallagher had an ominous feeling. Jake Leaford knocked on the door and winked at Michael Gallagher not far away. "Michael Gallagher." The door was opened by Jeremy Norman. Seeing Jake Leaford, he was slightly surprised. "Jake Leaford?" "Jeremy Norman." Jake Leaford laughed and patted his shoulder. "I was doubting it when I saw your back just now, but I didn't expect it to be you." Jeremy Norman politely smiled. "It's me. But I have something to do today. I'll talk to you another time." Before he could finish speaking, Jake Leaford had accidentally pushed open the door. Seeing Molly Walker, he feigned surprise. "Oh, am I interrupting you?" "Jeremy Norman, can't you see if you're disturbing us or not with your blind eyes?" Blind Jake Leaford sat down on another straw mat, poured himself a cup of tea, and said, "Jeremy Norman, my dad told me that if I see you, I must talk to you. He said he really wants to have another drink with your dad, but there hasn't been a chance in so many years. By the way, is your dad in Sunnydale?" Hearing this small talk about their parents, Molly Walker stood up and said to Jeremy Norman, "I have something to do, so I'll leave first." Just as Jeremy Norman was about to speak, Jake Leaford interrupted. "Miss Walker, you have something to do? Then you go ahead. I happen to want to have a couple of drinks with Jeremy Norman." After saying that, he handed a freshly filled cup of tea to Jeremy Norman. "Come on, let's have a drink." Jeremy Norman's feelings were very complicated at this moment, and if it weren't for Molly Walker being present, he would have kicked Jake Leaford out in a heartbeat. He had never met someone who had such a lack of self-awareness. Molly Walker had already wanted to leave, and Jake Leaford's arrival provided her with an excuse. She didn't mind having dinner with Jeremy Norman, but eating together in a secluded private room made her uneasy. She had already fulfilled the task of getting close to Jeremy Norman, and unless her employer issued a new task, she would not have any further close contact with him. With her mind made up, she waved goodbye to Jeremy Norman and walked out quickly. At the moment when she stepped out of the door, she took a deep breath. At the same time, a certain man approached her with an elegant stride. His handsome features were enveloped in frost, his brows furrowed, and his body exuded a dangerous aura. Molly Walker's eyes widened. Michael Gallagher. Molly wanted to hide, but there was only one way out, unless she went back to the private suite. Mr. Gallagher, what a coincidence to see you here. Molly laughed awkwardly on the surface, but cursed inside her heart. She should have known it earlier. Nothing good comes when Jake Leaford appears. Now, what couldn't she understand when she saw Michael Gallagher? Jake Leaford did it on purpose. Molly didn't try to hide anymore and decided to lay her cards on the table. Mr. Gallagher, if you have anything to say, just say it. Seeing her giving up attitude, Michael Gallagher's unspoken words were all suppressed deep down in his heart, stirring up anger inexplicably. What do you think I'll talk to you about? Michael Gallagher's smile disappeared. His voice low. Talk about Isabel Richardson? Or how you became Ivy Thompson? Molly's lips moved slightly. It better not be about Isabel. It's not. Michael Gallagher calmly and unhurriedly denied it. Then I just want to ask you one thing. He approached her, his thin lips curling up like 1,000-year-old ice melting. Have you ever liked me during these years? He had always been wondering about one thing. Whether Molly had ever liked him. Jake Leaford once said that no one would willingly stay with someone else for so many years. Moreover, his mother also said that Molly liked him. Is that important? Molly asked back, her smile and her eyes gradually fading. They were already divorced, so what difference would it make to ask this now? Were they going to remarry? I just want to know if you were sincere about that night. His voice contained hoarseness and restraint. Hearing this, Molly's heart leaped wildly, and her breathing began to quicken. I told you before, I didn't drug us that day. She stepped back hurriedly. There were steps behind her, and her foot stepped on empty air. At the crucial moment, Michael Gallagher grabbed her hand and saved her from falling. After steadying herself, she instinctively covered her belly. Michael Gallagher's gaze drifted to her abdomen. Molly hurriedly pretended nothing happened and removed her hand. Thank you. I know you didn't put the drugs. It was my mother. Molly became silent. Deep down, she had always thought it was her mother-in-law who did it, but she had never considered it seriously. And the incident didn't have much of an impact. It gave her an excuse to divorce, so she could let him go and herself give up. Her mother-in-law had meant well, but she must not have expected that after this happened, Molly would decide to divorce. Now that the misunderstanding has cleared up, that's fine. Molly casually waved her hand, as if she didn't care. Seeing her like this, a bitter feeling arose from the bottom of Michael Gallagher's heart. With Harry Lambert or Jeremy Norman, she could get along so well, why couldn't she with him? Seeing him not speaking, Molly explained as if afraid of misunderstanding. Don't worry, I was also a victim in the drug incident. I didn't do it on purpose to you. Recalling her initiative that night, Molly didn't want to remember. They both had taken the drug, but she remembered that night. She was too eager, and many moves were her on top. Thinking of this, Molly felt somewhat desperate. In college, she had watched many adult films with her roommates and bragged a lot, but she had no experience at all in that area. How could she have known that after taking the drug, she would become as fierce as a tiger descending the mountain? She raised her eyelids and glanced at Michael Gallagher, hoping he wouldn't mention the details. However, things didn't go as she wished. Michael Gallagher's eyebrows twitched. If you didn't have feelings for me, why were you so active that night? Molly was so embarrassed that she almost jumped. Maybe I'm sensitive to that drug. I really don't remember what happened that day. We're divorced now. How about we just forget about it? It was only one time. I don't care. Why do you? That time was because of the drug. Haven't you followed your heart once? Michael Gallagher wanted to say more, But Molly immediately interrupted him. Stop, brother. It's over now. Also, we're divorced now. It doesn't matter whether we like each other or not. Meaningful. Michael Gallagher's brows and eyes flickered, considering telling her about remarriage, but afraid it might scare her. After thinking about it, he whispered softly, Can I be your boyfriend? When he and Molly Walker had gotten married, they had skipped the dating stage. So, since he had decided to win her back, he might as well start over fresh. Hearing the phrase, be your boyfriend, Molly was completely dumbfounded. What did that mean? Their divorce had just been concluded, and he already wanted to be her boyfriend? Moreover, he had brought up the events of that day. Was it because he wanted her to be that sort of friend? It had been said that many couples continued to be connected by lingering emotions after divorce, easily becoming FWB. Unexpectedly, Michael Gallagher had such thoughts. Molly walked to the nearest table and picked up someone else's cup. The surprised gazes of others watched as she poured the entire contents onto Michael Gallagher. Scumbag! Michael Gallagher did not dodge, his deep eyes glistening with wavering light. Molly's chest heaved with anger. They were divorced, and he still wanted to be intimate friends with her. He had even asked if her heart had ever wavered. If she had said yes, wouldn't she have been manipulated by him, and wouldn't she have had to take the initiative every night? SK. Scumbag. Setting down the cup, Molly smiled at the guests and said, I'm sorry, ask him for compensation. He's got money. After saying this, she straightened her back and strode out. Not long after she left, Jake Leaford and Jeremy Norman finished chatting and headed to the underground parking lot. Michael Gallagher was sitting in the car waiting for him. How did it go? Jake Leaford asked excitedly. Did you explain everything to I did? Michael Gallagher's face was cold. She splashed me with a $7,500 cup of water. How could this happen? What exactly did you say to her? Why is she so angry? I said I want to be her boyfriend. Jake Leaford suddenly realized. No wonder. You can't just say you want to be her boyfriend directly. What should I have said instead? Michael Gallagher's dark eyes showed a rare confusion. He had never pursued a girl before. In the past, girls had confessed to him. All he had to do was to accept or reject their confessions. He had no experience in expressing his feelings to anyone. The one exception was when he proposed to Molly. Jake Leaford thought for a moment. Think about it. You just got divorced, and you say you want to be her boyfriend. What would she think? Michael Gallagher frowned. Michael Gallagher. Next time just say that you want to be her ordinary male friend, not her boyfriend. It's more reliable to start as friends, giving you a chance to get to know each other better. Michael Gallagher's eyebrows raised slightly. But I don't want to be her ordinary friend. We don't need to get to know each other anymore either. Look at Harry Lambert and Jeremy Norman. Did either of them say they wanted to be her boyfriend right away? Getting close to the person you like as a friend is the most convenient and fastest way. After Jake Leaford finished speaking, Michael Gallagher kept silent, seeming to be considering the feasibility of this method. After leaving the tea house, Molly headed to the hospital. She had been concealing her pregnancy, afraid of running into acquaintances. She could only sneak in prenatal checkups every time. Exiting the elevator, she walked towards the obstetrics and gynecology department. Not far away, Lana Lewis and Bailey Gallagher arrived on the same floor. Although Bailey looked like her son, she still wanted to have a DNA test done so she could feel reassured. On this floor, Bailey glanced unconsciously in the direction of the obstetrics and gynecology department. It was during their last visit when he had encountered Molly. He had stolen her divorce certificate and angered her. What a coincidence. This time, he saw Molly again. Bailey, what are you looking at? Lana Lewis led Bailey Gallagher to look in the direction he was watching and saw Molly Walker at a glance. How did she get here? Lana watched as Molly headed to obstetrics and gynecology, and it seemed like she was protecting her belly. Lana had a guess in her heart, handed Bailey over to Aunt Lewis beside her, and said, You watch him here. Aunt Lewis, holding Bailey, reluctantly stood to the side and waited. She is not a servant of the Gallagher family, but these days she has been frequently interrogated and ordered around by Lana. In the past, when she was the only one taking care of Bailey, she didn't have to listen to anyone but Miss Richardson, and because Bailey had been raised by her since childhood, Bailey also listened to her very well. But now, she felt that she had completely become a servant, a shared servant of both the Gallagher family and the Richardson family. This made her very upset. "Aunt, let's go find my grandfather." He could not see his father and had no chance to see his grandfather either, not because there was no opportunity, but the Richardson family's precautions had become stricter, and he had no chance to enter. "But you haven't had a blood draw yet." She remembered that this time Lana brought Bailey for a blood test. She was very upset by this kind of blood test. Bailey had been raised by her since he was a child, and he looked so much like a member of the Gallagher family. There was no doubt that he was of Gallagher family blood. Yet Lana brought them for a paternity test, which was a clear sign of distrust, wasn't it? Such testing in itself would be hurtful to Bailey. Seeing Bailey's proposal to go to the Richardson family, Aunt Louis' heart was moved as well. Staying with the Gallagher family didn't make her feel comfortable, and it would be better to go to the Richardson family. Once she figured it out, Aunt Louis made a decision on the spot and took Bailey away. At this time, Lana followed Molly into obstetrics and gynecology but was stopped by the nurse at the door. Family members cannot enter. Lana saw Molly enter examination room number 3. She suppressed the excitement in her heart and stood still. She carefully calculated the time between Molly and Michael, which was more than a month now. Was Molly pregnant? If she was pregnant at this time, it must be Michael's baby. She really wanted to go in and ask Molly face to face, but the nurse wouldn't let her in. She calmed down and thought about it, and finally decided to resolve Bailey's matter first. Molly finished her examination and came out, preparing to wait for the results when a clear female voice called out to her, "Molly." Molly looked up and saw a familiar face. Elizabeth. It was Elizabeth Aitken, her good friend and classmate from junior high school to college. They had a great relationship back then, but after Molly ignored Elizabeth's advice and went ahead to marry Michael Gallagher, Elizabeth broke off their friendship. Saying they broke off was actually just having very little contact. Moreover, Molly mainly used WhatsApp later on and, seeing that Elizabeth still refused to forgive her, she didn't take the initiative to contact her. When she saw Molly, memories of the past flooded Elizabeth's mind, and she felt a little embarrassed. Back then, she firmly opposed Molly marrying Michael and believed that Molly would not be happy. But Molly married Michael anyway, and later in a fit of pique, she deleted Molly's contact information. Looking back, she felt that she had been too emotional back then. Anyway, that was their choice. "Why are you here too?" Elizabeth looked at Molly's belly and asked, "Are you pregnant?" Molly nodded. "Are you and Michael doing well now?" Elizabeth asked hesitantly. Molly shook her head with a bitter smile. "I should have listened to you back then." Hearing these words, Elizabeth immediately guessed the outcome. So Michael really turned out not to be a good guy. When he suddenly proposed to you back then, I felt it was really outrageous. There was no emotional foundation for marriage, and it was obvious that he had some secrets. Moreover, someone as good as you should never have been matched with that kind of garbage. Knowing that Molly had not had a good life, Elizabeth didn't take pleasure in her plight, but continued to scold Michael. "It's fine. It's good to get away from a scumbag too. Realizing early and stopping the loss in time. Have you finished the exam? Let's go. I'll treat you to a big meal." Elizabeth reached out her arm and put it around Molly's shoulders. Seeing her good friend again, Molly was also happy and followed Elizabeth out together. In the restaurant not far from the hospital, Elizabeth ordered dishes while cursing Michael. This time, Molly listened with a smile, not interrupting her. Only after experiencing the blows of society would you know that those who tell the truth are real friends. Back then, she was too emotional, and both of their personalities were a bit awkward. Now that they could reunite, she was overjoyed. "Forget it, let's not talk about him. It's bad luck." Elizabeth used serving chopsticks to give Molly a slice of tripe. A perfect 15 seconds, your favorite tripe. Seeing this slice of tripe, Molly's nose felt a little sour. After so many years, she still loved to eat hot pot and still loved to eat tripe. What was even more precious was that Elizabeth still remembered it. "How are you doing now?" Molly remembered that after graduating, Elizabeth quickly married someone, and then she never heard from her again. Elizabeth paused, her hand holding the chopsticks, and softly said, "I got a divorce. They said I was a chicken that couldn't lay eggs and forced him to divorce me." Molly's face stiffened. "It's him who can't do it, and he says I can't lay eggs." Elizabeth sneered and poured herself a big gulp of Coke. "Thanks to them, Now outsiders say the same about me. I can only go to obstetrics and gynecology for a thorough checkup and throw the test results in these people's faces. Although she made light of it, Molly had already imagined the difficulties Elizabeth faced after the wedding. Elizabeth's family situation was very similar to Molly's. Her parents divorced when she was 18, and both of her parents abandoned her after that, leaving her to pay her own way through college. Even her marriage was hasty. I know that you also got a divorce. Elizabeth was silent for a moment, looking at Molly. It was on the news. Your secret marriage for 3 years and your divorce now because he cheated on you with Joshua Thompson. I knew back then that he was trash. I didn't expect him to be even worse than I thought. Not content with playing with women, he even played with men. It seemed that Elizabeth had thought of something and muttered to herself, "Men of wealthy families really have no good." Molly was silent for a moment and said softly, "Actually, the situation with Joshua Thompson and Michael is a misunderstanding." "How is it a misunderstanding?" "Everyone said so. There's no smoke without fire. Most of these things that come out are true." Molly was about to talk about her relationship with Joshua Thompson when several big men suddenly appeared in front of them. "Elizabeth, you're not going to pay back the money your husband owes?" There were about 5 burly men with tattooed arms who stood in front of the table like a thick wall. One of them was a bald man who squinted and looked at Molly and Elizabeth. "All right, I'll let the debt go, but you and your friend need to have a drink with us." Elizabeth jumped to her feet. "I already divorced him. The trouble he caused has nothing to do with me. Why are you looking for me?" The bald man sneered, looked at her once, then turned to Molly, squinting his eyes. "It's useless even if you're divorced. This debt is jointly owed by both of you. Since you're not cooperating, I'll have to resort to force. Take them away." The bald man winked at several of his fellows who quickly came up and seized Molly and Elizabeth. Molly clenched her fists, ready to fight back. Although she had learned some self-defense techniques, the 4 big men in front of her looked like they had training, and she might not be able to win against them. Moreover, Elizabeth Aiken was still by her side. She touched her belly, a trace of worry flashing in her eyes. These people were obviously not good people, and even if things were resolved now, they might bring more terrifying retaliation for Elizabeth. "Gentlemen, we can sit down and talk about whatever is bothering you. If you forcibly take us away, everyone will end up worse off." Molly Walker calmed down. Facing people stronger than herself, she didn't mind backing down first. After she finished speaking, the bald man looked her up and down. He hadn't looked closely just now, but upon closer inspection, he found that her jewelry, clothes, and handbag were all quite valuable. He had been struggling in society for so many years and had developed quite a discerning eye. "Elizabeth, your friend looks very rich. If she's willing to help you pay off your debt, we won't have to look for Aaron Howard," the bald man said. Elizabeth quickly stood in front of Molly, remembering that she was pregnant and should not be exposed to these scumbags. "My friend has no money. She's poorer than me. If you have any problems, just deal with me. Aren't you guys here to drink? Come on. I'll join you," Elizabeth said, just wanting to lead these people away. It was frustrating and disgusting to encounter these scumbags while finally meeting up with her old friend. Aaron Howard had gotten into debt through online gambling, and since they couldn't get the money from him, they came looking for her instead. She could only blame herself for misjudging people. If she were with that man. Elizabeth shook off the fantasy in her head and stubbornly stood in front of Molly. "The value of your friend's bag can cover it," the bald man said, staring at the bag. He had already looked up the price online. It was a high-end model from a luxury brand, worth more than $135,000. More than $135,000, that would be enough. The bald man squinted his eyes, staring at Molly's bag. Elizabeth's face flushed with embarrassment. Even if Molly had money, she could not let these people set their sights on her friend's belongings. The thought of it made her feel awkward and ashamed. Molly clutched the bag tightly, not intending to give it to these people. It wasn't that she cared about the money, but she didn't want to help pay off Aaron's debt. As the situation became more tense, the manager of the hot pot restaurant stepped forward. "Gentlemen, let me say a word." Smack. The bald man slapped the manager across the face. "Who do you think you are?" Molly frowned and put her hand on her watch. As she was about to press it, Elizabeth picked up a chair and swung it at the bald man. Just then, A hand reached out and stopped Elizabeth. The man held a cigarette in his mouth, and while Elizabeth was still in shock, he took the chair and swung it at the bald man. With a bang, the chair shattered. The bald man crouched on the ground, covering his head. The other men were stunned by the sudden turn of events. "The one who hit you is called Jake Leaford." Jake Leaford grinned innocently. As soon as they heard the name Jake Leaford, the men who were about to fight back stopped in their tracks. Jake Leaford, also known as the young Leaford of Sunnydale, was a well-known figure and belonged to one of the 5 prominent families in Sunnydale City. If the Richardson family turned from black to white, the Leaford family never changed from black. The people in the Leaford family held a high status in the entire Sunnydale City. The dazed bald man also heard this and knew he had bitten off more than he could chew this time. "Young Leaford, why are you meddling in our affairs?" The bald man was unconvinced. "I didn't want to, but you were bullying them," he replied, flicking the cigarette with his finger and squinting. "Go to our company's front desk and ask for some medical expenses. As for the rest, you can deal with whoever you need to. Don't forget to find the right debtor." His words meant they should go find Aaron and not bother Elizabeth again. The men glanced at Elizabeth, their faces filled with fear. They never expected that Aaron Howard's ex-wife would know Jake Leaford. Having such connections was indeed terrifying. They could step on Aaron, but they could still be stepped on by Jake Leaford. They couldn't afford to offend the Leaford family. Under everyone's eyes, the bald man and his entourage left. Elizabeth also planned to sneak away with Molly, but was stopped by Jake Leaford. "You're just going to leave like that?" Elizabeth shuddered, lowering her head and not daring to look at him. Molly stood aside, sensing the tension between the two and guessing a few things. "Jake Leaford, thank you." Molly glanced at Elizabeth. "Or should I leave first?" Elizabeth saw her thoughts and quickly grabbed her. "Don't go, let's leave together." Miss Walker was frightened. "You should let her go back and rest." Jake Leaford's gaze never left Elizabeth. As Elizabeth looked awkwardly at him, Molly patted her hand. "I'll wait for you outside." After Molly left, Jake Leaford also sat down. "How did you end up like this?" Jake asked resentfully as soon as he opened his mouth, causing Elizabeth to flush with embarrassment. "That man isn't much better." "You really outdid yourself by rejecting me for a man like that," Jake said sarcastically. "If you're here just to laugh at me, you've already seen it." Elizabeth choked, overwhelmed by shame and embarrassment. She didn't mind losing face or her failed marriage, but being seen by Jake Leaford, she felt like a total failure. There was nothing more embarrassing than this. Thinking of the humiliation she had suffered in her marriage over the years, she bit her lip hard. At the time, she didn't want to marry Aaron either, but her mother fell ill and Aaron had said his family would offer a dowry. Back then, she and Jake Leaford were in the flirting stage, but she quickly backed off after learning his identity. The young master of the Leaford family was too high up for her to reach. Rather than clinging to a wealthy family, it would be better to marry a man who would treat her well. She never expected this outcome. It was Aaron who couldn't perform, but he ended up blaming her for not being able to have children. This matter spread, and even her relatives knew about it, gossiping about her behind her back. In a fit of anger, she asked for a divorce. Aaron couldn't wait, hooked up with someone else the day after the divorce, and left all the debts to her. She didn't mind letting others know about this messy life, except for Jake Leaford. She didn't want to lose face in front of him. But now, she had lost face completely. Unable to bear the humiliation, tears rolled down her cheeks. Jake Leaford didn't expect her to cry, and his face changed immediately. "Hey, don't cry, darling. I was wrong. Okay? Don't cry. If you have any grievances, tell me, and I'll support you. With me by your side, no one can bully you." Knowing that Elizabeth's life is not good, he didn't find joy in it, but instead, he felt distressed. Hearing this, Elizabeth cried even more, and her tears began to overflow. Back then, she defied Jake Leaford because their families were not compatible. But now, Jake is a single and eligible bachelor, while she is a divorced woman. Although she is only in her 20s, she knows that there is no chance between them. Regaining her composure, she rubbed her swollen eyes. "The people who bullied me have already been driven away by you. You said such hurtful words, and now no one dares to bully me anymore." Jake is pleased with Elizabeth's words. His male pride is greatly satisfied. With a sidelong glance at Elizabeth, he notices her short hair, big eyes, and fair skin. No matter when, she always looks like a high school student. That Aaron Howard is blind. He wants the woman that Aaron Howard can't appreciate. How do you know Molly Walker? Jake changes the subject. She's my good friend. Elizabeth looks at him in confusion. Do you know her? Jake hesitates for a moment. I know her ex-husband. Michael Gallagher? Hearing this, Elizabeth's face changes. How do you know that scumbag? Hey, watch your language. What do you mean by scumbag? Michael and I have known each other since we were young, and he hardly ever messes with women. How can he be a scumbag? Jake complains in dissatisfaction. Elizabeth sneers coldly. He might not be messing around with women, but men instead. Jake? For someone like you to speak up for him, it just shows you're not a good man either. Elizabeth stands up and walks away. I'm not a good man? Jake blocks her. You still don't know what kind of man I am. How can you say something like that now, Elizabeth? You're so ungrateful. I shouldn't have helped you just now. I didn't ask you for help, and also. Elizabeth stops, looks at him firmly. We better not meet again in the future. Whenever you see me, you'd better avoid me. Anyway, there's not much of a chance for a wealthy young master like you and a poor girl like me to meet again. Jake is at a loss for words, stammering. What do you mean by young master? Why don't you say that you have nothing in common with Molly? Her family is much wealthier than mine. Upon hearing this, Elizabeth frowns. Seeing her react as if she doesn't know, Jake immediately grabs her. You really don't know? Molly is the lost daughter of the Thompson family. Now she's the wealthiest person. As a so-called poor person, would you like to break off your friendship with her? Elizabeth recalls the recent news that the Thompson family's daughter, Ivy Thompson, has been found. She usually doesn't pay attention to wealthy family news, but she didn't expect the news central figure to come into her life. You mean Molly is Ivy Thompson? Elizabeth asks in amazement. Once again, Jake nods. Exactly. What a coincidental and cliché twist. And she's divorced from Michael Gallagher, right? But Michael regrets it. Seeing her interested, Jake raises his eyebrows and asks, do you have any more questions? I'll tell you everything. Elizabeth looks at him coldly. You're defending someone who abandoned his wife and child. Jake, do you have any morals? Speaking up for this type of person, being friends with him, don't you fear divine retribution? You're all vile creatures. Sicken. Elizabeth quickly walks away, leaving Jake confused. Abandoning his wife and child? Who? Michael Gallagher? Hey, Elizabeth, wait. Jake strides over to block her. Explain yourself. Who abandoned their wife and child? Does Michael have a son? Seeing how Jake doesn't seem to know, Elizabeth gets even angrier. Molly was pregnant, and he still divorced her. If that's not abandoning his wife and child, then what is? Speaking up for someone like him, Jake, just as I thought. You're trash. You are all trash. Hearing this, Jake immediately understands the situation. So that's what it's all about. How can Molly be so reckless? You can say anything you want, but you can't just admit anyone as your father. In this day and age, men are too eager to accept that they are fathers. Elizabeth, listen to me. I know Molly is your friend, and you're always on her side, but the baby in her belly is not Michael's. It's not Michael Gallagher's? Elizabeth is stunned. That's impossible. Molly wouldn't bear a child for someone else. She loved Michael so much that she insisted on marrying him. How could she have a relationship with someone else? And she certainly wouldn't be pregnant with another man's child. It's really not Michael's. Jake is determined to clear his good friend's name. Michael told me that they had never been intimate in these 3 years, so where would the baby come from? Besides, Molly was the one who proposed the divorce. She told Michael that she had fallen for someone else and asked him to let her go. The more Jake talks, the more he feels sorry for his close friend. It took Michael a long time to get divorced and avoid being a father, but now he is chasing after Molly again. This is like just avoiding the green hat and becoming a cuckold again. No, he must report this to Michael and not let him unknowingly become a father for no reason. Listening to Jake's words, Elizabeth becomes silent. In her heart, she believes that Molly wouldn't be that kind of person. However, not being intimate for 3 years is something that Michael could do. Marrying in secret made her think that Michael never intended to get married in the first place. She and Molly are both from average families, and they can't get any help from their parents' generation. They need to struggle on their own when they come out into the world. The best option is to find an ordinary person and live an ordinary life. They shouldn't mess with wealthy families. Climbing too high would only result in humiliation. Although she didn't end up marrying an ordinary guy and living a good life, she thought of wealthy families as bottomless pits. What she never expected was that Molly turned out to be the lost fourth young lady of the Thompson family. It seems only she remains poor. Seeing Elizabeth looking desolate, Jake feels regretful. Since childhood, Elizabeth has never felt secure when it comes to money. Strangely enough, this hasn't made her love money. Rather, she's somewhat afraid of it. It also makes her fear people like him who are associated with money. Don't overthink it. If Michael really is a bad person, I'll beat him up for Molly. Elizabeth laughs. He's your good buddy. Will he get mad if you beat him up for Molly? That won't matter as much as your friendship. Your friend is my friend. Elizabeth's lips curl into a smile. Although she knows he's just trying to cajole her, her heart is still warmed by his words. Seeing her smiling, Jake also laughs. He finally managed to appease her. Molly stands outside the door, watching the two people inside chatting and laughing in surprise and wonder. She doesn't have a bad impression of Jake Leaford, and it seems that Elizabeth might have some feelings for him. Jake escorts Elizabeth out, and she walks toward Molly, linking their hands. Let's go. Molly pats her hand, and Elizabeth feels her heart warm up when she sees Molly acting the same as before. Thinking of Jake's words, Elizabeth grabs Molly's hand and asks solemnly, Molly, tell me honestly, whose child is it in your belly? She still didn't believe Jake Leaford's words and wanted to hear the correct answer from Molly Walker. After thinking about it, Molly decided not to hide the truth from her best friend. After getting married, in order to keep her marriage a secret, she rarely contacted the organization and even less her friends. After the divorce, she saw many things more clearly. Some feelings, such as family and friendship, are much more important than love. She smiled at Elizabeth Aitken and said softly, the baby is Michael Gallagher's, but I plan to be a single mom. Since she was already divorced, it was obvious that she could only be a single mom. Hearing this, Elizabeth cursed in her heart again. She almost believed Jake's nonsense. Michael Gallagher was really a scumbag. Molly, Jake said Michael doesn't admit having a relationship with you. Molly froze, her eyes gradually turning cold. He probably won't acknowledge the baby in your belly either. Are you really going to give birth to it? Elizabeth wanted to say being a single mom is painful, but she immediately thought that Molly was no longer the same Molly as before. She was Ivy Thompson. As the fourth young lady of the Thompson family, raising a child would not be an issue in terms of financial and human support, but it would definitely be bitter psychologically. Her eyes reddened, and she hugged Molly, who was lost in thought. It's okay. In the future, the baby will not have a father but will have two mothers, and if need be, I can also be his father. Molly's lips twitched slightly, finding these words odd. When the child is born, you'll be his godmother. Molly hugged her back and patted her on the back. Don't worry. With both of us educating him, we guarantee he will become a person who contributes to society. Elizabeth nodded vigorously, her face full of smiles. Over the past 3 years, she also longed for a child, but fate seemed to make it difficult for her to conceive. Although the test results hadn't come out yet, she felt she might have some issues because her menstrual cycles were always irregular. Now knowing that there was a little baby in Molly's belly who would call her godmother in the future, she felt as if she were pregnant herself and couldn't be happier. At the Gallagher family's villa, Jake Leaford drove and honked his horn recklessly outside the gate. After the gate of the Gallagher house was opened, Jake rushed in like the wind. Michael Gallagher, there's something I need to tell you. He had to tell Michael about Molly's pregnancy, lest he rejoiced in catching up with Molly and ended up being a father suddenly. When he burst in, Michael was trimming the flowers and trees inside the house. Michael glanced at him. Take a break and tell me what's the matter slowly. Jake cut right to the chase. In these 3 years, have you really never had a relationship with Molly? Did you rush over just to ask me this? Michael frowned and looked at the servants standing nearby. The servants all turned away and hid in the basement one by one. With flower branches in his hand, Michael was trimming them, but memories of Molly calling him a scumbag filled his mind. It seemed she was very reluctant to mention that night. Perhaps she felt humiliated by that night. Michael squinted his eyes and looked at Jake, who was eagerly questioning him. Actually, mentioning that matter made him feel ashamed too. Seeing that he wasn't answering, Jake didn't care. He stepped forward and stared at Michael. "I think you better stop pursuing Molly." "Why?" Michael's eyebrows were furrowed. "Didn't you support me pursuing? I supported it before, but not now." Thinking of Elizabeth's words, Jake wondered how to break this terrible news to him. At this moment, the door creaked, and Lana Lewis walked in. "Mom." Seeing Michael Gallagher, Lana Lewis's face lit up, and she waved to someone outside. "Bailey, come in quickly. Look who's here." Under everyone's gaze, a small fluffy head peeked in from the doorway. His big eyes and thin lips were exactly like someone in the room, especially the thin lips, which were clearly inherited from the Gallagher family. When Bailey saw Michael Gallagher, his eyes widened. "Why are you standing there? Come here." Lana Lewis took Bailey's hand and led him in front of Michael Gallagher. Seeing this child, Jake Leaford's words got stuck in his throat. This child, could it be? After imagining some horrifying scenarios in his head, the horror story came true. Bailey walked up to Michael Gallagher, timidly looked at him, and whispered, "Daddy." "Daddy?" Jake was shocked. "Michael Gallagher, you already have a child? What the Hades? This is an insane development." Jake felt utterly overwhelmed by this melodramatic surprise. Elizabeth Aitken was right. Not one person from a wealthy family was decent. Michael Gallagher hid his secret marriage from him, and now even had such a grown child. He went too far to save on wedding gifts. He looked at Michael Gallagher in horror. Michael Gallagher looked at Bailey in front of him with furrowed brows. "What did you call me?" "Daddy." Bailey raised his head and bravely faced the man in front of him. "I'm your son. Mom has been hiding me from you for these years because she's afraid you won't accept me." How could he not accept you? Seeing his aggrieved pout, Lana Lewis immediately hugged him. "My dear grandson, you are his son. Even if your mother hides you from him until the end of the world, he has to accept you." After saying this, Lana Lewis threatened Michael Gallagher with her eyes. With an emotionless face, Michael Gallagher watched Bailey, who was shivering in fear. He finally looked at Lana Lewis and said in a deep voice, "Take him to his room. I'll explain later." Lana Lewis saw there were outsiders present and knew that some words shouldn't be said now. So she coaxed Bailey upstairs. "Bailey, let's go upstairs. Grandma has bought you lots of toys. Let me take you to choose some." When they went upstairs, Jake Leaford still hadn't recovered from the shock. Michael Gallagher's gaze was indifferent, and his low voice made it hard to discern his thoughts. "You didn't finish what you just said. Why wouldn't you support my pursuit of Molly Walker?" "Because." Jake laughed and suddenly changed his face, suppressing the urge to bunch his fists. "Because you're AF King scumbag. This child must be 4 or 5 years old," which meant something. He had a child before getting married. What does he want to marry Molly for if he already has a child? No wonder Elizabeth Aitken dislikes wealthy science. Their reputation has all been ruined by these scumbags. "Michael Gallagher, you're a scumbag." Jake's beautiful fox-like eyes narrowed into a cold curve. He was still worried about Michael being duped and deceived by Molly. Turns out, Molly had long been a cheated mother. He even defended Michael in front of Elizabeth Aitken. He didn't expect to defend such a scumbag. "Michael Gallagher, you deserve to be cuckolded." He turned around without looking back and left. Watching Jake leaving, Michael Gallagher wanted to say something but held back. He glanced upstairs, raised his eyebrows slightly, and pursed his lips. He paused, then quickly went upstairs. Thompson family's estate. As soon as Molly Walker entered the house, Damian Thompson handed her a document. "Father still wants to assign you the project from last time." Looking at the heavy document, Molly's feelings were mixed. Daniel Thompson was trying to make up for his previous mistake. "I know you don't like this, but if you don't do it, it will have to be given to Jillian." Hearing that it would be given to Jillian Thompson, Molly immediately took it. Damian smiled knowingly. He knew that Molly didn't like Jillian, and using her as leverage would definitely be useful. Dad's classmate, Uncle Cunningham, is a national-level architectural planner who has returned to Sunnydale City and is teaching at Sunnydale University. Are you interested? Sunnydale University? Molly was taken aback, as this was her alma mater. In fact, she wasn't completely ignorant about architectural design, as design in many areas is interconnected. However, she wouldn't refuse professional learning if she had the opportunity. Teachers at Sunnydale University would certainly not be ordinary people. Brother, thank you. No need to thank me. It's also Mom's idea. Damien smiled warmly. The doctor checked Mom's condition and said it appears stable for now. She has a psychological illness, so I should be thanking you. We're all family. No need to be polite. Molly was happy to hear that Amanda Leaford was getting better. After all, this was her mother, the person who gave birth to her. There's something I need to tell you. Damien's clear, picturesque eye shone with a hint of coldness. Isabel Richardson has filed a counter-suit accusing us of framing her. The police say that there is not enough evidence since the victim has died. So whether she's buying time or something else, there's a lawsuit we'll have to fight. Molly sneered. She knew some calamities could last 1,000 years, but she hadn't expected things to come to this, with even the Thompson family facing problems. The police also require evidence to convict someone. Although the items you submitted can serve as part of the evidence, the killer is already dead, and there is insufficient evidence. In the end, we'll have to fight this lawsuit. Molly nodded and smiled gently. Since she thinks the charges against her are not enough, let's add some more. What about the harm she did to her grandmother? Previously, she couldn't use the organization's resources, and she didn't want to abuse her power either, since the organization was not hers alone. But now, Damien looked at Molly's calm demeanor, slightly surprised. Presenting evidence was not a simple matter. He knew that this little sister was not ordinary, but now it seemed that he had underestimated her. Although we can't convict her now, the Richardson family has already refused to accept her back. We also have a legitimate reason to change our partner. The partner has been changed? Yes. Damien nodded. His tone paused. What do you think about working with the Gallagher family? The Gallagher family? Michael Gallagher? Molly's eyes widened suddenly. Damien looked at her with interest and said, If you don't like it, we can change. There were two meanings in his words. Was it that she didn't like Michael Gallagher, or she didn't like the Gallagher family as a partner? Molly pursed her lips lightly. She didn't really want to have any interaction with the Gallagher family now, but partnership was not something that could be determined by personal feelings. In Sunnydale City, there really was no better partner than the Gallagher family. Let it be, no need to change. The Gallagher family is good. She had been married to Michael Gallagher for 3 years and had been working in the Gallagher family for 3 years. In a sense, she had feelings for the Gallagher family as well. Damien's handsome eyebrows raised slightly, as this outcome was within his expectations. Last time, the police investigated the fingerprints, and you didn't touch Jillian. I told Nicholas, and he realized his mistake too. Damien finished speaking, and Nicholas Thompson slowly walked downstairs. Seeing Molly, the embarrassment on Nicholas' face disappeared. When he reached her, Nicholas hesitated and said, I'm sorry. Molly looked at this second brother with calm emotions. She had expectations for Nicholas Thompson. She thought they could become siblings, but in reality, this was all her fantasy. As to how much harm Nicholas had actually done to her, it wasn't that much, because she never really cared about him in the first place. But that doesn't mean she could just let it go. I'll accept your apology. Just as her words fell, a touch of surprise appeared in Nicholas' eyes. Following that, he let out a sigh of relief. Good, she was giving him face. Nicholas cast a triumphant smile at Damien, as if to say, See, I knew she'd forgive me already, but before he could gloat for a few seconds, Molly added, But I won't forgive you. Nicholas' smile froze on his face. Molly stood there, her delicate ears and long hair cascading over her shoulders, with an icy demeanor that made her look like a cat from the snowy mountains. I accept your apology, but I won't forgive you. Standing by the side, Damien raised his eyebrows, sympathetically glancing at his second brother. Over the years, besides Joshua, the person who had longed for Ivy to return the most was Nicholas, but reality always played tricks on people. Of course, all of this was truly what he deserved. Nicholas wanted to explain further, but Molly simply ignored him. She took a small gift box out of her bag and handed it to Damien. "Brother, here's a gift." She had bought this today when she went shopping with Elizabeth Aitken. A ripple of emotion appeared on Damien's usually calm face as he reached out to accept the gift. If you looked closely, you could see that his hand was slightly trembling. How could he not be excited? This was a gift from his own sister, and in all these years, among countless gifts, there was never one that made him so overjoyed. Nicholas' incidental view fell on the gift box. Just as he expected Damien to open it, he put the gift box in his pocket. Molly laughed. "Aren't you going to open it?" "There's no need to open it. I will love whatever you give me." Just then, Joshua's voice suddenly rang out. "What about mine?" Joshua walked over with his hands crossed over his chest and extended his hand to Molly. "Do you want to have one too?" Molly laughed and handed him another box. "Of course, third brother." The title third brother made Joshua pause, followed by a reddening of his eyes. He had been waiting for over 20 years for this third brother, and he thought he would never hear it again. Until finally, Ivy called him third brother today. Although the journey had been full of ups and downs, it had finally come to a sweet end. With tears in his eyes, he happily accepted the gift, and like Damien, he didn't immediately open it but kept it close to his chest in his pocket. Nicholas stood in the middle, like a sandwich cookie, awkward and unsure of what to do. Envious? Joshua tilted his head and looked at him. His beautiful peach blossom eyes curved into a crescent shape, carrying a touch of schadenfreude. "Do you want one too?" Nicholas pursed his lips and said nothing. "If you want one, go ask Jillian for it. I'm sure she'll be happy to buy a gift for her good brother." Joshua's words were poisonously sharp, causing Nicholas to furrow his brow. "Have you two forgotten that Jillian is also your sister? What if she's my sister? If she continues like this, I don't mind not having such a sister." Joshua Thompson brushed back his blonde bangs. "The outrageous things she's been doing recently are all spoiled by you. Not teaching her when she needs it. That's why she acts like a spoiled princess. Jillian's like this because she's afraid of losing us." Nicholas Thompson thought of something and looked at Molly Walker with a complex expression. As her brothers, we should pay more attention to her mental state, rather than sarcastically mocking her. Who will care about Ivy's mental state then? They were both adopted. So why is she the only one being pampered? After Joshua Thompson finished speaking, Nicholas subconsciously glanced at Molly Walker and remained silent. Joshua Thompson crossed his arms, nonchalantly saying, "Let Jillian have you, the good second brother, to look after her. My brother and I prefer Ivy. Besides, we're all brothers. Don't play moral abduction games, or it won't be pretty when we get physical." Hearing the mention of getting physical, Nicholas Thompson frowned and was about to say something when Molly Walker interrupted him. "Nicholas Thompson, may I ask you a question?" She looked at him steadily, her eyes clear and her voice cold. She called Damien Thompson brother and Joshua Thompson third brother, but would only call him by his full name. Nicholas's eyes lowered, hiding the disappointment in them. "If it happens again, and Jillian says that I hurt her in some way, will you once again blindly stand by her side?" After she finished speaking, Nicholas Thompson looked startled. Molly Walker chuckled softly. "If so, then please don't use your identity as a second brother to discipline me, because I never considered you as my second brother." Nicholas Thompson shuddered. Not considering him as her brother meant that he couldn't use his identity as the second brother to discipline her. She accepted her father, mother, older brother, and youngest brother, but refused to accept him. It would be a lie to say that it didn't hurt. He opened his mouth, and his heart felt like it was being pressed by a huge boulder, making it hard to breathe and turning his face pale. Without waiting for his reply, Molly Walker had already left. Her hand was still in her pocket as she left, and it was the same small gift. Originally, this gift was meant for Nicholas Thompson. Now, there was no need for it anymore. Both the gift and the person would be abandoned. Molly Walker wasn't upset about Nicholas Thompson's favoritism towards Jillian because her older brother and younger brother also favored her. It's hard to treat everyone evenly, but as long as there were people on her side, she wouldn't be alone. However, she's not a pushover, to be easily manipulated by others. Like her third brother, she didn't like to be morally manipulated either. She unlocked her cell phone, and at that moment, Harry Lambert sent her an investigation report. Immediately, Her eyes landed on Jillian's name. Harry Lambert said that the Richardson family didn't give Isabel the $750,000. The money Isabel used to hire the hitman came from another account, and that account belonged to Jillian's overseas card. Do you want me to continue the investigation? Harry Lambert asked. Molly Walker kept her eyes lowered, and her long eyelashes trembled like butterfly wings. Investigate. She hoped the result wouldn't be what she thought. If the one who hired the hitman to kill wasn't Isabel, but Jillian, then she was sorry. She had lost her family once and experienced that pain. In the future, she never wanted to lose anyone again. Nicholas Thompson went upstairs in a daze. As he opened the door, Jillian's video call came through. Nicholas Thompson interrupted her. Jillian, I'm not going to the hospital tonight. Jillian's smile froze on her face, her voice anxious. What happened? Second brother? Didn't you say you would come to see me every night? What happened? Nicholas Thompson looked at her on the screen and said, The police investigation results are out, Jillian. Ivy never actually touched you. Jillian's face turned deathly pale. You said someone pushed you at the time. If it wasn't Ivy, who else could it? There was a heavy sense of exhaustion in Nicholas' calm words. Jillian bit her lower lip hard until the taste of blood spread before she choked out, don't know. But at that time, I really felt someone pushing me. Since the police have made their investigation clear, Ivy definitely didn't push you. But second brother, I didn't lie. You made me misunderstand Ivy. Nicola's voice was very faint. When Jillian heard this, she suddenly felt a chill down her spine. Now there was no one left in the Thompson family to help her, except for her second brother. Everyone else had sided with Molly Walker. If she lost her second brother's support, everything in the Thompson family would be beyond her reach in the future. She had enjoyed being the center of attention in the luxurious life for over 20 years. She couldn't change from riches to frugality. She panicked. I was unconscious at that time, and I had no idea that you misunderstood my sister. I explained later in the hospital that my sister couldn't have pushed me, but I don't know why you didn't believe me. As Jillian spoke, her long eyelashes caught teardrops that were about to fall. Nicholas Thompson held the phone, his entire body frozen in place. That's right, Jillian was unconscious at the time, and he instinctively blamed her. No one forced him. It was him who had decided that Ivy was the bad guy. It wasn't Jillian's fault. What he should blame and reflect upon was himself. Thinking of Molly Walker's words, Elle never considered you as my second brother. Nicholas Thompson's hand holding the phone went limp, suddenly feeling exhausted. Jillian, I'm a bit tired. Before Jillian could say another word, he hung up the phone listlessly. Jillian's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend what had just happened. This was the first time her second brother had ever hung up on her. Her second brother was the person who loved her the most, and he would never have treated her like this before. It was all because of Molly Walker. She looked at the chat dialogue on her phone, and her face darkened. She had heard that Mr. Cunningham had come to Sunnydale University. Mr. Cunningham had once mentored her and considered her his star pupil. She would go to him for further study every year. Thompson Group's main business area was property, and she had been studying architecture since she was young. Since Mr. Cunningham was here, she would of course go support him. She had originally planned to discuss this matter with her second brother tonight, but she couldn't wait any longer. How did they end up like this? She looked at the empty hospital room and suddenly felt a bit lost. There was a knock on the door, and she pulled herself out of her thoughts, coldly saying, "Come in." When she saw the people who entered the room, Jillian frowned. "What are you doing here?" A middle-aged woman with red curly hair, wearing a traditional long dress, and a man in a suit stood at the door looking awkward. Clearly, they had put a lot of effort into their appearance, but the man's snakeskin bag looked very out of place. Jillian looked at them with disgust and disdain on her face. "Why are you dressed like this? Didn't I give you money? Can't afford to buy clothes now?" The middle-aged woman walked over with her head held high. "This dress was worn by your foster mother, right? I saw it in a store and bought it. How about it? Doesn't your real mother wear it just as well?" She triumphantly spun around, making Jillian Thompson's face flushed with embarrassment. 5 years ago, they found her, asserting that they were her biological parents. For fear of the Thompson family discovering, she had only dared to communicate with them in private these past few years. No matter what the Thompson family thought, her biological parents absolutely couldn't show their faces. She was the fifth young lady of the Thompson family. She was Jillian Thompson, not some random daughter of a nobody. That's enough. My mommy is wearing the genuine version. Yours is counterfeit. It's so embarrassing. Hurry up and change your clothes. She looked at her father. Sure enough, the clothes he was wearing had also been worn by Daniel Thompson, and likewise they were all knockoffs. Even though she had given them money, their aspirations were still so low. They could only afford counterfeits. They were not even worth being called Class A imitations. Thinking about the character of her parents, Jillian Thompson regretted being born to them. Seeing her parents' average appearance and the man's short and chubby stature, she wished she could be reborn. Before she had plastic surgery, her appearance was identical to theirs, so identical that no DNA test was even needed. Seeing Jillian Thompson looking down on them, a flicker of embarrassment crossed Lily Turner's face. She quickly took out a bag of eggs and a variety of local products from her snakeskin bag. Knowing that you were injured, your grandmother insisted one bring farm-fresh eggs over. Jillian, this is our goodwill. Enough. Jillian Thompson cut them off, not even bothering to look at these things, disgustingly said. Now that you have seen enough, you can leave, right? Lily Turner, who just came in confidently and proudly, was left standing aimlessly. Xander Moore quickly said, Jillian, your mom and I came because we were worried about you. Your words are so harsh, even harsher than your younger brother. Jillian Thompson picked up a water bottle beside her and threw it fiercely. Get out. She picked up everything within her reach and hurled it. When she wanted to pick up the cell phone on the ground after exhausting all other items, she forgot that her legs were not normal anymore, and she fell off the bed. Pain spread from her body to her heart. Jillian Thompson stared at the cell phone that lay a bit far from her, and all of a sudden, she burst into heart-wrenching sobs. Lily Turner, who was outside the door, heard this cry and could not help but shed tears as well. Mr. Moore, I heard that the Thompson family has already found their child. Can we then take our daughter back? Xander Moore glanced inside the door and said in a low voice, the Thompson family doesn't know about our existence, and Jillian won't allow us to say it. Let's not mention this matter anymore. But Lily Turner wanted to say more, but Xander Moore gave her a stern look, stopping her mid-sentence. She clutched the corner of her clothes, her eyes flashing with a deep sense of resentment. At the entrance of the Public Security Bureau, Isabel Richardson, looking devastated, was being helped out. Not far away, a low-key yet luxurious Porsche coupe was parked. Seeing this car, Isabel's eyes brightened. It was as if she suddenly gained strength. She pushed away the person supporting her and ran towards the car. The car door opened just in time, revealing Samuel Richardson's face. Daddy. Isabel Richardson's eyes dripped with tears of joy.